Introduction. Oren Pyxis, originally a librarian on the planet Cybertron, was chosen by the leadership module to become the leader of the Autobots. Henceforth, he was bestowed with the name Optimus Prime. However, just as he was poised to lead the Autobots in rebellion, the core of Cybertron's matrix of leadership extinguished, causing the planet to begin its collapse, ultimately transforming into a small black hole. Oren Pyxis was drawn into the abyss. Upon regaining consciousness, Oren Pyxis discovered that he had been transformed into a carbon-based life form, a humanimere infant. He found himself nestled in a basket, adrift upon an endless expanse of ocean, when a shadow eclipsed the sun. Oren Pyxis beheld a fleet adorned with a golden sea monster flag. Chapter 1. Optimus Prime. The Sunset Sea, an infinite ocean off the western coast of the continent of Westeros, is ruled by the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy, leading his fleet, had just plundered a merchant convoy, reaping bountiful rewards. Each crew member received ample treasures, save for a few unfortunate souls who met their demise at the hands of the drowned god. Several sailors were engaged in merriment upon the deck when one sailor became transfixed by something in the water, standing motionless, gazing intently at the surface. His companions, noticing his peculiar behavior, inquired, "Will, what ails you?" They followed his gaze, equally stunned. Other sailors soon joined, for sailors are endowed with keen eyesight, superior to that of ordinary men. Even amidst the sun's reflection upon the water, they discerned a basket floating, intriguingly, with an infant inside. "Quickly, alert the captain. Cease navigation." The sailors scattered, some leaping overboard to assess the infant's condition, while others rushed below deck to inform Balon Greyjoy. In short order, Balon Greyjoy emerged, the archetypal pirate, adorned with a tricorn hat and an eye patch obscuring one eye. His skin, weathered by the relentless sea winds, resembled rugged stone. "My lord," a sailor approached, cradling the rescued infant before Balon Greyjoy. "A babe from the sea. This is a blessing from the drowned god. My lord, I implore you to keep him." From behind Balon Greyjoy stepped forth a man with long, damp hair, his brother, Euron, known as Euron the Wed, a priest of the drowned god from the Iron Islands. A blessing from the drowned god. Balon Greyjoy regarded the infant, his gaze reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions. Does the child possess any belongings? Anything that might attest to his identity or name? Balon Greyjoy inquired. "Only an iron box, inscribed with unfamiliar symbols. Yet one can discern the name Oren Pyxis," replied the sailor, having already inspected the infant's belongings. "Oren Pyxis. That name possesses a certain allure, does it not?" "Ha! All the bastards of the Iron Islands are called Pyke. They are indeed Pyke's kin. Iron, I have resolved to adopt this child and make him my son," Baron Greyjoy declared with conviction. "Brother, may the drowned god guide you. You shall not regret this decision." Thus, Oren Pyxis arrived at the Iron Islands, and 13 years swiftly passed. "Oren, do not run. Stand still." A boy named Theon pursued Oren Pyxis, yet Oren was remarkably agile, darting about the Iron Islands, leaving Theon in his wake. When Oren reached the pinnacle of a tower, he finally halted, gazing down at Theon. "Theon, come and catch me. Are you not the self-proclaimed greatest of the Iron Islands? Surely, you can capture me." At Olen's taunts, Theon's face flushed red with frustration. Theon summoned all his strength to climb the tower, but midway, exhaustion overtook him. Trapped above and below, he found it impossible to ascend or descend. "Help! Oren, we are brothers, are we not? Please lend me a hand." Theon was the biological son of Baron Greyjoy, while Oren Pyxis was publicly acknowledged as his adopted son. However, due to his name, many regarded him as Baron Greyjoy's illegitimate offspring. Seeing Theon's plight, Oren loosened his belt, grasping one end while tossing the other down. "Catch it and do not let go." As Oren released his belt, Theon inadvertently caught sight of Olen's magnificent dragon belt, which rendered his own to appear as mere a worm belt in comparison. Theon seized Olen's belt and was hoisted up. The two stood atop the tower, feeling the invigorating sea breeze. "Oren Pyxis, how is it that you possess a dragon belt while I am left with a mere worm belt? I am the rightful heir of the Iron Islands. You are but my vassal." Upon hearing Theon's query, a grin spread across Olen's face. "I am the one chosen by fate. It is the blessing of the drowned god that has brought me to the Iron Islands. You cannot compare. Theon, perhaps you should learn to shoot arrows aboard a ship. The tumultuous sea makes mastering archery far more challenging than on land." Theon acknowledged the truth in Olen's words, yet he sensed something amiss. For Olen never trained, often indulging in laziness, napping, or picking coconuts by the shore, or digging for hermit crabs on the beach. Yet, in moments of utmost necessity, he unfailingly rose to the occasion, as evidenced when he once predicted a tsunami, saving many lives among the Ironborn. Are you truly a messenger from the drowned god, Olian? How else could you possess such vast knowledge and skills? No, there are indeed things I'm not adept at. And what might those be? Childbearing. Ha ha ha. With that, Oren Pyxis swiftly descended the tower, leaving Shuren in a state of disarray amidst the wind for quite some time. Childbearing is something over half the world population cannot accomplish. As night fell, the Greyjoy family gathered for dinner in the Lord's Hall of Pyke. Present were Balon Greyjoy, the Patriarch and Lord, Duke of the Iron Islands, along with his second brother, Euron Greyjoy, his third brother, Victarion Greyjoy, and his fourth brother, Asha Greyjoy. Also at the table were Balon Greyjoy's 3 sons, 1 daughter, and Oren Pyxis. During the meal, Balon and his brothers began to deliberate on matters concerning the continent of Westeros. The Targaryen dynasty is on the brink of collapse. In these tumultuous times, we should seize the opportunity to raid and amass wealth. However, they have not been entirely overthrown, and King's Landing has yet to fall. Soon, Rhaegar is dead. Aerys cannot survive much longer. But which family will ultimately claim the Iron Throne remains uncertain. Could it be the Stark family? The Lannisters? The Tullys? The Arryns? The Baratheons? It must be the Baratheons. Oren Pyxis asserted with conviction, attracting the attention of many. Oh, how do you know it will certainly be the Baratheons? Balon Greyjoy inquired, his gaze scrutinizing. The Starks of the North, bound by their ancestral vows, shall not march south to claim the throne. The Lannisters of the West, Tywin has 1 son who is a dwarf, and another who is a white knight, leaving them without a true heir. The Arryns of the East also lack a living successor. The Tullys do not possess the foundation necessary to dominate the continent of Westeros. Hence, only the Baratheons can ascend to the Iron Throne. Continue. Do you have further reasoning? Robert Baratheon personally slayed Rhaegar, his fame soaring, demonstrating to the world that even a true dragon can perish by another's hand. Stannis has successfully held back the forces of Highgarden at Storm's End, which is no small feat. Eddard Stark is Robert's brother. Jon Arryn was Robert's foster father, and Stannis is Robert's brother. Thus it is Robert Baratheon who shall ultimately claim the Iron Throne. After hearing Oren Pyxis' lengthy discourse, Balon Greyjoy and his brothers found their regard for Olen rising further. Ha ha ha. No wonder you are blessed by the drowned god. You truly surpass your peers. Chapter 2. The plan to set sail. Seeing Oren Pyxis bask in the limelight before numerous elders, Shaun and his companions felt a twinge of resentment. In their hearts, they muttered, "What a show-off, you are merely a foundling, not even a legitimate bastard." Yet, the sole daughter of Balon Greyjoy, Asha Greyjoy, lauded Oren Pyxis. "Oren, you are truly remarkable. How do you possess such vast knowledge? Where did you acquire it all?" Flattered by her praise, Oren Pyxis responded with excitement. "Part of it I learned from the scholars of the Iron Islands, and part from the dockworkers unloading at the wharf." "You are incredible. You willingly spend several hours each day in the library, don't you find it dull?" Asha inquired, her curious eyes wide with wonder. At their tender age, they were naturally playful and found it challenging to sit still, let alone immerse themselves in books within the library. The library of the Iron Islands was essentially the abode of the drowned god's priests, where Wethead Euron conducted his duties daily, bestowing blessings upon the Ironborn and performing the drowning rites. Ordinary folk, even Balon Greyjoy, would seldom venture there without cause. "I love reading. Ha ha ha. Within books like Golden Abodes, and there are beauties akin to jade." Oren Pyxis laughed heartily. The adults pondered Oren's remarks, nodding in agreement. "However, you are still lacking, Oren. As a member of the Iron Islands, you must learn our ancestral skills. Do you know what they are?" Euron inquired with a smile. He too wore an eye patch, but unlike Balon Greyjoy, who was merely blind in one eye, Euron was genuinely sightless in one. "Fishing, perhaps?" Oren Pyxis furrowed his brow. "Fishing. Ha ha ha." Victarion burst forth, spilling his drink in amusement. Others also bore smiles upon their faces. If individuals from other regions were to learn that the Ironborn's cherished skill was fishing, they would surely burst into laughter, particularly those from coastal areas. "No, it is raiding," Euron declared with an air of solemnity. "To seize is better than to toil. This is the wisdom passed down through countless generations. It is the quintessential truth of the Iron Islands." Upon hearing this, Oren Pike nodded in understanding. I comprehend the book's state. Murder and arson bring golden belts. Raiding indeed can swiftly amass wealth, yet it may also invite calamity. What if we raid those we cannot afford to offend? Should we return what we've taken? Or perhaps utter an apology? What do you say, Uncle Euron? Faced with Oren's inquiry, Euron was rendered speechless. How could he possibly know? Yet, he had yet to encounter anyone who instilled fear in him. In my lifetime, I fear only my elder brother Balon Greyjoy. The rest I hold in contempt. Balon Greyjoy smiled at those words, clearly pleased within. Uncle Euron, how about we raid Casterly Rock together next time? I've heard that even his excrement is made of gold. We could capture him and keep him in a cage, feeding him well each day, and then we would have an inexhaustible supply of gold. Piafich, Piafich. Many were in the midst of their meals, and upon hearing his words, they burst out laughing. Enough. Oliver Pike, and you too, Theon, Asha, it's time for you all to retire for the night. Balon Greyjoy commanded sternly. Yes. The young ones chuckled as they left the dining hall. Asha was taken away by a nun, while Oliver Pike and Theon returned to their respective chambers. The Iron Islands were characterized by their damp and cold climate, causing many Ironborn to suffer from rheumatism. Moreover, every evening, fires had to be constantly tended to, ensuring that the noble lords and ladies could sleep soundly. Oliver Pike lay on his slate bed, despite being an adopted son. He received the same treatment as Theon, and thus the bed was warm. It has been 3 years. I have been here for 3 years. I wonder if the others from Cybertron are still alive, if they too have arrived in this world. Oliver Pike visited the docks daily, hoping to glean any news of the other Autobots. Yet, having transformed into a human himself, it was likely that the others had undergone similar changes, including the Decepticons. Lord Primus, your methods are still far too extreme. I cannot endorse them. Oliver Pike pondered the past for a long while, then sat up from his bed and approached his desk, crafted by the wet-haired Elin using wood from the northern regions. This fish beam wood could indeed be harvested, though typically the northerners refrained from doing so. However, if offered sufficient payment, they would comply. The desk was equipped with 2 drawers. Oliver Pike pulled one open and retrieved an iron box. This iron box contained his personal effects from when he was in the Flower Basquita relic of Cybertron, known as the Leadership Module, recognized only by the leaders of each generation of Cybertronians. Yet later, the inhabitants of Cybertron had fractured into several factions, the largest being the Autobots and Decepticons. The Leadership Module. I can't believe you came along with me. As Oliver Pike's fingertips brushed against the Leadership Module, a blue light shot into his chest. The module then integrated itself into Oliver Pike's being. What a familiar power. I thought I had lost you forever. Initially, Oliver Pike had been acknowledged by the Leadership Module, though an accident had befallen him. Now, having regained it, he once more wielded the power of the Leadership Module. You want me to reconstruct the planet Cybertron? A thought transmitted from the Leadership Module into Oren Pyxis' mind. No, what the Leadership Module implies is not that I should transform this world into a steel planet akin to Cybertron, but rather that I must locate all the Cybertronians and provide them with a home. This was how Oren Pyxis comprehended the directive. Ever since the Primus, the Cybertronians of the Autobots had adhered to a principle. They would not oppress the indigenous inhabitants of lesser-developed worlds, nor would they annihilate their realms. It seems there are indeed other Cybertronians that have arrived in this world. I must find them. A resolute expression emerged in Oren Pyxis' eyes. He resolved to set sail with Balon Greyjoy the following day. After all, a fleet can traverse anywhere, perhaps, on a distant isle, in a quaint town, or at a bustling fishing port. He might encounter a fellow Cybertronian. Chapter 3. The Chivalric Spirit. What? Are you planning to set sail? Lord Balon Greyjoy furrowed his brow as he regarded the diminutive Oliver Pike, who stood barely 3 feet tall. Indeed, my Lord Balon, I wish to venture out to sea. I have learned much from Uncle Euron and can be of assistance to you. Euron Greyjoy, known as Wet Hair, was Balon Greyjoy's brother and the priest of the Iron Islands. As a servant of the drowned god, he possessed a wealth of knowledge, including the rudimentary practice of resuscitation. The proudest tradition of the Ironborn was to be submerged during their drowning ceremony, only to be revived, thereby proving themselves as children of the sea and subjects of the drowned god. Reviving those who had briefly succumbed to drowning was a daily task for the priest. Oliver Pike had been studying under Wet Hair for 2 years. Although Balon Greyjoy was aware of Oliver's remarkable abilities, the current circumstances differed greatly from those of previous years. The entire continent of Westeros was engulfed in a tumultuous transition of dynasties. In King's Landing, Aegon Targaryen had yet to meet his demise. Tywin Lannister's intentions remained ambiguous, leaving uncertainty about his potential alliances. For Balon Greyjoy and his crew, setting sail was akin to embarking on a predatory expedition fraught with peril. The value one possessed directly correlated to the power one wielded. Olivar, do you think it will rain today? Balon inquired. To Balon. Olivar Pyke seemed to be a vessel sent by the drowned god himself. He had once prophesied a tsunami, saving numerous Ironborn along the coast. As a result, many in the Iron Islands regarded Olivar as a seer, a prophet, and some even called him the child of weather. Since Olivar's arrival in the Iron Islands, the frequency and intensity of rainfall had diminished significantly, alleviating the suffering of many afflicted with rheumatic ailments. Balon Greyjoy's question about rain was, in fact, a test of Olivar's abilities. Olivar gazed upward at the sky, which was devoid of clouds. Yet, with unwavering certainty, he proclaimed, "It will rain, it most certainly will. And it shall be a tempest. Nevertheless, I shall still set sail." "Very well, Viper, I entrust him to your care. Do not let him perish on his maiden voyage." Balon Greyjoy ascended onto the ship. Olivar Pyke noticed his first mate approaching. He was quite familiar with Viper, who bore a striking resemblance to a serpent, particularly with his elongated, oval-shaped pupils, which earned him his name. "Uncle Viper, Olivar, you have indeed shattered records, setting sail with pirates at the tender age of 3. I dare say that is unparalleled in this world." He laughed. "Come, let me show you our route map." As the other sailors busied themselves with cargo and inspected the masts and sails, Balon Greyjoy stood on the deck, gazing out at the boundless ocean, lost in thought. Olivar Pyke joined Viper in examining their route map. This time, they intended to depart from the Iron Islands, first heading to the Isle of Shields, then visiting Old Town, and finally reaching the Isle of Summer before returning home. "Why not make a stop at Lannisport? Is it due to the naval prowess of House Lannister?" inquired Oren Pyke. "Tywin Lannister is the most formidable figure in the Seven Kingdoms. It would be prudent for us to avoid that path." "I am certain that Lord Balon Greyjoy would also prefer not to hear the lament of Castamere," the Viper remarked, as Oren Pyke prepared for his inaugural voyage. A Cybertronian scout in the far-off King's Landing faced a momentous decision. "Jaime, you have slain the king." At that very moment, Babidi watched as the White Knight, Jaime Lannister, plunged his sword into the back of the mad King Aerys. Aerys collapsed before the Iron Throne, blood oozing from the wound, staining the ground crimson, while Jaime Lannister took his place upon the Iron Throne. "Babidi, I recognize your true knightly spirit. You profess loyalty to such a king? Or shall you slay him and seek a more virtuous sovereign?" Babidi, known as Bumblebee, had arrived in this world many years prior to Oren Pyke. Also in pursuit of comrades, he had entered the power center of Westeros, King's Landing, serving as a royal knight tasked with safeguarding the crown, though not as a Kingsguard. As Babidi beheld the handsome visage of Jaime Lannister, he found that beautiful face to be disturbingly malevolent. It sullied his white cloak. Outside the walls of King's Landing, soldiers of House Lannister had gathered, and my father was among them. "I shall proceed to the gates to greet him. If you wish to slay me, now is your final opportunity, for it is only we two here. Make your move, Babidi." Jaime Lannister urged Babidi to take his life. Perhaps he sensed the gravity of his actions, yet was obeying the commands of the Mad King Aerys. Was that truly just? The Mad King had compelled him to slay his own father. Jaime Lannister wavered between the roles of regicide and parricide, ultimately choosing the path of the former. Thus, he forever forfeited his chivalric honor. Babidi glanced at the lifeless body of Aerys, now devoid of warmth, and removed his armor. "Jaime, the choice of your life rests solely with you. I shall not impede Tywin's entry into the city, but I implore you to counsel your father against the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents." After Babidi spoke, he departed the Red Keep, leaving Jaime Lannister alone upon the Iron Throne. "Haha, is this what solitude feels like? I believe I have come to understand." Jaime Lannister erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Babidi made his way to a secluded garden, contemplating self-destruction to preserve his knightly spirit and honor. Just as he was about to take that final step, a small girl suddenly approached. "Sir Babidi, Princess, is that you?" The newcomer was Rhaenys Targaryen, the daughter of Prince Rhaegar and Princess Elia Martell. "Mother and my brother are hiding inside, but I am frightened. Can you protect us and take us back to Dorne?" As he gazed into those innocent eyes, Babidi felt a compelling urge to postpone his demise. He had at least one final task to accomplish for the royal family. Rising to his feet, he lifted Rhaenys into his arms. "Where is the princess?" he inquired. Rhaenys pointed in a certain direction. Babidi dashed forth with remarkable speed, while those he encountered were fleeing in the opposite direction, for the city gates had been flung open. Soldiers of House Lannister surged in like a pride of lions descending upon a flock of sheep to enact their slaughter. Bang! The door was violently shattered from the outside. Babby beheld Princess Elia and young Prince Aegon. "Your Highness, the prince, please follow me. I shall lead you to safety." With Rhaenys secured on his back and Aegon swaddled in cloth against his chest, he forged ahead, with Princess Elia trailing closely behind. The four of them treaded cautiously as they made their escape, only to be confronted by an unexpected figure, Jaime Lannister, clad in gleaming white armor. The garb of the King's Guard, he stood before them. "Jaime, do you intend to present the heads of the princess and her son to your father for glory?" Babby demanded sharply. "No, I am here to save you," Jaime replied. "The soldiers of House Lannister will not harm me if you use me as a hostage. You may leave King's Landing. Otherwise, a grim fate awaits you." Chapter 4. A moment of crisis. Olenna Tyrell embarked on her maiden voyage, a mere speck amidst the fleet commanded by Balon Greyjoy. Yet, the sailors aboard knew of Olenna, for it was the crew of Balon's ship that had once rescued her from the depths of the sea. "Olenna, we've sailed 20 nautical miles. Why has it yet to rain? Have you miscalculated?" Balon Greyjoy questioned, sipping rum while casting a glance at Olenna seated on the deck. "It will certainly rain today." "I am not mistaken," Olenna replied, brimming with confidence. Her assurance stemmed from the leadership module within her. After absorbing the module anew, she had essentially transformed back into a Cybertronian, albeit appearing human on the outside, as a highly advanced mechanical life form. Olenna possessed radar capabilities akin to that of a satellite, enabling her to detect the unusually high humidity in the air, thus her conviction that rain was imminent. However, it would not fall upon the sea, but rather on the Isle of the Fairies, which was their intended destination, based on their current speed. They anticipated the downpour would coincide with their arrival at the Isle. Meanwhile, a grand event was unfolding on the Isle of the Fairies, the selection competition for heroes. Not long ago, the Farman family had unearthed a colossal sword while mining for gold. Embedded within the rock, only the hilt was visible, measuring an impressive 6 feet in length, leaving the full extent of the sword's grandeur a mystery. The Farman family organized a valiant selection event, wherein anyone capable of extracting a sword from the rock would be honored with the title of knight. The prospect of transcending societal classes is not something the ordinary individual can achieve, particularly in the West, where Tywin Lannister's formidable influence has rendered the region devoid of any renowned second-tier families aside from his own. For a commoner born in the West, a woman's best hope is to marry into the Lannister lineage, while men are destined to serve as soldiers for the Lannisters. Otherwise, they are relegated to the life of a miner. The West is indeed rich in gold mines, many of which remain untapped, attracting numerous strong miners eager to partake in the competition. The mere act of drawing forth the sword promises a chance to transcend class and ascend to the knighthood. Yet, many have attempted repeatedly, only to find the sword unmoved. How foolish. The Star Sword is a relic reserved solely for leaders. How could a throng of commoners ever hope to wield it? Among the miners, several stood apart, having no intention of attempting to draw the sword, for they understood that it was the Star Sword, a sacred artifact from Cybertron. Even as a miner, I would not dare attempt it, and now that I am human, I certainly shall not, exclaimed one excavator in frustration. Alas, perhaps the primordial celestial is angered by our internecine strife and intends to eradicate us all, lamented a mixer truck. These individuals were originally part of a construction crew on Cybertron, engaged in building structures when they were drawn into the black hole, only to find themselves in a new world still laboring as miners. Their dissatisfaction was palpable. Impossible. Would the primordial celestial engage in such acts? That is the domain of the Cosmic Emperor and the Fallen Primal, retorted a loader. I wager that even if Megatron himself were to try, he would fail. However, there is one who might succeed, suggested a steamroller. You mean Optimus Prime, the custodian of the Iron Fortress archives? I believe his name was Oren Pyxis, correct? Inquired a crane. Indeed, he was recognized by the leadership module, visited the Well of the Spark, and subsequently, Cybertron transformed into a black hole. Do you think Optimus Prime is responsible for this? Could it be? He is merely a leader of the Autobots. What could he possibly do to disrupt the primordial celestial's Well of the Spark? Could he truly be so malevolent? They have long since conspired together with Megatron. Cybertron has been jointly ruled by them for ages. At this moment, the Iron Throne's dominion is also on the verge of change. Ellis was slain by Jaime, and Tywin Lannister has led his forces into King's Landing. Yet, he continues to search for his son Jaime and the remnants of the royal bloodline. Cursed be it. Mountain, go and find them all for me. Tywin Lannister roared, his voice resonating like that of a mighty lion. Yes, my lord. The imposing Gregor Clegane, half a mountain in stature, began a frenzied search alongside Lannister soldiers. The citizens of King's Landing were caught in the turmoil. Kill them all. Tywin Lannister, indifferent to all else, is now preoccupied with the fate of his son and the remnants of House Targaryen. The lives of the common folk in King's Landing are, in his eyes, of little consequence. The Iron Throne stands vacantly, and beneath the steps laden with swords, the body of Island Payne lies in a state of rigidity. Tywin Lannister approaches with measured steps, his foot landing upon the severed head of Island. Island, did you ever foresee this day? Ha ha ha. Tywin bursts into laughter, then viciously stamps down upon the corpse's head. Just as Tywin revels in his grim satisfaction, a voice interrupts. Brother, we have located Jaime. He has been captured and is being taken towards the seaside. Also, Princess Myrcella and Prince Tommen are with them. Tywin's younger brother, Kevin, rushes in, only to witness Tywin's desecration of Island's remains. Understood. Tywin produces a clean handkerchief to wipe the blood from his boots. Let us depart. We must not allow them to escape King's Landing. Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark are on their way. We must present the royal corpses. Bobbity is currently in a precarious position, for the one obstructing him is the mountain. The mountain towers over Bobbity, yet he fears him not, provided it is a one-on-one encounter. However, Bobbity must also protect the princess and her children, a most delicate situation. If only I were still a transformer. I could strike down the mountain with a single blow. Alas, I am but a human. Bobbity laments. Bobbity, surrender. Release Ser Jaime and hand over the princess and her children, and I shall plead for your pardon with Lord Tywin. The mountain recognizes that Bobbity is not to be trifled with. He is reluctant to escalate to a deadly confrontation. Bobbity is an exceptional scout, equally adept at reconnaissance and combat. Despite the mountain's formidable strength, he cannot guarantee Bobbity's defeat. Meanwhile, Jaime is in a state of great anxiety. For the one approaching is the mountain. Were it anyone else, Jaime might leverage his status as Tywin's son to negotiate his release, but the mountain answers solely to Tywin. The words of others, even the king, hold no sway over him. Chapter 5, The Starry Sacred Sword as the Iron Fleet docks at the Isle of Tears. They are greeted by an eerily deserted coastline. What is the meaning of this? Have they somehow foreseen our arrival and fled? Balon Greyjoy muses, surveying the desolate dock. Olivar. What is your take? I do not know, but it appears rain is imminent. Dark clouds gather overhead, and soon torrents of rain pour down as if someone were dousing the land with buckets of water. What a fierce storm. It stings upon contact. Yet, as sailors, what pain is this? Make landfall. We cannot return empty-handed. We must procure something of value. The Ironborn surge forward, with Olivar Pike among them, donning a straw hat due to the heavy downpour, resembling a diminutive pirate. Trouble. Trouble. The pirates have arrived. Initially, Count Famin was engaged in selecting a hero to draw forth the colossal sword when he suddenly found himself in a state of panic. The Iron Islands posed the greatest threat to them, and he had originally contemplated presenting the mighty sword to Tywin Lannister in Casterly Rock as a means of seeking protection. However, time was of the essence. In a moment of ingenuity, Count Famin devised a clever plan. Instead of resisting, they would all surrender, and he would personally meet with Lord Balon Greyjoy. The inhabitants of Fair Isle raised their hands in surrender, and it was the first time Balon Greyjoy had witnessed such prompt capitulation. He had initially intended to execute a few to heighten the spectacle. We cannot slay them. To do so would be unjust. We would invite the wrath of the drowned god. Oren Pyxis intervened, preventing Balon Greyjoy from committing acts of indiscriminate violence against the innocent. How can we procure their treasures without shedding a few lives? Count Famin hurriedly arrived at the scene. Lord Balon Greyjoy, we possess a treasure to offer you, one that only a true Lord of the Seas may rightfully claim. Please, spare the innocent. Balon Greyjoy chuckled at the spineless Count Famin. Ha ha, very well. Given your discernment and Oren Pyxis' influence, I shall spare your people. Now, bring forth the treasure. The treasure lies in the mountains. Please, my lord, follow me. To the mountains? Have you set a trap to ensnare me? A cunning glint sparkled in Balon Greyjoy's eyes. He was no fool. He was the king of the pirates. Shrewd and calculating. Why venture into the mountains? Oren Pyxis inquired. Count Famin, noticing the diminutive stature of Oren Pyxis, lamented the fact that such a small figure had turned to piracy. There exists a legendary sword within the mountains, one that only the great Balon Greyjoy may wield. None other can draw it forth. Balon Greyjoy's interest was piqued. Let us go and see this sword. Oren Pyxis felt a flicker of recognition. He seemed to grasp what sort of sword it might be. Upon arriving at the base of the mine, they beheld the gleaming gold, or that had been extracted. Balon Greyjoy exclaimed, "The Westerlands are indeed bountiful. There is gold aplenty, even on Fair Isle. Indeed, though the gold of Casterly Rock and Golden Grove surpasses ours, we are willing to pay tribute to you, Lord Balon." Balon Greyjoy relished the compliment. "Where is the sword?" "There." Count Famin gestured towards the base of the mountain. Balon Greyjoy approached the sword, which indeed presented itself as a hilt of considerable size. However, its excessive length suggested it was likely a weapon of giants. Before the Dawn Age, the children of the forest, giants, and other races inhabited Westeros, but after the arrival of the first men, they retreated to the north. Following the establishment of the Wall, they remained beyond its confines. Giants were said to tower at heights of 3 to 4 tens of feet. Thus such a weapon could only belong to them. Though Balon Greyjoy coveted it greatly, he was acutely aware that he could not extract it himself. Cough. Have you all truly attempted it, my Lord Count Famin? We have organized a selection trial for heroes. Whoever can draw forth the divine sword shall be bestowed the title of knight. Yet, none have succeeded. Are you jesting with me? Baron Greyjoy's countenance darkened, his hand instinctively reaching for violence. Hold your wrath, my lord. Stepped forth Oren Pyke, removing his straw hat. What troubles you, Oren Pyke? Speak your mind. I believe the god of drowning shall bless me to draw this sword. What? You intend to attempt drawing the sword? Ha ha ha. Baron Greyjoy laughed, joined by the mirth of those around him. Oren Pyke, barely 3 feet tall, faced a hilt 6 feet in length. His endeavor was indeed absurd. Yet, Oren Pyke maintained an expression of serene determination. He gazed at Count Famin. If I were to draw the holy sword, would I not also be knighted? Becoming a knight is a rare distinction. Most shall never attain it, not even kings. Only a knight may bestow knighthood upon another. And it was Tywin who knighted the Knights of Ellis. That is a given. I, Famin Clint, pledge my honor as Count of Fairy Isle on your behalf. Very well. Baron, permit me to give it a try. If I fail, what matter? I am but 3 years of age. Shall they not find it amusing? Oren Pyke's large eyes twinkled with hope. Indeed, it was reasonable for a child of 3 to be unable to draw a colossal sword. What was there to mock? All right. Go ahead and try, though I harbor little hope. Oren Pyke, unless you truly are a favorite of the god of drowning. With measured steps, Oren Pyke approached the immense sword, gazing at the vast hilt before him. He had once perused the records of the Star Sword in the Iron Fortress archives. It was forged by the Celestial Chosen with the Celestial Hammer, and its first wielder was the foremost of the 13 apostles, the Prescient One. Naturally, the memories passed down within the leadership module were far more precise. Originally, the Star Sword was embedded with a leadership module, which later shattered into 5 fragments. Henceforth, the Star Sword was but a remnant of its former self. Yet only a leader could wield it. Oren Pyke's small hand grasped the hilt of the Star Sword, and in an instant, his true form manifested. A towering giant, over 30 feet tall, the pillar of heaven, drew forth the Star Sword. In that moment, the mountains trembled and the earth quaked. Boulders tumbled from the summit, threatening to obliterate all below. Baron Greyjoy and Count Famin turned pale, feeling the specter of death looming near. Yet, a colossal figure shielded them. Oren Pyke, wielding the Star Sword, struck at the falling rocks, cleaving them as if they were mere cheese. Oren Pyke then bent low, enveloping Baron Greyjoy and the others beneath his protective form. Fortunately, there were few present, allowing Oren Pyke to shield them completely. Thud, thud, thud. The debris rained upon Oren Pyke, the echoes of impact lingering long after the storm of stones subsided. Chapter 6. Encircled upon emerging from the valley, Balon Greyjoy beheld the diminutive figure of Oren Pyke, adorned with a straw hat and barely 3 feet tall. It was a challenge to reconcile this image with that of the towering giant, over 30 feet in height, who wielded a colossal sword. Olin, your secret shall remain unspoken. I swear it by the drowned god, Balon Greyjoy declared with solemnity and gravity. The other Ironborn echoed their oaths to the drowned god. Count Fairman promptly added, I swear by the 7 that I shall never reveal the secret of Sir Owen Pyke. Sir? Me? Owen Pyke momentarily forgot the earlier decree that one who could draw the sacred sword would be knighted. His heart brimmed with joy, having reclaimed the sacred artifact. The star blade of Cybertron. This sword, now reduced to a mere foot in length, hung at his waist. Indeed, Owen Pyke, you are a true knight. You possess the power to safeguard the lives of the innocent. Such a spirit is rare. I have no ties to you, yet you have protected me. Count Fairman expressed with admiration. With great power comes great responsibility. I drew the sword. The rifts in the mountain and the falling debris are my doing. Thus I must bear the consequences. Owen Pyke stated with remarkable composure. Regardless, I wish to personally bestow upon you the title of knight. I wonder if Sir Owen Pyke would consent. Owen Pyke glanced at Balon Greyjoy, who nodded in affirmation. He too nodded in response. Please kneel, Owen Pyke. Owen Pyke knelt on one knee. Count Fairman drew his sword and lightly tapped it on both of Owen's shoulders while uttering a few words of blessing. In the name of the Holy Father, I beseech you to be just. In the name of the Holy Mother, I implore you to be compassionate. In the name of the warrior, I demand your courage. And in the name of the stranger, I permit you to take the lives of others when necessary. Rise now. Owen Pyke, you are a true knight. Owen Pyke stood up with a broad smile. Well done, Owen. A knight at 3 years old. Such a feat has not been seen in all of Westeros for a millennium. Once aboard the ship, we must celebrate heartily. Several sailors approached to congratulate Oren Pyxis. While Oren Pyxis was formally knighted, another knight found himself in peril. Heifer, I shall count to 5. Release Sir Jaime, or do not blame me for what follows. The Mountain's countenance was menacing as he drew his massive sword. He had resolved to kill both Heifer and Jaime, followed by the Queen and her child. 5, 4, 3. Jaime sensed the imminent threat. He feared that the Mountain intended to slay him as well. It was a rare occurrence for anyone to instill fear in him. But the Mountain was one of those few. Mountain, I am the eldest son of Tywin Lannister. Do you dare to kill me, unafraid of my father's wrath? Sir Jaime, you have brought disgrace upon yourself and the Lannister family by slaying the king, yet your demise may serve to absolve that shame. Lord Tywin, you are still young and capable of begetting another heir. Jaime was taken aback that the Mountain would utter such words, displaying a depth of thought that belied his brutish appearance. 3, 2, 1. Attack. The Mountain raised his colossal sword high above his head, poised to strike, when suddenly a small stone flew from an unknown source, striking his finger with astonishing force and precision, causing him to falter. Who could it be? The Mountain scanned his surroundings but found no one. Yet, the small stones continued to rain down upon him. Is it sorcery? Show yourself, if you have the courage. Face me directly. I cannot be slain by you. The Mountain bellowed, swinging his great sword at the air. Clang, clang, clang. The small stones continued to pelt him, leaving him in a state of disarray. An unseen adversary. Bumblebee felt a familiar sensation, as if he had recalled the identity of his assailant. Is it you, Mirage? Have you come to rescue me? Bumblebee shouted into the void. Ha ha ha, Bumblebee, you truly find yourself in a dire predicament. As the mightiest duelist of Cybertron. How did you come to such embarrassment? A figure clad in blue armor and a white cloak appeared not far from them. What brings you here? I am now a hired knight of Prince Doran Martell. He sent me to rescue his sister. Is that not a reasonable task? Princess Elia, fear not. Bumblebee, and I shall ensure your safe passage to Dorne. Mirage assured the princess, who looked upon him with gratitude. How fares my brother Doran? And what of Oberyn? They are both well, do not worry. At that moment, upon seeing Mirage, the Mountain swung his massive sword towards him. Watch out. Bumblebee interposed himself before Mirage, absorbing the Mountain's assault. Clang. Bumblebee was knocked aside by the Mountain's strength. Mirage, I have heard of your renown. You have only recently begun to make a name for yourself, yet you have insulted the honor of knighthood. The Mountain criticized. What do you mean I have insulted the honor of knighthood? Pray, enlighten me. As a knight, you practice the sorcery of invisibility. Is that not a betrayal of the knightly code? The Mountain demanded. Few present, save for Bumblebee, knew that Mirage's original invisibility was based on optical cloaking. Even Bumblebee was unaware of where Mirage had acquired his current method of stealth, for he was certain Mirage was indeed human. Foolish child, my techniques are beyond your comprehension. Behold, Mirage vanished once more, swiftly dispatching several soldiers accompanying the Mountain before reappearing, his boots stained with blood. How do you fare, Sir Gregor Clegane? If you are afraid, you may take your leave. After all, we bear no grievances towards one another. You wouldn't sacrifice your life for Tywin, would you? Phantom urged. Humph, a mere trick. I have already seen through it. No, I shall slay you. Emotion swung a sword, but Phantom vanished once more. However, every time he attempted a stealthy assault, he was compelled to confront Emotion's colossal blade. Emotion's arms were longer than his own, and his sword exceeded his reach as well. If Phantom wished to eliminate Emotion directly, he had to close the distance. Yet, Emotion's weapon would inevitably strike first. How could this be? Can you see me? Phantom asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. Ha, you have revealed your flaw. Your invisibility is nothing extraordinary. Phantom remained oblivious to the reason his stealth failed until Bobby's warning reached him. Watch your feet, Phantom. As he glanced down, he discovered numerous bloodied footprints, his own. So that was it. When he had slain those soldiers, he had tread upon their blood. The realization came too late, for Lord Tywin had already arrived. Emotion chuckled. Then, Bobby and the others witnessed a sea of red and gold lion banners emerging from all directions, encircling the area tightly. The crowd dispersed as a tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged man approached, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. It was Tywin Lannister. Chapter 7. The mysterious giant Tywin surveyed the scene. Elia and her 2 children were present, unharmed. And Jaime was still alive. A sigh of relief escaped him. Bobby, I admire your true knightly spirit, but the king is dead. Your loyalty to the crown is no longer required. The new king is about to ascend. Why not pledge your allegiance to him? Unmoved by Tywin's persuasion, Bobby remained steadfast. New king? Are you referring to yourself, old lion? Hearing Bobby mock his elder brother, Kevin's expression darkened ominously. Do you dare insult my brother? Do you not realize he is the most powerful man across the Seven Kingdoms? Even when Ares was alive. All the realms heeded my brother's command, not that madman. Kevin gestured for the Lannister soldiers to draw their swords, a threat lingering in the air. Stand down, Tywin commanded. The soldiers immediately froze in their motions. Their synchronized obedience was indicative of exceptionally trained warriors. Release my son, and then we shall discuss the rest. Discuss the rest? You old fox, you will undoubtedly wait until we release Jaime before going back on your word. The integrity of your family is certainly questionable. Phantom mocked. No, you were mistaken. The Lannister family honors its debts. Release Jaime, and all will be well. And if we refuse, will you truly risk everything? Knowing you would have to sacrifice your son? Phantom pressed the sword against Jaime's neck. Jaime bore a look of helplessness. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Tywin's countenance darkened, resembling a stormy sky. Just then, someone rushed in. Lord Tywin, do not engage. It was Robert Baratheon, Jon Arryn, and Eddard Stark, arriving on the scene. A bald man clad in a black robe rushed forward with great urgency. My Lord Varys, how could they arrive so swiftly? Tywin furrowed his brow. Swift? My dear Tywin. The time you have squandered has allowed them to reach us without delay. Varys offered a faint smile, casting a glance at the formidable Bababy. I shall leave you to the new king's discretion. Take them away. Within the grand hall of the Red Keep, soldiers from various houses crowded the space, filling it to the brim. The bodies had been removed to the side, yet they had not yet been burned. A tall, robust figure sat upon the Iron Throne. He was Robert Baratheon, in the vigor of his youth, capable of wielding a heavy iron hammer with strength comparable to a mountain's might. Eddard, where has Tywin gone? Are there still members of the royal family alive? Where are their bodies? Eddard Stark, youthful at merely 20 years, bore a countenance far less at ease than Robert's. Robert, how do you intend to deal with those individuals? Shall we execute them? Indeed, eliminate them all. Not a single one shall remain. Aha, I shall avenge Lyanna. Robert bellowed, his voice resounding with fervor. Robert, your task now is to maintain your seat upon the Iron Throne. You must exercise discernment, spoke a man in his 50s, Jon Arryn. Robert and Eddard's guardian and the Duke of the Eyrie. Discernment? What do you mean by that? Robert's face displayed confusion. To be a king, one must learn both compassion and decisiveness. How will you handle the surrendering soldiers? Will you slay them all? Well, it would indeed be a pity to kill them all. Take, for instance, Balistan. I have quite the fondness for that old fellow. Robert chuckled. Very well. I have made my decision. Those who wish to join the Night's Watch at the Wall may don the black, and those who wish to ally with me may retain their former positions. Is that truly your intention, Robert? Eddard Stark's face lit up with joy. Indeed, however, the royal family must perish, regardless of the age of their offspring. Olenna Tyrell and her companions returned to their ship. This time, the Ironborn displayed an uncommon restraint, refraining from pillaging, though Count Farman graciously offered some tributes. Balon Greyjoy accepted with a smile, praising Count Farman's thoughtfulness. Inwardly, Count Farman had cursed Balon Greyjoy countless times, wishing they could have stormed the Iron Islands if they were not outmatched. My Lord Balon, may we visit Lannisport next? I have yet to see it. Olenna Tyrell inquired. Ah, Lannisport. Balon Greyjoy pondered. With Tywin having taken the main forces to King's Landing, few remained in the Westerlands, so a visit would be permissible. Very well. We shall make the journey. Let us replenish our supplies there. The Iron Fleet set sail once more, heading towards Lannisport. Olenna Tyrell retrieved the Starfall sword from her cabin. Rest assured, I shall uncover all the relics of Cybertron and not leave behind a single soul from its inhabitants. Oren Pyxis seems to be conversing with the Starsaber. Yet in truth, he is merely motivating himself. After all, amidst the vastness of humanity and the enormity of the world, it is indeed a daunting task for him to locate every last remnant of Cybertron. Unbeknownst to him, there exist several Decepticons on Fairy Island, specifically 6 Constructicons, who now masquerade as miners, although they were originally miners by trade. Oren Pyxis remains oblivious to their presence, for they have assumed human forms, and unless they were to engage directly, he would not discern their true identities. On Fairy Island, a few Constructicons congregate, expressing their dismay. To think he still lives, Oren Pyxis, the leader of the Autobots. But where is our leader? They lament. Yet, unbeknownst to all, far beyond the northern reaches of the desolate Great Wall, in a frigid realm seldom traversed by even the wildest of men, lies an enormous subterranean cavern. Here, one can find the colossal form of a mechanical life form, or perhaps a corpse towering over 30 feet in height. It is difficult to ascertain whether he is alive or deceased, as he remains utterly still, seemingly entrapped in an eternal slumber beneath the ice. One can glimpse strange markings through the transparent ice, akin to human tattoos or familial totems. In truth, These are the insignia of the Decepticons, and this being is none other than their formidable leader, Megatron. Fortuitously, Megatron has retained his corporeal form, having been preserved in this world. When the collapse of Cybertron led to its implosion into a black hole, Shockwave utilized his advanced technology to rescue Megatron, while his own fate remained shrouded in mystery, a testament to his unwavering loyalty. With a resounding crash, the ice is shattered from the outside. As a band of wild men arrives at this fabled site, known as the dwelling of the mysterious giant, it appears we have not ventured here before. Inquires a wild man with a red beard and hair. Beside him stands the towering wild man king, Mance Raider, clad in white bear pelts. Indeed, this is the very place. The records of the Night's Watch speak of it. We are not far from the land of eternal winter. Should we venture further north, we might encounter dreadful creatures. Fortuitously, we have discovered it. Mance Raider approaches the ice, encasing Megatron, gazing upon the imposing figure. O mysterious giant, might you grant me strength? Chapter 8. The abduction of Cersei. When Tywin brought the likes of Babidi and others before Robb, he chuckled. Ah, Lord Tywin, are you to enact justice upon your kin? To think you have even brought your son Jaime along. Jaime, indeed, bore the countenance of a captive, appearing somewhat awkward. Robb, how do you intend to deal with these individuals? Tywin Lannister inquired, harboring skepticism that Robb would execute them. Babidi, Jaime, the Phantom, Princess Illyria, along with her 2 children, were certainly destined for demise as remnants of the royal lineage. Robb raised his warhammer, prepared to strike, while Eddard Stark stood before Princess Elia with his arms outstretched. Eddard, what are you doing? Robb glared at his closest brother. You cannot slay them. They are merely women and children. If you kill them, how can you earn the trust of the realm? Will the people of Westeros accept you as their king? What then shall become of them? Perhaps this, Eddard. Why not adopt those 2 children? As for Elia, Jon Arryn interjected. At that moment, another army arrived in King's Landing, bearing the banners of House Martell, adorned with long spears. Leading them was their young prince, Oberyn Martell, the brother of Elia. Who dares harm my sister? Oberyn, mounted and brandishing his spear, charged forth like a tempest. Oberyn, what brings you here? Elia exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she beheld her brother. Of course, I have come to rescue you, the youthful Oberyn declared, brimming with confidence, disregarding the presence of others. Robb, allow me to take my sister away. We have Dorne pledge our support to your claim as king. This is also my brother's wish. Oh, why did your brother not come himself? Why send you? This impetuous lad? Robb retorted. Oberyn, do not be so arrogant. This is not your son's spear. It is my King's Landing. Robb advanced with his warhammer and Oberyn dismounted. The 2 approached each other, and Oberyn lunged with his spear, only to have it deflected by Robb's weapon. Swift indeed, but lacking in strength. Come again. Robb swung his hammer with great force, cracking the ground beneath them, but Oberyn had already evaded to a safe distance. They battled fiercely for 40 exchanges, and Oberyn began to feel the strain in his arms. He was nearing his limits. What a terrifying strength. Only the mountain could rival him, Oberyn thought to himself. As Robb prepared to strike once more, Varys suddenly intervened. My lords, perhaps you should cease this folly. The priority now is the ascension of the new king and the stabilization of the realm, not a fight to the death. Next time, Oberyn, train for a few more years before challenging me again, Robb declared, taking his seat upon the Iron Throne. He surveyed the crowd below. As previously discussed, Eddard, you shall adopt Elia's 2 children. Your guardianship will put my mind at ease. As for Elia, Oberyn, you may take her back to Dorne, but she must never leave Dorne until her death. Yes, your grace. Eddard Stark and Oberyn Martell both knelt, accepting the king's decree. And as for Jaime, he is pardoned, along with all of you. Tywin Lannister breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the preservation of his son Jaime's life. Informed the High Septon. I wish for the coronation ceremony to be held in a few days. I shall be crowned king, rightful and just. King's Landing was bustling with throngs of people these days, with soldiers from the north, the west, the east, and Dorne, alongside numerous refugees. The Minister of Intelligence, Varys, returned to his abode, greeted by his 2 adopted sons and daughters. My lord, the task entrusted to us has been accomplished. Prince Viserys Targaryen and the newborn Daenerys have set sail for Pentos, exclaimed a slender, enchanting girl with dark hair. She was known as the Black Widow, Varys' adopted daughter. We have informed Lord Illyrio, the governor of Pentos, to ensure the welfare of the Targaryen siblings for what is to follow, added a tall, somewhat cunning boy named the Red Spider, Varys' adopted son. The Black Widow and the Red Spider shared a unique bond, having been taken in by Varys, perhaps earning him the moniker of the Spider, for both his daughter and son bore arachnid-themed names. The tides of change have finally come. I wonder how long the Baratheon dynasty will endure, And how many generations of kings it may see. Varys sighed. His concern for the realm was genuine. After all, as a eunuch, there was little left for him to covet. My lord, why has Robert ascended to the throne? He hardly embodies the qualities of a leader, inquired the Red Spider. Ah, the term leader is indeed a department. What, pray tell, constitutes a true leader? Varys prompted. The Red Spider contemplated and described the formidable image of a ruthless tyrant, ambitious and steeped in martial prowess, living for the battleground, with unwavering and steadfast goals. Well articulated. However, Robert's kingship is a product of political maneuvering. In the north, Eddard is his brother. In the east, Jon Arryn is his foster father. And Stannis from Storm's End is his own brother. The Martell family from Dorne owes him a significant debt, for he spared the life of Elia Martell. Additionally, Robert possesses a trace of Targaryen blood, as his grandmother was a princess of that lineage. Such is the advantage of noble blood, Varys elaborated. It seems the Westerlands may be Robert's Achilles heel, yet I suspect that Tywin Lannister, that old fox, will seek a union with Robert. I hear his daughter, Cersei Lannister, is the very jewel of the Westerlands. Varys chuckled. Are you suggesting that Cersei will become queen? The Red Spider asked. Indeed. It is certain that Cersei shall ascend the queenship, yet to balance the Lannister power, the position of Hand of the King shall not fall into Tywin's grasp. Who, then, will assume the role of Hand? I surmise it will be Jon Arryn from the east. He is Robert's foster father, and with Robert's true father now deceased, he is Robert's greatest ally. Varys's predictions aligned with the unfolding of future events. Meanwhile, the future queen, Cersei, encountered misfortune. She had been captured by pirates from the Iron Islands. Originally, Cersei was to remain in Casterly Rock, but Tywin had hastened her departure with her dowry for King S Landing, for she was to become queen. Cersei prepared to depart from Lannisport, intending to navigate around Dorne and then head north across the narrow sea to King's Landing. This route was comparable in duration to traveling overland, as sailing was indeed swifter than riding. Unfortunately for her, fate dealt a cruel hand. She encountered the Iron Fleet commanded by Balon Greyjoy, who had made a detour to Lannisport and seized Cersei, the radiant jewel of the West. Release me at once. My father is Tywin Lannister, the most powerful man in the Seven Kingdoms. When he returns, he will surely exact vengeance upon the Iron Islands, mark my words. And my brother is Jaime Lannister, the mightiest knight of all. Do you not fear his blade? At merely 18, Cersei was a striking beauty, yet her haughty demeanor had long been cultivated. Even in captivity, she remained unafraid, knowing the Ironborn would think twice before inflicting harm upon her. On board the grand vessel of the Iron Fleet, Cersei continued her incessant tirade, seemingly oblivious to thirst or fatigue. Growing increasingly vexed, Balon Greyjoy directed his ire towards Olyvar Pike. Olyvar, find a sea urchin to silence her. Her incessant noise is unbearable. Olyvar, taken aback by the suggestion, thought it absurd to use something even piranhas would avoid as a gag. Nevertheless, he retrieved a passing sea urchin from the depths and approached Cersei. Lady of the West, I implore you to cease your clamor. Our captain is Balon Greyjoy, a fearsome pirate king, undefeated across the seas. What do you want? Step away. Do not come near me. Cersei recoiled at the sight of the sea urchin, her heart racing with terror. The thought of that creature touching her lips filled her with dread. Its venom could be fatal. If you promise to remain silent, I shall refrain from gagging you, and even grant you a sip of rum. What say you? Pirates aboard the ship seldom drank water, and rum served as the finest alternative, replenishing both hydration and vitamins. Cersei swallowed hard. It had been an eternity since she last tasted water, and her throat felt as though it were ablaze from her prolonged outburst. Ultimately, she acquiesced and was rewarded with the rum. Now that you've quenched your thirst, you may remain in solitude. After all, you cannot swim. You were trapped aboard this vessel. Olyvar settled onto the deck, basking in the sun, needing the solar energy to sustain his life force. With his transformation back into a Cybertronian, he required ample sunlight to thrive, relying solely on this source of energy. Observing Olyvar lounging comfortably while she remained bound, Cersei's discontent swelled. Hey, you there, are you a pirate too? Why wear a straw hat? Embarking on a pirate-esque life at such a tender age seems rather unpromising. At your tender age, it would be more fitting to seek a knight and serve as a squire. Are you from the Iron Islands? What is your name? How old are you? Do you have other family members? Suddenly, Ollien Pike found merit in Balon Greyjoy's actions, silencing Cersei, who was far too loquacious. Lady of the West, perhaps you should conserve your energy. After all, we shan't provide you with timely meals. If you find yourself hungry, it is you who shall suffer. Humph. I am Cersei Lannister, daughter of Tywin Lannister, not merely the Lady of the West. Although she was occasionally addressed as such, it now sounded to her ears like mockery. Cersei's thoughts were solely fixated on her father coming to her rescue. After all, she was destined to become the queen. In King S Landing, Tywin had indeed proposed a union with Robert Baratheon. Upon hearing this, Robert fell into a pensive silence. At that moment, his foster father, Jon Arryn, stepped forward to speak. A kingdom cannot exist without a king, and a king cannot be without his queen. Therefore, your majesty, you ought to wed Cersei. Let the arrangements for the marriage be entrusted to you two esteemed gentlemen. Robert consented to the match. Once Tywin and Jon had departed, Robert ventured to a clandestine location, guarded by numerous soldiers of House Baratheon at the entrance. Your majesty. Upon recognizing Robert, they all knelt. Rise. How's the protection of the item proceeding? Robert gestured for them to stand. Your majesty, no one has come here, aside from you and Lord Eddard Stark. None know of this. Ah, excellent. What could this item be? Even Robert's foster father seemed unaware. Perhaps he had not even disclosed it to his own brother Stannis. Robert's utmost trust appeared to reside solely with Eddard Stark. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Before him lay a patch of ground, or rather, a small piece of land, measuring only a few square meters, upon which rested a hammer, seemingly embedded perfectly within the earth. Robert approached, grasping the hammer with both hands, exerting all his strength, yet he could not lift it. Sighing deeply, he recalled the fierce battle not long past. In his struggle against Rhaegar, the war hammer had been deftly dislodged from his grip. Just as Rhaegar was about to end his life, this very hammer descended from the heavens. Without a second thought, Robert seized it and shattered Rhaegar's chest, reducing the ruby embedded within to fragments. Rhaegar perished, shrouded in mystery. However, in the aftermath, Robert found himself unable to lift the hammer again. Even 8 horses could not budge it, compelling him to excavate the earth beneath it and carry it away with soil intact. Later, Robert attempted to remove the earth bit by bit, but alas, once the soil was fully excavated, the hammer would drop again, proving impossible to hold. In resignation, he resorted to once more excavating it with the earth. This hammer, could it be the one used by the blacksmith among the 7 gods? Yet I, too, am a sincere believer in the 7, at the very least. My faith does not lie with the blacksmith. Regardless, this must be a divine artifact. But alas, I am unworthy to wield it. What a pity. Bumblebee and Mirage protect Princess Illyria on their journey to Dorne. For their guardianship, Oberyn and Dowlong express their deepest gratitude. Thanks to their gallant assistance, Prince Dowlong hosts a banquet in honor of the two, though he typically abstains from alcohol and is confined to a wheelchair. Today he indulges in a few extra cups due to his joy. My lord, you are too kind. I am merely a hired knight in your service. I was also following your command to King's Landing and unexpectedly encountered my old friend Bumblebee. Ha ha ha. This journey was well worth it. Mirage chuckles, delighted, as Bumblebee is the first Autobot he has discovered. Sir Bumblebee, do you have any plans for what comes next? Dowlong inquires, turning his gaze upon Bumblebee. I do not know. How about you become a hired knight in my service? Dowlong suggests. A hired knight? Bumblebee contemplates. He still longs to seek out more Autobots, especially their leader Optimus Prime, known as Oren Pyxis. However, the vastness of the world makes it a daunting task to find him alone. Moreover, Dorne is sparsely populated, a desolate desert. King's Landing, on the other hand, is bustling with life. Perhaps if he resides there for a few more years, he could encounter more companions. My apologies, Prince Dowlong, but I have decided to return to King's Landing. I believe I will find greater fortune there. Bumblebee, are you suggesting? Mirage realizes his implication. Indeed, Mirage, King's Landing is the heart of Westeros, where we are bound to meet those we seek. Very well. I hope we can reunite soon. For Cybertron. For the Autobots. Mirage raises his cup. For Cybertron, for the Autobots. Bumblebee joins him in a hearty toast. Bumblebee boards the ship bound for King's Landing, confident that it will not be difficult for him to become a royal knight once more. Perhaps even a Kingsguard would not be beyond his reach. Chapter 10. Peace reigns in King's Landing. Loras inquires of Tywin about the whereabouts of his daughter and when she might arrive. Just as Tywin is about to respond, he observes his younger brother Kevin rushing in, whispering something in his ear. Tywin's expression darkens, turning ashen. He draws his sword and curses vehemently. Cursed pirates, wretched Iron Islands. Oh, seeing Tywin's fury, the others are taken aback, pondering whether the Westerlands have fallen to the Ironborn. However, they quickly dismiss this thought, as the mountainous terrain of the Westerlands is hardly conquerable by pirates. Clearly, it is the Lannister family that has encountered trouble. My Lord Tywin, are you all right? Jon Arryn asks. My apologies, Your Majesty and esteemed ministers. My daughter has been abducted. She has been taken by the pirates of the Iron Islands. What, Cersei? At this moment, Jaime Lannister remains clad in white, having been pardoned by Robert, continuing his role as the White Knight. Upon hearing of his sister's kidnapping, he too was thrown into disarray. If that is the case, then let us select the queen from among the women of his house. Ned, I recall your wife has a sister, correct? Robert turned his gaze towards Eddard Stark. Eddard Stark's wife was once betrothed to his elder brother Brandon, who met an untimely demise, leading him to remarry. That lady hails from House Tully, named Caitlin Tully, and she has a sister, Lisa Tully, who is said to possess great beauty as well. Ahem, Robert, Lisa has already been promised to Lord John Arryn. You might want to consider another. Eddard Stark replied, somewhat awkwardly. It was astonishing that he and his foster father were connected by marriage. Robert too felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, perhaps we should set that aside. Lord Varys, you are well versed in matters of intelligence. Do you know of any noble daughters suitable for the role of queen? Varys, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, had been resting with his eyes closed, but Robert's inquiry caught him off guard. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Your Grace, from a political standpoint, the queen must be the daughter of an earl or a duke. However, as it stands, the North Stark family has no eligible daughters, and the Lannisters of the West would have been the prime choice. But with Lady Cersei's abduction, even if she were to return, she would no longer be unblemished. Tywin cast a cold glance at Varys, yet Varys remained undaunted. In the East, Lord John Arryn has no daughters. The Tully family's 2 daughters in the Riverlands are already settled. Highgarden is in a similar state, and you are more aware of the Stormlands than I. The Dornish princess has returned to Dorne. It seems the daughter of a duke is out of the question, thus we must settle for the daughters of earls. There are indeed many earls' daughters available, particularly among the southern noble ladies awaiting marriage. However, I am not entirely informed on the particulars. After listening to Varys's lengthy discourse, Robert realized he truly lacked knowledge on the matter. Very well, let the throne of the queen remain vacant for now. After all, I am still young, and time is on my side. Nevertheless, the audacity of the Iron Islands folk is astonishing. Moreover, they have not clearly expressed their submission to us. Hence, I have resolved to send troops to assault the Iron Islands. Do any of you dissent? Robert, although he was not fond of political affairs, relished the prospect of battle, and he would not let this opportunity pass. Eddard Stark cautioned, Robert, Westeros has endured too many wars. It would be prudent to allow for recovery. Indeed, once I have conquered the Iron Islands, I shall take the time to recuperate. Robert was resolute. He was determined to march against the Iron Islands. The Ironborn, led by Oliver Pike, sailed past Old Town, through the Shield Islands, and finally arrived at Cracklaw Point. Here, the Ironborn engaged in trade with the locals, and upon their return, the ship's cargo of gold and silver had diminished by half, exchanged instead for wine. Cersei had become markedly more subdued aboard the vessel after a prolonged period. It was impossible for her to maintain her usual demeanor. She was granted the liberty to roam, albeit restricted to the deck and forbidden from descending into the hold below. This was due to Balon Greyjoy's intention to use her as leverage for gold. Knowing that Tywin Lannister was a magnanimous man who would undoubtedly be willing to part with an equivalent weight of gold for Cersei. Thus, it could be said that Cersei had not suffered abuse, she had not been struck, and her basic needs for sustenance and clothing were met. As she stood on the deck, gazing out at the vast sea, she pondered when she might glimpse land again, or when she would return to Casterly Rock. Her dreams of queenship seemed increasingly uncertain. Meanwhile, Oliver Peake was basking in the sun as usual. Not only was he sunbathing, but he was also fishing with a rod. However, his approach was somewhat peculiar. He had no bait, no hook, and the line was not even cast into the water. Hey, Oliver, what sort of fish are you trying to catch? Cersei inquired. Flying fish, he replied. Flying fish? What kind of fish is that? Flying fish. Indeed, flying fish. It seemed Cersei sensed that Oliver was jesting. Nonetheless, she was aware that Oliver Peake was not to be underestimated. The other sailors held him in high regard. Oliver Peake, I have heard that you are a knight. Is that true? Cersei recalled hearing other sailors discuss Oliver's knighthood. Indeed, I was knighted by the Earl of Fair Isle himself. So it was him. Cersei's expression turned dismissive. The Earl of Fair Isle had once sought to break free from the dominion of the Westerlands and align with the Iron Islands. However, Tywin had swiftly quelled his ambitions by sending a minstrel to sing the reign of Castamere in the Hall of Fair Isle, causing the audience to turn pale and abandon any thoughts of defying the rule of Casterly Rock. Thus, as Tywin's daughter, Cersei held little respect for the Earl of Fair Isle. Yet, the Earl himself was no fool. It was indeed suspicious for a noble to personally knight a mere child. Cersei, believing herself to be exceptionally astute, suspected that Oliver Peake harbored secrets. Her curiosity about his hidden truths grew, leading her to persistently engage him in conversation until a fateful event transpired. The coalition organized by Robb Stark launched an assault on the Iron Islands, while the Ironborn's main forces had yet to return. Consequently, the Ironborn faced relentless defeats. In this moment of crisis, Euron devised a plan to set ablaze the Lannister fleet. which dampened the morale of the coalition forces and dealt a significant blow to Tywin. However, in the end, the coalition forces successfully captured the Iron Islands. Two of Balon Greyjoy's children perished, leaving only Theon and Asha to survive by mere chance. When Balon Greyjoy returned with the main force of his Iron Fleet, he found himself powerless to alter the course of events and ultimately had to submit to Robb seated upon the Iron Throne. Balon Greyjoy, your son shall serve as a hostage to be sent to King's Landing. Do you consent? Robb sat in the chair that rightfully belonged to Balon Greyjoy, gazing down at him as if he were a mere servant. As for sending him to King's Landing, your grace, will you take him in as a foster son? Ah, well, I am yet without a queen, and as a grown man, I am ill-equipped to care for them. Perhaps Eddard. Robb turned his gaze toward Eddard Stark. Eddard, would you consider adopting Balon Greyjoy's son? Very well, Eddard Stark reluctantly acquiesced. He had already taken in several children. Adopting a few more would not be a burden. Thus, Alan Pike and Theon were sent to Winterfell as foster children. Cersei ultimately became queen, but her experience of abduction remained the most thrilling chapter of her life. From that point onward, peace prevailed for over a decade until a certain event transpired. Chapter 11. The Rise of the Whites in Winterfell a month prior. Alan Pike loosened his belt, relieving himself while wielding a wooden stick, addressing Theon and the others. If you can touch me before I finish this business, I shall consider it a victory for you. Theon and his companions furiously brandished their swords and spears against Alan Pike. Yet, it was not long before they all lay sprawled on the ground. Theon, Jon, Robb, and another silver-haired youth, Aegon. Even in their combined effort, they could not best Alan Pike, who remained undeterred in his act. Long live the Titan. From a distance, Brandon and Arya cheered for Alan Pike, rushing over to assist their fallen comrades. More than 10 years had passed since Robb ascended the throne. Eddard Stark had matured into middle age, with 10 children, 5 of whom were born to his wife, Catelyn, while the others were either foster children or illegitimate offspring. Alan Pike, Theon Greyjoy, 2 silver-haired Targaryens, Aegon and Rhaenys, and finally Jon Snow, all grew up in Winterfell. Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully's 5 children were Robb Stark, Sansa Stark, Brandon Stark, Arya Stark, and Rickon Stark. Alan, your blows are truly fierce. You've marred my handsome face. A silver-haired youth approached Alan Pike, thumping his chest. This young man was Aegon Targaryen. He scarcely recalled his time in King's Landing, as he was but an infant then. However, his sister Rhaenys retained some memories. Yet, after spending an extended period in Winterfell, they had almost forgotten their true identity as dragons, instead perceiving themselves as mere dire wolves. Aegon, you could certainly play the victim. Seek solace from Lady Rose. Teased Olyvar Pyxis. Me? Aegon Targaryen widened his eyes in astonishment at Olyvar Pyxis, surprised by his playful nature. Haha. Olyvar Pyxis, so this is your true self. Very well. The group engaged in playful banter until the sun dipped below the horizon, prompting their return home. As they approached the dining hall, Olyvar Pyxis and his companions sensed an unusual atmosphere. It appeared that the cooks had prepared an abundance of delectable dishes. Hey, Sam, has someone special arrived? Asked Shout, seizing a passing servant. The son of the noble bronzed lord of the Vale, Yoren Royce, has voluntarily donned the black to serve as a night's watchman at the wall. He passed through Winterfell to pay his respects to Lord Eddard Stark, came the reply. With this news, Olyvar Pyxis and the others proceeded to the dining hall, taking their seats in order. Across the table, they spotted a young man clad in black, no more than 20 years of age, exuding an air of striking handsomeness. You all have returned rather late. Catelyn glanced at Olyvar Pyxis and his companions. Mother, our mounts were slow, which delayed us. Please forgive us. Brandon Stark, her most favored son, explained, and Catelyn accepted his excuse without dispute. As they dined, Waymar, the young visitor, turned his gaze toward Olyvar Pyxis. I have heard tales of a knight who was dubbed at the tender age of 3. I wonder who that might be? His eyes sparkled with curiosity and a fervent desire for battle, as if eager to meet this individual. It is Olyvar Pyxis, known as the Pillar of Heaven. Arya interjected before Brandon could respond. Olyvar Pyxis, hailing from the Iron Islands. Is it not you, Sir Olyvar? Waymar inquired, directing his attention toward Olyvar Pyxis, who appeared to be the strongest knight present, second only to Eddard Stark. Indeed, it is I, Olyvar confirmed. No, I am not a knight yet. I have not been officially dubbed. Waymar responded, I foresee that upon your arrival at the wall, you shall soon distinguish yourself and earn your knighthood. I can tell you are a true knight, brave and unyielding, devoted to protecting your homeland. Delighted by Olyvar Pyxis' self-praise, Waymar continued, Sir Olyvar, might we engage in a friendly contest? I am eager to witness the prowess of the youngest knight in all the realm. Olyvar Pyxis had anticipated this request. Yet with Eddard Stark present, he felt it prudent to seek his permission. Eddard Stark nodded. Only then did Oliver Pyxis speak. Since you are so eager, let us engage in a friendly spar. The two men armed themselves and made their way to an open area outside. Upon seeing Weimar draw his sword, a blade gleaming with a chilling light, unmistakably sharp, Oliver remarked, "Why do you not draw your weapon?" Weimar retorted, "Do you not see? My sword is firmly in my grasp." Oliver mimicked the stance, but before Weimar could react, he was struck in the nose by Oliver's fist, causing blood to spurt forth. You are cheating," Weimar exclaimed, anger flaring within him. "Ha ha, young Master Weimar, allow me to remind you that when you reach the wall, you shall confront foes far more sinister than ourselves. The wildlings are treacherous. If you do not learn to deal with cunning adversaries, you will surely fall prey to them the moment you step beyond the wall. And do not forget, there are even more fearsome creatures lurking beyond." Regaining his composure, Weimar wiped away the blood and approached Oliver with a serious demeanor, launching an attack. However, Oliver effortlessly sidestepped the blow, then struck Weimar down with a resounding slap. "Young master, you must practice harder. Your draw is too slow, and your reactions lag behind," Oliver critiqued. In the wilderness, Weimar Royce held a Valyrian steel dagger. "A gift from Oliver. The wildlings are all dead. Let us return. It is far too cold here. If we linger any longer, we may freeze to death." Gary, a seasoned ranger in his 50s, remarked, his ears having suffered frostbite from harsh winters. "But how shall we report back? We found the wildlings." But Malmont will undoubtedly inquire about what killed them. It could not have been the wildlings themselves. It must have been another creature, perhaps a bear or an ice wolf. Weimar insisted. "Do you not agree, Will?" Will, fully aware he would be questioned, was prepared. There were many wildlings, and the signs do not suggest a bear or wolf did this. For safety's sake, we should return. Gary, the veteran ranger, asserted, his experience lending weight to his words. "No, we must uncover the truth. Lead the way. I wish to see for myself," declared the noble Weimar Royce, determined to inspect the wildling corpses. However, what was there to behold? Yet among the three, he was the noble, and thus his wishes prevailed. Reluctantly, Gary and Will continued onward, with Will leading the way. When they finally arrived at the wildling camp, they were met with an eerie silence, the place deserted save for a bloodied axe. "What in the world has happened here? It is exceedingly strange and eerie. We must return at once. Otherwise, we may perish here." Gary's years of experience warned him that time was of the essence. Weimar felt a chilling breeze as well. Drawing his longsword with one hand, he unsheathed his Valyrian steel dagger with the other. "I sense they are near. Do not move recklessly, otherwise we shall all meet our doom." The three men formed a defensive circle, back to back. Then, they beheld several figures, once thought dead, approaching them. Their eyes shone a terrifying shade of blue. Whites, they are whites. Chapter 12. Escape from the wall. Will, Gary, and Weimar Royce stared in shock at the advancing figures. To bolster their spirits, they shouted, "For the night's watch, charge." The three men, seemingly reckless, charged at the whites, who had once been wildlings. After a fierce battle, they were fortunate to survive unscathed. Lying in the snow, they gasped for breath. "Did we just slay whites? They seem not to be invulnerable," Will inquired. "Indeed. Whites can be vanquished. Thus, the true threat lies not with them but with far more terrifying beings," Gary asserted. No sooner had he spoken than Weimar noticed shadows too. Then 5 figures approaching. They were tall, with skin of a bluish hue, their eyes a shade even more chilling than those of the whites. "Others, these are others," Weimar Royce murmured. "It appears that today may well be our last, yet this situation must be reported to the Night's Watch, to the Northerners, to the king. Therefore, Gary, you are most familiar with the way back. We shall protect you while you escape. Take this Valyrian steel dagger and convey our message to those in Winterfell. They will believe you. Tell them winter is coming." With that, Weimar Royce and Will shouted, "For Westeros, for King Robert," and charged fearlessly toward the others. Gary understood that hesitation was not an option. He immediately fled toward the wall, his escape frantic. Ultimately, he managed to mount a horse and survive, albeit briefly. Meanwhile, Weimar Royce and Will fell to the others with alarming ease. They chose not to pursue Gary, for their intent was to spread terror, leaving only one survivor. As Gary fled, he lost track of time until he finally reached the desolate wall. Collapsing in the snow, he could run no longer. A horn sounded, and someone emerged to escort him back to the Black Castle. Was he dead? It seemed he was the sole survivor, fortunate to have lived another day. "Benjen, what is your take?" inquired the old bear, whose hair and beard were entirely white. He was the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, while Benjen Stark was the first ranger. "Gary is an old veteran, having joined the Night's Watch even before I did. We shall await his awakening to learn the truth." "Truth? What truth?" In the northern wilderness, the enigmatic beings encountered unexpected trouble. Above, 2 eagles soared through the sky, while on the ground, a hunting dog prowled, and beneath, 2 moles launched their assault. These creatures dared to challenge the enigmatic beings. Had they grown weary of life? Or perhaps they were under some form of manipulation, merely following orders. On a distant hillside, a figure clad in primitive garb observed the scene from afar. The enigmatic beings, it seemed, were not formidable after all. They were merely a source of energy for the resurrection of the mighty Megatron. The eagles, moles, and hunting dog coordinated their efforts with remarkable agility, unexpectedly vanquishing 5 of the enigmatic beings. "We cannot waste these corpses. They are vital energy for the resurrection of Megatron," declared one mole. "Indeed. It is only through the power of the enigmatic beings that Lord Megatron can be revived," responded another, known as Chaos. A group of wild men approached, gathering the fallen bodies of the enigmatic beings. "Lord Soundwave beckons you to return. Hurry, esteemed ones." The wild men displayed a surprising respect for these animals. "All right, let us proceed," exclaimed the lead dog, Rumble, as he dashed towards Soundwave. Soundwave and his companions had been drawn here after the collapse of the Cybertron planet. Pulled into a black hole, he had transformed into a wild man, while his tape legion had assumed various animal forms. To the other wild men, Soundwave was an adept controller of multiple creatures. However, these animals possessed remarkably high intelligence, even capable of speech. After spending several years among the wild men, Soundwave encountered Megatron's icy tomb, where he remained frozen. Unfortunately, Soundwave's current technology was insufficient to liberate him. However, after serendipitously defeating an enigmatic being and studying its body, he concluded that their power might be the key to resurrecting Megatron. Thus, Soundwave embarked on a mission to hunt the enigmatic beings with his tape legion. In Winterfell, Rhaenys was washing her hair, but upon finishing, the water changed color, revealing that her hair was not silver as she had thought, but black. Why had she dyed her hair? Everything was for her brother. Rhaenys was the first child of Illyria, inheriting her appearance and hair color, resembling her mother. Yet, Aegon possessed silver hair and violet eyes. As a child, Aegon had questioned her about their differing looks, particularly their hair. Consequently, Rhaenys began dyeing her hair to match Aegon's silver locks. However, each time she washed it, her hair reverted to its natural black. What a hassle. "Rhaenys, shall we go work on our crafts together?" Sansa Stark called out as she entered. Upon seeing Rhaenys drying her hair, she exclaimed, "Oh, you've washed your hair again. I told you long ago, there's no need to dye it. Aegon has grown up and no longer requires this from you. Moreover, he does not retain memories of the past, only those from Winterfell." Sansa Stark is tall and beautiful, her figure, face, and hair all reminiscent of her mother, Catelyn, resembling a member of House Tully rather than House Stark. In stark contrast, Arya embodies the true essence of a Stark. "You are right. Perhaps I should cease dyeing my hair. It is not only a hassle but also quite expensive. My pocket money is depleted." Renly's face contorted in dismay. "I could share my allowance with you, half of it. After all, we are good sisters," Sansa Stark generously offered. The relationship between Sansa and Arya is strained, as Sansa has been raised as a proper lady while Arya has enjoyed a more free-spirited upbringing. Renly, being a former royal princess, also received careful education and nurturing from Catelyn. "Is your hair dry yet? Sister Modin is waiting for us." Sansa touched her hair, discovering it was nearly dry. "All right, let us depart. Let us see who can showcase the most beautiful flower this time." The two joined hands, departing with laughter and chatter. At the wall, Gendry finally awoke. He relayed his experiences to Commander Mormont, informing them of the wildlings' corpses, whites, and White Walkers. Regrettably, most were skeptical of the latter two. With no other option, Gendry stealthily stole a horse under the cover of night and fled from Castle Black, determined to inform the Warden of the North, armed with the dagger of Wireless. That was the only evidence he had. Chapter 13. A life spared in Winterfell. Oren Pyxis was instructing Bran in archery. "Watch closely, Bran. When you shoot, keep your arm relaxed, aim true." With a casual release, Olen's arrow struck the bullseye. "But Olen, your shot is akin to Theon's. Both hit the center. What is the difference?" Bran queried. "Now, watch me again. How about this shot?" Olen drew back and released another arrow, which astonishingly pierced through the previous one, embedding itself in the target. "Wow, incredible! How did you do that?" Bran's eyes widened in amazement. Even Jon and the others nearby were left speechless. "What's so remarkable? Allow me to demonstrate what it means to hit the mark from 100 paces. A true master can pierce a tree even with a broken arrow." Olen snapped the tip off an arrow and aimed at an oak tree approximately 150 paces away. With a swift whoosh, the arrow penetrated the oak. "Bravo!" Even Ned Stark, who was watching, applauded. "You all must learn from Olen. He is a true knight, a valiant warrior." "Yes, my lord." The others nodded in agreement. "Come, Bran, let me continue your lesson." Just as Olen Pyxis was about to resume teaching Bran, Sir Roderick arrived, the head of Winterfell's archers, bearing unwelcome news. My lord. My lady. Sir Roderick bowed to Ned and Catelyn. My lord, is there something the matter? Weren't you supposed to be patrolling the borders? It seems the north has been besieged by wildlings lately, with many common folk reporting that their cattle have been stolen. My lord. The guards have captured a fleeing Night's Watchman. Upon hearing this, Ned Stark's expression shifted dramatically. To the execution grounds. The sudden turn of events caught Oliver and his companions off guard. They had not anticipated attending an execution, though they had visited the site several times before. For Bran. However, it was a first experience. The execution grounds were located at an abandoned manor, once the domain of House Stark. In days gone by, the weather was not as frigid, and during summer, it blossomed with flowers, presenting a picturesque scene. But now, as the chill deepened, few were willing to venture there, and the flowers had ceased to bloom. Oliver and his companions rode on their fine steeds, while Bran was mounted on a small pony. Bran, do not show fear, sympathy, or sorrow. If you do, Lord Ned Stark will punish you upon our return, Oliver cautioned. The act of execution was solemn, and fear was not permitted. Yet, Ned's targets were men deserving of death, thus sympathy was not allowed either. Oliver spotted an elderly man whose ears were frostbitten, mumbling incoherently. The wildlings were slain by the others. We fought desperately to survive. They are all dead save for me. I truly saw the others. Had it not been for this dagger, I would have perished beyond the wall. A dagger fell to the ground, and Oliver immediately recognized it as the one he had gifted to Waymar Royce. Waymar, has he fallen? What a pity. Yet, perhaps this man speaks the truth. Eddard Stark raised his ancestral sword, Ice, prepared to deliver the fatal blow. However, just as the sword descended, it was intercepted by another blade. A figure stood before Eddard Stark. Oliver, what are you doing? Do not obstruct my lord's execution, Theon hastily urged. In his view, Oliver was challenging Eddard Stark's authority, a grave offense punishable by death. Oliver, do you have something to say? Eddard Stark regarded him calmly. I merely wish to know, my lord. Do you believe his words regarding the others? This dagger belonged to Waymar Royce, the very one I gifted him. He should have perished beyond the wall. Slain by the others. Is that not so, Night's Watchman? Oliver directed his gaze towards the old soldier. Indeed, Waymar Royce fell to the others. He urged me to flee with the dagger, and when the Night's Watchman did not believe my words, I had no choice but to escape south. My lord of the north, you must believe me. I may be destined to perish, yet the White Walkers have undoubtedly arrived. It is imperative to inform the king and the other lords. Everyone here has heard whispers of the White Walkers, though none have laid eyes upon them. However, the sincerity of this Night's Watchman, who is willing to sacrifice his life to warn us, has instilled a measure of belief among the gathered. Robb, is what he says true? Have the White Walkers returned? Bran inquired softly. Robb Stark found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Jon spoke up. This situation is indeed absurd, but if we encounter other absurdities, perhaps there is truth to this as well? Jon, what do you mean by absurdities? For instance, encountering a dire wolf on our way back, or the king arriving in Winterfell. Such notions were indeed ludicrous to the few present. For dire wolves had long vanished south of the wall, and while King Robert was a brother to Eddard Stark, they had not seen each other in a decade. Eddard Stark's hand still gripped the greatsword Ice as he turned to Ollien Pike. Do you believe him, Ollien Pike? I do, my lord, Ollien replied. Eddard then glanced at the others. What of you? Do you believe him, Theon? I believe Ollien Pike. Theon stammered, momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly expressing his sentiments. Ollien had grown up alongside Theon in the Iron Islands, and had subsequently come to Winterfell with him, making Ollien his most trusted confidant. And you, Robb? Eddard Stark turned to his eldest son. I too believe Ollien Pike. Uncle Benjen has written that the Night's Watch has been experiencing an alarming number of disappearances. There may indeed be White Walkers. Robb flexed his muscles in determination. Bran, what of you? Eddard Stark shifted his gaze to Bran. I, like Robb, choose to believe Ollien. Father, might we spare this Night's Watchman from execution? Uncle Benjen may be on his way. It would be prudent to hear his perspective. Though young, Bran spoke with a reasoned clarity that even surpassed Robb's deliberations. Very well, let us take him back to Winterfell. Eddard Stark resolved, sheathing the Valyrian steel sword Ice. Ollien Pike assisted the Night's Watch veteran to his feet. Relate your experiences in detail. I must know how Waymar Royce met his end. The veteran nodded, aware that he had gained a few extra days of life, thanks to Ollien Pike. We were a trio, a small team tasked with exploring beyond the wall. Will was adept at tracking. He was the one who discovered the wildling camp, though all that awaited us there were corpses. Chapter 14. The Frozen Wolf Pack. Having learned the intricate details of the events, Ollien Pike found the existence of such mythical beings as the White Walkers to be less surprising. For he had encountered even more wondrous creatures in his travels. As they journey back to Winterfell, Bran's horse lagged, prompting Oliver Pike to slow his pace and ride alongside him. Oliver, is it true that war is imminent? Are we on the brink of conflict with the wildlings? Bran inquired with palpable excitement. What asked this, Bran? Are you genuinely intrigued by the wildlings and the White Walkers? Oliver observed the young Bran, who was merely 7 years old, a mere child, yet to even master the art of swordplay. The old nurse regaled me with tales of them. The wildlings feast on raw flesh and spill blood indiscriminately. They are our greatest foes. The Night's Watch stands as the kingdom's first line of defense. Indeed. The Night's Watch serves as a shield, safeguarding all of Westeros, unwavering against the biting winds, Oliver asserted. Didn't Lady Catelyn also warn you that if you attempt to climb the wall again, you would be cast beyond it to be devoured by the wildlings? The wall is not like the fortifications of Winterfell. You would never scale it. Oliver continued, though he had never ventured to the wall. He had heard many stories from Brandon Stark. I truly wish to see the wall, and even more, to climb the Night's Watch. Bran declared with enthusiasm. He had scaled every castle, wall, and tower in Winterfell. One could say he learned to climb before he learned to walk, though many children shared this trait. Bran, you don't aspire to join the Night's Watch, do you? Lady Catelyn would never consent. Oliver exclaimed, alarmed by the dangerous notion. Joining the Night's Watch is a high honor, and each generation of our Stark family has had one member take the oath. Why shouldn't it be me? Bran replied with a smile. The two continued their banter, keeping pace until they caught up with the main party, which had halted by a small bridge. Something seemed to obstruct their path. Eddard Stark and the others dismounted. What has happened? Bran asked as he too dismounted. A monster, the corpse of a direwolf. Theon pointed towards the decaying white carcass ahead. How enormous! Bran marveled, noting that the deceased direwolf was significantly larger than his pony, nearly large enough for a rider. This is peculiar, Oliver frowned. What troubles you? This path was the same one we took earlier. Why do we encounter the dead direwolf upon our return? Judging by the state of decay, it must have been dead for at least a week, even in this cold. Upon hearing Oliver's words, the others began to ponder the implications. Eddard Stark, too, discerned Oliver's meaning. He extracted a sharp, broken antler from the direwolf's throat, formulating a plan in his mind. Are there any stags nearby? Let us search around. The group scoured the vicinity and soon discovered a stag, long deceased, in the nearby woods, its antlers broken. Over here, Robb shouted as they all gathered around. Eddard Stark compared the antlers in his hands to those of the deceased stag and discerned an unsettling discrepancy. No, these antlers do not belong to this stag. Furthermore, this creature has been dead for several days. All present fell into contemplation, enveloped in fear and panic. Could this be divine retribution? Or perhaps a conspiracy? Theon spoke uncertainly. The North venerates the ancient old gods, nameless yet eternal, the children of the forest, giants. And the first men collectively worship them. Regardless, we must return to Winterfell. This place feels too uncanny, Jon declared. Let us not leave the pups behind. They're of House Stark, and we cannot abandon a single one. Oliver Pyxis insisted. Indeed, the pups. They are but recently born, and without care. They will surely perish in the wild. Robb Stark recalled, remembering that beneath the corpse of the direwolf lay several small wolves. He had grown fond of them. Come. Oliver Pyxis, lend me a hand. Robb approached the direwolf's body, handing 2 of the pups to Oliver, who then passed them to Theon. Robb then handed Oliver 2 more, cradling one himself, preparing to leave. One more. Oliver reminded him. His radar indicated a total of 6 wolf cubs. Another? Robb searched once more and indeed discovered a pure white cub, its fur as white as snow, and its eyes as red as blood. Fixated on the cubs, Eddard's gaze lingered on the white one. He seemed lost in thought. Father, my lord, may we adopt these little wolves? Bran's call jolted Eddard from his reverie. What did you say, Bran? Eddard inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his expression. Bran repeated, can we adopt them? They are so adorable. I believe Sansa and Arya would be delighted too. Gazing at the 6 direwolf pups, Eddard contemplated the significance of fate, bestowing upon his 6 children these 6 little wolves. It is permissible, but you must tend to them yourselves. Do not let the servants interfere. Understand? A direwolf recognizes only one master throughout its life. Treat it well, and it shall remain fiercely loyal to you. Just as they were about to depart, a strange signal appeared on Oliver's radar, seeming neither human nor resembling other animals. You go on ahead. I shall follow shortly. Oliver stealthily approached the unfamiliar signal. Yet, as he drew near, the creature suddenly bolted away. Swiftly, Oliver gave chase. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click on the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Exclusive privileges, a 7-day ad-free reading card. Available free to all registered users. In the depths of the jungle, a pursuit ensued. Olenna Pike discerned from a distance that the creature was humanoid. Though she suspected it was not entirely human, Upon reaching a desolate area, Olenna shed her disguise, transforming into her true vessel form and charged forward. She sensed a hint of panic emanating from the unfamiliar figure, yet as Olenna approached, it hurled something explosive in her direction. Detecting a surge of potent energy, she swiftly veered to the left. A thunderous explosion erupted, creating a gaping crater in the surrounding snow. What was that? A child of the forest? Where did it vanish? Olenna reverted to her humanoid disguise, having lost the trail she had been following. She advanced a few steps to a nearby stream that had yet to freeze. My thermal sensors have failed. It seems it has taken refuge in the water. However, it appeared to have escaped. Olenna turned and departed. Shortly after her exit, a humanoid-sized creature emerged from the water, surveying its surroundings before vanishing into the vast, white snow. Bran, are you all right? Was the execution your first experience? Did it frighten you? Once back in Winterfell, Caitlin gently caressed Bran's face. Mother, no one was killed. Father did not slay that person. What? He did not kill that individual? Wasn't he a wildling? Surely, he was not a member of the Night's Watch? If he were of the Night's Watch, Eddard would have dealt with him personally. Caitlin reflected upon her years in Winterfell, recalling how Eddard Stark had executed many fleeing members of the Night's Watch. That man was not fleeing. He came to deliver a message. It is said that the others have returned, and he possessed the very dagger Olenna gifted to Wyman Manderly. Upon hearing Bran's words, Caitlin realized that the young man hailed from the Vale, and that Wyman Manderly's son had perished, so young, barely 20. Mother, our expedition was not entirely fruitless. We brought back 6 direwolf pups. Each of us siblings shall have one. Bran exclaimed, referencing Robb Stark, Brandon Stark, Rickon Stark, Sansa Stark, Arya Stark, and Jon Snow. Others, like Olenna Pike, were merely foster children and did not belong to House Stark. Dreadful beasts, those dire wolves. Promise me, Bran. Do not allow them to harm you. Caitlyn's deepest affection remained with her son, Brandon. Chapter 15. The allocation of wolf pups. Caitlyn bestowed another kiss upon Bran, urging him to tend to his young wolf. She had other matters to attend to. Initially, she had intended to wait before informing Eddard Stark, considering he had just returned from the execution grounds. Yet this time, he had unexpectedly refrained from executing the fleeing member of the Night's Watch. Eddard Stark confined the man named Garrett, ordering that he be well guarded and provided with sustenance. You are indeed fortunate, encountering a lord of such integrity as Eddard Stark. The guards addressed the imprisoned Gary. Sitting on the cold, hard ground, Gary chuckled. It seems my life still holds some value. My death would not be in vain. But I must alert Lord Eddard. A crisis from beyond the wall is approaching, soon to cross the treacherous wall and invade the north. This is knowledge that not only Lord Eddard must possess, but also King Robert. Enough, enough. What nonsense can a prisoner utter? Stay put. I shall fetch you some food. I cannot allow you to starve, lest the Lord blame me. Eddard Stark arrived in a sacred grove within Winterfell, a city vast in size, even larger than King's Landing. And thus it contained a woodland. The trees here were tall and resilient, known as heart trees, along with oaks, sentinel trees, and ironwood. These ancient giants were over a millennium old, with the oldest purportedly planted by the first Lord of Winterfell himself. Within this grove lay a pool. Its water stagnant due to lack of flow, only disturbed by the wind or the presence of humans. Eddard Stark often visited this place after executing sentences. Before the mighty trees, he felt he could hear the ancient gods' whispers. Indeed, this is a place I loathe to visit. Eddard, Caitlin, clad in a green robe, approached. Well aware that Eddard would be here at this hour despite her own aversion to the locale. Kate, Eddard Stark did not turn. He rubbed a stone against his Valyrian steel sword, ice. The sound of steel scraping resonated. The Valyrian steel was enchanted during its forging, rendering it impervious to rust for millennia, a technique long lost to time, with perhaps only a few hundred Valyrian weapons remaining in Westeros, less than half of which were long swords, the majority being daggers. I heard you spared the fleeing Night's Watchman. Was he a wildling? Caitlin seated herself upon a fallen log, tightening her collar against the chill. Indeed, I have informed Benjen. He is on his way. Perhaps he knows more. Something serious is amiss beyond the wall. A matter more dire than mere wildlings. Eddard Stark ceased his actions and sheathed ice. You have come to find me for other reasons, have you not, Kate? Eddard approached a heart tree, caressing its carved visage, a face etched by ancients, believed to be thousands of years old, yet Eddard had always found it dubious. For who would carve such a fearsome likeness? But if not for instilling fear, what purpose could it serve? Caitlin gathered her thoughts, speaking with a sorrowful tone. Eddard, I regret to bring you such news. Lord Jon Arryn has passed away just a month ago. After hearing those words, Eddard Stark felt as though he had been struck by lightning, nearly fainting, but he managed to steady himself against the fishbone tree. He was the most revered individual in my life, deserving of my respect equal to that which I held for my own father. Eddard Stark slowly uttered. And what of your sister Lisa and her son? Are they well? If they are unwilling to remain in King's Landing, they may return to Riverrun or come to Winterfell. Eddard Stark remarked. It was not uncommon among the nobility for one to be related by marriage to their foster father. Lisa and young Robb have already returned to the Eyrie, Catelyn replied, uncertain as to why her sister had departed in such haste. Was there peril lurking in King's Landing? Returning to the Eyrie is not without merit. I recall that Ser Brynden serves as the Knight of the Blackfish there. Does he not? My uncle is there. Which brings me solace. However, this matter is far from resolved, Eddard. Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, the Lord Protector, has passed, leaving a vacancy at the council. It appears that Robb intends for you to succeed him. He is en route to Winterfell with a retinue of several hundred. What? He comes to the north? Eddard Stark's expression shifted with unease, recalling Jon's ominous words. If the resurrection of the others were indeed feasible, then encountering direwolves and the king arriving at Winterfell would also become a tangible reality. Now that they had encountered direwolves and the king was bound for Winterfell, could it not be inferred that the resurrection of the others was likewise possible? Indeed, he approaches Winterfell. He may arrive within a fortnight. He leads no fewer than 200 or 300 men. We must prepare in advance. Indeed, we must prepare. Eddard Stark echoed this sentiment. Olyvar Pike had returned to Winterfell, having pursued the children of the forest, yet regrettably allowing one to escape. Nevertheless, would the appearance of the children of the forest in the north be connected to the recently encountered fallen direwolf and stag? Olyvar pondered, not pausing as he noticed someone ahead. Alas, 2 individuals collided, and the stranger was knocked to the ground. As she stumbled, Olyvar caught her by the neck with one arm, while securing her waist with the other. Sansa, why do you run so hastily? Sansa, adorned in an exquisite gown, her hair meticulously arranged, gazed at Olyvar, her heart fluttering with excitement. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further intrigue. Enjoy the privilege of ad-free reading for 7 days, available to all registered users at no cost. After all, Olyvar Pike was not merely a knight, he was tall and handsome, albeit rumored to be a bastard. Olyvar, I must embrace my very own direwolf, for every Stark child possesses one. Alas, you are not of the Stark lineage. Sansa lamented. Perhaps in the future, Theon and I shall navigate the seas aboard the Golden Kraken, riding the waves. Rhaenys and Aegon may yet soar through the skies upon mighty dragons. Upon hearing these words from Ollys Pike, Sansa let out a soft hum. Dragons have long been extinct, and sea monsters are but figments of imagination. Only the direwolves truly exist. Sansa Stark ventured forth to embrace her very own pup. The dragons are no more. The sea monsters do not exist, do they? Yet. It seems the White Walkers have resurrected. What other ancient creatures from legend could possibly emerge? Ollys Pike mused. In the dog kennel of Winterfell, a place designated for the care of canines, a large mother dog had birthed many pups, though sadly, they all perished, leaving a few direwolf pups to feed on dog S milk. Bran, Arya, Robb, and Jon were present, with little Rickon absent, as he was still too young. Sansa, lifting her skirts, made her way to this place. The ground was exceedingly filthy. Under normal circumstances, she would not have ventured here, but today was an exception. Oh, they are utterly adorable. Sansa squeezed her way through the group, gazing at the pups nursing. Her heart melted at the sight. The little wolf pups were quite fragile. Aside from one white pup, the others had yet to open their eyes and relied entirely on human care for survival. Their diminutive bodies seemed no larger than a human hand, yet their vitality was remarkably resilient. They wriggled incessantly, seeking out teats to consume enough milk to sustain their lives. I shall take this one. She appears the most delightful, Sansa declared, pointing at the smallest pup. Sansa, are you worried she might perish along the way? At such a size, the odds are against her. Arya often countered her sister. Humph, Arya, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own pup. May she fend for herself and not become your meal. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Sansa retorted. In the end, they all chose a wolf pup. As Rickon was absent, he was left with the last remaining dark pup. Chapter 16. The mysterious guest Viserys approached Daenerys' chamber, cradling a fine piece of silk in his hands. She was by the window, gazing at the bustling crowd in the distance. Daenerys, what do you think of this garment? It was handpicked by our mother for you. Do you like it? They, the remnants of the fallen dynasty, now resided in a foreign land. Guests in the free trade city of Pentos, hosted by the governor, Illyrio Mopatis. In the final moments of House Targaryen, Queen Rhaella bore Daenerys while fleeing King S Landing with her 8-year-old son, Viserys, to Dragonstone. It was there that Rhaella gave birth to Daenerys, just as night fell. The sky cloaked in ominous clouds, engulfed in darkness. The wind began to rise, initially a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops, but as time passed, It escalated into a tempest, howling and sweeping across all of Dragonstone. The branches sway in the wind, while the leaves dance wildly through the air. Fragile twigs snap under the force of the gale, producing sharp cracks. Buildings tremble in the gusts, windows clattering ominously. Soldiers and civilians alike on Dragonstone hasten their steps, seeking refuge from the tempest. Suddenly, a flash of lightning cleaves the night sky, illuminating the entirety of Dragonstone. Almost immediately, a thunderous roar reverberates through the heavens, as if the very earth might shatter. Daenerys is born amidst this storm. Raindrops begin to fall, initially sparse, but soon transforming into a torrential downpour. The rain lashes against windows and rooftops, creating a cacophony of sound. The storm intensifies, plunging Dragonstone into chaos. Puddles in the low-lying streets deepen, making even walking a challenge. The roofs of several buildings are torn away by the ferocious winds, sending tiles and bricks flying. Trees are uprooted, crashing to the ground. On this tempestuous night, the might of nature is palpable. People huddle indoors, firmly closing doors and windows, hoping to weather the night in safety. Yet, the storm's ferocity instills a sense of dread and unease. After an indeterminate period, the storm begins to wane. The winds subside, and the rain diminishes. The sky gradually clears, revealing the moon and stars once more. Tranquility slowly returns to the heavens, yet the remnants of the storm remain starkly visible. The streets are strewn with water and broken branches, and the buildings bear varying degrees of damage. On this tumultuous night, Queen Riella gives birth to Daenerys. Yet she teeters on the brink of death from excessive blood loss. At that moment, a figure resembling a scholar appears, claiming to be a physician. Clad in a white robe, distinct from the scholar's gray attire, this doctor possesses remarkable skills, miraculously reviving Queen Riella. Subsequently, a group of loyal assassins, led by Ser Willem, escort Queen Riella, Daenerys, Viserys, and the doctor across the narrow sea. "You look splendid tonight. Mother will take you to see the world," Viserys proclaims. "Noblemen from the 9 trading city-states have come. Consider this an opportunity to choose a worthy husband. But he must wield considerable power and command a formidable army. Otherwise, we shall lack the strength to reclaim Westeros." With that, Viserys departs. Daenerys hangs the garment on a rack. As a multitude of handmaidens enter to prepare her for a bath, Daenerys remains passive, like a marionette in their hands. "Your Highness, the Queen has gone to great lengths for you, even inviting several Khalasars from the Dothraki," they exclaim. Indeed, each of them commands thousands of warriors, all born fighters and riders. "If your Highness were to wed a call, there may yet be hope for our restoration." The words spoken by the maids were, of course, partly orchestrated by Viserys, aimed at guiding Daenerys in selecting the most suitable husband. After departing, Viserys encountered the aged Ser Willem. "Ser Willem, have you come to see me or Daenerys?" "I seek you, your Highness. A letter from Varys has arrived. He states that the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, has passed away, and Robert himself has taken all members of the royal family to the north. Perhaps this is an unprecedented opportunity." Ser Willem, now graying, felt he might never witness the restoration of House Targaryen in his lifetime, so any glimmer of hope compelled him to consider the possibility. With Varys acting as an informant in King's Landing, collaboration was feasible. Meanwhile, the king remained far in the north, oblivious to whether he had reached Winterfell. Regardless, he would not return anytime soon. With the potential assistance of Dorne and Highgarden, they might indeed seize King's Landing. However, Viserys was less optimistic. From a young age, he had been taught to reclaim the throne, yet Queen Riella had brought in a tutor, an esteemed physician. Owing to the physician's life-saving intervention for Queen Riella, Daenerys, Viserys, and Ser Willem held him in great respect. The physician referred to himself as the Ambulance, and thus Viserys always addressed him as Ambulance teacher. For years, Ambulance had served as Viserys' mentor, instructing him on how to be a leader. "The time is not right, Ser Willem. Although Robert's rule is not as formidable as in his youth, and the Iron Throne is burdened with debts, Robert's end has not yet come. We must endure, restrain our desires. I believe that one day, I shall ascend to the Iron Throne that rightfully belongs to me." Noticing Viserys' reluctance to take risks, Ser Willem subtly nodded in agreement. It seemed that Ambulance was indeed a commendable teacher. The prince had been well tutored, and in the future, he would surely return to the continent of Westeros. At that moment, a rotund man approached with a jovial smile. He was Illyrio Mopatis, the governor of Pentos. Clad in a garb reminiscent of a yellow coat, he exuded an air of grandeur. His meticulously groomed mustache, resembling a forked branch, adorned his chin. "Your Excellency," both Viserys and Ser Willem exclaimed. "Your Highness, Ser Willem, you must attend tonight's banquet. Most importantly, do not forget our centerpiece, Princess Daenerys Targaryen." "Where is the princess now?" "In her chambers?" "Indeed, the servants are preparing her bath," Viserys replied. "Your Highness, I have come to inform you that a distinguished guest from Westeros will also attend this banquet, and I hope it will bring you a delightful surprise. With that, Illyrio departed, maintaining an air of mystery. From Westeros? Who could it be? Chapter 17. Her Highness Princess Daenerys, after bathing and changing her attire, adorned herself in a splendid new garment. She truly resembled a princess, as she was indeed of royal lineage. Previously, her attire had been rather humble. But today marked a departure from the ordinary. The exquisite purple gown she wore was crafted by the finest tailor in Highgarden, complemented by her violet eyes. The ensemble was nothing short of enchanting. Her long, silver hair cascaded down her back like a shimmering waterfall, enhancing her ethereal beauty. As the banquet commenced, Viserys arrived, with Daenerys linking her arm with his as they entered the grand hall. The space was alive with a diverse assembly of guests, including knights from Westeros, the Dothraki Khalasars, affluent merchants from the free cities, and even distant dignitaries from Meereen and Karth. Their presence was a result of Queen Riella's invitation and a keen interest in determining the viability of investing in the Targaryen dynasty. Astute merchants understood the principle of opportunity. Aligning oneself with a potential sovereign could secure a place at the heart of power. There was even the possibility that some might consider marrying off their daughters to Viserys, ensuring their lineage would intertwine with that of future kings. Be confident, Daenerys. They have come here for us. Viserys urged his sister. As they entered the venue, all eyes turned to scrutinize them, assessing their confidence and any other attributes that might be of intrigue. Yet, upon closer inspection, many concluded that aside from their striking appearances, the siblings appeared rather lacking in other virtues. Welcome, welcome, our honored guests, our prince and princess. Illyrio clapped his hands as he stepped into the center of the banquet, surveying the crowd before addressing Viserys and Daenerys. Today, we gather in celebration of you. Outside Winterfell, the main road bustled with an endless procession of carriages and galloping steeds, the king's entourage winding its way like a serpent. Although the exact number of attendees was unknown, it was clear that many had come to witness the arrival. Brandon, ever the disobedient one, climbed to a high vantage point to catch an early glimpse of the king. Despite the close bond between Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon, nearly a decade had passed since their last meeting, and Brandon was merely 7 years old. What a long procession. But which one is the king? Brandon pondered. Bran, your mother calls you down for a beating. Olyvar Pyxis shouted, startling Brandon. He stumbled, nearly tumbling off the wall, but was fortunate to be caught by Olyvar's firm grip on his arm. Heart racing, Brandon looked at the boy who had saved him. It's all your fault, Olyvar. Let me go? He exclaimed, laughter echoing around them. Now you know fear, don't you, Bran? Should you fall from a great height, it is uncertain whether anyone would be there to catch you and pull you back up. Olenna Tyrell assisted Bran in ascending and then inquired, have you seen the king? No, it is too far. I cannot discern him clearly. How I wish my eyes could see 1,000 miles. What are you pondering? A far sight, perhaps? I would rather have the ears of the wind. Let us hasten, for Lady Catelyn will grow anxious. She would not wish for you to lose your decorum at such an occasion. Olenna guided Bran down the path they had taken to the castle. Arya, remove your helmet. Bran spotted his sister, clad in steel, hiding behind a cart, seemingly preparing to frighten the king. Ha, you've caught me. Arya promptly descended, joining the others as they approached Eddard Stark and Catelyn. Catelyn cast a reproachful glance at her children, but regarded Olenna with appreciation. They swiftly organized themselves, with Olenna positioned in the second row alongside her foster sons, Theon and Jon. The front row was occupied by Eddard Stark, Lady Catelyn, and several of their children. The gates of Winterfell stood wide open as the king's procession continued to arrive. Fortunately, Winterfell was spacious enough to accommodate such a throng. A smaller town would scarcely manage such a multitude. The procession included numerous individuals from various houses, notably the Baratheons, the Lannisters, and many lesser families. King Robert dismounted from a grand steed, his lengthy and heavy cloak requiring assistance. Upon reaching Eddard Stark, Eddard could scarcely recognize him. Gazing at the man before him, he noted that aside from his height, Robert had become significantly more corpulent, his face transformed. Ha! Eddard, my brother. Robert embraced Eddard warmly. Though one was now a king and the other a vassal, their fraternal bond remained intact, unchanged by time. Your Majesty, Eddard replied with a smile. After years apart, some awkwardness lingered, but following their embrace, the familiarity returned. Robert began greeting Eddard's family, kissing Catelyn on the cheek as one would assist her, and shaking hands with Eddard's children, ruffling their hair and pinching their cheeks. Ha! Eddard, let us go see Lyanna. At this utterance, the queen approached with her children. She often countered her king. Now, after our arduous journey, we must at least tidy ourselves before meeting your beloved Moonlight. Both Robert and Eddard turned awkward at her words. Ultimately, Robert took Eddard to the crypts of Winterfell. After they departed, Cersei brought her children to greet Catelyn and her offspring, with mutual pleasantries exchanged. Then Cersei turned her gaze toward Olenna Tyrell and made her way directly over. Olenna Tyrell, I never imagined we would meet again. Indeed, the world is quite small. Her tone remained as haughty as ever. Ah, Lady Cersei. No, Queen. It appears that over the years, you have grown wiser. Cersei's expression shifted. Are you implying that I was foolish in my youth? Damn you, Olenna Tyrell. I dare not. I merely speak candidly, Olenna replied earnestly. Mother. Is he the knight who was bestowed his title at the tender age of 3? He looks rather handsome. A girl behind Cersei tugged at her hand, inquiring. Upon hearing the girl refer to Cersei as mother, Olenna discerned her identity, none other than Princess Myrcella. She possessed hair as radiant as the sun, cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Shimmering with an enchanting glow, her azure eyes resembled clear lake waters, deep and luminous, as if capable of perceiving all. Myrcella's beauty was striking. Her porcelain skin akin to the smoothness of fine jade. Her lips were a cherry red, the corners perpetually curved in a gentle smile that evoked warmth and familiarity. Her straight nose further accentuated the contours of her visage. Though petite, she exuded an air of elegance. Her movements were light and graceful, each step reminiscent of a soaring swallow, radiating an innate nobility. She favored opulent robes adorned with precious gems and pearls, enhancing her brilliance. Not only was Myrcella aesthetically pleasing, but her heart was also kind. She cared deeply for the plight of the populace, frequently venturing into the realm to offer assistance to those in need. As a result, she was dearly cherished in King's Landing, far surpassing her elder brother, Joffrey, in the affections of the people, despite some rumors containing elements of exaggeration and falsehood. Chapter 18. The Cyber Token. Sir Olenna Tyrell. You are indeed Sir Olenna Tyrell, correct? Thank you for saving my mother's life. Myrcella regarded Olenna with an expression of gratitude. What is happening? Queen Cersei? Olenna glanced at Cersei, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. It's nothing. Let us go, Myrcella. Cersei turned away, leading her daughter and other children alongside Catelyn into the castle. After their departure, a dwarf approached. The renowned Olenna Tyrell. Knighted at the tender age of 3, turns out you were quite ordinary. I expected you to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. A light chuckle escaped the dwarf's lips. The infamous little imp has quite the reputation, does he not? Lord Tyrion. Olenna looked down at the dwarf. Though his stature was small, his head was disproportionately large, indicating a greater intellect than the average person. I have long wished to meet you, Sir Olenna Tyrell. A striking blonde gentleman approached, bearing a strong resemblance to Cersei. Should they adorn themselves, perhaps few would discern the difference. The golden-haired knight stands tall and proud, akin to an unyielding mountain, exuding an aura of majesty and strength. His golden locks shimmer under the sun's embrace, as if embodying the very essence of the Lord of Light. Despite his disbelief in this deity, his azure eyes are profound and clear, reminiscent of a tranquil lake, drawing one into its serene depths. Clad in resplendent white armor adorned with brilliant gemstones, he sparkles dazzlingly in the sunlight. His flowing white cloak billows in the breeze, enhancing his gallant demeanor. In his grasp lies a sharp longsword, its blade gleaming ominously, instilling a sense of dread. He is one of the bravest knights in the kingdom, known as Jaime Lannister, the twin brother of Cersei. He has earned numerous accolades on the battlefield, his swordsmanship unparalleled. Jaime Lannister and Tyrion Lannister, though both bear the Lannister name and share blood, are strikingly different in stature and appearance. After all, who would consider a dwarf as the brother of a regicide? Though Jaime possesses a multitude of epithets, the most prevalent title he bears is that of the Kingslayer. Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, Little Monster, Tyrion Lannister, do you truly find us intriguing? Alas, my interest in you is lacking. Just as Olyvar Painter was about to depart, Jaime Lannister intercepted him. Do not leave, Olyvar Painter. I have something that may pique your interest. With that, Jaime produced a medallion, presenting it to Olyvar. The medallion was intricately engraved on both sides with distinct emblems. Upon receiving it, Olyvar's expression shifted dramatically, for he recognized the symbols of Autobots and Decepticons etched upon it. How did you come upon this? Olyvar exclaimed, seizing Jaime Lannister by the collar and lifting him off the ground. The nearby Lannister soldiers moved to intervene, but Tyrion halted them. Stand down. We shall resolve this matter ourselves. Olyvar Painter, this was given to my brother by a knight of House Boppy, who has expressed interest in you. Having heard of your reputation in the north, should you share his curiosity, journey to King's Landing. He awaits you there. What is his name? Olyvar inquired. Bumblebee. He is of House Boppy, a knight of the King's Guard now. Is he well? Olyvar, realizing the man must be Bumblebee, questioned further. Indeed, his circumstances have improved. For King's Landing is far more hospitable than Winterfell, wouldn't you agree? Laughter erupted from the assembly, encompassing Lannister soldiers, Baratheon troops, and a few free riders, all sharing a collective disdain for the perpetually snowy and frigid north. I shall make my way to King's Landing. Olenna Tyrell set down Jaime Lannister and promptly turned to leave. What do you think, brother? The abbot spoke truthfully. He is indeed terrifyingly strong. It is the first time I have seen you lifted so effortlessly. Tyrion glanced at his brother, noticing the circle of red forming around his neck. Ahem, indeed. Even the mountain has never treated me in such a manner. Olenna Tyrell is truly a formidable character. Moreover, I sense he is still restraining his power. Had he unleashed it fully, I might have been obliterated. Jaime Lannister's warrior instincts alerted him to the magnitude of Olenna's strength. Meanwhile, Eddard Stark and King Robert Baratheon stood in the crypts of Winterfell. It is as cold here as ever. Eddard, although this is my first visit. Though Robert loved Lyanna, this is also his first time coming to pay homage to the light of his heart. Cersei's words ring true. Despite Robert's indulgence in wine and women, Lyanna remains his irreplaceable moonlight. King Robert placed a flower in the hands of Lyanna's statue, gently caressing her stone visage as if it were his beloved. Even though it was merely a statue, the king was moved to tears. If that tragic event had never occurred, perhaps I would have been your brother-in-law, Eddard, and I would not be seated upon the Iron Throne. Robert, the die is cast. What has happened cannot be undone, so let us not dwell on the past. For winter is indeed coming. The lands beyond the wall may not be safe, Eddard Stark declared, preparing to inform Robert of the White Walkers. Ha ha ha, when one is well fed, desires stir, when cold and hungry, thievery beckons. It is only in peace that the realm beyond the wall harbors such specters. The wildlings are chaotic enough to turn on one another. Is that not advantageous for us? Although Robert may appear politically naive, he is astute, merely disinterested in the machinations of politics. He is more of a fighter, a gladiator, suited for the arena. Eddard, you must understand my purpose here. Jon Arryn has died, and I require a trusted ally to manage the court. You are the only one I can think of. Robert gazed intently at Eddard Stark, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Robert, do not forget you have two brothers, Stannis and Renly. Appointing either Renly or Stannis as Hand of the King would raise no objections. They are your own flesh and blood, Eddard Stark asserted, without dismissing Renly. Stannis' capabilities are well recognized. Yet Robert has journeyed all this way to summon Eddard Stark from the north. What could be his motive? Chapter 19, Khal Drogo and King's Landing. A ship was preparing to depart for Dragonstone. Stannis took one last look at the city before resolutely boarding the vessel. Since learning of Jon Arryn's demise, Stannis eagerly anticipated the opportunity to assume the position of Hand of the King. For he was the younger brother of Robert and had contributed significantly to his brother's ascension. Yet, Robert ventured north to Winterfell, and the purpose of his journey was all too evident to anyone. Robert, I am your true brother. Why do you so ardently desire Eddard Stark to serve as Hand of the King? This conundrum perplexed Stannis. Thus, he resolved to depart King's Landing for Dragonstone before Robert's return. He had no intention of remaining in King's Landing to endure indignities. Dragonstone was his domain, where he was master. Alas, he has departed. What a pity. The Grand Maester shook his head upon hearing the news. Varys sighed, lamenting the loss of yet another true patriot in King's Landing. He has finally left, chuckled Peter Baelish in secret. Meanwhile, Robert and Stannis' brother, Renly Baratheon, was preoccupied with the young lords of House Tyrell, oblivious to the unfolding events. In Winterfell, Eddard Stark led King Robert to the dungeons to confront the escaped Night's Watchman. Open the door, Eddard commanded the guards. After a lengthy search, one guard produced a key to the cell where Gary was confined. Once the iron door swung open, Eddard and King Robert entered the dark confines of the dungeon. Is this the Night's Watchman you mentioned, Eddard? Robert inquired, observing an old man huddled in the corner, garbed in the black of the Night's Watch, his demeanor quite unhinged. White Walkers, corpses, resurrection, death, long night, eternal winter. Gary had been in Winterfell for a fortnight, and while he had seemed relatively sane at first, his mind began to unravel on the seventh day. Night's Watchman, the king has arrived. You should pay your respects, Eddard bellowed, rousing the deranged Gary from his stupor. My lord Eddard. Gary's eyes, once clouded, regained clarity as he beheld Robert. Your Majesty, they are coming. With cold winds and death, an unprecedented ice storm is about to sweep across Westeros. You must prepare at once. Gary spoke in a frenzy. But after uttering these dire warnings, he lapsed back into madness, muttering incoherently about White Walkers and the dead rising. Eddard, what do you think? Robert turned to Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North, the one most qualified to speak on matters concerning the Wall and the Night's Watch. Robert, I trust him, but I wonder if you do as well? Robert fell silent, and his reticence cast a pall over the others, leaving only Gary's frantic ramblings to fill the void. Eventually, Robert sighed. Alas, I do not even trust my own queen, Eddard, but I trust you. If you believe him, then release him from his torment. There is no need to wait for Benjen. The arrival of Bran Stark has become inconsequential, whether early or late, due to the matters concerning the White Walkers. Both Eddard Stark and Robert are now aware of these threats and have come to believe in their existence. Eddard nodded and drew his sword from his waist. It was not the Valyrian steel blade. This time, he bore no ice. Night's Watch, let me free you. May the old gods forgive your sins. A faint sound was heard, followed by the thud of a severed head rolling across the ground. Bury him in the sacred woods. Eddard and Robert exited the dungeon. Walking side by side, Your Majesty, regarding the Prime Minister's affairs, I may need to delay my succession for a while. I must first journey beyond the wall. For the crisis there is catastrophic. It surpasses the invasions of the Undals, the plight of the Loinans, and the rise and fall of House Targaryen. Upon hearing Eddard Stark's words, Robert countered, Eddard, the threat of the White Walkers cannot be dealt with by the North alone. The North is sparsely populated, poorly equipped, and lacking in supplies. How can we combat the wildlings? Only by returning to King's Landing can we hope to muster the full strength of the realm against the army of the dead. Therefore, you must accompany me to King's Landing. Robert's reasoning held merit. You could first send your brother Bran Stark to scout beyond the wall. After all, he is a member of the Night's Watch. If he could capture a White Walker or White, bringing it back to King's Landing would surely unite the nobles against this common foe. Reluctantly, Eddard agreed to this proposal. At the feast in Pentos, the entrance of Viserys and Daenerys did not garner much attention. However, their mother, Queen Riella, commanded respect and admiration throughout the gathering. After all, her status as the last queen of House Targaryen, a living queen, instilled a sense of trepidation and potential investment among many. Queen Riella possessed long hair that shimmered like silver threads, which, rather than aging her, lent her an air of unique nobility. Although she was of considerable age, the exact number remained a mystery, and no one dared to inquire. Nevertheless, the queen appeared to possess a beauty that belied her years. Her countenance was dignified and graceful. Her skin is fair as snow, with a pair of bright, profound eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky. Her eyebrows were elegantly arched and slightly curved, resembling delicate willow leaves, adding a touch of softness to her visage. Her lips were rosy and full, with the corners subtly upturned, revealing a barely perceptible smile that exuded warmth and kindness. The queen's figure was tall and slender, her posture exuding elegance and grace, akin to that of a natural-born dancer. Her steps were light yet assured, each movement radiating confidence and authority. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating tale. Noble Privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading privilege card, is available for all registered users to claim for free. Her attire is resplendent and exquisite, each piece meticulously crafted by the finest tailors. The robe she wears is adorned with intricate patterns, sparkling with a dazzling brilliance that captivates all who behold it. The queen exudes an air of nobility and elegance. Her demeanor is imbued with grace and poise, reflecting the essence of royalty. She is perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, radiating love and respect towards everyone around her. Her voice is soft and melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the hearts of those present. Her wisdom and talent command profound admiration. She is not only well-versed in literature, art, and music, but also possesses a deep understanding and insight into the nation's politics and economy. At the banquet, the queen is the focal point of attention. Her arrival causes quite a stir, with attendees bowing in reverence and affection. She responds to their greetings with elegant grace, leaving an impression of warmth and charm. Mother remains as beautiful and confident as ever. You should learn much from her. Dany, her brother, Viserys, instructs. Indeed. But it is true that Mother has appeared more youthful since using the beauty cream from the medic, Dany replies. It seems the medic possesses vast knowledge. Dany is deeply grateful and respectful towards the medic who saved Queen Riella's life. He indeed knows much. Otherwise, Mother would not have appointed him as my tutor. Once I reclaim the throne, he shall be the king's advisor, and I shall bestow upon him the title of Prime Minister. Viserys begins to indulge in grandiose dreams. The medic is not even present, yet he continues to weave his ambitions. Even Dany, standing nearby, feels a tinge of embarrassment. She can only raise her goblet to drink in silence. Do you see that man? The mightiest call of the Dothraki. Viserys points towards a towering Dothraki man, standing at 7.5 feet tall. Dany follows his gaze and spots a Khal whose braids cascade down to his calves. His skin is a rich bronze, and his long black hair is woven into a thick braid adorned with copper bells. Most striking are his eyes, which glisten like obsidian, though they radiate a dark intensity. What is his name? Dany inquires, her heart filled with trepidation, akin to a rabbit encountering a tiger. He is Khal Drogo, heralded as the greatest Khal in history. Chapter 20. The Extraterrestrial Visitor. Khal Drogo. Danny gazes at the formidable figure. It seems he has noticed her gaze as he turns his head, casting a fleeting glance her way, causing Danny to instinctively hide, much like a startled rabbit. Danny, do not hide. Stand forth with confidence. He may very well be your future husband. Mother holds him in high regard, especially given his vast army. Viserys surges as he pulls Danny forward and strides towards Khal Drogo. Daenerys exhibited a certain reluctance, yet she found herself unable to resist her brother's will, and thus was compelled to follow him. Greetings, Khal Drogo. Viserys approached Khal Drogo with a questioning demeanor. However, it appeared that a language barrier hindered communication, as Drogo remained silent, simply gazing at Daenerys. Khal. Viserys called out once more. Your Highness, Khal does not speak the common tongue of Westeros. Please forgive him. A knight interjected, stepping forward. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, tall in stature, slightly shorter than Drogo, with thinning hair yet a robust physique. And you are? Viserys inquired, observing the newcomer, who bore no resemblance to a local but rather seemed to hail from the north. I am Jorah Mormont from Bear Island. Your Highness, I once served your father. He replied. The future of Westeros is surely destined to be yours. So, it was a lord from the north. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Since you are acquainted with Khal Drogo, could you kindly translate my words? It would be my pleasure. Meanwhile, a banquet was also underway in Winterfell, hosted in honor of the royal family. King Robert was in high spirits, for throughout his life, he had cherished hunting, warfare, tournaments, visiting brothels, and hosting feasts. He had seamlessly integrated with the people of Winterfell. However, the queen maintained her dignified demeanor. Seated beside her was Lady Catelyn. Lady Stark. Where have those two young Targaryens gone? I have not seen them, the queen inquired. Your Grace, they have been sent by Eddard to collect rents in the Stark lands. With winter approaching, we must prepare provisions for the cold season. Catelyn replied. Such tasks should not have fallen to the siblings. Yet with Robert's arrival and the enmity between him and Renly and Aegon, Eddard devised this method to keep them occupied, preventing any potential confrontation or awkwardness. Cersei nodded subtly, recognizing that although Eddard Stark was not renowned for his cunning, he was indeed a man of both courage and strategy. She sipped her wine, casting her gaze downward, where Robert was seen indulging with a serving girl, drinking heartily. A cold smile crept across Cersei's lips as she noticed Olenna Tyrell stepping outside, prompting her to follow suit. Olenna Tyrell ventured outside, expelling the wine she had consumed. It was not akin to gasoline or any other energy source, which she could not absorb. Is this your secret? It seems quite different from what Lord Paxter spoke of. Cersei had silently approached Olenna from behind, her emerald eyes glinting with intrigue. What have you done to Lord Paxter? Olenna inquired coolly. According to Olenna's information, although the Iron Islands had been seized by the coalition forces, Lord Paxter of the Vale had subsequently sought to make amends with Balon. This displeased Tywin greatly, yet he did not overtly betray the Westerlands. Thus he could only issue a warning without mobilizing his forces against him. As for Olyvar Pike, he had a history of camaraderie with Lord Lannister. Should he suffer at the hands of the Lannisters due to his own actions, Olyvar Pike would certainly not remain indifferent. He is unharmed, rest assured. However, I have heard of your moniker. Olyvar Pike, the Pillar of Heaven. Is your drinking capacity truly so limited? Even my dwarf brother can consume more than you. Cersei appeared quite intrigued by conversing with Olyvar Pike. And that sword at your waist, might I see it? It is said to be exceedingly sharp. Cersei reached out to seize the long sword at Olyvar Pike's side. That, after all, is the Starfall sword. Naturally, Olyvar Pike would not permit her to take it. Nor could she lift it. He deftly twisted his waist to evade her grasp. Your Grace, please be mindful of your station, Olyvar Pike cautioned, seeing his serious demeanor. Cersei could not help but chuckle. She seated herself upon a nearby stone, gazing at Olyvar Pike. Do you know why Myrcella believes you rescued me? Why? It is because I concocted a tale of a 3-year-old knight who saved a beautiful princess from pirates. She believed it with utter innocence. Alas, the beautiful princess did not marry the prince she desired, but instead wed the man who had slain him. Olyvar Pike was well aware of her implication. During my time on the Iron Islands, I studied under Wedhead Euron, and upon arriving in Winterfell, I continued my education under Maester Luwin. Historical records indicate a cyclical theory of dynasties, suggesting that no dynasty endures beyond 300 years. Thus, the downfall of House Targaryen may indeed be inevitable. You are not one to sacrifice yourself for your unattainable ideal. Rhaegar, he does not love you. Otherwise, why would he have abducted Lyanna instead of you? Cersei? Get lost. Are you implying that I am less beautiful than Lyanna? Cersei glared at Olyvar Pike. That was your own assertion. I never claimed such. Olyvar Pike waved dismissively. Humph. Cersei turned on her heel and stormed away. You should not provoke her ire. A voice emerged from the shadows nearby, revealing a dwarf Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion's body was disproportionate, with a notably large head and short, stout limbs. His visage was round, his eyes bright and expressive, perpetually sparkling with curiosity and friendliness. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling from here. Enjoy the esteemed privilege of a 7-day ad-free reading card, available for all registered users. Despite enduring ridicule since childhood, his character remained cheerful and optimistic, always wearing a smile. He never felt inferior due to his stature, but instead faced life's challenges with a positive attitude. He delights in engaging with others, adept at listening to their stories and woes, offering sincere counsel and encouragement. His humor and wit often provide a respite from troubles, bringing joy to those around him. Despite his physical shortcomings, he possesses extraordinary wisdom and talent. He enjoys immersing himself in a variety of literature, possessing profound knowledge in fields such as history, culture, and science. Perhaps Tyrion is the most unfortunate member of House Lannister, yet he may also be the most astute among them. My dear uncle, what brings you here? Are you seeking me? I wish to learn about your affairs, the story and secrets behind that emblem, the one Sir Barrows bestowed upon you. I have studied the crests and totems of all families, yet none bear those two shapes. What could they possibly signify? A thirst for knowledge and exploration gleamed in Tyrion's mismatched eyes. From a young age, he understood that he would not dominate the world through might as his brother did. His sole reliance lay upon his intellect and wisdom. I cannot disclose everything, but I can tell you that the two symbols represent different beings, both hailing from the heavens. Extraterrestrial visitors, akin to the Loinans, whose homeland was ravaged, rendering them refugees, proclaimed Oren Pyxis. Oren had pondered countless times why the planet Cybertron collapsed into a black hole, even believing at times it was his doing. However, with the immense power of the primordial celestial master, he had long transcended physical existence. He was destined to never perish. The cosmic emperor was likewise invulnerable. Yet, why did he merely observe the destruction of Cybertron instead of guiding its inhabitants to save their corporeal forms? Oren still grappled with this enigma, concluding that it was all merely a matter of fate. The primordial celestial master either accepted this destiny or orchestrated it himself. Are you not one of them, Oren Pyxis? Are you not also an entity beyond humanity? Tyrion inquired. Humanity. You may perceive me as human, for outwardly I still resemble one, though it is but a facade. You may consider me an alien. After all, my true identity diverges from yours. Chapter 21. The Master of Archery. During the banquet hosted by the governor of Pentos, a mysterious guest chose not to attend, instead awaiting quietly in another chamber. Meanwhile, Queen Layla, at the center of attention, was raising her glass with others. Yet, Illyrio whispered a few words in her ear. Your Majesty, she has arrived. Queen Layla maintained her smile, but her mind was already set on departing. Esteemed guests, I shall be but a moment. Like a silent butterfly, Queen Layla slipped away. And by the time the others realized her absence, considerable time had passed. She soon reached the guest chamber, where she encountered a cloaked figure. You have come, Ilya. The figure removed her cloak, revealing the weathered face of a mature woman, her experience etched upon her features, yet her aura was even more pronounced. Especially her eyes seemed to perceive everything with indifference, yet were unable to relinquish anything, embodying a profound contradiction. Your Majesty, Illyria is the legitimate princess of Dorne, wedded to Prince Rhaegar, but alas, Rhaegar later fell in love with Lyanna. However, was Rhaegar's affection for Lyanna a mere twist of fate, or did he succumb to destiny? Regardless of Rhaegar's thoughts, he has met his end. Illyria, how delightful it is to have you here. I wonder how Prince Daeron has contemplated the matter I mentioned in my letter? I regret to inform you that Dorne has declined. Illyria replied coldly. What? You have refused? Have you forgotten Rhaegar's death? Have you forgotten your own husband? Queen Rhaella shouted, her expression contorting into something sinister, markedly different from her usual demeanor. Isn't there a dragon dream in your Targaryen lineage? If you truly envisioned the success of restoration in your dream, surely assistance would come. But it shall not be from me, nor from Dorne. Illyria maintained her icy tone. As for Rhaegar, I ceased to harbor any affection for him the moment he abducted Lyanna Stark. Moreover, where was he when King's Landing fell? Where was he when the Lannisters captured us? Illyria's voice grew increasingly loud. The two women seemed to be at an impasse, neither willing to yield. Unbeknownst to them, Daenerys was secretly observing their confrontation through a crack in the door. Dany, what are you looking at? Viserys approached, a smile gracing his lips, seemingly pleased. He had just received a knight, Ser Jorah Mormont, who pledged his loyalty to the future king, whom Viserys believed to be himself. Viserys, mother is arguing with someone. Who is that person? Through the crack, Viserys caught sight of Illyria. Unlike Daenerys, he had met Illyria and recognized her as his sister-in-law, Rhaegar's wife, a princess from Dorne. It is she. She is Illyria Martell, from Dorne, the princess who was once wed to my brother Rhaegar. The siblings eavesdropping outside discerned the reason for the quarrel, Dorne's unwillingness to aid the Targaryens in their restoration. Viserys spat in disdain. That wretched woman. She is ungrateful. I shall teach her a lesson. He made to push the door open, but a powerful hand halted him. Your Highness, it would be wise not to disturb my sister. She represents Dorne and has severed ties with your Targaryen family, meaning our two houses are now irrevocably divided. Viserys turned to the owner of the hand. A middle-aged man with a mocking smile, a derisive expression, a mustache, and dark hair, a quintessential Dornishman. Who are you? Viserys attempted to withdraw his arm, but found the grip too strong. Like an iron clamp, it tightly gripped his wrist. Dany. Quickly summon someone and inform Sir William and Sir Jorah to come here. Viserys spoke to Daenerys, who stood frozen in shock nearby. Daenerys hurried away, and the man showed no intention of pursuing her. Calling them over would be futile. They could not contend with the gun in my hand. As Viserys gazed at the weapon held by the man, a realization dawned upon him. You two are of House Martell. You are the Red Viper, Oberyn. Indeed, Your Highness. Oberyn replied with a smile. It is said that practice with a spear is a lifelong endeavor. Robb's prowess with the spear surpassed even Jon's. When the spear tip hovered before Jon's throat, he had no choice but to concede. I yield. Robb Stark withdrew his spear tip and gently caressed the red tassel upon it. Jon, though my swordsmanship may not rival yours, my skill with the spear surely exceeds it. Does it not? Indeed, I concede that. Robb Stark then turned his gaze to Prince Joffrey, who sat upon a wooden chair. Your Highness, shall we engage in a little sport? I hear we are to become family soon. Robb, how could I harm my dear brother-in-law? Otherwise, Sansa, that lovely maiden, would surely shed tears. Joffrey replied with a laugh. To persuade Eddard Stark to follow him without hesitation, Robb proposed the idea of a marriage alliance. Perhaps in the eyes of the noble class of Westeros, such unions were deemed the most advantageous and straightforward means of securing loyalty. Sansa Stark epitomized the noble maiden. Raised in a wealthy and illustrious household, she possessed an air of nobility and grace, instantly revealing her distinguished lineage. Her beauty was enchanting. With skin as pale as snow and eyes that sparkled like stars, her hair flowed like silk, often styled into an exquisite chignon adorned with splendid accessories. Enhancing her regal elegance, tall and slender, she donned resplendent garments, moving with a grace that resembled a blooming flower. Her life was replete with luxury and indulgence. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue your reading for even more excitement. Enjoy the privilege of ad-free reading for 7 days with our special card, available to all registered users at no cost. She resided in a magnificent manor surrounded by beautiful gardens and serene lakes. Her chamber was exquisitely decorated, filled with priceless artworks and antiques. Her culinary experiences were equally refined, with a daily array of delectable dishes to savor. However, she was not merely a creature of leisure. She placed great importance on her education and refinement. Proficient in multiple languages, she excelled in music, painting, and dance. She also harbored a passion for reading various books, continually enriching her knowledge and depth. Her demeanor was gentle and kind, always treating others with warmth and friendliness. She perpetually wore a smile, exuding a comforting presence. Her greatest aspiration, akin to that of many noble maidens, was to wed a prince or even a king, ultimately ascending to the throne as queen, with her offspring destined to rule the world. Though Sansa, too, had her fleeting infatuations, such as with the young Lord Wyman Royce when he first graced Winterfell. His untimely demise at the hands of the White Walkers left her heart unbroken. Sansa shall never weep for me, for it is you, Joffrey, who shall soon face defeat. Let us engage in a duel. We shall see who prevails, be it in swordplay or marksmanship, or even archery, proclaimed Robb Stark. In that case, I shall impart a lesson upon you, so you may comprehend the disparity in our standings. Joffrey retorted, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Shall we compete in archery? To see who can shoot most accurately? Very well, Robb Stark declared, retrieving a bow from Theon, who nodded in anticipation of the spectacle, eager to witness Robb's chastisement of Joffrey. Yet, upon observing Joffrey's choice of weaponry, he muttered a curse under his breath. Blast it! Joffrey wields not a bow, but a crossbow, far more advantageous. How shall we compete, then? Joffrey inquired with a smirk. With a crossbow. However, my archery skills have significantly improved of late. I may not be outmatched after all, he mused, recalling the impressive feats of Olyvar Pike, who had pierced arrows through other arrows and struck down mighty trees. Robb Stark devised a plan and led Joffrey to the sacred grove, where towering trees loomed majestically. What purpose brings us here? Joffrey questioned. To shoot arrows, your highness. Let us determine who the true master archer is. With a swift motion, Robb snapped the tips off his arrows, leaving Joffrey astonished. Could Robb Stark be a fool? Yet. His disbelief deepened as he beheld Robb draw back a broken arrow and aim at a nearby weirwood. Old gods, grant me favor. Robb silently prayed. With a swift whoosh, the arrow pierced the tree, creating a gaping hole in its trunk. Chapter 22, Duel of Masters. Joffrey swallowed hard, astonished at Robb Stark's prowess in shooting through a tree with a broken arrow. Haha. Well done, Robb. It seems you've learned that trick from Oliver Pike. Theon cheered him on. Robb himself was filled with a thrill of surprise, thinking, could it truly be the old gods who bless me? This visit to the sacred grove was fortuitous. Little Joff, are you suddenly reticent to compete? Or do you fear that your abilities are lacking? Or perhaps you simply lack the courage? Robb Stark gazed down at Joffrey with an air of arrogance. The tide had turned, and all eyes were now upon Joffrey. Even the royal attendants beside him felt a twinge of anxiety. Alas, Joffrey could never hope to shoot through a tree with a broken arrow. Such a feat required not only exceptional skill, but also a keen eye honed to perfection. How did that little Stark manage to achieve such a feat? Logically, given his tender age, it should be beyond his capabilities, as it requires years of rigorous training and exceptional insight. A tall figure among the attendants, donned in a hound's mask, pondered this in silence. He was Sandor Clegane, known by the moniker the Hound, a vassal of House Lannister from the Westerlands, bearing the scars of fire on one side of his face. His brother, infamous for his brutality, was the Mountain. At this moment, Prince Joffrey found himself in a predicament, yet he maintained an air of composure. Humph. Robb Stark, you have the advantage of terrain. This is your ancestral godswood, blessed by the old gods, allowing you to shoot arrows through great trees, is it not? Joffrey questioned. Robb Stark, unable to refute, acknowledged that Winterfell was indeed his home, a place steeped in the ancient reverence of the old gods. Joffrey, a newcomer from the south, could hardly expect their favor. What is your intention, young Joffrey? Robb Stark inquired. I wish to exchange bows with you. Should you succeed in shooting through the tree with my crossbow, I shall concede you victory. What say you? Joffrey proposed. This challenge appeared straightforward, and Robb Stark readily acquiesced. Upon taking the crossbow from Joffrey, he marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship and superb artistry. The bow, fashioned from century-old sandalwood, bore deep grains reminiscent of time's passage, emanating an aura of mystery and antiquity. The string, crafted from resilient dragobone, was taut, poised to unleash formidable power. The arrowhead, forged from tempered steel, was exceptionally sharp, glinting with a cold light. Its shape resembled a shooting star, with a pointed front tapering to a wider back, forming a flawless aerodynamic silhouette. This design not only minimized air resistance, enhancing the arrow's speed, but also augmented its penetrating capability, enabling it to pierce through an adversary's armor with ease. Adorning the sides of the arrow were two brilliant gemstones, twinkling like stars in the night sky. One was red, symbolizing fervor, while the other was blue, representing tranquility. Their presence not only embellished the arrow with opulence, but also signified the dual qualities of passion and composure in its master. The handle of the crossbow was etched with intricate designs, crafted by a renowned artisan, with each detail meticulously rendered. The motif depicted a soaring eagle, its gaze sharp, wings robust, seemingly ready to ascend into the heavens. This eagle epitomized freedom and strength, reflecting the owner's unwavering commitment to pursue both. Robb Stark hefted the crossbow, feeling its balanced weight. It was neither excessively heavy nor too light, allowing for precise control and enhancing shooting accuracy. It is truly perfect. This crossbow shall be mine, Robb Stark exclaimed with a laugh. At this moment, he had forgotten the sensations he had just experienced, the way he had pierced a massive tree with a broken arrow. Robb tightened the bowstring, and a crisp sound resonated, akin to the roar of dragons and the growl of tigers, imbued with strength and authority. The tension of the crossbow string was immense, demanding his utmost effort to draw it back. He felt a formidable power coalescing in his grasp, as if he commanded the very world around him. The entire realm became his target, every living creature his prey. As Robb aimed, he discovered the crossbow's sight was remarkably precise. Crafted by skilled artisans, it guided him accurately towards his mark. This crossbow was not merely a splendid piece of artistry, but also a lethal weapon. Before the gazes of many, Robb Stark loosed another bolt, eliciting a swift whoosh. Yet the arrow merely skimmed the surface of the tree, failing to penetrate. Ha ha ha, Robb Stark, it seems you are not as formidable as you claim, jeered Joffrey, laughing heartily. The others were perplexed. Logically, with better equipment, Robb Stark should have effortlessly pierced the tree, yet his performance had declined. Frustration gripped Robb as he unleashed arrow after arrow. But none breached the tree's bark. He had lost the tranquil mindset that once guided him, becoming ensnared in the weapon's grasp, thus losing the essence of a true marksman. Although Robb Stark was never an exceptional archer, on average, his skills paled in comparison to Theon's. Robb Stark, you have lost. Concede. Your bow is now mine. You are no match for me, Joffrey proclaimed with a booming laugh. After returning the crossbow to Joffrey, Robb walked away with a stony expression, followed closely by Theon. This chapter is far from over. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. Upon the departure of those from Winterfell, the royal attendants gathered around Joffrey. Your Highness is formidable. Your Highness is wise and valiant. A chorus of flattery ensued, delighting Joffrey. He approached the spot where Robb Stark had previously stood, taking up the bow and arrow once wielded by Robb. He snapped an arrow in half and loosed it at the tree, with the outcome all too predictable. It did not penetrate. TCH. Joffrey discarded the bow and exited the sacred grove. Sir Jorah and Sir Willem arrived, spotting an individual grasping Viserys' hand. Who are you? Release the prince, Sir Willem exclaimed, both drawing their swords. Oh, Willem Darry and Jorah Mormont, it is you, skilled fighters, though it seems age has dulled your edge. Allow me to entertain you. Oberyn tossed Viserys aside, gripping his spear with one hand, the tip swaying before the two knights. Who shall come forth first? You or you? His tone was remarkably relaxed, seeming to regard them with disdain. Yet, Oberyn remained vigilant internally, for both were seasoned knights. I shall take the lead. Sir Jorah stepped forward. Very well. Let us see today whether the lance will pierce the great bear or if the bear shall splinter the lance. The two stood in opposition, their gazes intertwining like sparks of lightning. In an instant, they were in motion. Oberyn thrust his lance, while Sir Jorah parried with his long sword, followed by a series of exchanges in attack and defense. This was not an expansive arena or an open field. Both combatants found it challenging to maneuver, especially Oberyn with his lance. Sir Jorah recognized this limitation and decided to adopt a swift offensive strategy, seeking a quick conclusion. Otherwise, time would work against him. However, Oberyn was no simple adversary. His strength likely surpassed that of Sir Jorah. With a furious thrust, Oberyn launched a fierce attack aimed directly at Sir Jorah's heart. Though Sir Jorah managed to block it with his longsword, he was forcefully pushed against the window. Sir Jorah, take another lance. Oberyn renewed his assault, his lance work as elusive as a specter. Sir Jorah dodged left and right, narrowly escaping calamity. With a clang, a momentary lapse caused Sir Jorah to lose his grip on the sword, and he braced for the lance to pierce his eye, closing his eyes in resignation. Yet, death did not descend. A curved dagger deflected Oberyn's lance. Who are you? Oberyn inquired, his vigilance heightened, for the newcomer possessed remarkable strength. Oberyn felt a profound apprehension. The arrival was none other than Drogon Kyle, summoned by Daenerys. She remained hidden behind him, seemingly fearful of Oberyn. Kyle, Sir Jorah exclaimed. After a nod from Drogon Kyle, he advanced towards Oberyn, wielding his curved dagger with precision. Oberyn readied his lance, and it appeared that a fierce clash was imminent. Chapter 23. The rent collector's Drogon Kyle approached Oberyn step by step, and Oberyn sensed the gravity of the encounter. He recognized that this Dothraki warrior was perhaps the most formidable he had ever faced. With a fierce resolve, Oberyn unleashed his lance, directing its tip towards Drogon Kyle's eyes. Yet, Drogon Kyle remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering. The curved dagger in his hand seemed to meld with his very being, possessing an essence of its own. Despite Oberyn's exceptional skill with the lance, he could not inflict a single scratch upon Drogon Kyle. Impressive. Daenerys Targaryen, concealed behind, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Perhaps inspired by her words, Drogon Kyle intensified his assault. Clang, clang, clang. The curved dagger clashed violently against Oberyn's lance. Oberyn's esteem for Drogon Kyle surged once more. This man was the strongest opponent he had faced since battling Robert Baratheon. His strength, speed, and technique were beyond reproach. With a single hand wielding an arak, Drogo Kyle stood resolute against Oberyn, who was armed with a polearm in both hands. The contrast between the short weapon and the long one showcased Drogo's exceptional skill. Despite his imposing stature, Drogo displayed remarkable agility and evasion. Oberyn found himself at a disadvantage, the tide of battle shifting palpably in favor of Drogo. Truly impressive call, remarked Ser Jorah, taken aback by Drogo's ability to best Oberyn. The renowned Red Viper, celebrated not only in Westeros but also across the 9 trading federations, commanded respect among many mercenary bands. If Drogo Kyle were to marry Princess Daenerys, perhaps we might indeed have a chance to return to the lands of Westeros. Sir William mused, his advanced age rendering him uncertain if he would ever witness Viserys ascend the Iron Throne. Daenerys' wide eyes were fixed intently on Drogo Kyle, who appeared to her as a deity. With a resounding clang, Drogo's arak severed the head of Oberyn's spear. The spear's head was crafted from fine steel, while the shaft was mere hardwood. Yet Drogo's strength and finesse allowed him to cleave it effortlessly. Upon witnessing the fallen spearhead, Oberyn felt a surge of despair. His instructor had always warned him, a spear without a head could not pierce, and one must never allow their weapon to be shattered by the enemy. Despite his waning confidence, Oberyn's sister remained present, igniting a fierce determination within him. He transformed his spear into a staff, engaging Drogo with newfound resolve. What? He refuses to concede? Ser Yura observed, bewildered. In that fleeting moment, Oberyn's lost confidence returned, and his proficiency with the staff proved formidable enough to keep Drogo at bay. Drogo, too, formulated a strategy. His arak had dulled considerably, its blade marred with nicks, rendering it less capable of easily breaking Oberyn's staff. Just as neither combatant could claim victory, the door swung open, and Illyria emerged first. Cease this at once. Drogo halted his blade mid-swing, while Oberyn's staff teetered on the brink of another break. Oberyn, we must leave. From this moment forth, we shall have no further dealings with the Targaryens. The siblings prepared to depart, but Viserys obstructed their path. Illyria, do you truly care nothing for the spirit of my brother Rhaegar, watching over you? He inquired, his tone accusatory. Illyria's countenance remained cold. Even if his spirit were to appear, I would fear it not. My only concern lies with my family and my children. When she spoke of family, she referred to her brother, Prince Doran, and Oberyn. As for her children, naturally it is Rhaenys of the North and Aegon. Alas, this year's rent collection seems to be quite dismal. Having traversed several villages, they have yielded little in terms of harvest. Furthermore, they require provisions from Winterfell. Aegon rides a white steed along a rural path. From a distance, he indeed resembles a prince, with his silvery hair and the noble white horse beneath him, earning him the title of the White Horse Prince without contest. It appears that this winter will claim the lives of many, Rhaenys remarked. Clad in a warm garment made of red bear fur, which was skillfully crafted by Sansa. Sansa's needlework is truly commendable, and her sister Arya is not far behind. Sister, if given the chance, would you wish to venture south? It is said to be a land of prosperity, unlike this harsh and frigid north, Aegon suggested. Aegon, you must remember, we are the wards of Lord Eddard Stark. Let us not forget this truth. For it seems we are destined to remain in Winterfell for all our days. Rhaenys replied, her gaze distant, as if recalling something from the past. Remnants of distant memories flickered through her mind. King's Landing, the fires of war, corpses, knights, pursuers, the figure upon the Iron Throne, and finally, the gentle descent of snowflakes. Just as the siblings prepared to continue their journey to collect rent in the next locale, a disturbance ahead caught their attention. The snow-covered ground was stained a dark crimson, resembling blood, though it appeared to be something other than human. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the carcass of a large sea eagle. Dismount, commanded the group, and all complied. A squad leader tasked with protecting the siblings approached cautiously. And upon arrival, it became evident that it was indeed the lifeless body of an enormous sea eagle. It is colossal. I have never seen such a large bird of prey, someone remarked. Gazing at the sea eagle's remains, one could only imagine its majestic presence in flight. The sea eagle is a magnificent raptor, adorned with deep gray and brown plumage reminiscent of finely crafted armor. Its wings are broad and powerful, unfurling like a dark cloud, allowing it to soar gracefully through the skies. The eagle's eyes, sharp and profound, glimmer like two precious gems, capable of perceiving all beneath it. Its talons, as sharp as blades, can effortlessly rend the flesh of its prey. When the sea eagle soars, it embodies elegance and authority. Its wings gently beat against the air, producing a resonant sound, as if proclaiming its strength and majesty to the world. With keen eyes scanning the ground for prey, once it identifies a target, it descends with astonishing speed and power to seize its quarry. The sea eagle is not only a beautiful and fierce predator but also an astute and agile being, adept at adapting to various environments and climatic conditions, thriving even in the most extreme circumstances. Even in the frigid north, it leaves its mark. It possesses almost no natural enemies, save for its own kind and humanity. Who could have slain it? Yet, why was its carcass not taken? Such a magnificent sea eagle, even in death, could fetch a handsome sum, could it not? Indeed, Master Egan, he replied, if this were in the east, the Aelin family would gladly pay at least 100 gold coins for its body. Of course, if it were alive, 300 coins could very well be possible. 300 gold coins. That is enough to sustain an entire village for decades. The life of the nobility is one of opulence, far beyond the imagination of common folk. This blood appears not to have fully congealed. Is it not dead then? Rhaenys inquired, observing more meticulously than Egan. Quite right, Miss Rhaenys. Given the current weather, it seems it was just recently slain. But why did the killer leave? Were they in a hurry? Or did they see something? Surely they could not have seen us? Said Egan. What do we have to fear? he added. His words stirred the others as the possibility began to take root. Perhaps the hunters of the Sea Eagle, having spotted Egan and his company, abandoned the carcass in their haste. Representing Winterfell, they bore the banner of the Ice Wolf. Perhaps it was the sight of this emblem that frightened the perpetrators away. Could it be that they were enemies of House Stark? This matter is rather peculiar. Upon our return, we should report it to Lord Stark. Let us continue onward. We must reach the next village before nightfall, Rhaenys declared. The nights in the north can be deadly, and spending a night in the wild would surely turn them into ice sculptures by morning. Thus, it was imperative to reach the village before dark. Chapter 24. The mysterious giant Oberyn. Are you all right? After departing the palace of the governor of Pentos, Elia and Oberyn set sail for Dorne. However, Oberyn had been bested in his encounter with Drogo. I am fine. I was not defeated. Had you not intervened, the outcome of our duel would have been revealed. He would have triumphed while I fell, yet the result would assuredly have been our mutual demise. Oberyn was confident he could drag Drogo down to the underworld with him. You, always so stubborn, like a child. Elia affectionately ruffled Oberyn's hair. Reminiscent of a mother with her child. Thoughts of her own offspring filled her mind. Where might Rhaenys and Egan be now? How are they faring? Rhaenys and Egan arrived at a village named Twin Trees before night fell. The village, named for the two immense fish beam trees at its center, welcomed them. The group took lodgings in various villagers' homes, with Rhaenys and Egan staying at the house of the village elder, an old man whom everyone called Elder David. Finally warm. The village chief added several large logs to the fireplace and then turned his gaze towards Rhaenys and her companion, who were seated at the dining table, enjoying the dinner he had prepared for them. Dear guests, let us make do with what we have tonight. This year, our village shall indeed pay the rent punctually. Rhaenys, who was consuming her oatmeal porridge, looked up at him. Other villages have neither surplus grain nor money to pay their rent. How is it that your village has funds? Dear chief, can your village truly pay this year's rent? We have visited 8 villages, and you are the first to declare such capability. The chief chuckled. In previous years, our village was like the others, relying on the relief grain from Winterfell to survive the winter. However, this year, a remarkable individual arrived. And thanks to him, we ventured into the deep woods to hunt, exchanging our game for money. Oh, what is this person's name? What are his distinguishing features? Yurn also raised his head, his silver hair glimmering in the flickering candlelight. He is a robust fellow, tall and immensely strong. And we have given him the nickname Ironhide. He claims his skin is made not of flesh, but of iron. It is he who led the village's youth into the forest to procure abundant game. With those spoils, we exchanged them for food and funds. Ironhide? That sounds both extraordinary and formidable. Does he reside here? Is he a knight? A warrior? He certainly sounds powerful. Yurn inquired with great interest. He lives at the eastern end of the village. Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet him. Such a person should not remain hidden away here. Perhaps you could recommend him to Winterfell, and who knows, Lord Eddard Stark might even knight him, the chief proclaimed. At the eastern end of the village, within a wooden cabin, a burly man lay asleep on a large bed. The carpets were made of fine bear hides, and his blankets were crafted from reindeer fur. The room was spacious, adorned with numerous bone artifacts, and various beast teeth and horns were hung upon the walls. He lay upon that grand bed, his form resembling a small mountain, exuding an undeniable presence. His breathing was deep and steady, each inhalation akin to a gentle breeze, softly stirring the air around him. His countenance appeared stern and resolute, yet in slumber, he seemed extraordinarily relaxed. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if he were contemplating something significant in his dreams. His lips were tightly closed, yet the corners turned upward, suggesting he was immersed in a sweet reverie. Lying on his side, one hand rested beneath his pillow while the other casually draped over the edge of the bed. His fingers were thick and powerful, with calluses visible at the joints, hinting at his remarkable prowess. His physique was muscular and well-defined, each muscle brimming with vitality and strength. He wore a loose-fitting nightshirt, the collar open, revealing his broad chest. His chest rose and fell with each breath, as if performing a magnificent symphony. The faint scent of sweat lingered on his nightgown, a testament to the diligent toil of his day. The room was enveloped in profound silence, interrupted only by the sound of his breathing and the occasional melodious chirp of birds. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon his form, illuminating his features with an ethereal brilliance. His face, bathed in the gentle light, appeared even more resolute and steadfast. He slept soundly, as if nothing in this world could disturb his idyllic dreams. In this moment, both body and spirit found complete relaxation and respite, preparing him thoroughly for the dawn of a new day. In the midst of his slumber, the giant seemed to murmur in his dreams. For Cybertron. Cybertron. In Winterfell. Oren Pyxis awoke with a start, having dreamed of an old acquaintance, Megatron, or as he was known, Lord Megatron. He had arrived, standing atop an iceberg, gazing down upon Oren Pyxis with eyes as crimson as those of a demon. His gaze burned like a raging inferno. Yet it also flowed like the blood of the fallen. It was a terrifying sight, chilling to the core. As Oren Pyxis met his gaze, an ineffable sense of dread and oppression washed over him, as if his very soul were at risk of being consumed. The malevolence and cruelty emanating from those eyes sent shivers down his spine. They were framed by a circle of black shadows, enhancing their prominence and intensity. There was no hint of emotion in that stare, only coldness and ruthlessness, instilling a sense of despair and helplessness. Oren Pyxis, my brother, I await you. I wait for you in the darkest, coldest corner of this world. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. For an exclusive privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading card is available for all registered users. Upon awakening, Oren Pyxis departed from his chamber and ventured into the frigid wilderness. Realizing his core felt ablaze as if his engine were overloaded, he promptly activated his self-repair function. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of impacts echoed from a distance. Following the noise, Oren Pyxis found John swinging his sword at a wooden target. He won't move. Why are you striking him, John? Oren, is that you? Can't sleep? John wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. Indeed, I cannot sleep. Oren Pyxis replied. Neither can I, but my restlessness is fueled by excitement. I am heading to the wall to become a Night's Watchman, Jon Snow declared. Oh, have you truly made up your mind? The Night's Watch endures far more hardship than you face now. I have made my decision. I have already spoken with Maester Luwin and Uncle Benjen. If I go to the wall, Brand and Rickon need not. John stated with seriousness. John, you are still too kind-hearted. Lady Caitlin. She has always treated me well, treated us all well, has she not? Oren Pyxis? John inquired, his tone somewhat urgent. Indeed, he is right. She is kind to us all, whether it be you, me, or even Sansa and the others. Olenna Tyrell has fallen silent as well. Lady Caitlin, whom they speak of, lies in bed, her expression a blend of pain and happiness, feeling the torment brought upon her by Eddard Stark. Eddard Stark rises from the bed and strides to the window, drawing back the heavy curtains before opening it wide, allowing the brisk cold air to rush in. Caitlin hastily pulls the blanket up to her chin, for she is a true daughter of the South, disliking the chill of the North, in stark contrast to Eddard. If the heat became too oppressive, he would surely struggle. The cold air disperses the warmth within the room, prompting Eddard to shut the window once more. Sansa has expressed her delight at Joffrey's belief in her beauty, and she is pleased with him. Caitlin remarks from her bed. As a mother, she must safeguard her daughter's future, seeking a son-in-law who is not only outstanding, but also wealthy and powerful. Joffrey, tall and imposing, although younger than Robb, surpasses him in height, boasting the striking golden hair and blue eyes characteristic of House Lannister. Most importantly, his mother hails from the wealthiest Lannister family. And his father is none other than King Robert Baratheon, the ruler of the entire continent of Westeros. Thus, from a mother's perspective, Sansa's union with Joffrey appears favorable, provided that he treats her well. Yet, from what has transpired in recent days, Joffrey has indeed been quite attentive to Sansa. However, I remain skeptical about this marriage. Robert has not insisted that Joffrey wed Sansa, and should I refuse this match, it is a possibility. Eddard Stark replies coolly. No. Absolutely not. If Robert learns of your rejection, it would endanger the entire Stark family. What will you do then? Caitlin sits up in bed, asserting her stance. I am as close to Robert as a brother. Eddard Stark responds in a low voice. Indeed, even if he were to appoint you as his hand, it would not be at the expense of Stannis or Renly, thus indirectly offending them. Caitlin replies calmly. There is some truth to that. As Stannis has already departed King's Landing, and Maester Pylos has indeed sent a message to Robert, though the Raven is still en route, yet to arrive in the capital. Therefore, Robert remains unaware for the time being. However, knowing Robert's temperament, even if he were to find out, he likely would not take any action. Lord Stannis is not a petty man, Eddard Stark asserts, nor is he magnanimous enough to forego the position of hand. He would not congratulate you, Eddard, on your appointment. Caitlin counters sharply. Neither can persuade the other. At that moment, a guard at the door knocks. Knock, knock, my lord. Maester Luwin has arrived and requests an urgent audience. Let him enter. Bachelor Luwin entered the room, his stature modest, yet his health robust, exuding a vibrant spirit. His visage bore the marks of time, with hair now streaked with silver, yet his eyes retained an enduring brightness. Always clad in neatly tailored attire, albeit somewhat antiquated, he presented himself with undeniable poise, befitting a man of scholarly standing. Each day he immersed himself in books, diligently pursuing knowledge across diverse fields, earning the profound respect of all in Winterfell, including Eddard Stark. Though advanced in years, his vitality remained intact. He adhered to a regimen of daily exercise and maintained commendable lifestyle habits. He relished strolls through the woods, gazing at the stars by night, and occasionally ventured outside the city, pursuits that not only enhanced his physical well-being but also uplifted his spirits. His life was a testament to the relentless quest for knowledge, which he deemed inexhaustible, advocating for continual learning as the pathway to advancement. He often urged the youth to cherish their time, to strive for wisdom, laying a solid foundation for their futures. Bachelor Lewin embodied a spirit of perseverance and dedication, demonstrating through his actions that dreams and aspirations could indeed lead to the realization of one's intrinsic value. Among all the scholars recognized by the Citadel, his renown rivaled that of the esteemed Maester Pycelle in King's Landing. "My apologies, my lord, my lady, for the late intrusion," he exclaimed, producing a small yet exquisite wooden box from his pocket. "This was delivered abruptly, and I have only just received it." "Who sent this box?" Eddard Stark inquired. "I am uncertain, but it likely came with the king's retinue, placed in my observatory while I slept," Bachelor Lewin replied. "The king's men?" Eddard questioned, perplexed. "No, my lord, it should be those accompanying the king, not necessarily his own men," Bachelor Lewin cautioned. Realization dawned upon Eddard Stark, recalling that Robb had mentioned there were only two types of people around him now, madmen and deceivers, with none of his own allies remaining. Jon Arryn was one, though sadly deceased. "Hand me the box," Eddard Stark commanded. "However, there is a letter within, intended for Lady Catelyn." "I beg your pardon, Lord Eddard." Bachelor Lewin respectfully declined to relinquish the box. Though momentarily taken aback, Eddard held a deep respect for Bachelor Lewin and chose not to press the matter further. Catelyn accepted the box and noticed the sigil of House Tully, a fish emblem embossed at the bottom. Upon opening the box, she discovered a hidden secret, one she was fortuitously aware of. With the precision of dismantling a puzzle, Catelyn opened the box entirely and retrieved a small note. "What does it say?" Eddard asked. But upon reading it, Catelyn promptly descended from the bed and burned the note. The situation appeared to have shifted dramatically. "Eddard, perhaps you were right," Catelyn Tully remarked. "What do you mean?" "Kate, clarify who wrote this and what it entails," Eddard Stark inquired in a grave tone. "It was my sister Lisa who penned it. She claims that Jon Arryn was murdered, and he did not perish from illness. The Lannister family is responsible for his demise." Catelyn revealed this brutal truth. "What?" Eddard Stark's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had been struck down, collapsing to the ground. "Jon." Eddard called out the name of Jon Arryn. "Now is not the time for sorrow. Eddard, you are the head of this family, and you must gather your strength. Maester Lewin, what is your perspective on this matter? You are the one I brought from the Riverlands, the one who has assisted in the birth of my 5 children. Your opinion is of great significance." Catelyn turned her gaze towards him. Maester Lewin stroked his chin, though it was devoid of any beard. "This situation is indeed suspicious. If the Lannisters did assassinate Jon Arryn, what would their motive be? The throne will undoubtedly belong to Joffrey, which would make Tywin Lannister the king's grandfather. Cersei would be the queen mother. What reason would they have to kill Jon Arryn? There is only one possibility. Joffrey's claim to the throne is in jeopardy." Upon hearing Maester Lewin's words, both Eddard and Catelyn found them reasonable, but the notion of Joffrey's claim being in peril raised questions. Why would there be an issue? Perhaps Jon Arryn was aware of the answer, which is why he was silenced, murdered by the Lannisters. "My lord, you now find yourself at an impasse. Whether to go to King's Landing is a dilemma. If you go, you might meet the same fate as your forebears, gone without a trace. If you do not go, King Robert may also fall into peril without assistance. The choice lies with you." Eddard Stark remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately resolving to travel to King's Landing. This was a formidable decision. He chose to go not only to uncover the true cause of Jon Arryn's death, but also to alert the people of Westeros to the looming threat of the White Walkers. Winter is coming. Eddard Stark seemed to envision the scene of swirling white snowflakes. Flurries cascaded from the heavens, akin to angelic feathers, delicate and pure. The entire world appeared cloaked in a silvery shroud, transforming it into a dreamlike realm. The distant mountains were blanketed in snow, creating a vast expanse of white. The trees atop the mountains swayed in the frigid wind, their branches adorned with crystalline snowflakes, resembling blossoms of pear trees in full bloom. The river at the foot of the mountains was frozen, its surface covered with a thick layer of ice, resembling a mirror reflecting the beauty of the sky and mountains. Winter is not far off. Chapter 26. The Embroidery Contest. According to the seasons of Westeros, it is currently late summer. However, for the people of the north, it is winter. Winter is the most detested season for the Northerners, as it is unbearably cold. One could easily freeze to death outdoors at night. After having breakfast at the village chief's home, Aegon and Rhaenys planned to pay a visit to the Ironborn. The village chief led the way, residing at the western end of the village, while Tai Pai lived to the east. Leaning on a cane crafted from fishbeam wood, he ambled along, guiding the two individuals through the entirety of Shuangshu village. Upon reaching the village center, they beheld two magnificent fishbeam trees, towering even higher than those in Winterfell. Igung tilted his head, striving to glimpse the treetops, yet they remained obscured by the dense foliage. The canopy resembled a grand carriage roof, and the entire tree appeared akin to a majestic palace. Ha ha ha, our fishbeam trees are said not to have been planted by humans, but rather by the children of the forest, long before the builders of Winterfell, Brandon Stark, ever existed. The village chief chuckled. Wow, that's truly impressive. Igung responded with a grin. Let us proceed. We are but halfway to the eastern end of the village, where we shall meet Tai Pai. Hopefully, he will make the right choice. A person of his caliber deserves to explore broader horizons. The village chief led the two siblings toward the east. Upon arriving at the eastern end of the village, they found few residences, as the proximity to the forest made it perilous at night when creatures would emerge. Thus, most people avoided living here, save for a few hunters. Tai Pai's home was at the farthest east, close to the woods. Yet no beast dared to raid his abode at night. The exterior of Tai Pai's house displayed numerous animal skulls, wolves, bears, and even tigers. He seemed to still be asleep. Those who hunted in the mountains typically rested during the day and ventured out at night, often indulging in libations. I shall knock, announced the village chief as he approached Tai Pai's front door. Knock, knock, knock. Tai Pai, open the door. It is the village chief. Tai Pai, open up. Before long, footsteps echoed from within. The door swung open, revealing a burly man, his face etched with determination, though he was still yawning. Village chief, what brings you here? And who are they? Tai Pai's scrutinizing gaze made Rennie's and Igung feel as though they were being targeted by a predator, sending a chill down their spines. They hail from Winterfell. Let us speak inside, for it is rather cold outside. Tai Pai stepped aside, inviting them in. His home was quite simple, lacking the hospitality customary for guests, so he resorted to using several animal skulls as cups to serve them oat wine. Holding the peculiar skull in hand, the three felt a wave of nausea wash over them. It was simply unpalatable. The surroundings resembled a wild man's den, yet Tai Pai was no savage. He was a warrior from the illustrious planet Cybertron, though none here understood that. Tai Pai, these two are from Winterfell. Are you willing to accompany them back? Lord Eddard Stark will surely bestow upon you a significant responsibility, the village chief proclaimed. Although Ironhide's departure may render their village bereft of a guardian, they cannot expect him to remain there indefinitely, for he is no ordinary individual. Who is Eddard Stark? I have only recognized one person in my life. Yet that person is no longer present. Ironhide's eyes were filled with memories and sorrow. It seems you possess quite the tale, Mr. Ironhide. However, we all have our stories. Allow me to share mine first. Renice began. Observing the young girl before him, Ironhide found her intriguing and acquiesced to her request. Renice commenced recounting the tale of her parents, seamlessly transitioning to her own identity alongside Egan. When she mentioned the presence of an Oren Pyxis in Winterfell, particularly the weapon known as the Starfall Sword, Ironhide's expression shifted dramatically. Oren Pyxis. Oren Pyxis. It appears he is not dead. Ha ha ha. He is alive. Ironhide became animated. I shall accompany you to Winterfell. The sooner the better. I can hardly wait to see Oren Pyxis. Is he well? Oren Pyxis. He is splendid. He resides in Winterfell. However, we cannot return immediately. We must collect rents in other locations before heading back. Renice remarked, sensing that Ironhide seemed to know Oren Pyxis. Yet, the two were not supposed to have any connection. Oren Pyxis was said to hail from the Iron Islands, the son of Balon. However, Renice was oblivious to many truths. In Winterfell, Cersei brought Myrcella to the women's sewing room, a space designated for ladies, including young maidens, servants, and nuns to engage in needlework. It is indeed a great honor, Your Majesty. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall guide her in her sewing. It is my pride, Sister Modin exclaimed, her face blooming with a smile. Typically stern, she would bend her demeanor in the presence of royalty. Cersei nodded. Myrcella, do your embroidery well. Do not tarnish the family's reputation. Then Cersei scanned the room and noticed Catelyn's two daughters were also present. Sansa and Arya greeted her with a curtsy. After Cersei departed, Myrcella took her seat. Originally beside Sister Modin, she shifted closer to Sansa Stark. Sansa, I hear we are to become sisters-in-law when you visit King's Landing. We must get along splendidly, Myrcella said with a sweet smile, gazing at Sansa. Sansa nodded slightly, her thoughts drifting to the distant King's Landing by the Blackwater. Ladies, let us commence. This time, we shall embroider our most skilled designs. In the end, we shall judge whose is the finest. To Sansa's right sat a petite girl. Though she was Sansa's sister, she appeared more like a servant, not only in attire but also in her demeanor and beauty, which paled in comparison to Sansa's. Arya inherited the Stark family's visage, possessing an elongated face reminiscent of a horse's. Even the daughters of the Master-at-Arms and the steward surpassed her in beauty. Jennifer and Beth Soth would often mock her, even mimicking horse sounds in her presence. Alas, what have I showcased? Arya gazed at the object in her hands, which appeared neither chicken nor duck. What was it that she had truly displayed? Chapter 27. The Dragon Belt. Arya glanced at the flowers she had embroidered, then compared them to those of her sister, and the disparity was striking. Sansa was not only her sister, but also their mother as pride and joy. In her childhood, Arya had worried about being an illegitimate child, as she bore little resemblance to her siblings. Listening to Sansa and Myrcella's joyful laughter made Arya uncomfortable. Sansa, when you go to King's Landing, will all of our Pecs accompany you? Myrcella asked shyly. Oh, our princess, what is this? Why the curiosity about all of our Pecs? Jennifer teased from the side. Because he saved my mother. He is my mother's savior, Myrcella exclaimed. When did all of our Pecs ever save your mother? Pray tell. Beth asked with keen interest. Even the composed Sansa leaned in to listen. My mother was once kidnapped by pirates before marrying King Robert, and it was all of our Pecs, wielding a sword, who rescued her, thus earning his knighthood. Myrcella's tale was unfamiliar to Sansa and the others, leaving them momentarily speechless. That's a lie. You're lying. Cersei is lying. Arya blurted out inadvertently. At that moment, all eyes turned to her. I know how all of our Pecs was knighted, and it has nothing to do with Cersei. Arya, you must show respect to the queen, lest Lady Catelyn be displeased. Sister Modin approached. Let me see your embroidery. Sister Modin snatched the piece from Arya's hands. Upon inspection, it was a rather ugly duckling. Nonetheless, it was a marked improvement compared to her previous attempts. Arya, this time your work. I know it looks terrible. No need to state the obvious. Arya retorted angrily before storming off. The others exchanged puzzled glances. I intended to compliment her. Why did she leave? Arya sought her direwolf, named Nymeria, a queen renowned among the noble Loiner people. Nymeria's eyes shone like a golden moon against the night sky, radiating a mysterious and enchanting light. Being a female wolf, she was slightly smaller than her male counterparts, yet she displayed greater agility and grace. Her coat was a deep gray, speckled with black spots on her back and belly, akin to stars scattered across the night sky. Her tail is long and fluffy, perpetually held high, a testament to her confidence and pride. At times, her eyes radiate a bright yellow, resembling two glistening gems. They exude a profound and enigmatic brilliance that captivates all who gaze into them. Her vision is keen, capable of perceiving distant horizons as well as minute details. Within her heart lies the belief that she is the Queen Wolf, and Arya harbors a dream of becoming a queen akin to Nymeria. To traverse the world and sail the seas at will. Embroidery, embroidery. Aside from that, I excel in all tasks no less than the men. Indeed. I must head to the training grounds to see Robb and the others. Arya, accompanied by her Nymeria, hurried towards the training field. Upon arrival, she beheld two chubby lads engaged in a fencing match, one being Tommen and the other her younger brother, Bran, clad in thick protective gear. As they were but 7 years old, Arya, at 9, observed their playful skirmish. They exchanged gentle blows, and ultimately, Bran triumphed due to his advantageous position. Well fought. Who wishes to take the next challenge? Robb? Oliver? Theon? Sir Roderick called out. Arya noticed Jon was not among them. He stood alone above, watching them intently. She led her wolf to seek him out. Jon was present, along with his wolf, Ghost, a pure white wolf, possessed fur as immaculate as snow, devoid of any blemish, shimmering with a silvery sheen under the moonlight. This wolf was tall and robust, muscles taut, brimming with strength. Its movements were graceful and nimble, each step imbued with an air of elegance. Most striking were its crimson eyes, resembling two burning flames. In the darkness, those eyes glinted with an eerie light, instilling a profound sense of dread. One felt as if their very soul was being scrutinized. Upon encountering Ghost, Nymeria lay down on the ground, exposing her belly in a gesture of submission, a universal sign among their kind when faced with a more powerful counterpart. Arya, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be embroidering at this hour? Jon remarked upon noticing her. Embroidery, embroidery. I'm making a flower pillow. Would you like one? Do not mention embroidery to me. It vexes me, Arya exclaimed as she settled beside Jon. Huh, it seems Sister Modin has indeed imparted some wisdom upon you. Why don't you join the fray? I am a bastard, unworthy of playing with the princes. Jon replied, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Arya fell silent. But Oliver is a bastard as well. Oliver? He is no bastard. Did you see the belt around his waist? That is a dragon belt. Theon's belt is merely a long worm belt. Is there a difference? Arya scratched her head in confusion. She was unaware that for a man, a belt serves as a symbol of status. No, there is a distinction, Jon Snow remarked. In the Iron Islands, before they embraced piracy, they were indeed fishermen, and through millennia of fishing, they classified the ocean's fish into several significant categories: tadpoles, worms, shrimp, small fish, large fish, long worms, giant worms, and dragons. The inhabitants of the Iron Islands also have a tradition of crafting adornments from fish bones. Though this practice has become less common, only the priests of the drowned god, specifically the wet-haired Euron, continue this tradition. After studying under Euron for over 3 years, Oren Pyxis, who was deemed intelligent, eager to learn, and diligent, was gifted a dragon belt. However, the current era in the Iron Islands no longer uses belts to distinguish status. Otherwise, Theon would certainly not be of lesser rank than Alan. Although referred to as a dragon belt, it bears no relation to the dragons of House Targaryen. Many things in the world bear the name dragon, such as dragon bones used for medicinal purposes, which are, in fact, merely the bones of large beasts. Dragon sinew can be fashioned into belts, derived from the remains of a colossal sea creature. Oren Pyxis possessed such a belt, while Theon had previously donned a worm belt, later replaced by a long worm belt. Chapter 28. The Lion Runs with Wolves. Oren Pyxis, I hear you have been knighted by Count Fiman of Fairy Island? Joffrey approached with his entourage. Indeed, your highness. It was Count Fiman himself who bestowed upon me this honor. Then I shall put your knighthood to the test. Hand me my sword. Joffrey commanded one of his attendants. Among his retinue were some from House Lannister, aware of Oren Pyxis' renown. Your highness, you wouldn't dare challenge Oren Pyxis, would you? He is no ordinary man. A Lannister attendant cautioned. He is no man. Are you insulting Sir Alan? Joffrey retorted. He is a knight, and you are merely a squire, so know your place. With a swift motion, Joffrey struck the Lannister attendant, sending him sprawling to the ground. Is he truly that strong? Joffrey appears quite slender. How could he have knocked him down with a single blow? Arya inquired of Jon from the upper floor. Though I cannot discern if Joffrey is merely a decorative pillow or possesses genuine skill, I do know that Robb lost to him in an archery contest yesterday. Jon replied. Though he was not present at the time, Joffrey's victory over Robb in archery indicated that he was not entirely without merit. Another attendant, one hailing from House Baratheon, presented Joffrey with his sword. This was no ordinary blade. It was known as the Lion's Tooth. The Lion's Tooth is an ancient and enigmatic sword, said to have been forged by a legendary smith from the Westerlands long ago. The blade glimmered with a silvery sheen, extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly severing any object. The blade is adorned with exquisite patterns depicting the majestic lion, a symbol of strength and courage, which lends its name to this magnificent sword. The hilt is crafted from gold, encrusted with precious gemstones that radiate a dazzling brilliance. The Lion's Tooth is not merely a beautiful work of art, but a formidable weapon. Its wielder can feel the latent power and courage it embodies, enabling extraordinary prowess in battle. However, this sword is shrouded in mysterious legends. It is said that only a true warrior may possess it, and its full potential can only be unleashed in the face of the most formidable foes. Throughout the annals of history, the Lion's Tooth has been wielded by many knights of noble families from the West who used it to safeguard their homes and people. Presently, it is held by Prince Joffrey, a scion of House Lannister. Olenna Tyrell, I named this sword the Lion's Tooth. What do you call yours? Upon grasping his sword, Joffrey underwent a remarkable transformation, his demeanor swelling with newfound confidence. Robb Stark, standing nearby, regarded him with a sidelong glance, for just the day prior, during an archery contest, Joffrey had been nothing more than a spoiled nobleman. Yet now, he appeared as a figure of strength. What many do not realize is that despite Joffrey's life of luxury, having been nurtured in wealth and power, he has undergone rigorous training from a young age. The one who commanded his training was not Robert, but Cersei. As a mother, she wished to spare her child from the perils she had herself encountered, yearning for him to possess the ability to protect himself in times of danger. Thus, she initiated his training, often under the guidance of a Kingsguard. Sometimes it was Jaime, and at other times, the fearless Barristan. Moreover, Cersei assigned a formidable bodyguard to Joffrey, the Hound, Sandor Clegane. Olenna Tyrell had no intention of engaging in combat. She merely smiled gently. Your Highness, I am but a few years your senior. How could I possibly take advantage of your youth? Besides, you are a prince, while I am merely an adopted child. If there must be a confrontation, let it be Robb. Upon hearing this, Robb Stark seized the opportunity. He had long wished to teach Joffrey a lesson. With determination in his eyes, he declared, Prince Joffrey, I wager the honor of Eddard Stark's son against you in combat. Will you accept my challenge? Robb, akin to a prowling wolf, was poised for action, his gaze fixed intently upon his prey. Though his quarry was a lion, he perceived Joffrey as a young lion, not a stag, for the resemblance simply did not hold. After all, the Lannisters are known for their golden hair and blue eyes, their sigil a roaring lion, and Joffrey evidently inherited the bloodline of his mother-s family. Upon contemplating this, Robb Stark suddenly felt that the bloodline of Robert Baratheon appeared rather weak. How could all three of his children possess golden hair and blue eyes? Nevertheless, among Catelyn's 5 offspring, for resembled the Tully family, aside from Arya, Robb Stark, Sansa Stark, Bran Stark, and little Rickon Stark all bore red hair and high cheekbones, taking after Catelyn rather than Eddard Stark. Thus, Robb Stark dismissed any further thoughts on the matter. Robb Stark. Joffrey's striking green eyes narrowed slightly, concealing his emotions. Very well, your status is sufficient to challenge me. Though our fathers are as brothers, we have yet to establish such camaraderie. If you can best me, I shall acknowledge your worth. Upon hearing Joffrey's challenge, Robb Stark felt a rush of excitement and drew his sword. This blade, recently forged by Micah, was a tribute to the name he had given his direwolf. His direwolf was named Grey Wind, for its speed was akin to that of the wind. The sword was called Wolf's Tooth, signifying its sharpness, capable of claiming lives with ease. Micah had mentioned that while crafting Wolf's Tooth, he had sought several rings made of Valyrian steel from Maester Luwin and integrated them into the sword, rendering it extraordinarily sharp, able to slice through iron like butter. The hilt was fashioned from fine oak, adorned with several pearls from White Harbor, which occasionally shimmered with iridescent hues in the sunlight. The scabbard was crafted from black leather, intricately engraved with a beautiful running wolf motif, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Robb Stark and Prince Joffrey stood at the center of the tournament grounds, both right-handed, with their swords sheathed at their left sides, hilts facing right. As they approached each other, halting 5 paces apart, their gazes locked, reminiscent of lions confronting running wolves. The tension in their eyes began to escalate. Chapter 29. Mutual Destruction. The duel between Robb Stark and Prince Joffrey commenced. Robb Stark was the first to strike, drawing his wolf's tooth and lunging toward Joffrey's throat. Should he succeed, the razor-sharp blade would surely spell doom for Joffrey, resulting in a gory spectacle. Sir Roderick, tasked by Eddard Stark to oversee the young lords and the prince, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Should a prince perish, be it Robb or Eddard, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. However, Joffrey seemed to anticipate the attack, deftly sidestepping and drawing his lion's tooth. Aiming a vicious strike at Robb Stark reacted swiftly, parrying with his wolf's tooth, and the two began to grapple. Yet, due to their differing grips on the sword, it was ultimately Robb Stark who managed to push Joffrey back. Come again, little Joffrey. It seems you are not merely a pretty face, he taunted, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips. Robb Stark erupted into laughter. Come what may, you ought to be cautious. If the heir of Winterfell were to perish within Winterfell, I dare say Lord Eddard would be quite heartbroken. Joffrey charged once more, delivering a fierce blow aimed directly at Robb's head. Clang! Robb Stark, wielding his sword with both hands, parried the strike. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, swiftly trading blows that numbered into the 50s or 60s. Fatigue began to set in, their strength noticeably waning. Who do you think will prevail? Asked Theon, standing to the side, glancing at Olyvar. At this moment, it's hard to say, but I believe Robb has the upper hand. After all, we are in Winterfell. Moreover, given this weather, I suspect Joffrey is struggling more than Robb. Olyvar's assessment proved astute, for Joffrey's legs trembled beneath him. He had not anticipated that Robb Stark would prove to be such a formidable opponent. Perhaps the Northerners truly possessed remarkable prowess, capable of besting 10 Southerners single-handedly. While in King's Landing, Joffrey had trained with the King's Guard, and though he had never emerged victorious, he could hold his own against the average gold-cloaked guardsman. Arriving in Winterfell, he discovered the true strength of the Northmen. Even Ser Roderick was on par with the King's Guard's average skill level. And here was Robb Stark, the son of Eddard Stark, exhibiting such extraordinary prowess. Joffrey was nearing his limit, yet Robb Stark too was expending his last reserves of energy. Truly, he was the offspring of King Robert. His father had recounted tales of Robert's invincibility in his youth, how he had vanquished the last true dragon, Rhaegar. Even Joffrey, 2 years younger than I, could contend with me in such a manner. Both young men silently admired one another, yet their pride forbade them from conceding. After a moment's observation, they clashed once more. The lion's tooth and the wolf's tooth sparked as they met. Their spirits soared to a fever pitch, while cheers and encouragement echoed around them. Go! Prince Joffrey. His attendants rallied. Meanwhile, the guards of Winterfell rallied behind their young lord. Robb Stark, press on. If you defeat Joffrey, Eddard Stark will take pride in you, shouted Bran, his voice rising above the din. Joffrey, keep fighting, chimed in young Tommen, his voice surprisingly louder than Bran's despite his chubby frame. Though Robb Stark was weary, he summoned every ounce of strength he had left. He assumed an unusual stance, akin to a wolf on the hunt, with his sword resembling his fangs. Robb lunged forward, overpowering Joffrey and pinning him to the ground. Joffrey's lion's tooth was knocked away. Do you concede? Do you yield? Robb Stark's sword hovered just above Joffrey's nose. Go ahead and kill me if you have the courage. I shall never yield. Joffrey's gaze was fixed defiantly upon Robb. Robb Stark, upon witnessing the scene, discarded his sword and unleashed a flurry of punches upon Joffrey's face, exclaiming, "This is what you get for refusing to yield." Joffrey, unwilling to accept defeat, retaliated fiercely. Seizing an opportune moment, he managed to topple Robb and positioned himself atop him, declaring, "You dare strike me? Allow me to teach you a lesson." "Ha, take that." What began as a duel transformed into a brawl, more aptly described as a struggle, as both young men unleashed their iron fists upon each other without mercy. Knowing well that a few blows would not prove fatal, as the fight wore on, both were soon drained of energy, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, thoroughly exhausted. It appeared the outcome was a stalemate. Theon, observing from the sidelines, chuckled, "It seems so. Yet I doubt His Majesty and Lord Eddard Stark would wish to witness such behavior from their sons." Olenna Tyrell smirked, her lips curling upwards. Meanwhile, Jon and Arya, watching from above, began to reassess their perceptions of Joffrey. Who would have thought Joffrey possessed a semblance of courage? He is not merely a decorative figure, Arya remarked. "Dear sister, speaking of decorum, you seem to have escaped from Sister Modin. Upon your return, you shall certainly face her wrath." Jon replied, amusement dancing in his voice. "Alas, I loathe needlework," Arya exclaimed, her face contorted in dismay as she exited, her little wolf following closely behind. Upon returning to the embroidery room, Arya found not only her companions but also a few additional figures present. Cersei and Catelyn had entered. The moment Arya arrived, she was met with collective scrutiny, her brow glistening with sweat. "Mother, and the Queen, you are both here," she exclaimed. "Arya, where have you been?" Catelyn demanded, her expression filled with ire. "Ah, Mother. The Queen, terrible news. Robb and Joffrey have both been injured and are lying on the ground." Arya responded swiftly. "What? Young Joffrey is hurt? Where is he?" Cersei's once stern countenance shifted to one of concern. "How is it that Robb was injured?" "Speak quickly, Arya," Catelyn urged, her anxiety palpable. Myrcella, Sansa, and others turned their attention towards them as well. They were training and got into a fight. It's all gone terribly wrong. We must hurry to see them. Most importantly, bring Maester Luwin, Cersei instructed, leading Myrcella away. Once the others had departed, Catelyn turned to Arya, saying, "Arya, you are not your sister. So heed this advice. Be wary of the Queen." Arya was perplexed, uncertain of her mother's meaning. From the surface, it appeared that Catelyn and Cersei had maintained a rather amicable relationship, one being the Queen and the other the Duchess, soon to be the Prime Minister's wife. Moreover, Catelyn chose to impart this warning solely to Arya, not Sansa, which suggested a particular regard for her. In Chapter 30, The Wildlings' Invasion, Maester Luwin proved to be quite adept, attending to the injuries of Robb and Joffrey, applying bandages with skillful hands. "Your Highness, Prince, and young Lord Robb, it is advisable to refrain from contact with water in the coming days. Although the weather is quite cold, it is best to avoid hot springs for now. Let us wait until your wounds have healed before considering such indulgences." Catelyn and Cersei, naturally quite upset, can only resort to verbal admonishments, being mothers to their own children. Upon learning of the situation, King Robb and Eddard Stark also advised caution for the future, while Robb couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Indeed, it is only fitting. A man must embrace the skirmishes of life. How could one avoid conflict and not shed blood? Should the wildlings invade in the future, would they not faint at the sight of blood? In the south, apart from the valleys, there is little room for wildlings to thrive. Yet the north faces a different reality. Each year, they must contend with incursions from both indigenous and foreign wildlings, particularly during the harsh winter months. Wildlings seldom choose to invade castles, preferring instead to raid villages, which lack significant defenses and are thus easier prey." As they gazed upon the multitude of wildling corpses scattered across the ground, Aegon and Rhaenys gained a deeper understanding of the formidable prowess of the Ironborn. How remarkable! His strength is unparalleled, and his combat experience is vast, delivering lethal blows with remarkable efficiency. Aegon observed the Ironborn from a distance. "Indeed, I fear that even within Winterfell, only Olyvar Pike might stand a chance against him. I suspect even Ser Roderick would not be his match." Rhaenys watched as the Ironborn dispatched the last of the wildlings, initially wishing to spare one, yet the Ironborn's strikes were too swift. All the wildlings perished. Clapping his hands, the Ironborn approached, the remnants of wildling blood staining his attire. Yet he remained unscathed. "All threats have been eliminated, but the villagers are all dead," he remarked, sorrow evident in his eyes. He seemed deeply averse to death, yet found himself compelled to engage in slaughter and destruction. Indeed, this is the territory of House Stark, and the loss of so many lives, all at the hands of loathsome wildlings, weighs heavily. The village before them was the last one where Rhaenys and Aegon intended to collect rents, yet upon arrival, They found it eerily deserted. Eventually, they discovered the bodies of the inhabitants. Some had been picked apart by vultures, while others had their entrails devoured by hyenas. As they contemplated digging a grave for the deceased, hidden wildlings sprang forth, charging at Rainey's and her party like a pack of beasts intent on murder. With only 7 or 8 guards accompanying them, Rainey's feared for their lives amidst the onslaught. However, the Ironborn fought as if possessed by the spirit of a war god, wielding a staff of ironwood to dispatch the wildlings with unmatched ferocity. Though I cannot quite articulate it, a sense of unease lingers within me. Sister and Ironborn. We cannot simply bury them hastily. We must at least incinerate their remains, consigning all to the flames, Aegon suggested. Why must we gather so much firewood? Such a task is no trivial endeavor. I shall be delayed in my journey to Winterfell to meet with Oliver Pyxis, exclaimed the Iron Man, whose singular desire was to confer with Oliver Pyxis. Why do you wish for us to incinerate these corpses, Egan? He inquired. Because I had a dream, Egan replied. A daydream, huh? Young lad, dreaming in broad daylight? Could it be a nightmare? The Iron Man chuckled. It was not a dream of the day. It was from last night. I envisioned a charnel ground where many corpses had risen, resurrected by some unknown sorcery, becoming an army of the dead, Egan recounted, a tremor of fear lacing his voice. The vividness of that dream still haunted him. Could it be a dragon dream? Rainey suggested. Aware that members of House Targaryen possessed the ability to have prophetic dreams, foreseeing possible futures if interpreted correctly, which could avert impending doom. I am uncertain. Yet the dream felt all too real. I awoke with tears at the corners of my eyes. Very well, young one, let us burn these bodies. Let them turn to ash and merge with the earth. The foes they had slain were merely one wave of invaders. In truth, several waves of wildlings were at large, scattered across different locations. Some had even reached the outskirts of Snowwolf City. This small settlement, though not densely populated, boasted formidable defenses, making it a challenge to assault. As night enveloped the ancient stronghold, the torches upon the walls flickered with a feeble glow. In the darkness beyond the city, a band of wildlings lay in wait, their forms blending seamlessly into the night, nearly undetectable. Towering figures, muscular and clad in rudimentary animal skins, wielded crude weapons. Their eyes gleamed with a primal ferocity, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts poised to pounce upon their prey. At the forefront stood a robust man, his face adorned with black paint, hair braided and adorned with feathers. His gaze was resolute and merciless, as if pondering something of great significance. Silence, do not make a sound, the leader murmured, his voice deep and gravelly. We have waited long, and tonight is our opportunity to strike. The wildlings nodded in agreement, having lain in ambush for several days, biding their time for the perfect moment. Listen, our objective is to breach this city and seize its wealth and provisions, the leader continued. However, we must not attack recklessly. We require a strategy. He unfurled a map, hastily drawn by a captured soldier, whose misfortune had led him to be seized by wildlings while merely stepping out to relieve himself. After having 8 teeth knocked out, he managed to provide a rough sketch to his captors. Yet, as wildlings are wont to do, they executed the unfortunate soldier upon acquiring the map. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The tale grows ever more thrilling. Noble Privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading privilege card, is available for all registered users to claim for free. The map delineates the layout and defensive structures of the city. He pointed to several locations on the map, saying, "These are the city's weak points. We shall launch our assault from here." The wild men gathered around, scrutinizing the map. They began to deliberate on the strategy for the attack, each presenting their own suggestions. We can divide into several small groups and approach from different directions, proposed one wild man. No, that would scatter our forces too much. We would be easily overwhelmed by the enemy, countered another. We could first send some individuals to divert the enemy's attention, allowing the others to strike at the opportune moment, suggested a young wild man. That is a commendable idea. But we must exercise caution to avoid detection by the enemy, the chief cautioned. After a thorough discussion, the wild men finally settled on a strategy. They divided into 3 groups, each tasked with attacking from the east gate, west gate, and south gate of the city. Each group had specific objectives to reach their designated positions within a stipulated time before launching their assault. All right, everyone prepare. We are set to depart, commanded the chief. The wild men grasped their weapons and stealthily approached the city. Their movements were light and agile, akin to a band of phantoms. Under the cover of night, they swiftly neared the city. Everyone, be vigilant. Do not alert the enemy, the chief whispered. Cautiously, the wild men approached the walls, concealing themselves in the shadows as they observed the guards on patrol. The sentinels remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, continuing their leisurely rounds. Now is the time, attack. At the chief's command, the wild men surged forth from the shadows, launching a fierce assault on the guards atop the walls. The sentinels, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the wild men, hastily grasped their weapons in defense. However, the ferocity of the wild men's onslaught was overwhelming, and they quickly breached the guards' defenses, scaling the walls. Kill! The wild men shouted, brandishing their weapons as they surged into the city. The inhabitants, roused by the commotion, fled in terror. The wild men wreaked havoc within the city, seizing valuables and provisions, their conduct merciless as many residents fell victim to their brutality. Yet, the wild men did not revel in their triumph for long. The city's forces swiftly organized a counterattack against the intruders. Though valiant, the wild men were few in number and lacked proper training, leading to their eventual defeat at the hands of the military. Retreat. The chief observed the dire situation and decisively issued the withdrawal order. The wild men fled the city, bearing the plundered goods and provisions, vanishing into the night. Although this siege ended in failure, the wild men remained undeterred, resolutely seeking their next opportunity for an attack. Chapter 31. The Fall of Snow Wolf City. Upon the Wall of Despair, the Night's Watchman discerned the unusual activities of the wildlings. Only half of the scouts sent out returned, the others would likely never come back. Commander Mormont expressed his grave concerns. He was the leader of the Night's Watch. Hailing from the Mormont family of Bear Island, once the Count of Bear Island, but now he bore the title of Commander of the Night's Watch. It appeared that the wildlings were methodically attempting to breach the wall. What was the situation at Eastwatch? Had Commander Caitlin sent any word? Sir Alistair inquired. Sir Alistair had once served as an officer in the capital during the reign of Aegon, but after the rebellion led by Robb, which toppled the Targaryen dynasty, he, like many others, donned the black to join the Night's Watch at the wall. There has been no news. I fear Sir Caitlin is overwhelmed at this moment. After all, the pressure at Eastwatch is far greater than elsewhere, the aged Maester Aemon remarked, well over a century old and the most senior of the Night's Watch. His true identity had long been forgotten. All that remained was his title as the Maester of the Night's Watch at Castle Black. When we returned, we witnessed several wildlings scaling the wall, and their numbers were not insignificant. Regrettably, we lacked the manpower to thwart them. The wall, after all, is a formidable barrier, towering 700 feet and extending 300 miles. No one knows from where the wildlings will ascend, nor do they know where the Night's Watch is stationed. Thus, both sides are merely testing their fortunes. Hundreds of wildlings have already fled to the north. The lords of the north shall surely be unsettled. I hope Lord Eddard Stark can resolve the issue of the wildlings. In Winterfell, Eddard Stark received letters from his vassals across the north regarding the wildling incursion. His head felt heavy with the burden of it all. He was about to journey to King's Landing, and yet the wildlings chose this moment to infiltrate in small bands, presenting him with a formidable challenge. Robb, I regret that before proceeding to King's Landing, I must ensure the north is secured. The wildlings are more aggressive this time than in previous years. At that moment, King Robb sat nearby, gnawing on a chicken leg, grease staining his mouth. Eddard, you are still too cautious. It is time to test the younger generation. Let your sons, Robb, Bran, Rickon, Jon, and my son Joffrey, address this wildling threat. The future must be entrusted to them. They have lived in peace and have yet to spill blood. This is the perfect opportunity to forge their courage. King Robb did not perceive the wildling invasion as an entirely dire predicament, for it could serve to train the youth. Upon hearing this, Eddard Stark felt that perhaps this was indeed the right course of action, though he needed to consult with Caitlin first. Your Majesty, I shall discuss this with Caitlin. Should you not also confer with the Queen? Cersei? That woman? The court should not meddle in our affairs. She cannot sway my convictions. I shall never heed her counsel. King Robert remarked casually. Eddard Stark discerned the underlying tension between Queen Cersei and Robert, thus he refrained from pressing the matter further and returned to confer with Caitlin. After all, aside from their other children, Robb was Caitlin and Eddard's eldest son. Prior to Sansa's birth, Robb encompassed all of Caitlyn's hopes and aspirations. Moreover, the marauders who had previously invaded Winterfell were still a looming threat, as they had not been entirely eradicated. They lurked in the dense forest, biding their time for the opportune moment. The Lord of Winterfell, a member of a minor house, was left with only himself and his brother, as their kin had perished during the last harsh winter. The two brothers strode side by side atop the castle walls. Brother, our provisions are dwindling. We must seek aid from Wintertown. I am certain that Lord Eddard Stark would generously lend us what we require, suggested a youthful and handsome man, Forbes Karstark. Very well. Take a larger contingent with you. I shall remain here to guard the castle. Surely, those raiders, having been repelled once, will not return, replied the Lord, Job Karstark, who bore a striking resemblance to Forbes, albeit with a few more years etched upon his visage. Yet, this was but a pleasant delusion. The wildlings were not to be underestimated. They were a fierce breed, not to be viewed through the lens of humanity, but rather as beasts, like wild animals. They too needed to stockpile food for the winter to survive, resorting to plunder rather than cultivation. This aspect bore a striking similarity to the Ironborn of the Iron Islands, where might triumphed over toil. One could only speculate what might transpire should the Ironborn encounter the wildlings beyond the wall. In the heart of the dense woods, a band of wildlings lay in wait, their bodies adorned with vibrant colors to blend seamlessly with their surroundings. Towering and muscular, they exuded an aura of savagery and ferocity. This group was not the same as those who had previously attacked Winterfell. They were stronger and more numerous, led by a formidable chief who might conquer fortresses that others could not. Their leader, a robust and cunning man named Krug, sported long black hair and a face etched with deep wrinkles that bore witness to years of battle and leadership. He wore a cloak fashioned from animal hides and wielded a massive wooden club, his signature weapon. Beside Krug stood his capable aide, a young wildling named Carl. Though diminutive in stature, his movements were swift, and his eyes sparkled with cleverness and cunning. Carl brandished a sharp stone knife, his favored weapon in combat. In addition to Krug and Carl, several other wildlings accompanied them, some armed with bows and arrows, others with spears, all emanating a fervent desire for battle. My dear, there is still more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. A prestigious privilege awaits you, a 7-day ad-free reading card, available free of charge to all registered users. Kruger gazed up at the sky, observing the sun beginning its descent in the west. He understood that the time to depart had arrived. Turning to address the wildlings behind him, he called out loudly, "Brothers, are you prepared?" The wildlings responded in unison, "We are ready." Kruger nodded and proclaimed, "We shall invade the castle, for within its walls lie abundant treasures and provisions. We must make the townsfolk aware of our invincibility." The wildlings echoed once more, "Invincible." Lifting the wooden staff in his hand, Kruger shouted, "Let us commence our march." The wildlings seized their weapons and followed closely behind Kruger, advancing towards the castle. Their footsteps reverberated through the forest, akin to a distant rumble of thunder. Upon the castle walls, the guards vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, they detected a low rumble of footsteps, growing ever closer. As if a pack of beasts were encroaching upon the castle, the guards readied their weapons, bracing for the impending assault, their expressions betraying a mix of tension and fear. For they were unaware of the enemy's strength or numbers. At that moment, as the guards prepared for battle, Kruger and the wildlings appeared before the castle gates. Raising his staff, Kruger announced, "People of the town, heed my words. We are the wildlings from beyond the borders, here to lay siege to your castle. If you wish to avoid death, surrender at once." The guards, upon hearing Kruger's declaration, erupted into laughter, convinced that these wildlings were merely a disorganized rabble, incapable of breaching the castle's defenses. Witnessing their derisive response, Kruger felt a surge of fury. He raised his staff once more and shouted, "Attack!" The wildlings charged towards the castle gates, their battle cries resonating through the woods like a low rumble of thunder. The guards, witnessing the onslaught of the wildlings, drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows. The projectiles whistled through the air, striking down several wildlings. Though some fell, they did not falter. Instead, they pressed onward. Kruger, distressed by the casualties among his kin, realized that if this continued, they would face total annihilation. He needed to devise a strategy to breach the castle's defenses swiftly. Observing the wooden gates, an idea sparked within him. He called out to the wildlings behind him, "Brothers, set the gates ablaze." Upon hearing Kruger's command, the wildlings brandished their torches and hurled them towards the gates. The torches arced through the air and landed upon the wooden structure, igniting it instantly. Flames erupted, spreading rapidly. The guards, witnessing the flames consuming the gates, were engulfed in panic. They hastily grabbed buckets of water, attempting to douse the inferno, but the blaze raged too fiercely to be extinguished. Krug beheld the city gates ablaze, his heart swelling with elation. He bellowed to the wild men behind him, "Brothers, charge forth." The wild men seized their weapons and surged toward the gates, their cries echoing through the forest like a low rumble of thunder. The guards, witnessing the onslaught, unsheathed their swords to repel the invaders. Yet the wild men breached the gates and stormed into the castle. A fierce battle ensued within its walls, resulting in the demise of numerous guards. Ultimately, Krug led his wild men to triumph, annihilating all in their path, save for those who managed to conceal themselves. Even the Lord met a gruesome fate, his head severed and displayed as a grim trophy. Within the castle, they discovered a wealth of treasures and provisions, ample enough to sustain them for an extended period. Krug gazed upon his followers with profound joy, aware that their victory was hard won. He proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, we have prevailed. We are invincible. The wild men erupted in cheers, their voices resonating throughout the castle like a deep thunderclap. Chapter 32. The Awakening of the Divine. Forbes Ross arrived in Winterfell and encountered Eddard Stark, taken aback to find the king present as well. Your Majesty, Lord Eddard. Forbes bowed respectfully. Though hailing from a lesser house, he belonged to a lineage of nobility. Thus, Robb treated him with courtesy. Haha, the Ross family. I have heard of you. Your Snow Wolf Castle may be modest, yet it is a fine place. I understand it too as hot springs, akin to Winterfell. Does it not? In response to Robb's inquiry, Forbes nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Your Majesty, Snow Wolf Castle once boasted hot springs, though they have long since dried up. However, our history is as venerable as that of Winterfell, both founded by the first generation of Brandon Stark. Eddard Stark also nodded, familiar with this history. Aware of the close ties between Snow Wolf Castle and Winterfell, the Ross and Stark families had intertwined in the past, their crests bearing striking resemblance. The Ross family emblem featured a frontal white wolf's head, while the Stark emblem depicted a running dire wolf in profile. What brings you to Winterfell? Eddard Stark inquired. To borrow Grey. Lord Eddard, winter approaches, and our stores are insufficient to sustain the entirety of Snow Wolf Castle. Moreover, the wild men have launched an assault against us. Though we managed to repel them. Forbes replied. What audacity! Why would the wild men assault a fortified city? Are they not typically content to raid remote villages? Eddard Stark's brow furrowed, sensing the gravity of the situation exceeded his expectations. Eddard, it is time to send the younglings forth. They need to gain experience, King Robb suggested. Eddard Stark nodded in agreement. He had conferred with Catelyn. She too believed that for Robb Stark to earn the recognition of the Northern Lords, he must demonstrate some notable military achievements. Robb was no longer a child, nearing the age of 15, while Jaime Lannister had already become a member of the Kingsguard at that age. Thus, Eddard Stark felt it was time for Robb and his companions to venture beyond the confines of Winterfell. The world outside was far less idyllic, and the ferocity of their enemies could rival that of the most fearsome beasts, particularly the wildlings, who were well versed in the ways of the Northmen, enduring hardships with a resilience that seemed to surpass even the Northerners, unafraid of cold or death. Perhaps their only deficiency lay in their weaponry. Ser Forbes, I shall ensure your safe return, and I will also send aid to eradicate the wildling threat. Ser Forbes expressed his profound gratitude. Having enjoyed a sumptuous feast and a soothing soak in the hot springs of Winterfell, while he and Robb Stark were indulging in the warmth of the springs, a guard burst in, exclaiming, My Lord Forbes, it is all over. We are doomed. The guard, a robust figure, wept like a child. What is the matter? Speak. Forbes demanded, rising from the spring. The wolf's den has fallen. The wildlings have taken it, and the Lord's head is displayed upon the gates. What? My brother? Forbes cried, blood gushing from his mouth, clearly overwhelmed with rage and despair, as he collapsed into the hot spring, the water bubbling around him. Robb and the others hastily pulled him out. Ser Forbes, my lord, Ser Forbes. Theon called, slapping his face. What shall we do, Robb? Jon inquired. Theon, don't you Iron Islanders possess the knowledge of resuscitation? Quickly apply it. Robb Stark turned to Theon. Theon looked somewhat embarrassed. He did not know how. Although the Iron Islands had such techniques, they were typically reserved for the priests. He had not practiced in over a decade since arriving at Winterfell. Even if he had once known, he had long since forgotten. However, while Theon was at a loss, he recalled that there was one who could help, Alan Valerion. Alan had previously lived with the wet nurse Ellen and had learned the art of resuscitation from her. Alan, however, had not joined them in the springs, fearing that water might infiltrate his internal mechanisms. At that moment, he was regaling Arya, Myrcella, and Sansa with the legendary tales of the warrior Elida. Elida stood resolute against the malevolent Decepticons, refusing to yield, leading the female Autobots in a steadfast battle underground. Though they were all women, they were formidable warriors, courageous enough to confront the vile minions of evil, each ready to rise against the darkness. After Olen Pike shared a story, she observed the varied expressions on the faces of those present. Sansa found it merely amusing, while Myrcella exhibited a greater interest. As for Arya, her eagerness to transform into a fierce warrior and combat evil was palpable. Please, continue. I want to hear more, Arya urged, grasping Olen Pike's hand. At that moment, Shaun rushed over, urgency etched on his face. Olen, there's trouble. Ser Forbes has collapsed. You must go check on him. What happened, Shaun? Ser Forbes was enjoying the hot springs with us when his guard arrived with alarming news. The wildlings have taken Snow Wolf Castle, and his brother has been slain. His head displayed at the castle gate. Ser Forbes, overwhelmed with rage, spat blood and fainted, falling into the hot spring. We must hurry. If we delay, he may not survive. Olen Pike quickly accompanied Shaun to the hot spring. Once they departed, Sansa and Micella exchanged fearful glances. Arya, however, was intrigued. The wildlings are here. Let us join the fray. Not so fast, Arya. You must understand the gravity of the situation. Those wildlings are capable of horrendous acts, like slaughtering entire towns. If they capture you, they could skin you alive and feast upon you. Sansa Stark warned, her tone grave. Yet, Arya remained undaunted. Skinning is a brutality reserved for the Boltons. Wildlings prefer to consume their prey whole. They're particularly fond of delicate girls like Sansa. She mimicked the act of devouring Sansa, eliciting a startled reaction from her. Sansa, terrified, took Micella's hand and hurried back to their room, unwilling to remain near Arya. Look at you two, trembling with fear. Arya mocked, her laughter echoing. Meanwhile, Oren Pyxis arrived at the hot spring and administered CPR, successfully reviving Sir Forbes. You were on the brink, my lord. It was a close call. My brother, my Snow Wolf Castle, the wildlings. I shall not rest until I have vengeance. Sir Forbes cried out in anguish. Alas, may you find solace, my lord. This brazen invasion of the north will not go unanswered. Eddard Stark will surely rally forces to eradicate the wildlings and reclaim Snow Wolf Castle. Oren Pyxis assured him, patting his shoulder. Eddard Stark, having learned from Maester Luwin of the wildlings' assault on Snow Wolf Castle, recognized the gravity of the situation, which resonated beyond the north, impacting all of Westeros. King Robert, seething with anger, declared, those wildlings have crossed a line, slaughtering my people. Eddard, ensure they face justice. Grind them into a pulp. Your Majesty, I shall immediately dispatch Rabar and others to hunt down the savages. However, would it not be prudent to send a few seasoned individuals to lead the charge? Your royal guards are quite commendable. King Lobber concurs as well. Let us send out James and his companions. This time, we must deliver a lesson to the savages, demonstrating our might. The north is not their domain. They ought to retreat back beyond their borders. At this moment, the savages are gathering in increasing numbers. Having previously belonged to disparate tribes, but now uniting under a common enemy, Soundwave has ascended to the role of both military and intelligence officer for the entire coalition of savages, and he serves as the foremost aide to Mance Rayder. Within a mysterious, concealed cave, Soundwave is directing a group of savages as they pour a series of wondrous blue energy shards onto a massive ice sculpture. These blue energy shards have been extracted from the fallen White Walkers, and encased within the ice sculpture lies the formidable figure of the great leader. Soundwave, when shall the deity within awaken to assist us against the long night? Inquired Mance Rayder, the king of the free folk, the ruler of the lands beyond. His imposing stature is akin to a moving mountain, with broad shoulders resembling vast wings that uphold his formidable presence. His chest is wide and robust, seemingly capable of encompassing the entire world. Mance Rayder's visage is stern and unyielding, chiseled as if carved from stone. Beneath his thick brows, his deep-set eyes glimmer with an incisive light, as though capable of perceiving all. His prominent nose and tightly pressed lips exude an air of determination and resolve. His hair and beard blaze like fire, wild and untamed, flowing with his every movement as if proclaiming his authority to the world. His skin is rough and resilient, akin to a layer of thick armor. Mance Rayder's body is adorned with scars and tattoos, each one a testament to his battles and a symbol of his glory. His arms are muscular and powerful, capable of effortlessly snapping a great tree. His broad, sturdy palms and thick fingers seem able to grasp anything. He wears a rudimentary skirt made of animal hide, adorned with various weapons and ornaments. A colossal stone axe rests upon his back, its blade sharp enough to cleave through anything. In his hand, he wields a robust wooden staff, one end embedded with a sharp stone, serving as both his weapon and a symbol of his authority. As the king of the free folk, Mance Rayder's appearance is not only imbued with strength and majesty, but also radiates a wild and untamed spirit. He is the leader of the savage tribes and their spiritual pillar, uniting them under his presence. Soundwave speaks to him, revealing that the entity within the ice sculpture is a deity capable of governing the fates of humanity. If only it can break free from its icy prison, it will aid the savages in claiming this world, rendering the resurrection of dragons and the onslaught of White Walkers mere trifles. Soon, very soon. I can sense his spirit gradually reviving. However, to awaken him fully, we require more energy blocks, and thus we must hunt the others. Upon hearing of the need to hunt the others, Mance Rayder hesitated, for each expedition resulted in the loss of many wildling lives, and he felt a pang of sorrow. Chapter 33. The Boarwoods within Winterfell. Soldiers began to gather. Olyvar Pyxis, Robb Stark, Joffrey, and Theon Greyjoy were all mounted and prepared for battle. Leading the charge was Jaime Lannister, accompanied by Ser Roderick. Meanwhile, Eddard Stark and King Robb did not accompany them on their mission to eradicate the wildlings. Among them was Ser Forbes, now a man without a home, his castle breached by the wildlings. uncertain whether they had retreated into the depths of the mountains or remained to revel within its walls. Eddard Stark and Robb stood atop a balcony, observing the throngs below. "Let us depart. We shall rid the north of these wildlings and restore peace to our realm," Eddard bellowed, drawing his sword in fury, resembling a raging wolf. "Ha! Even Lord Eddard can roar. Yet, he is not of our Lion's clan. What a pity," remarked the shortest man in the crowd, Tyrion Lannister. He had insisted on joining the campaign, eager to observe the wildlings. Cersei, who had long wished for Tyrion's demise, naturally aided him in persuading Robb, who recognized Tyrion's exceptional intellect. He sacrificed his physical prowess for unparalleled wisdom. Thus, Robb agreed to allow Tyrion to accompany the expedition in a role akin to a military advisor. The army departed from Winterfell, advancing further north, divided into 5 distinct squads. Jaime Lannister led a group comprising Tyrion and Lannister soldiers. 2 Kingsguard protected a faction of Baratheon troops. Robb Stark and Jon commanded another squad with some Winterfell men. Olyvar Pyxis and Theon led yet another, while the remaining soldiers were under Ser Roderick's command. Each squad consisted of over 100 men, dispersing to various locations. Olyvar Pyxis and Theon headed towards the site of the Snow Wolf's castle, accompanied by Ser Forbes, just as the 5 squads set forth to eliminate the wildlings. Daenerys and her companions returned with provisions, along with a metal canister. However, their route diverged, preventing any encounters with the squads. "Winterfell, we have finally returned," Daenerys exclaimed, gazing at the imposing structure before her. Noticing numerous hoofprints on the ground, she pondered, could a military force have departed? Renowned for her keen observation, Daenerys scrutinized her surroundings meticulously. Upon observing the multitude of hoofprints upon the ground, one might surmise that King Robb has departed. "Perhaps it is fortuitous that we no longer have to encounter him, is it not?" Aegon remarked nonchalantly. Although he was but a child at the time and had no recollection of the events in King's Landing, he was acutely aware of his lineage and the enmity between Robb and his siblings. Therefore, it would be preferable to avoid an encounter with Robb, lest he harbor murderous intent upon their meeting. After all, what if it were they who were to slay Robb? Regardless, it would be a significant complication. "Olenna Tyrell is in the city. Quickly, take me to see him," Tyrion exclaimed. Calm down, calm down. We have arrived in Winterfell. Surely Olenna Tyrell cannot have vanished." This was intended as a jest, yet unexpectedly, it proved true. Olenna Tyrell was indeed not present in Winterfell. "Ah, Olenna Tyrell. By the gods," Tyrion bellowed, wondering if the universe itself was mocking him. After much effort to uncover Olenna Tyrell's whereabouts, arriving in Winterfell only to find her absent was disheartening. Who is making all that noise? Can we not have some peace? King Robb and Eddard Stark approached, intending to embark on a hunting expedition. For hunting was one of Robb's greatest passions. "Your Majesty, my Lord Eddard," Rhaenys urged Aegon to kneel. However, Tyrion remained motionless. "Oh, it is you too." Robb recognized the siblings, particularly Aegon, whose silver locks were a vivid reminder of his father, Rhaegar. "How goes the collection of rents?" Eddard Stark inquired. "Only half of what was expected. This year has been particularly harsh, compounded by the chaos wrought by the wildlings. Many villages have been attacked, with some entirely decimated." Rhaenys lamented, feeling the weight of the tragedy. "Alas," Eddard Stark replied, his expression somber. "Very well, return and rest well. We have already dispatched troops to confront the wildlings." At that moment, King Robb's attention was drawn to Tyrion, noting that he bore a resemblance to a wildling, clad as he was in the finest of furs. Moreover, Robb's instincts as a warrior suggested that Tyrion was no ordinary man, but a seasoned fighter. "Who are you?" Robb's keen gaze scrutinized Tyrion. For most would have been intimidated under the weight of such royal scrutiny. Yet Tyrion was not an ordinary man. He felt no fear. "I am but a traveler passing through, in search of my leader, though alas, he is not here." "Oh, a traveler, you say?" Robb's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "Is this your companion?" Eddard Stark inquired, having also discerned the extraordinary nature of Tyrion. Adorned in garments fashioned from various beast pelts, which he had meticulously treated to ensure their durability, Tyrion wore a bearskin hat that not only shielded his head but also kept him warm on frigid nights. He wore a belt crafted from tiger skin around his waist, upon which hung his weapons and tools, including a razor-sharp longsword, a sturdy shield, and a precision bow and arrows. His countenance, wrought in iron, exuded a stern and unyielding demeanor, with the lines of time etched upon his face. Bearing witness to countless battles fought within the forest, his gaze emanated a fearless courage that sent shivers down the spine. His lips were pressed tightly together, as if silently articulating his resolve and conviction. "His name was Ironhide, the hunter we encountered in Twin Trees Village," Rhaenys remarked. "Twin Trees Village. Is that the one with the 2 ancient fish-leaf trees?" Eddard Stark seemed to recall, for though it was merely a village, the fish-leaf trees there were even older than those in Winterfell. Indeed, that is the village. Ironhide assisted the villagers in hunting, trading the pelts of wild beasts for coin and sustenance. The village chief hopes that you might entrust Ironhide with a significant responsibility. He should not be overlooked. Eddard Stark nodded. Just as he was about to appoint Ironhide as a sworn sword, Ironhide spoke up. Where has Oren Pyxis gone? I must seek him out. Oren Pyxis? What do you need him for? Are you well acquainted? In truth, we are brothers. Ironhide replied with a smile. They have gone to hunt down the wildlings. It seems Oren Pyxis and his company ventured towards Snowwolf City. You may wish to seek them out. Eddard Stark informed. Understood. Thank you for the information. Ironhide planned to depart immediately, but Robert called out to him. Hey, mighty warrior, do you seek supreme glory? Would you care to serve as my king's guard? Haha. King Robert had taken a liking to Ironhide, deeming him a loyal knight. His king's guard was not entirely complete, as Jaime Lannister could hardly be considered a paragon of virtue, having slain the former king, despite still donning his white cloak. King's guard, what is that? What purpose does it serve? Right now, my sole focus is finding Oren Pyxis. I wish to discuss nothing else. Ironhide mounted his steed and swiftly rode out of Winterfell. However, not long after, he returned. Could someone guide me? I am unaware of where Snowwolf City lies, Ironhide said, somewhat sheepishly. Ha ha ha. Ironhide, you truly are a bundle of iron, aren't you? But I admire your spirit. Why not join me? Serving as my king's guard could be quite rewarding. King Robert extended his invitation once more. I pledge my allegiance to but one leader. My old friend Oren Pyxis. You are quite stubborn. Ironhide, ha ha ha. Eddard, send someone to accompany him to Snowwolf City. Very well, Carta. You shall accompany Ironhide to Snowwolf City and rendezvous with Oren Pyxis and his men. Eddard Stark summoned a squire. Yes, my lord. My lord Ironhide, please follow me. Let us first prepare before heading to Snowwolf City. After all, it is unsafe for two individuals to wander alone, Carta remarked. He was a young squire, his father having once served as the captain of Eddard Stark's guard. Ironhide followed Carta, accompanied by the siblings Rennes, who also wished to venture to Snowwolf City. Eddard, shall we commence our expedition? I hope it is not too late. I desire to add a roasted pig to our dinner tonight, laughed Robert as he patted Eddard Stark on the shoulder. Eddard smiled in return, and the two departed Winterfell, accompanied by a retinue of guards, making their way toward the nearby woods in search of wild boar. In the north lies a mysterious and perilous forest, teeming with wild boar. This woodland is dense and profound, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. It serves as the domain of the wild boar, where they thrive and roam freely. The trees within this forest stand tall and robust, their branches interwoven to form a natural barricade. The ground is carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot. Deep within the forest flows a clear stream, its waters bubbling gently, producing a melodious sound. Various wildflowers and grasses flourish along its banks, releasing delightful fragrances into the air. The wild boar, the rightful lords of this woodland, are large and formidable, their bristly coats and sharp tusks indicative of their strength. Typically, they move in packs, foraging for sustenance, which includes roots, bark, fruits, and small creatures. Their keen sense of smell allows them to detect danger from afar. Not far off, King Robert and Lord Eddard crouched low to the ground, intently observing the wild boar in the distance, each one resembling a succulent roast on their banquet table. At that moment, King Robert began to impart his knowledge about wild boar to Eddard. Eddard, when you set out to hunt wild boar, you will sense a thrilling and tense atmosphere. You must tread carefully to avoid alarming them. Should you encounter a wild boar unexpectedly, remain calm and do not panic. They typically do not attack humans unless provoked, but if angered, they may charge. Therefore, when confronting a wild boar, be swift, precise, and ruthless. Do not allow them the chance to retaliate. Or even I might find myself injured. Eddard Stark nodded, acknowledging that despite hunting on his own territory, he could not rival Robert's expertise in hunting wild boar. In the boar forest, one might also observe other wildlife such as squirrels, rabbits, and various birds, all coexisting harmoniously, contributing to a complete ecosystem. The wild boar forest is a vibrant and lively place, evoking a sense of wonder and beauty found in nature. As Robert and Eddard gazed upon the flora and fauna of the wild boar forest, they found it exceedingly fascinating. After all, while humanity differs from the animal and plant kingdoms, it remains intrinsically linked to them. It seems the name of this wild boar forest is aptly chosen, for the wild boar have indeed claimed dominion here, Robert remarked. Chapter 34, The Corpse Demon Actors in the North, where human habitation is sparse and the land is vast. One finds an abundance of forest and wastelands. Among these, the most prominent are the wolf forest and the ancestral wilderness. These two locales serve as favored hiding spots for the wild folk. At this moment, within the depths of the wolf forest, the wild men find themselves encircled by a pack of wolves. Although the ice wolves have ostensibly vanished from the north, other wolf species still roam these woods, making the wolf forest a veritable den of wolves. This woodland, aptly named the wolf forest, is both a territory and a sanctuary for these creatures, serving as their home and hunting ground. Towering and lush, the trees intertwine, creating a verdant ocean. Sunlight filters through the foliage, casting dappled shadows that evoke a sense of foreboding. The trees within the wolf forest are diverse, including pines, cypresses, oaks, and poplars. Their stately trunks are robust, cloaked in rough, resilient bark that resembles a thick armor, shielding them from external harm. The trees grow so densely that gaps are nearly non-existent. Traversing the forest floor, one cannot escape a feeling of oppression, as if enveloped by the formidable forces of nature. The ground is carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves and dead branches, which crackle underfoot. These leaves and twigs provide natural concealment for the wolves, aiding them in masking their presence from unsuspecting prey. Scattered among the underbrush, low shrubs and tufts of grass thrive in the fertile, moist soil, fostering a rich ecosystem. A myriad of wildflowers and grasses bloom vibrantly under the sun, bestowing an air of vitality and beauty upon the wolf forest. This forest is a realm where numerous wolves reside. Wolves are remarkably intelligent and cunning creatures, adept at exploiting their advantages for hunting and survival. The wolves of the wolf forest typically live in cohesive packs, governed by a strict hierarchy and division of labor. They exhibit a profound sense of unity and cooperation, hunting together, defending their territory, and nurturing their young. Fearless and fierce, these wolves bravely confront any challenge or adversary. Their deep, raspy howls sending chills down the spine. The wolf forest is steeped in mystery and peril. It is a domain of wolves. Should one inadvertently trespass into this territory, they risk becoming prey. Consequently, people tend to steer clear of the wolf forest, hesitant to venture into its depths. However, for intrepid explorers and hunters, the wolf forest presents a landscape rich with challenges and opportunities. They dare to enter, seeking to uncover its secrets and treasures, yet must remain ever vigilant against lurking dangers. Currently, within this wolf-dominated territory, a band of wild men stands in confrontation with a pack of wolves. The wild men hail from beyond the borders, while the wolves are indigenous to the north. As the standoff endures, it remains unclear which party initiated the conflict. Yet it erupts into a fierce battle between the wild men and the wolves. The wild men, armed with spears and clubs, exhibited unwavering determination and courage in their eyes. The wolf pack, with bared fangs and menacing growls, revealed their sharp teeth glistening in the moonlight. As the battle commenced, the wild men launched a ferocious assault, brandishing their spears toward the wolves. The wolves, undeterred, adeptly evaded the wild men's strikes and seized opportunities to counterattack. Gradually, the wild men gained the upper hand, their spears and clubs accurately striking the wolves, inflicting severe damage. The wolf pack began to retreat, yet they did not concede defeat. Instead, they circled around the wild men, seeking chances to strike. Ultimately, the wild men succeeded in repelling the wolves. They occupied a corner of the wolf forest, establishing a temporary stronghold, and erupted in victorious cheers. This battle fostered greater unity and bravery among them, deepening their understanding and reverence for the wolf forest. Truly, the wolves are the most tactically astute creatures in nature. How many of our men have perished? How many are injured? Inquired the leader of the wild men. 7 or 8 brothers have fallen, and over 20 are wounded. Are you suggesting that one is still clinging to life, albeit barely, but not yet deceased, correct? The leader probed. Indeed, his throat has been savaged by a wolf. He is beyond saving, yet our wild men possess resilient spirits. Take me to him. The wild leader approached a young wild man whose throat had been completely torn apart, struggling to breathe, blood gushing forth. Ababa. He endeavored to articulate something, yet none could comprehend him. Only his pleading gaze was understood. I see. Allow me to release you from your suffering, my brother. The wild leader drew forth a large knife and severed the young man's neck, his head rolling aside. Burn the bodies of the deceased, including the fallen wolves. I do not wish to encounter corpses with glowing blue eyes again. A roaring fire erupted, incinerating the remains into ashes, ensuring they could never be resurrected. Leader, what shall we do now? Shall we return to the outer lands, or continue wreaking havoc in the northern territories? Well, we must report to Man's Red about the situation here. However, there is no need to return to the outer lands. Merely one messenger will suffice. Laserbird. An eagle descended upon a grand tree, its keen eyes surveying the wild men below. Laserbird, please return and inform Lord Soundwave and Man's Red that we have established a foothold here in the wolf forest. What shall we do next? Continue to disturb the northern territories, or launch a surprise attack on the night watchman? The laserbird nodded, then spread its wings and soared into the sky. Although it carried no written message, Lord Soundwave could comprehend its spoken words. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Noble Privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading card available for all registered users at no cost. Occasionally, sound waves can remotely control one's legion of tape warriors. However, it seems that this time, he did not exert control over the laser bird. As the laser bird soared through the sky, a sudden volley of arrows rang out. Looking down, he realized that the target was none other than himself. Fortunately, the laser bird was no ordinary eagle. It deftly evaded the incoming projectiles, hovering in the air to observe the figures below. He spotted a group bearing the Roaring Lion banner, members of House Lannister. At the forefront were Jaime Lannister and Tyrion Lannister. The eagle soared high above, seemingly lingering in the air, scrutinizing their movements. "Brother, shoot it down. We could roast it for dinner." Tyrion jested. "My dear brother, we are here to exterminate the wildlings." "Not to hunt," Jaime replied. "As you witnessed from that last volley, the eagle suffered not a scratch. We cannot afford to waste our arrows. Should we encounter wildlings without ammunition, we would be forced into hand-to-hand combat. And if it comes to that, the wildlings' combat prowess may well surpass even that of the northerners, let alone a southerners." The laser bird vanished into the clouds, yet it had not departed. Tyrion and his companions simply could not see it. "Prepare to advance. The wildlings lie ahead in the woods. Stay alert, for these woods harbor not only wildlings but also wolves." Jaime Lannister led his men to the edge of the wolf forest, where they discerned signs of a recent struggle. The wildlings had evidently lacked the time to erase their traces after a fierce battle. "I wonder how many wildlings have survived. If few remain, we could dispatch them with ease. Brother, do not underestimate the situation. We are in the woods, and our soldiers are unaccustomed to combat here. The wildlings will surely exploit this environment to their advantage. We stand at a disadvantage," Tyrion countered. "Indeed, bringing you along was the right choice, brother. You are more astute than I. Propose a strategy to lure the wildlings out." Luring them out posed a formidable challenge. Tyrion scratched his head, needing to contemplate deeply to devise a plan. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate on tactics against the wildlings and what might instill fear in them. Fire? No. Arrows? No. The Night's Watch? No. As Tyrion wrestled with his thoughts, he suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at the azure sky. He recalled an ancient tale about those who dwelled within the gaze of the blue-eyed giant, Brute. Wait a moment. Blue eyes. Yes, blue eyes. We can disguise ourselves as White Walkers to frighten the wildlings into revealing themselves. Tyrion felt a surge of pride at his clever idea. "I am indeed Tyrion Lannister." Once Tyrion shared this idea with Jaime, the latter also deemed it a splendid notion. They immediately sought out several soldiers with blue eyes, disguising them to resemble whites from a distance. Ahem, as you traverse, move languidly or with a limp. Upon spotting the wildlings, first make eye contact so they can see your eyes, then let out a roar and pursue them. We shall be right behind you, fear not. For the Lion of Lannister, Jaime Lannister, is here. Tyrion instructed the soldiers who already bore a white-like appearance. They nodded in agreement and gradually advanced toward the Wolfwood, their primary target being the stream nearby, as it served as a vital water source for the wildlings. Jaime Lannister, accompanied by a few soldiers, set down their shields, removed their helmets, and discarded their capes, armed only with long swords, preparing for a light-footed approach as they stealthily followed the actors. Tyrion, leading the remaining fully armed men from a distance, planned to encircle the wildlings from the rear once the battle commenced, ensuring no wildling would escape unscathed. Chapter 35. A discussion of smoke. Oliver Pike and his companions arrived at the foot of Snowwolf Vale, where Snowwolf Castle was established within a valley, aptly named for both the castle and the vale. The castle's elevated terrain made it easily defensible. Attackers approaching from below would be at a disadvantage, while those atop the walls could swiftly eliminate any invaders. Regrettably, it had fallen into the hands of wildlings, with several heads displayed on the gates, one of which belonged to Jobus Ross, the elder brother of Sir Forbes. Brother. Witnessing his siblings' head displayed upon their own castle walls, Forbes seethed with rage, determined to charge in and slay the wildlings. Oliver Pike hastily seized the reins of his horse, regardless of the beast's fervent attempts to move forward. "Sir Forbes, you are acutely aware of the situation here. If you charge in alone, I assure you, your fate shall be a swift and brutal demise," Oliver Pike cautioned. "Oliver Pike, what are you saying? There are no wildlings left. They never defend castles. Look, there is not a single wildling atop the walls. They must have vacated this place," Forbes argued. Oliver shook his head. His instincts sensed that many still lurked within the castle, lying in wait for the reckless to fall into their trap. "Patience. Let us wait a moment. The hour is late, and if wildlings indeed inhabit the castle, they must be preparing meals. We shall soon ascertain if there are any signs of smoke emanating from within. Though wildlings are indeed untamed, they require fire for cooking. They are not primitive or akin to beasts that consume raw flesh. A significant portion of the wildlings are descendants of ancient peoples, sharing a common ancestry with the Northerners. Very well, Sir Oliver Pike. I place my trust in you, Forbes conceded. Our numbers are few, thus we cannot disperse. We must remain united. Yet, we must also gather intelligence. Sean, take a few individuals to explore the other gates of Snow Wolf City and ascertain if any issues arise. Sir Forbes, you shall lead a group to investigate the sewers of Snow Wolf City, seeking any hidden passages for covert entry. Understood? Let us proceed. Sean and Forbes departed with a contingent of companions, while Oren Pyxis ordered the main force to set up camp outside the city. Although he refrained from having them dig trenches, for this was not a large-scale battle and our numbers were limited. Within Snow Wolf City, the wildlings observed the sun traversing the sky, nearing its zenith, approaching noon. It was time to prepare their meal. Kindle the fire for cooking, commanded the wildling chief. They first constructed a rudimentary stove from stones and branches, placing dry twigs and leaves within. Utilizing a stone and a stick, they created sparks to ignite the kindling. As the flames grew, the wildlings began to add cleaned fish and vegetables to the pot, along with an appropriate amount of water to commence boiling. With a wooden stick, they stirred the contents, ensuring thorough cooking. During the boiling process, they occasionally added seasonings such as salt and pepper to enhance the flavor of the dish. Before long, the meal was ready. The wildlings scooped the food onto leaves and placed it on the ground, ready to indulge in their breakfast. Grasping the food with their hands, they relished each bite. Although simple, the fare was a delicacy to the wildlings. In their world, the act of cooking over a fire is not merely a skill, but a means of survival, crafted by their own hands, forging a life uniquely their own. Their existence may be uncomplicated, yet it is filled with joy and contentment. Those south of the wall, including the Night's Watch, possess a limited understanding of the wildlings, often perceiving them as primitive beings. They dwell harmoniously within the deep forests, leading a simple, primal life. This perception is a mere stereotype. In truth, the wildlings have their own civilization and history, complete with language and script, traditions, and innovations. However, their development has been stifled by the harsh environment, and their inability to venture southward has been hindered by the wall. They are also bound by an ancient duty, tasked with monitoring the White Walkers. Should the White Walkers re-emerge upon the earth, it will be the wildlings who first sense their presence, not the Night's Watch. Long before Will, Gary, and Wyman Manderley encountered the White Walkers, the wildlings were already aware of their resurrection, prompting them to unite in preparation to leave the lands beyond the wall. Thus, Mance Rayder emerged, chosen by the people to become the king beyond the wall. Outside the city, Oren Pyxis noticed the smoke rising from Snow Wolf City, giving him a rough estimate of the wildling population within. Although it was merely an approximation, smoke from cooking was not a precise indicator of the number of diners. After all, an abundance of smoke may signify large-scale cooking, indicating that numerous individuals require sustenance. However, the volume of smoke can also be influenced by various factors, such as the method of cooking and the types and quantities of ingredients used. The duration of the smoke's presence can provide further insights. If it persists for an extended period, it may suggest that a greater amount of food is being prepared, catering to more diners. The size and layout of the dwelling can also affect the visibility of the smoke. In larger homes or those with multiple kitchens, the smoke may be more dispersed, complicating accurate assessments of the number of people present. After all, it is uncertain whether the wildlings would utilize the kitchens of the Northmen. Moreover, differing dietary habits may lead to variations in smoke production. For instance, some cultures may favor the use of abundant spices and intricate cooking methods, generating more smoke, while others may adopt simpler culinary techniques, resulting in less smoke. Due to prevalent stereotypes about the wildlings, many assume that even when they are cooking over a fire, there must still be a significant number of them consuming raw food. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Exclusive privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading card, available for all registered users free of charge. Therefore, while the smoke from cooking can hint at the scale of meal preparations, it cannot accurately reveal how many individuals are dining. Indeed, wildlings are present in the city, and they are cooking over a fire. Should we seize the opportunity to catch them off guard? Scene has returned, having circled the entire Snow Wolf Valley with his men. What is the situation? All the city gates are tightly shut. Moreover, the walls here are too high. We attempted to scale them, but to no avail. After all, we are not Bran. Ha ha ha. Scene mentioned Bran, who indeed relishes climbing. He has traversed every high structure in Winterfell. Bran is small and light, making it easy for him to ascend. But as adults, it is naturally more challenging for us. However, since we are in Snow Wolf Valley, Sir Forbes must be aware of some secret passages. Let us remain patient. He will bring good news. Olean, When shall we kindle a fire for cooking? The wildlings are already feasting, and we cannot subsist on the cold winds here. Scene inquired. Lighting a fire would produce smoke, thereby revealing our presence, so everyone must subsist on the provisions they carry. It is untenable. If we require water, we shall seek the stream. We cannot allow the wildlings in the city to discover our arrival. Very well. Scene could only issue such orders. However, immediately after Scene conveyed Oren Pyxis' directives, a few individuals became discontented. In such frigid weather, we cannot have a warm meal. Let us at least gnaw on some bread. It has frozen into popsicles. With a few dissenters leading the charge, more voices of discontent soon followed. These individuals were soldiers recruited from the Stark family's territory in Winterfell, unaware of Oren Pyxis' authority. Thus, under the leadership of a few obstinate fellows, they sought out Oren Pyxis. Oren Pyxis, what do you mean? We serve Lord Stark, not you. You must clarify your identity and status. You are merely a hostage. A captive, just an adopted son. The group found Oren Pyxis and berated him mercilessly. Upon hearing their insults directed at Oren, Theon drew his sword. If anyone dares utter another word, I shall send you to meet the drowned god. Witnessing Theon unsheath his weapon, the others remained undeterred. The drowned god, you say? We are men of the north, who worship the old gods. We answer to no drowned god. They laughed. What authority do you two Iron Islanders have to command us? Say that again. Theon's rage flared, his face flushed with both anger and embarrassment. Just then, a colossal white bear burst forth from the valley, charging towards the crowd. Its roar echoed loudly. It was immense, dwarfing even the direwolves that stood before it. Ah, the bear is coming. Run. The rabble scattered in chaos. Some seeking refuge behind stones, others climbing trees, while a few stumbled and fell, scraping their faces in their haste. Oren, we must flee. Theon too was startled by the sheer size of the beast, having never encountered such a giant bear before, 3 or 4 times larger than the direwolf corpses he had seen. Nay, it is but a mere white bear. Watch me subdue it. Oren Pyxis charged at the white bear, colliding with it. In truth, Oren halted before the impact, resulting in the bear crashing into him. The bear felt as if it had collided with a great mountain, momentarily dazed, before collapsing. Oren lifted the white bear and carried it back to the camp, not to slay it, but to confine it. Such strength he possesses. That bear weighs as much as a warhorse. A young soldier remarked, gazing at Oren Pyxis. You may not know, but it is understandable. You are not soldiers from Winterfell. Oren Pyxis bears a nickname, the Pillar of Heaven. He possesses great strength. A warrior from Winterfell explained. He was one of the veterans dispatched to assist Oren Pyxis by Ser Roderick, who worried about Olen's inexperience in leading men into battle alongside Theon. Chapter 36. Rest in Peace. 5 expeditions departed from Winterfell to quell the wildlings. Among them were Oren Pyxis, who journeyed to the Snow Wolf Valley, and the Lannister brothers, who headed to the Wolfwood, along with 3 other groups. One of these contingents comprised 2 Kingsguard accompanied by cavalry from House Baratheon, who arrived at a remote village. This village lay far from Winterfell, on the periphery of Stark territory, nestled within the embrace of mountains. The area was sparsely populated and desolate, visited only by brave knights or soldiers on missions. The architectural style of the small town is quaint and unpretentious, predominantly constructed from stone and timber. The streets are narrow and winding, with houses arranged in an irregular yet harmonious manner, as if they have stepped out from the pages of a fairy tale. At the heart of the town stands an ancient church, its steeple soaring into the clouds, serving as the town's iconic edifice. During winter, the town exudes an extraordinary tranquility, with snowflakes gently cascading down, cloaking the entire area in a silvery shroud. The distant mountains are also blanketed in snow, resembling colossal scoops of ice cream. The accumulation of snow on the streets grows increasingly thick, leaving scarcely any traces of human footprints, save for the delicate imprints of small animals. In such weather, townsfolk retreat to the comfort of their homes, gathering around warm hearths to savor the coziness of family life. Occasionally, a few snow enthusiasts don thick coats, hats, and gloves, stepping outside to experience the beauty of winter. They stroll through the snowy landscape, reveling in the picturesque scenery, or engage in building snowmen and playful snowball fights, delighting in the joys of the season. However, the wintry small town harbors its own perils. Heavy snowfall can isolate the mountains, concealing the roads beneath a thick blanket of snow, rendering entry and exit impossible. In emergencies, the townspeople must rely solely on their own resources to navigate the challenges. Thus, before the onset of winter, they diligently stockpile sufficient food and fuel to mitigate potential hardships. Despite the myriad challenges that winter brings, the town possesses a unique allure. Here, individuals can escape the clamor and opulence of urban life, embracing the serenity and the splendor of nature. The breathtaking snows capes evoke a sense of enchantment, transporting one to a realm reminiscent of a fairy tale, while the warm hospitality of the townsfolk envelopes visitors in a comforting embrace. It is indeed no simple task to gain entry, remarked a knight clad in white to another of his kind. Both were members of the royal guard, dispatched to quell the wildlings. Only recently had they traversed the snow-laden mountain paths to arrive at this small town. Indeed. But there must have been others who entered before us, either soldiers or wildlings, pondered one knight. If they are soldiers, it is manageable, though one cannot ascertain which lord's men they are. If they are wildlings, the townsfolk may well be in grave peril. Prepare for battle. Perhaps we shall be met not by welcoming villagers, but by the blades of wildlings. As royal guards, the two knights were seasoned warriors. Though they may not rival the likes of Jaime Lannister, they were certainly among the finest knights of the Seven Kingdoms, having just traversed treacherous mountain paths, where several unfortunate souls had slipped and fallen into the abyss. They had not yet rested from their long journey when they were thrust into the prospect of combat. Upon entering the village, they beheld rows of banners depicting flayed men. Is this the work of the Boltons? What brings them here? Questioned one knight, perplexed. According to the territorial claims of House Stark, this land still belonged to them. How could Bolton men be present here? Uncertain. Let us inquire. Perhaps they are allies. The forces of House Bolton, upon sighting the royal army, were led by an individual who, upon noticing the crowned stag banner, approached. Dressed in a luxurious fur coat and adorned with boots of deer hide, he bore a sword at his waist and wielded a whip in one hand. May I ask, is this the royal army? Has the king arrived? Who are you? Inquired a knight in white robes. I am Jack, the master of Terror Castle. We came in response to a plea for help from the mayor of this town. A plea for help? Could it be that the wildlings have indeed come? The knight questioned. Indeed, a small band of wildlings, though they pose little threat to us. For the common folk, however, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, we have arrived. Ha ha ha. Where are those wildlings now? Dead, all skinned. Would you like to see them? They are just behind us. No, since the wildlings are no more. We shall rest for the night and depart for Winterfell in the morning. Very well. On behalf of House Bolton, I extend a warm welcome to you. Knights in white robes. Ha ha ha. Jack smiled faintly, yet it sent a shiver down the spines of the two knights. That evening, after dining, the two knights found themselves restless in their chamber. They sat up and lit a candle. Once ignited, the candle's flame transformed into a splendid spectacle, flickering with a warm yellow and orange glow. The shape of the flame morphed continuously, at times resembling a blooming flower, at others, a dancing ribbon. In the darkness, the candle's light shone brilliantly, illuminating everything around and providing a sense of warmth and reassurance. Yet, the two knights felt neither warmth nor comfort. How could House Bolton have silently infiltrated the lands of House Stark? What could this mean? Is it possible that Roose Bolton is plotting rebellion? One knight pondered. They are here by royal command, to assist Lord Stark, so we must be wary of House Bolton's intentions. It was said that these two families had once been locked in a fierce struggle over the North, with House Stark claiming the title of king in the North, while House Bolton was known as the Red King. Furthermore, in ancient times, House Bolton's territory was vast. Perhaps this land was once theirs. They seemed to be encroaching, preparing to reclaim their former domain, speculated the other knight. This chapter is not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Enjoy the privilege of ad-free reading for 7 days, a complimentary card available for all registered users. Your reasoning is sound. Yet we must return and report to the king and Lord Stark. The matters at hand are of great significance and beyond our purview. The two knights spoke not another word, drifting into a deep slumber. However, during the night, House Bolton made their move, tampering with the royal steeds. They stuffed charred red peppers into the nostrils of the warhorses, causing them great discomfort and difficulty in breathing. If one were to traverse the mountainous paths atop such a war steed, one might indeed plummet over the cliffs. The Bolton family, shrouded in secrecy, is scheming to vanquish the Stark lineage and reclaim dominance over the North. Meanwhile, Sir Roderick leads his soldiers into combat against the wildlings. Before the clash, it was the wildlings who first detected the approach of the cavalry. Instead of fear, they were fueled by anger and determination. Armed with their spears, bows, and stones, they readied themselves to confront the cavalry. The cavalry, seeing the wildlings' defiance, did not falter. Rather, their resolve to eradicate the wildlings intensified. They formed a precise line, brandishing their swords and shields, and charged forth. An intense battle erupted within the forest, where the wildlings, bolstered by their courage and strength, engaged in a fierce struggle against the cavalry. They targeted the steeds and soldiers of the cavalry with their spears and arrows, attempting to disrupt their formation. The cavalry, however, defended themselves with swords and shields while retaliating against the wildlings. Their mounts, swift and powerful, posed a significant threat to the wildlings. As the battle unfolded, the wildlings gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Their weapons and armor were inferior to those of the cavalry, compounded by a lack of discipline and organization. The cavalry, capitalizing on their advantages, began to seize the upper hand, relentlessly attacking and slaying many wildlings. Witnessing their comrades fall one after another filled the wildlings with despair and fury. They resolved to make a final stand, vowing to perish alongside the cavalry. For the free folk, we fight to the death. Many wildlings charged fearlessly into the blades of the cavalry, enduring pain to take down a few of their adversaries. Despite the wildlings' tenacious resistance, the cavalry suffered considerable losses as well. Their horses and soldiers were continually injured and slain, leading to a disarray in their ranks. Nevertheless, the cavalry did not abandon their pursuit. They pressed on with their assault, determined to eliminate the wildlings. Ultimately, the wildlings were entirely subdued by the cavalry. Their lifeless bodies lay scattered throughout the forest, becoming part of the land itself. The cavalry, through the heads and blood of the wildlings, sought to affirm their valor and might. Yet, they too paid a grievous price. Their horses and men suffered heavy casualties, and the battle left them deeply scarred. This conflict imparted a harsh lesson: war is brutal, and victory is hard won. Gazing upon the devastation, Sir Roderick sighed. Alas, we are all descendants of the ancients. Yet we fight for different lords. You fight for the king beyond the wall and for freedom, while we fight for King Rob and Lord Eddard Stark, seeking peace. None of us are in the wrong, alas. Let us bury all the fallen here, not allowing them to rot in the wilderness, including the wildlings. Indeed, without respite. The cavalry dismounted, shedding their heavy armor, and began to dig the graves. The excavation of a deep pit continued into the night. The darkness enveloped the silent forest, with the dim moonlight filtering through the branches, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The soldiers placed the bodies, both comrades and foes, into the pit, gradually covering them with soil using shovels, concealing the remains bit by bit. Once the pit was filled, they smoothed the surface with their shovels, striving to blend the site into the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves as if they were whispering secrets. The surviving soldiers lifted their gazes to the twinkling stars above, silently praying for the repose of the departed and for their own souls to find redemption. Chapter 37. The Boar's ambush outside Winterfell. Prince Joffrey was aimlessly wandering in circles, perhaps forgotten by many. After all, it seemed he was not among the 5 armies that had departed from Winterfell. In truth, he was indeed absent. The 5 armies consisted of 2 led by the Kingsguard, one led by Jaime Lannister, another by Robb Stark, one by Oren Pyxis and Theon Greyjoy, and the last by Ser Roderick Castle. So what of Joffrey? He had initially intended to join, but Cersei warned Jaime that it was far too dangerous. They could not risk their child in such perilous circumstances. He must be brought back unharmed, not a single hair out of place. Jaime Lannister understood the brutal nature of war. How could one expect to emerge unscathed? Moreover, fate is not a force one can control. If Joffrey were to perish outside, how could he face Cersei? While Jaime was at a loss for a solution, Tyrion proposed a clever idea. Let Joffrey remain outside Winterfell, waiting to re-enter the city alongside them when they returned, welcomed by the cheers of the populace. This way, he would avoid the dangers of battle. Thus, Joffrey spent these days outside Winterfell. Yet, he often found himself restless, taking walks. Today, he noticed several figures emerging from the castle, one of whom had striking white hair. Who could that be? A remnant of House Targaryen? Joffrey, without a moment's thought, rushed forward to intercept them. Halt. Who are you? The siblings, Rhaenys and others, were momentarily taken aback. They had scarcely exited Winterfell when they were confronted in such a manner. We have seen the prince. Cardle greeted, recognizing Joffrey, a familiar face to those from Winterfell. However, he wondered why Joffrey was present at that moment. Your Highness, he is the son of Robb. Rhaenys exclaimed in astonishment, realizing they had encountered the prince. Looking at Joffrey, one could not help but be struck by his remarkable appearance and noble demeanor. He stood tall and regal, like a towering mountain, instilling both awe and trepidation in those who beheld him. His golden locks shimmered like the sun, radiating a dazzling brilliance that was impossible to overlook. His azure eyes, clear as lake waters, were deep and enchanting, drawing one in irresistibly. Joffrey's visage was sharply defined, with resolute lines resembling a masterpiece sculpted by a master artisan. His prominent nose and firm chin, paired with lips that curled slightly upward, seemed to convey an innate arrogance and a mocking disdain for the world. Yet, as Aegon beheld Joffrey's face, his expression soured. After all, the one before him was the offspring of his father's murderer. You are but the remnants of House Lannister. Are you not? The prince is addressing you. Joffrey declared haughtily. Humph. If the future of Westeros lies in your hands, it will surely descend into chaos. Aegon retorted. What did you say? Is this the manner in which you speak to your prince? Kneel and apologize, and perhaps I shall graciously forgive you. Otherwise, death awaits you. Joffrey proclaimed, akin to the Lord of the Underworld announcing Aegon's demise. What audacity! What power do you possess? Prove your worth in battle before you speak. Aegon drew forth his sword, a mysterious and formidable blade known as Black Dragon. Forged from dragabone, the sword's ebony blade exuded a chilling aura. Its length and sharpness resembled a dark dragon weaving through shadows, glinting with a cold light, capable of severing any obstruction in its path. A mere flick of the wrist revealed its unparalleled sharpness, effortlessly cleaving through the air. The hilt, carved from black dragon bone and adorned with precious gemstones, emanated a mystical glow. Grasping it, one could feel a powerful force coursing through the blade, as though they were one with it. The surface of the blade was inscribed with ancient runes and patterns, imbued with potent energy and arcane magic, said to have been etched by powerful sorcerers, granting Black Dragon even greater strength and mysterious abilities. Its sheath, also crafted from black dragon bone and embellished with rare gems and metals, were similar ancient inscriptions, resonating with the sword's runes to form an aura of formidable power. Black Dragon was an extraordinarily powerful weapon, unmatched in sharpness and enigmatic might. It was the sovereign of darkness, a symbol of strength, and the coveted sword of countless knights, now held in the hands of the last descendant of House Targaryen, Aegon. Bearing the name of a conqueror, he lacked the fortune of one. Much like his sister Rhaenys, he was treated as a hostage, fostered by House Stark. Though they were akin to Eddard Stark's and Catelyn's own children in everyday life, their true nature revealed itself in critical moments. What a splendid sword you possess! Yet my blade is no less formidable. Joffrey unsheathed his own sword of the lion once more. Both men dismounted, prepared to engage in a battle to the death. Aegon is a scion of a fallen dynasty, while Joffrey is the prince of the current era. Their enmity runs deep like the blood of ancient grievances. Yet, before they could engage in their fateful duel, they were interrupted. Two children, a boy and a girl, both no older than 10, rushed forth. They were Brandon Stark and Arya Stark. You must not fight. Aegon, sheathe your sword. Joffrey, you two must put away your weapon, and you should not be here. Your place is on the battlefield, defending our realm against the wildlings. How did you come to be in this place? Despite his tender years, Brandon possessed a wisdom and cunning far beyond his age. What connection do I have with you? Joffrey gasped, his bravado deflating like a punctured balloon. If they report this to father, I shall be doomed. He resolved that he could not let them out of his sight to betray him. Joffrey decided to follow them, eager to discover their destination. Cough, cough, where are you headed? Do you require my assistance? I have a hound at my command, fierce and immensely capable. The hound he referred to was, of course, Sandor. Seeing Joffrey relent, Brandon Stark and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Bran, but you must hurry. The Snow Wolf Vale is still a considerable distance away, Brandon urged. Thank you, Bran. We shall take our leave. Rhaenys and her brother, along with Tyrion, sped onward. Joffrey hastily gathered his entourage to pursue them. Beyond the boarwood, King Robert himself hunted down a magnificent boar, weighing at least 700 pounds. Sufficient to satiate the appetite of many. The accompanying cook expertly butchered the beast, removing its entrails and hide, and then diced the meat into suitable portions. Seasoning it with salt, pepper, and cumin for marination. He placed the marinated boar on a spit over a moderate flame, turning it frequently to ensure even cooking. The duration of roasting depended on the size of the boar and the heat applied, typically taking about half an hour. Once prepared, the boar could be seasoned to the king's preference, often garnished with additional salt, pepper, and cumin, or brushed with honey or ketchup. As the sumptuous feast was completed, Robert eagerly devoured a slice of the roasted meat. Delicious, exquisite. Eddard, you must partake. The chef I brought is from King's Landing, far superior to those in Winterfell, he exclaimed, his face glistening with grease, wholly unbefitting a king. Eddard Stark also indulged in a trotter and found it undeniably delightful. Two individuals dined heartily outside the wild boar woods, yet they overlooked a crucial detail. The true master of the woods was not man, but the wild boar itself. The tantalizing aroma of barbecued pork wafted into the forest, enticing the boars, who salivated at the prospect. As omnivores, wild boars typically consume roots, weeds, fruits, carrion, and occasionally, even each other. They are, in fact, rather ferocious creatures. Their dietary habits are influenced by the seasons, environment, and geographical location, leading to variations in their food sources across different regions. Moreover, their eating patterns may evolve over time to adapt to changing surroundings. Currently, it is winter, and under a blanket of snow, food is scarce. Thus, the sudden emergence of a delectable feast is irresistible to the boars. One by one, they emerged from the thicket, salivating and charging towards the campsite. The guard on watch was instantly taken aback. Oh no, a wild boar ambush. Quickly, everyone, grab your weapons. Many were caught off guard, swiftly snatched by the boars whose tusks wrought havoc, leading to horrific scenes. The cries of despair echoed as King Robert and Eddard Stark hurried from their tents. Witnessing the chaos, screams, the sound of boars gnashing, and the desperate clash of swords as warriors fought to slay the marauding beasts. Humph. These mere wild boars dare to consume humans. Eddard, allow me to rid us of these menacing creatures today. Prepare the bows and arrows. We shall eradicate the entire nest of wild boars. Eddard Stark, equally perturbed, understood that boars that had tasted human flesh would remember the flavor, if not dealt with promptly. They would continue their assaults. The North, already sparsely populated, could not afford any more losses to these beasts. Eddard drew his sword, ready to assist Robert in vanquishing the man-eating boars. In their fervor, they seemed to forget that they had initially come to the wild boar woods to hunt, while the boars were merely retaliating. Humanity, alas, often pays the price for its own arrogance and folly. Chapter 38. A familiar face far away yet close at hand. Even amidst deep-seated animosities, one must journey together. Such a sentiment is undoubtedly burdensome. Aegon found himself in this very predicament, pursued closely by one, Joffrey. What business does he have following us? Aegon wondered, glancing back to see Joffrey, golden-haired and relentless, clinging to their trail without a hint of weariness. It seems he is not lacking in patience after all. Aegon mused, yet he sensed that Joffrey's motives were not to seek Oliver Pike, but rather to keep a watchful eye, ensuring they did not report back. Rhaenys remarked, "You have hit the mark. Joffrey's intent in trailing us is to prevent any encounter with Robert, lest we inform him that Joffrey was merely wandering outside Winterfell." The group hastened their pace, their speed exceeding that of a typical journey as they raced onward. Outside the Snow Wolf Valley, in the woods, Oren Pyxis released the captured white giant bear. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had forged a commendable friendship with the creature, although Oren Pyxis lacked the ability to speak the language of beasts. The powers bestowed upon him by the leadership module enabled him to accomplish remarkable feats, including communicating with wild animals effortlessly. Big White, shall we proceed according to our plan shortly? Well done. I promise you roasted pork later, roared Oren Pyxis. The white bear, affectionately named Big White, appeared formidable, yet exuded a certain charm in the eyes of Oren Pyxis. The soldiers nearby gazed in awe and trepidation as Oren Pyxis commanded the giant bear. They had merely heard tales of the Stark family's few children from Winterfell, each having acquired a young direwolf. Yet Oren Pyxis had managed to tame an adult white bear, a feat that would require several grown direwolves to contend with. "Olen, does your plan truly hold merit?" asked Scene, who stood beside him. According to Oren Pyxis' strategy, Big White was to knock on the door, drawing the attention of the wildlings, while Oren Pyxis and a select group would storm in from behind to launch a surprise attack. "It shall succeed," he declared, "for curiosity, the insatiable curiosity of humankind." "What does that mean?" Scene queried, still perplexed. Curiosity can be the downfall of both cats and wildlings. When they see the white bear at the door, they will all rush out to investigate, and that will be my cue to strike. "Sir Forbes, are you prepared? It is time to avenge your brother." Sir Forbes, clad in battle gear, nodded solemnly. After all, Snow Wolf Castle was his home, and he was well aware of its vulnerabilities. He was determined to lead Oren Pyxis through one of those weaknesses into the heart of Snow Wolf Castle. Just outside the main gate of Snow Wolf Castle, a white bear approached, not crawling, but walking majestically. From a distance, it resembled a giant clad in a full white bear coat. The sentinels on guard spotted it. "Hey, who are you? What is your purpose here? Are you a wildling? Which tribe do you belong to?" Big White raised its head towards the castle battlements, revealing its face. "Ah, a bear." The sentinels, gripped by terror, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Why, you are a bear, not a human. Quickly, go inform the chief." One wildling stumbled away, rushing to alert their leader. Inside, the wildling chief was indulging in roasted duck and sipping wine, thoroughly enjoying the comforts of life in the north. "Ah, this is truly delightful. Life in the north is exceptionally comfortable, with plenty of meat and wine, and a warm hearth. On a frigid winter's day, nothing evokes a sense of comfort and tranquility quite like a warm fireplace." Upon entering the abode, one's gaze is immediately drawn to the roaring fire. Its flickering flames illuminate the entire room, creating an atmosphere that is both inviting and romantic. Surrounding the fireplace are plush sofas and chairs, offering a perfect spot to bask in the warmth of the flames. The fire burns vigorously, radiating heat that envelopes one in an exquisite warmth. Placing a hand beside the hearth, one can feel the gentle flow of warmth, gradually easing the body into relaxation. In this cold winter setting, the fireplace serves as a comforting haven, providing immense solace and security. However, this comfort and assurance were abruptly shattered as a wild sentinel burst in, exclaiming, "Chief, something is amiss outside." Something has arrived. What is it? Speak quickly. Even if it were a night, it shouldn't he frighten you so? The wild chief inquired. It's not a person. It's something else. The sentinel replied, his face pale with fear. What? Not a person? Could it be the others? Have they breached the wall to come here? The wild chief's expression mirrored the sentinel's fear as he envisioned that dreadful entity, the others, with their glowing blue eyes. The nemesis of all living beings. His mind raced back to that unforgettable night when he had been alone on the path back to the tribe. Suddenly hearing an eerie sound. Turning around, he spotted a shadow advancing towards him, causing his heartbeat to quicken. He felt an instinct to flee. Yet his legs were as if anchored to the ground, immovable. As the shadow drew closer, he finally discerned its form, a grotesque other, blue eyes blazing, lunging at him. He jolted awake from the haunting memory, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his complexion as pale as parchment. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. Yet that terrifying thought lingered obstinately in his mind. This chapter has not concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Enjoy the exclusive privilege of 7 days of ad-free reading, complimentary for all registered users. Chief, it is not another. It is a great white bear. It seems to have gained some intelligence and is knocking at the gate. The sentinel reported. What? Not another? That is splendid news. The wall cannot possibly fall. The wild chief wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Let us go and see this white bear. Perhaps it is merely hungry. We can offer it some food. In this harsh winter, both humans and beasts are struggling. As the wild chief emerged, he found that all the wild men had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle of the white bear. Ha ha ha, a white bear knocking at our door is indeed a rare occurrence. He chuckled, joining the throng. They dared not open the door, for the proximity to such a colossal beast could be perilous. One swipe could spell disaster. Instead, the wild men positioned themselves atop the battlements, peering down below. Indeed, a colossal white bear was observed striking the city gates. When it stood, its forepaws towered above the gates, its fur as white as snow, and its eyes glimmered with a crimson glow. The immense bear pounded the gates with its massive claws, producing a dull thud as if declaring war upon the inhabitants of the castle. Should we not offer it something to eat? Perhaps some roasted meat? Let us feed it. And once it is satiated, it will depart. We have other matters to attend to. The Thunderbird will arrive shortly, bringing the orders from Lord Man's Red and Lord Sonic Wave, suggested one of the wild men. Very well, I shall attempt to see if it will consume the meat. A piece of roasted lamb was tossed down, and the white bear immediately ceased its assault on the gates. It began to devour the lamb voraciously. Huh, it worked. Let's continue, and once it is full, it will leave. The wild men atop the walls commenced throwing down food, a bounty of meat and fruits cascading down. However, in their preoccupation with the bear, they neglected the threat behind them. Sir Forbes, accompanied by Oren Pyxis, charged into the fray. The time for vengeance has come. Slay them. Leave no wild man standing, proclaimed Sir Forbes, leading the charge. This was his battle of retribution. The wild men were taken by surprise, having not anticipated the enemy's emergence from behind. Nevertheless, they were fierce and merciless. The Northerners were not to instill fear in them. Fear not, brethren. Let us dispatch this band of Northerners. Tonight, we feast on human flesh. Some of the wild men were indeed cannibals, known for their gruesome practices. The clash between the two factions was fierce and devastating. Meanwhile, many had forgotten about the white bear, believing it had been adequately fed and would soon depart. Yet, the bear persistently continued to strike the gates with its paws. The wild men atop the walls were startled by this sudden resurgence, gazing in terror at the bear, unsure of how to respond. Some attempted to shoot arrows at the bear, but their projectiles failed to penetrate its thick fur. Others hurled stones, yet their feeble efforts caused no harm. The bear continued its relentless assault on the gates, its strength growing, and cracks began to form in the wood, threatening imminent breach. The wild men found themselves besieged, seemingly cornered. It appears we cannot hold this city any longer. We must evacuate. This city is lost. Yet, their leader protested, but the bear blocks the gates. What shall we do? What can we do? Open the gates and fight. The wild men resolved to lower the gates and engage in a desperate battle with the bear. As the gates creaked open, the bear halted its assault, eyeing the wild men warily. Armed and poised for combat, the wild men's faces reflected both fear and determination. The bear let out a growl and charged at them. Thus, the wild men clashed with the bear, wielding swords, spears, and shields in a fierce struggle to fend it off. The colossal bear possessed immense strength, effortlessly swatting away the weapons of the wild men and toppling them to the ground with its enormous claws. Under the onslaught of the giant beast, the wild men fell one after another. At that moment, Oren Pyxis arrived to assist. Fearing that the wild men might retaliate in their final moments and slay the great white creature he had painstakingly reclaimed. Together, Oren Pyxis and the Great White managed to vanquish the last of the wild men's leaders, and soon, the air was filled with the resonant cries of an eagle. Turning towards the sound, Oren Pyxis beheld a majestic eagle, its plumage a deep brown, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its head was small yet exquisite, adorned with sharp eyes that sparkled like twin gems. Its beak was curved and razor-sharp, resembling a hook capable of effortlessly rending the flesh of its prey. The eagle's broad, powerful wings were cloaked in a thick layer of feathers, enabling it to soar freely through the skies. Its long and agile tail aided in maintaining balance and direction. The eagle's flight was a spectacle of grace. It spread its wings and arched its body slightly, darting skyward like an arrow released from a bow. With mighty wing beats, it produced a whooshing sound, as if showcasing its strength and majesty. It circled in the air, soaring high, diving low, and performing agile maneuvers that left onlookers in awe. What could it be? A scout, perhaps? Yet, I have an inkling that I have seen this eagle before. Oren Pyxis gazed at the eagle above, sensing an uncanny familiarity. In the eagle's eyes, a spark of intelligence glimmered. That figure below seems familiar. Who could it be? A transformer, perhaps? Through the eagle's perspective, Soundwave observed Oren Pyxis from miles away, remotely controlling the laser bird to relay messages. Regrettably, the band of wild men had already been eradicated. What of the wild men near the laser bird? Chapter 39, Descendants of the Ancestors after vanquishing the wild men of Snowwolf City. Oren Pyxis and his companions scoured the battlefield, discovering remnants left behind by the wild men, including tools for scaling the treacherous Great Wall of Despair. It appeared these were indeed their means of traversing the formidable barrier. Who would have thought the wild men possessed such blacksmithing skills? They shouldn't have the technology for that, Scene remarked while holding a set of climbing gear. The tools were simple, consisting of several barbed iron hooks fused together. These would be worn on the feet, and it was likely that the wild men used daggers or sickles to grip the icy surface with their hands while climbing. Indeed, the Saran tribe among the wild men can smelt iron. Their craftsmanship is quite advanced, capable of forging battle axes and shields, far superior to other wild men, Sir Forbes declared. Although they had successfully reclaimed Snowwolf City, he appeared less than joyful, for he had just taken his brother's head. My lord, we have completed our mission and must return to Winterfell. This place is now in your hands. Oren Pyxis addressed Sir Forbes. Sir Olean, my heartfelt gratitude to you, as well as to King Lobber and Duke Ed. The House of Ross shall remain ever loyal to House Stark and the Iron Throne. I place my trust in you. Sir Forbes, you are a man of your word. Just as Sir Olean and his companions were about to depart, Forbes hastened towards them once more, cradling a parcel in his arms. Sir Forbes, is there something else you wish to convey? Olean inquired with a hint of perplexity. He believed it was time to bury the dead, repair the castle walls, and prepare for the coming winter. Why had he reappeared? Sir Olean, I implore you to accept this gift. Forbes extended the parcel forward. What is this? Asked Sheen. This is a dragon egg fossil, hailing from east of the Shadowlands. Yet, it does not accompany the Targaryens. It originates from an even more ancient era, dating back, if I recall correctly, to the time of the first Lord of Winterfell. Even the original Targaryens were unaware of this particular dragon egg. Olean gazed upon the crimson egg before him, roughly the size of an adult human head. Its surface smooth and unyielding, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Its hue was as vibrant as blood, resembling a fiery gem that captivated the eye. The shell was adorned with intricate patterns, reminiscent of an ancient script, chronicling the history and legacy of dragons. As one drew near, the potent energy emanating from the egg was palpable, warm and brimming with power, as if it could rouse a slumbering dragon. The air surrounding the egg grew dense with an extraordinary aura. This gift seems far too precious. It is a treasure of Winterfell, and I cannot accept it. Olean was resolute in his refusal. No, Sir Olean, to me, this dragon egg is no more than a beautiful stone. However, if this stone can be exchanged for your friendship, it is well worth it. I earnestly hope you will accept it. Though I am unaware if you can hatch a dragon, I have heard that members of House Targaryen still reside in Winterfell. Olean intended to decline once again, but the flicker of the ember within him stirred, urging him to accept the dragon egg. Thus, Olean altered his decision. Very well, Sir Forbes. Let this symbolize the bond between us. Olean received the crimson dragon egg, cradling it in his arms. He then departed Winterfell with Sheen and his entourage. It appears that the gears of fate have begun to turn. The prophecy of the wolf speaks of the arrival of that individual. Sir Forbes whispered as he watched Olean's retreating figure. The north wind howled, snowflakes danced in the air. In the wilds of the north, one must not cease their journey for even a moment, lest they succumb to the bitter cold. On the outskirts of Wolfwood, several actors masquerading as wights approached a stream, their blue eyes contrasting sharply with their peculiar appearances. In the realm of Westeros, the profession of acting exists, and Tyrion, as the wealthiest member of the Lannister family, had indulged in numerous performances during his youth, albeit primarily in the form of musicals or stage plays. He understood that sometimes actors could portray their roles with such authenticity that it became nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. Yet, such performances demanded both skill and unwavering dedication. Being the richest patron, Tyrion had made a promise. Should they successfully deceive the wildlings, each soldier actor would be rewarded with a considerable sum of golden dragons. Thus, the soldiers performed with remarkable earnestness and striking resemblance. Observing the brook nestled among the trees, the whites refrained from entering the water, for they were incapable of swimming, a fact Tyrion had gleaned from a tattered tome in Winterfell. On the opposite bank, several wildling women approached, engaged in jovial conversation as they came to fetch water. It seemed the wolves here paled in comparison to those beyond the wall. They were smaller, lacking in strength, and had they encountered the dire wolves from the frozen tundra, they would have been utterly torn asunder. Indeed, though this place was known as the Wolfwood, its wolves were not the mightiest. That title belonged to the dire wolves of the far north. As the wildling women reached the brook to fill their vessels, they initially remained unaware of the white performers across the water. However, as they finished drawing water and prepared to depart, one wildling inadvertently glanced upward and beheld the grotesque sight of the white actors. From a distance, their bodies appeared horrifically decayed, skin sloughing off to reveal the underlying muscle and bone. Their eyes, a chilling blue, were devoid of life, merely reflecting an insatiable hunger for blood and flesh. Among the whites, one corpse stood out, towering above the others, its physique more robust and muscular. Its skin bore an eerie gray hue, adorned with dark spots and stripes. Its eyes glimmered with a spectral blue light, as if swept by an icy gale. Ah, they are coming. The whites. They have breached the wall. A wildling woman's scream pierced the air as the others turned to witness the white actors looming across the brook. Aghast, they shouted, "Run! Flee!" The wildling woman dropped her wooden bucket, panicking as she sprinted away. The whites emitted a low, guttural sound, akin to the rasping of phlegm in their throats, as they were unsure how to vocalize their intent without revealing their ruse. In pursuit, Jaime Lannister, accompanied by a group of men, leaped across the brook, relentlessly chasing the wildlings, while Tyrion, further behind, orchestrated a larger encirclement, intent on eliminating the wildling threat in one decisive stroke. In the wildmen's encampment, preparations for a meal were underway when, unexpectedly, the wild men who had gone to fetch water returned in a state of panic. "Trouble! Trouble! The corpse demon has come. We must flee for our lives." "What are you so alarmed about?" "The corpse demon cannot cross the abyssal Great Wall. It is enchanted to prevent their passage," the wild man leader declared, stepping forward. He was an elderly figure, his form stooped and gait unsteady, with the passage of time etched deeply into his weathered visage. His skin was coarse and dark, seemingly eroded by the sands of time. Wrinkles crisscrossed his face like ravines, chronicling the hardships of his life. His eyes, deep and murky, conveyed a wisdom and weariness born of experience. His hair was disheveled and graying, reminiscent of dry grass tousled by the wind. His beard hung down to his chest, equally unruly, as if narrating tales of his long solitude. Though frail, his body still radiated a resilience and indomitable spirit. Clad in a tattered hide, a trophy from years of hunting in the jungle, the bloodstains upon it had long since dried, leaving mottled traces. In his hand, he grasped a rough-hewn wooden staff, his weapon and a vital tool for survival in the wilderness. The corpse demon cannot breach the abyssal Great Wall. It must be the machination of the Northerners. Let us remain vigilant and not succumb to panic. Despite his age, the leader's authority remained intact. Although the other wild men were uncertain about the arrival of the corpse demon, they chose to place their faith in their leader. Indeed, the wild men were no fools. They were not easily subdued. Jaime Lannister soon realized this truth. The wild men were more formidable than mere bandits. As Jaime stormed into the wild men's lair with a few soldiers, he found himself encircled. His men were swiftly dispatched. The wild men were merciless, unafraid of death or of men. The only entities that instilled fear in them were the endless winter and the army of the undead. Now, Jaime Lannister stood alone, surrounded by wild men on all sides. "O brave warrior of the South, you are indeed strong, yet you shall meet your end, for we are inherently adversaries." The old wild man leader confronted Jaime. Although Jaime could have launched an assault and killed the elder, he knew he would be cut down in turn. So he refrained from action, waiting for Tyrion's arrival, trusting in his brother. "Huh, I beg to differ. Do you wild men rely solely on numbers? Dare you challenge me to a duel?" Jaime boldly retorted, provoking laughter among the wild men. "Guffaw, haha. Is he a fool? We are wild men. Do we adhere to chivalry and honor? We adhere to the principle that the victor is king and the vanquished are outlaws. 8,000 years ago, we were not defeated by you. We were merely driven to the fringes of existence. We carry the blood of our ancestors. The wild man leader proclaimed. Do not speak so easily of ancestors and descendants, James Lannister remarked with disdain. I carry the blood of my forebears within me. I am the son of Tywin Lannister, of the esteemed House Lannister. I am Jaime Lannister. His irritation stemmed from the frequent references to lineage made by the Stark family, which he found tiresome. In Chapter 40, A Narrow Escape, the wildling chief inquired, Is it true that you too bear the blood of your ancestors? Indeed, Jaime replied, though it has been diluted over millennia. The blood of my ancestors still courses through my veins. My maternal lineage traces back to the most legendary trickster of the Age of Heroes, the cunning Lon, who, without shedding blood, secured Casterly Rock from House Casterly through sheer wit. My paternal ancestors were once the kings of Casterly Rock, until the arrival of Aegon the Conqueror. Jaime Lannister's noble lineage and ancient bloodline were undeniable. However, he mused that every person in this world, regardless of their ancestry, once enjoyed prosperity. What truly mattered was how one lived in the present. After all, those ancestral glories belonged to a time long past. Haha, even if your ancestors were grand. Here you are, serving one king after another. To put it kindly, you are a lord. To speak plainly, you are but a slave, unlike us, who are all free folk. The wildlings erupted in laughter, seemingly mocking Jaime. Yet, Jaime Lannister joined in their mirth, laughing heartily. Ha! My dear brother, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you with great anticipation. Accompanied by Jaime's laughter, the wildlings soon realized they were encircled. Skilled warriors wielded sharp weapons and sturdy shields. Curse you. You have deceived us, deliberately stalling for time. The wildling chief glared at Jaime, yet he boldly stepped forward, approaching his brother. At that moment, Tyrion stood clad in armor, wielding a battle axe. Though diminutive in stature, he exuded an imposing presence, akin to a mighty lion. Wildlings, surrender. We can grant you a swift demise, or else your end will be most gruesome. Tyrion declared with a grin, for they held the advantage in numbers and armament. Surrender is not an option. Defeat is not an option. Charge forth, my brethren, and carve a bloody path. The wildlings began to fight valiantly. Their spirits ignited as they sought to break through the encirclement of Lannister soldiers. Curse it. Stop them. Jaime Lannister commanded, leading the charge against the wildlings attempting to break free. Like a lion on the hunt, he raced forth, dispatching his foes with ruthless efficiency. The wildlings fell before him like sheep, until only 10 remained, cornered beneath a great tree. Is this truly the end? They wondered in despair. The wildlings' eyes were wide with terror, for when death looms, fear grips even the bravest of souls. Yet, fortune sometimes favors the desperate. From the heavens came the piercing cries of the laser birds, heralding not just their arrival, but the presence of another avian creature, the Thunderbird, the most formidable of sound waves, flying alongside. At that moment, they soared through the air, talons clutching a young wolf. Seizing the opportune moment, they released the helpless creature, and with a resounding thud, 2 innocent lives were extinguished. This was dire. Calamity was surely upon us. Brother. Tyrion instantly recognized the intent of the 2 birds. They were luring wolves from their lair. With 2 young wolves slain here, the adult wolves lurking nearby would surely. Are you concerned about provoking a wolf disaster? James Lannister furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this was a wolf forest. Deep within the shadowy valley, a pack of wolves lay in silent ambush. Their lithe forms, cloaked in dark fur, exuded an air of sharpness and vigilance. At the forefront stood the Wolf King, head held high, surveying the exit, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. At last, the Wolf King emitted a low, resonant growl that shattered the valley stillness. Instantly, the pack sprang into action, assembling in tight formation, marching in unison toward the mountain pass. As they advanced, the valley echoed with the sound of their footsteps and low howls, their silhouettes weaving through the forest like an unstoppable tide of darkness. Upon reaching the mountain's mouth, sunlight cascaded upon them, illuminating their majestic forms. Once more, the Wolf King howled, and the pack responded in a thunderous chorus that reverberated through the heavens. They dashed into the dense woods, driven by an insatiable thirst for vengeance against the slayers of their young. Swiftly, the wolves encircled the Lannister soldiers, their jaws agape in a menacing snarl as they gazed upon the fallen bodies. At that moment, both James and Tyrion dared not stir. Beads of sweat cascaded down their faces. What shall we do, brother? We cannot break through. The pack is too numerous. In the woods, they are far more agile than we. Tyrion's mind raced, yet no viable escape plan surfaced. Conversely, the wildlings breathed a sigh of relief upon spotting the laser birds and thunderbirds, realizing they had come to their aid. Seizing the opportunity, the wildlings charged forth from one direction, and the wolves refrained from pursuing them, deeming the 10 wildlings inconsequential in the face of greater numbers. Curse them, they've escaped. James struck a nearby tree in frustration, knowing it was the Lion clan that would suffer the consequences now. A cacophony of howls erupted as the wolves commenced their assault. The pack's leader, a massive gray wolf, radiated an aura of cold ruthlessness. The sheer number of wolves and their ferocity was overwhelming. Many of the Lannister soldiers were paralyzed by fear, some fleeing in terror, only to be ambushed from behind by the wild wolves, their throats savagely torn asunder. The pack of wolves launched a fierce assault on the warriors' encampment, prompting the soldiers to rise in defiance. They began to unleash arrows upon the wolves. Yet the creatures' swiftness rendered them elusive targets. Subsequently, the wolves charged into the throng, engaging the warriors in close-quarters combat. The soldiers fought valiantly with knives and daggers. But the overwhelming strength of the wolves made it arduous to withstand their onslaught. In the midst of this tumultuous battle, many warriors sustained injuries, yet they persevered. Acutely aware that retreat would embolden the wolves to attack with even greater ferocity, the Grey Wolf leader, witnessing the tenacity of the soldiers, felt a surge of respect within. It realized that continued aggression would result in significant losses for the pack as well. After discovering the bodies of 2 young wolves, it emitted a low growl, causing the pack to cease their assault and retreat into the forest. The Lannister warriors, observing the withdrawal of the wolves, breathed a sigh of relief. Cognizant that had the wolves not chosen to retreat, they might have faced total annihilation. At last, they have departed. Alas, the losses are staggering, James Lannister lamented. Seated on the ground as he surveyed the scene around him, over 50 of his kin lay dead or injured. Their company had numbered merely 100. And now the death toll exceeded half. Tyrion lay on the ground, grateful that James had shielded him from the attacks of 3 wolves, for otherwise he would have surely met a gruesome end. This venture has proven to be a calamitous endeavor, brother. We have lost so many in securing the north for Eddard Stark. Tyrion's lips curled into a wry smile. Yet, it seems there are still a few stragglers. Those minor figures are of no concern to us now. James understood the implication. The 10 fleeing wildlings might stir unrest in the north in the future, but they were no longer their concern. He approached the bodies of those who had pretended to be corpses, noting the gruesome sight of their bellies torn open by the wolves, their faces smeared with blood. How unfortunate. I had intended to reward you handsomely. Alas, you have met your demise. However, a Lannister always repays his debts. James and Tyrion placed all the gold coins they carried into the pockets of the deceased before joining the other soldiers in digging graves for their fallen comrades. They buried only their own, leaving the wildlings to the mercy of the beasts that would surely devour their remains. The 10 escaped wildlings arrived at an abandoned estate, long forsaken and untouched by human presence. Let us pause for a moment. Keep watch for any knights or wolves in pursuit. Above them soared 2 eagles. Thank you, noble Laserbird and Thunderbird, for aiding our narrow escape. The wildlings expressed their profound gratitude, bowing deeply in reverence. Then, the unremarkable voice of the Soundwave emanated from the beak of the Thunderbird. Your existence grants you the opportunity to persevere. The situation in the north is intricate. You must conceal yourselves and follow my commands. The wild men in other regions are likely all but gone. The journey from the borders to the north is fraught with peril and distance, thus each of your lives is invaluable. Do not squander your existence. Upon hearing Soundwave's words, the wild men expressed their profound gratitude. What shall we do next, Lord Soundwave? I require you to disguise yourselves, adopt new identities, and infiltrate Winterfell, positioning yourselves near a man named Oren Pyxis. He will be the greatest variable in the future and the most formidable adversary to Lord Optimus. Previously, Soundwave had seen Oren Pyxis through the vision and hearing of the Thunderbird while in the Snow Wolf Valley. He had also heard his name. This individual piqued his interest, and he wished to ascertain if he truly was Optimus. Yes, Lord Soundwave, we shall accomplish this. Strive to fulfill my directive. The Laserbird and Thunderbird ascended once more into the sky, soaring together among the clouds. Below, the wild men deliberated on how to approach Oren Pyxis. Ultimately, they resolved to have the only woman among the 10 wild men masquerade as a homeless farm girl seeking refuge with relatives in Winterfell, then devise a method to draw closer to Oren Pyxis. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Man Outside the Wild Boar Woods. King Robb and Eddard Stark encountered a sudden onslaught from wild boars. With a limited number of companions, they suffered greatly from the attack. Many of their guards were dragged away by the boars. The combat prowess of wild boars should not be underestimated. In the woods, they are often more fearsome than bears. However, being individuals of noble standing, they were accompanied by the finest guards, and aside from the initial shock, they mounted an impressive counterattack, successfully shielding King Robb and Lord Eddard. The flickering light of the campfire cast grotesque, drooling faces of boars around them. Your Majesty and Lord Eddard, do not fear. We merely need to endure until dawn, for when the sun rises, the boars will depart. The captain of Eddard Stark's guard reassured. Jury, Will the Boers truly leave at dawn? This is their territory. The ones who will have to leave will be us, Eddard Stark replied, as the Lord of the North. He held a deeper respect for these creatures, recognizing their ancient existence, having thrived long before humanity's encroachment. All beings that have not succumbed to human extinction are resilient. Although humankind has gradually invaded their habitats, these creatures invariably discover ways to survive. Life will always find a path. The wild boars ceased their assault and began to feast upon the fallen soldiers, their own kind, and most notably, the roasted wild boar meat. The gruesome act of cannibalism was indeed terrifying. Wild boars proved to be even more fearsome than lions or tigers, as Robert remarked. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted through the air, heralding the approach of an enormous wild boar, seemingly the leader of the pack. Upon its arrival, the other wild boars immediately prostrated themselves before it. This majestic creature was colossal, its bristles as hard as steel, and its tusks sharp as blades, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The gaze of the Boar King exuded a fierce and untamed ferocity, as if it could see through the very fabric of existence. Its body was marked by countless scars from battles fought, each a testament to its glory and formidable prowess. New wounds, evidently inflicted by human weapons, adorned its frame. Whoever had harmed the Boar King must undoubtedly be a master of their craft. Whenever the Boar King appeared in the forest, other creatures felt a palpable sense of fear and unease. Its roar echoed like thunder, causing the very woods to tremble. With astonishing speed, it could easily outpace any prey. The Boar King reigned supreme over this forest, endowed with unparalleled strength and wisdom. It possessed an intimate knowledge of every nook and cranny of its domain and the habits of every creature within it. The Boar King could deftly evade traps and discern the schemes of its foes. However, it was not a cruel tyrant. It struck only when necessary. To defend itself and its kin. It also took upon itself the responsibility of teaching the younger wild boars the arts of survival and combat, molding them into formidable warriors. After the Boar King's emergence, the other wild boars gathered closely, resembling loyal soldiers awaiting their lord's command. Yet, the Boar King's gaze fell upon two humans, Eddard Stark and King Robert. Its eyes seemed to convey a multitude of thoughts, though it lacked the ability to articulate them. The Boar King's arrival was not a harbinger of further bloodshed. Rather, it sought to quell the ongoing conflict. Despite its fearsome nature, it was an indispensable component of the forest's ecosystem. Its existence maintained the delicate balance of the woods, allowing other creatures to thrive and reproduce in this land. Rather than leading its subordinates to continue the assault on Eddard and Robert, the Boar King chose to retreat with its followers. Have they truly departed? Robert inquired, astonished by the Boar King's decision to withdraw. Indeed, Your Majesty, it has led its followers away. It was evident that this creature, a true monarch, knew when to retreat. I suspect it chose to leave due to that wound it bears. Robert, a born warrior, keenly observed the injury on the Boar King. Do you know what weapon caused that, Eddard? Robert asked. I believe it might have been a gun. Eddard Stark replied uncertainly. For he was not among the most formidable of warriors in Westeros. Indeed, it was a gun. I surmise it must have been a long spear that inflicted the injury. Had it been a short weapon, the wild Boar King would likely have devoured the unfortunate soul. Prepare yourselves. We must depart. This place is perilous. And we should return to Winterfell. Indeed, Your Majesty. The soldiers nearby began to ready themselves for withdrawal. Yet one soldier discovered an injured and unconscious individual within a tree hollow. The man bore grievous wounds, adorned with a green silk scarf wrapped around his head, and two white jade circlets gracing his temples. He was clad in a single green floral battle robe, with a double-tailed silver belt cinched at his waist. His feet were shod in black boots resembling melon seeds, and he possessed the features of a leopard, sharp eyes, a pointed chin, and a striking physique standing at 8 feet tall, appearing to be in his mid-30s. How curious it is to find such a person here. Your Majesty, Lord Eddard. Would you care to see this stranger, who does not seem to belong to the north? Though Robb and Eddard initially intended to mount their steeds and leave, they dismounted and approached instead. Two soldiers carefully lifted the wounded man and laid him upon the ground nearby. It appears he is the one, Eddard. I suspect he was the one who wounded the wild Boar King, only to suffer injuries from the beast himself. Robb observed the calluses on the man's hands and discerned that he was no ordinary individual, but rather a seasoned fighter, skilled in the arts of combat. He then lifted the man's garments to reveal a gaping wound, torn by the boar's tusks, yet no entrails were visible. They hastily bandaged him and transported him on a stretcher toward Winterfell. The injured man was treated by several soldiers and subsequently placed into a wagon. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Enjoy the privilege of ad-free reading for 7 days. Every registered user can claim this for free. Robb, what do you think of him? I have never encountered a Northman like this. Eddard Stark remarked. Furthermore, he exudes the same aura as Ser Roderick. He seems akin to a master instructor. Ha ha ha. I share your sentiments. If he is indeed a mentor, he must be the most formidable one. At the very least, Ser Roderick would never dare confront the Wild Boar King alone. After the Wild Boar King returned to its lair, it ventured alone to the edge of a muddy pit, rolling itself within, becoming encrusted with muck. Were it a human, such an injury, combined with exposure to mud, would surely lead to infection. However, wild boars possess a robust vitality and remarkable self-healing abilities, allowing them to survive even severe wounds and infections. They can even utilize viruses to aid in their own recovery. On their return journey, Robb and Eddard Stark engaged in conversation regarding the Grand Army's campaign against the wildlings. I wonder how they fare now. Yet, my concerns do not lie with the others. I am most anxious for the youth, Little John, Robb, and the others. They are still but children. Your Majesty, they are not so young anymore. Caitlin and the Queen must be fervently praying for them in Winterfell. Eddard Stark responded. Eddard spoke wisely. For within a modest chapel in Winterfell, the Queen, Caitlin, and others such as Myrcella and Sansa were engaged in prayer, beseeching the Mother among the seven gods. While the inhabitants of Winterfell predominantly worshipped the old gods, Caitlin, hailing from the south, stood as an exception, a quintessential devotee of the seven. She had inspired Eddard Stark to erect this small chapel in her honor. Nestled in a corner of Winterfell, the chapel, though unassuming in size, emanated an air of solemn sanctity that captivated both the eye and the spirit. Its exterior was simple and unadorned, devoid of ostentation yet possessing a unique aesthetic appeal. Constructed from pristine white stone, the walls conveyed an impression of immaculate cleanliness. The roof, adorned with red tiles, imparted a sense of warmth and comfort. The wooden entrance, intricately carved with exquisite designs, exuded a profound sense of reverence. Upon entering the chapel, one is greeted by a spacious and luminous hall. The walls are adorned with religious paintings and sculptures depicting the father and the mother, warriors, smiths, and maidens, all of whom are part of the seven. These artworks impart a sense of gravity and sanctity to the space. The hall's marble flooring gleams with an exceptional smoothness and tidiness. At its center lies a pulpit, upon which rests a tome of the seven scriptures and a necklace of the seven stars, representing the heart and soul of the chapel. The interior decor is remarkably simple and unembellished, yet it possesses a distinct beauty. The walls, again of white stone, contribute to the chapel's pristine appearance. The red-tiled roof continues to evoke warmth and comfort. The windows, crafted from stained glass, feature intricate patterns that enhance the chapel's solemnity and sanctity. In one corner of the chapel, a small oratory exists, furnished with only a pulpit and a few chairs. This space serves as a sanctuary for prayer and confession. Whenever individuals face adversity or hardship, they come here to seek solace and guidance from the father or the mother of the seven. In another corner lies a quaint garden, meticulously arranged with a variety of flora, trees, and gentle streams. This serene retreat offers respite for weary souls, inviting them to unwind and appreciate the beauty of nature. Though modest in size, this chapel radiates a profound sense of sanctity, drawing the gaze and spirit of all who visit. It serves as a refuge for the soul and a pillar of spiritual support. Each visit envelopes one in an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony, purifying and elevating the spirit. While seldom frequented, Caitlin typically graces this sacred space only once every 7 days. In her absence, Sister Modin tends to its care. However, today, in her fervent prayers for the safe return of her children and for the well-being of Eddard in his position under the king's hand, Caitlin had invited the queen to join her. Cersei had assumed that in a place like Winterfell, the remnants of the faith of the seven would be absent. Yet she was taken aback to discover that Eddard Stark loved Caitlin so deeply that he had constructed a small chapel for her. Contemplating this, she felt a pang of envy for their bond. No, perhaps it was not love that they shared, but rather a sense of duty. Had Brandon not perished, Eddard Stark would undoubtedly have never wed Caitlin Tully. Chapter 42. The capture of the mole. The 5 armies surrounded the wildlings, with Robb Stark and Jon Snow's group standing out as particularly unique, for both possessed their own direwolves, Grey Wind and Ghost. Grey Wind, a large grey wolf, exhibited a deep and mysterious coat that shimmered in the sunlight. Its eyes, a profound yellow, conveyed sharpness and vigilance. Grey Wind was the swiftest of the pups in Winterfell, its long, powerful limbs allowing it to dash across the plains like a bolt of lightning. Its robust and agile tail maintained balance while running, showcasing its formidable strength and keen awareness. It could effortlessly catch its prey, be it rabbits, deer, or other creatures. None could easily escape its pursuit. Its teeth, sharp as blades, could swiftly rend the throat of its quarry. Nonetheless, Grey Wind was not a merciless killer. It hunted only when necessary, preferring the frail or ailing animals as its targets. It held a reverence for life and the natural order. Gray Wind relished running alone through the forest, feeling the caress of the wind and the warmth of the sun. It also enjoyed gazing at the starry sky during the night, pondering the meaning of existence and the mysteries of the universe. Each night, it would howl at the moon, even when it was obscured from view. Due to its speed, Gray Wind roamed freely, exploring and embarking on adventures. It possessed its own thoughts and emotions, striving for its goals and steadfastly adhering to its beliefs. As for Ghost, its imposing stature and muscular form exuded unparalleled strength and agility. Ghost's white fur, as pure as snowflakes, shimmered with a soft glow. Under the moonlight, it appeared draped in a veil of silver, adding to its enigmatic beauty. Its long, silky hair flowed with the breeze, imparting an ethereal quality. Yet, what captivated most were its striking red eyes, glowing like burning flames, flickering with an eerie light in the darkness. These eyes, deep and sharp, seemed to pierce through all facades. When Ghost gazed upon you, an indescribable pressure enveloped you, as if it could see into your very soul. Ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to meet Ghost's gaze, except for the strong or those acknowledged by it, such as its master, Jon Snow. The ears of the white spirit stood erect, attentively listening to the sounds of its surroundings. Its mouth was slightly ajar, revealing sharp teeth that sent chills down one's spine. Its tail, robust and powerful, swayed gently, exuding an air of confidence and authority. The mere presence of the white spirit instilled awe in the other ice wolves. It often traversed the mountains and forests alone in search of its prey. Its speed was as swift as lightning, and its strength was akin to thunder. Once it had locked onto a target, it would launch an attack without hesitation. With these two wolves, one was more effective than a dozen hunting hounds. Even if the wildlings concealed themselves well, they would inevitably be discovered. Gray Wind and the White Spirit now accompanied Robb Stark and Jon Snow to the entrance of a cave, both wolves growling ominously at the cavern's mouth. It seemed the wildlings were indeed within. "Jon," Robb Stark exclaimed as he dismounted, clad in a gray fur coat, with a direwolf sword hanging at his side. His deer-hide boots crunched noisily on the snow. "Robb, we cannot venture in recklessly. We risk ambush by the wildlings. We must devise a method to lure them out or compel them to emerge," Jon Snow remarked with an enigmatic expression. If Robb was a general, then Jon was undoubtedly the strategist. "What shall we do, Jon?" "You know I am not adept at devising clever plans," Robb Stark replied, spreading his hands. He had never excelled at winning through cunning. "Since they are inside the cave, we shall employ fire, though not to burn them, but to smoke them out." "What a splendid idea, Jon," Robb Stark praised, clapping him on the shoulder. The soldiers ignited a bonfire outside the cave, and the flames began to roar to life. They tossed in damp branches and leaves, producing a thick plume of smoke. The smoke gradually seeped into the cave, filling it entirely. As the dense smoke poured in, deep growls echoed from within the cavern. The wildlings were evidently enraged by the smoke, darting around the cave in search of an escape. However, the smoke disoriented them, causing them to crash about blindly. Hearing the roars of the wildlings, both Robb and Jon felt a mix of excitement and tension. They understood that the wildlings had been provoked and could attack at any moment. Yet, they also recognized it as their best opportunity. Seizing this moment was crucial to effectively eliminate the wildlings. "Prepare yourselves. The wildlings are about to emerge," commanded Robb Stark. The soldiers stood at the ready, weapons poised at the cave's entrance. Suddenly, a throng of wildlings clad in animal skins burst forth like headless flies, colliding with the pointed ends of the weapons, meeting their demise without even a formal confrontation with their foes. It was a tragic fate, for they had not yet engaged the enemy. However, the cave possessed more than one exit, allowing some wildlings to escape. The fortunate survivors managed to flee, thanks to the two little ones who had helped them dig a tunnel. "It is indeed a moment of great urgency." "Ha ha ha. Do you not agree that it is thundering?" the red gopher remarked to the blue gopher. "Indeed. If it weren't for our presence, you would certainly be doomed," the blue gopher replied. The surviving wildlings expressed their immense gratitude to the two gophers. Do not be deceived by their unassuming appearance. They were once members of the Tape Legion on the planet Cybertron. The blue gopher transformed from Thunderclash, while the red gopher transformed from Mirage, both of whom excelled in tunneling, or rather, in causing tremors. "My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." The adventure only becomes more exhilarating. For a limited time, all registered users can claim a 7-day ad-free reading privilege card at no cost. Soundwave dispatched the two to the north, hoping to attempt the excavation of a tunnel beneath the wall of ice, allowing the wildlings to escape through the underground passage. However, the outcome proved too challenging. The permafrost was far too hard to carve out a passage suitable for human passage. Nevertheless, they managed to create a tunnel for smaller creatures like mice and rabbits, and that was how they managed to arrive here. You should preserve your lives to serve Lord Megatron. If you all perish, Soundwave will undoubtedly blame us for our ineffectiveness. Mirage asserted. The remaining wildlings who did not escape are surely deceased. You must find a way to remain hidden, to act discreetly, and to avoid revealing your whereabouts. Do you understand? Thunderclash inquired. We understand, my lords. The wildlings replied. Very well, let us return to the original cave and ascertain the situation. You may disperse. Thunderclash instructed Mirage. And the two gophers made their way back to the cave. They observed the enemy from the shadows. Robb Stark was engaged in jovial conversation with John. Ha ha ha. Have we not achieved a great feat this time? John, I never imagined you would slay so many wildlings before even reaching the wall. You shall surely receive commendation. Robb Stark said, draping his arm over Jon Snow's shoulder. It seems the count is off. Jon Snow remarked as he counted the corpses of the wildlings. There are always a few that slip through the cracks, right? Ghost. Robb Stark, who had been smiling, suddenly changed his expression and called out to Ghost. Ghost immediately dashed toward an opening like a flash of lightning, seizing a blue gopher in his jaws. Meanwhile, Nymeria rushed forward, attempting to snatch the red gopher, but unfortunately, it escaped. A gopher. I thought it was a wildling. Ghost, eat him. Just as Ghost was about to consume the blue gopher, it spoke. Please, please. Do not eat me. Oh, do not eat me. Its words astonished everyone present, and Robb Stark and Jon Snow were left agape. You can speak? Jon Snow asked uncertainly, still in disbelief. So what if I can speak? Have you ever encountered talking creatures, such as parrots or crows? Thunderous asked. A parrot is a parrot, and a crow is a crow, while a groundhog is indeed a groundhog. Grey Wind, come here. Robb Stark commanded, as Grey Wind trotted over, carrying Thunderous to Robb Stark's side. Robb ensnared him in a burlap sack. We'll discuss this upon our return to Winterfell. This remarkable groundhog deserves to be seen by others. I am certain Arya would be quite taken with him. I share your sentiment. Jon Snow also smiled. The siblings Rhaenys and Joffrey finally arrived at the Stark stronghold, only to learn that Ser Alan had already departed. Alas, we have arrived too late. Rhaenys sighed. We are all weary. Let us refrain from traveling today and rest here instead, shall we? Aegon nodded in agreement, while Joffrey, caked in dust, yearned for a respite. Only Tyrion wished to pursue Ser Alan. Ser Alan has returned to Winterfell. I invite you all to stay the night at my abode. And you may depart tomorrow. It is unwise to travel at night, for one may encounter the White Walkers, Sir Forbes remarked. Are the White Walkers the same as the others? Aegon inquired. Observing Aegon's silver hair, Sir Forbes appeared to recall something. The prophecy of the Snow Wolf, yet the practitioners of Snow Wolf Castle have been slain. He was not privy to much information. Welcome to my Snow Wolf Castle. Despite the devastation it has endured, it remains worthy of your visit. Sir Forbes ushered them inside and extended a warm welcome. Chapter 43. The rescue of the groundhog Robb and Eddard returned to Winterfell. They had departed with a great company, yet returned with but a few, for many had fallen to the wild boars. Nevertheless, they brought back an unfamiliar figure. Master Luwin, I entrust him to you. Eddard Stark entrusted the individual to his most trusted scholar. Master Luwin nodded, instructing 2 guards to carry the man away with him. Eddard, are you unharmed? Catelyn's worried eyes were fixed upon Eddard Stark. Oh, ha ha ha, I am perfectly fine. How could I be otherwise? Eddard Stark and Catelyn shared a harmonious relationship. However, Cersei and Robb exchanged mutual disdain. You survived the perils outside, my dear king. Cersei mocked in her distinctive tone. Woman, mind your tone. Robb glared at her. Then inquired, are little Joffrey and the others not yet returned? No, none have returned. Upon hearing this, King Robb felt an inexplicable unease, as if he sensed that something ominous was afoot. Days later, a troop finally appeared outside Winterfell, led by Ser Roderick. They had successfully vanquished a band of wildlings, yet suffered significant losses among their ranks. My lord, Ser Roderick knelt before Eddard Stark. Rise, sir. Better than I had anticipated, more individuals have returned than I imagined. The wildlings seem to be somewhat frenzied. It appears they too are fighting for a cause, for such formidable combat prowess could not arise without reason, Sir Roderick remarked, stroking his wounded arm. Observing the injury of his loyal subordinate, Eddard Stark hastily urged him to seek treatment from Maester Luwin. Roderick, now, at once. I command you to go to Maester Luwin. Yes, my lord. After Sir Roderick departed, several hours passed before the banner of the Lannister family, emblazoned with a golden lion on a crimson field, appeared on the horizon. It was Jaime and Tyrion returning, albeit with significant losses. Less than half of their forces had returned, as they had to contend not only with the wildlings but also with the direwolves. Aha! Jaime, the Lion of Lannister. And you, Tyrion, the imp. How could you fare so poorly? King Robert inquired with a grin. Your Majesty, we were beset by misfortune, encountering direwolves that attacked us. Tyrion responded. Upon hearing of their encounter with the direwolves, King Robert was reminded of his own experience with a wild boar and ceased his mockery. Sister. Jamie approached Cersei. Embracing her, they bore a striking resemblance, being twins. While it is often said that Cersei is beautiful and Jamie is handsome, they are nearly identical, suggesting that with a touch of makeup, Jamie could appear quite striking and Cersei could seem quite dashing. Tyrion also approached Tommen and Myrcella, affectionately ruffling their hair. Uncle Tyrion. You encountered dire wolves, did you not? Were they like the ones belonging to Lady and Nymeria? Myrcella asked, her large eyes blinking inquisitively. Though they were all wolves, those from the woods differed from the dire wolves, yet were not too dissimilar. Behold, this is a wolf's tail, Tyrion declared, producing a black wolf's tail for them to see. Oh, what a beautiful wolf's tail! Tommen exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the tail, which was deep in color and glossy, reminiscent of stars shimmering in the night. The fur was long and soft, gliding smoothly to the touch. Each hair was closely arranged, forming a perfect arc that evoked the image of an artist's brush. Let us craft a few calligraphy brushes from this wolf's tail for you to practice, young Tommen. Ha! Tyrion said, affectionately patting Tommen's head. While quill pens were currently in vogue across Westeros, some regions still employed brushes. After all, in a world teeming with rabbits and wolves, it would be a pity not to utilize their fur for such purposes. Just as laughter filled the air, several direwolves suddenly began to bark, appearing to sense some ominous presence. Nymeria, Lady, and the direwolf each seemed attuned to a fearsome entity, barking incessantly. Nymeria stood atop a massive rock, vigilantly surveying her surroundings. Its ears were standing straight up, and its tail was incessantly wagging, seemingly conveying a sense of unease. The lady and the fluffy dog immediately gathered around it, their eyes glinting with vigilant light, emitting low, mournful whines as if they too were apprehensive. At that moment, a massive white bear appeared in the distance, significantly larger than the ice wolves, prompting a wave of alarm among the onlookers. To arms! Eddard Stark bellowed, and the gates of Winterfell were swiftly shut. He ascended the castle walls, only to find Olyvar Pike and Theon once again near the great white bear. Olyvar, what is the meaning of this? Where did this bear come from? My lord Eddard, I encountered this white bear while clearing the wildlings from Snow Wolf Castle. It is remarkably docile, much like the ice wolf cubs. I implore you to allow me to adopt it. Olyvar Pike earnestly requested. Goodness, what a colossal bear! Arya exclaimed, peering over the castle wall at the enormous creature beside Olyvar, her own Nymeria suddenly seeming as small as a puppy in comparison. It was larger than a warhorse. Just how much would it consume in a day? Bran had also climbed up to witness the white bear. This bear? Eddard Stark regarded it with a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen it before, though he could not recall where. His thoughts drifted to the Mormont family on Bear Island, whose domain lay between the north and the Sea of Ice, being the closest to the lands beyond. They could sail directly to the other side without crossing the wall. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the tale grows ever more captivating. Enjoy a privileged 7-day ad-free reading card, available to all registered users. Thus, wildlings occasionally harassed Bear Island. However, the inhabitants were strong, fearless, and skilled in battle, with a profound respect for honor. It was a pity that Ser Jorah was such a disgrace to his family. At that moment, he was serving before Viserys. Olyvar, are you truly prepared to bring this bear inside? It is not merely an ice wolf cub. It would require at least 1 pig per meal, Eddard Stark asserted. The supply of meat in Winterfell could scarcely accommodate a pig each day, considering the voracity of a few ice wolves already. Adding a bear would surely impoverish them. My lord Eddard, do not worry about its sustenance. The north may lack provisions, but the south abounds with them. I wish to accompany you to King's Landing. Please allow me to join you. Olyvar Pike knelt, beseeching. You wish to travel to Winterfell? Eddard Stark inquired. Indeed, my lord Eddard. I have an old comrade there whom I wish to see. An old comrade? Is he from the Iron Islands? Eddard Stark questioned, puzzled. For Olyvar Pike hailed from the Iron Islands. Yet, given Olyvar's youth, what old acquaintance could he possibly have in King's Landing? Robb had no notable lords from the Iron Islands in his retinue. Oren Pyxis, how much do you intend to sell this polar bear for? Our Lannister family wishes to purchase it, Tyrion inquired, standing on his tiptoes. You need not worry about its sustenance. The Lannisters possess ample wealth to ensure it is well fed. How about selling it to us? Oren Pyxis smiled slightly before responding. Ha ha ha, do you wish to wrestle with it, Tyrion? Even Jaime might not prevail. Jaime Lannister pondered his own abilities, introspectively conceding that he was no match for the beast. It seems we would require the mountain to vanquish this polar bear. Wouldn't we, brother? Tyrion remarked. Jaime nodded, acknowledging the mountain's unparalleled strength. Meanwhile, 10 miles from Winterfell, Robb Stark and Jon Snow were amusing themselves with a blue groundhog, whom they affectionately dubbed Rumble. How did you learn to speak, little fellow? Were you transformed into a groundhog by a witch? Did you consume a poisoned apple? John, what do you think about roasting him for dinner? Robb Stark grinned mischievously. But isn't he meant to be a gift for Arya? Yet, I am rather hungry, and we are still quite far from Winterfell. Upon hearing their intentions, Rumble sprang up. Hey, eating me would be a poor choice. Instead, allow me to guide you to some delectable treats. Not far from here, there is a farmer with an abundance of pure grains. Is that so? Can you lead us there? Robb inquired. I certainly can. But you must first release me from this cage. Rumble pointed to the iron cage confining him. However, Robb Stark declined. I'm afraid we're no longer hungry. If we open the cage, you will surely flee. Yet Rumble smiled knowingly. Ha ha ha, who says I cannot escape without the cage being opened? Laserbird, Thunderbird. Two shadows materialized in the sky, and within an instant, two eagles swooped down, one seizing the cage, while the other lunged for Robb Stark's eyes. Robb instinctively shut his eyes, but felt no pain. When he opened them again, Rumble, along with the cage, had already ascended into the air. It all transpired too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the others, including the direwolves Grey Wind and Ghost, were left in stunned silence. Oh woo. Grey Wind attempted to pursue, but Robb restrained him. Ghost, too, howled at the sky for a moment. It appears that matters have grown increasingly bizarre. The intelligence of that groundhog and the eagle's rivals that of humans. What could this be? Are they sent by the free folk, or is there some other force at play? As he gazed at the diminishing shadows in the sky, John felt a premonition that he would encounter them again, perhaps on the wall or beyond. Chapter 44. Feeding the bear fish thanks to you. Laserbird, Thunderbird. Rumble exclaimed as he wriggled out of the cage, addressing the two eagles. Although he could speak, the eagles remained silent. However, they were all old friends, having spent considerable time together, which enabled them to comprehend each other's language and intentions. Although the Laserbird and the Thunderbird could not speak, they could communicate through sonic remote control. At present, it was the sonic waves that guided the Laserbird, allowing it to articulate words. Thunderous roars echoed as the unique, unremarkable accent of Sonic resonated. Is that you, Lord Sonic? Thunderous questioned, observing the Laserbird nodding in response. Now, you must swiftly return beyond the wall. We require your assistance to hunt down more of the White Walkers and harness their energy to resurrect Lord Megatron. But I have yet to exact my vengeance. I cannot return in this state of discontent. Thunderous exclaimed, yearning for retribution before returning. This time, he had been careless and fell prey to Robb Stark's direwolf, nearly becoming its meal. Revenge, indeed, is a pursuit that demands patience. Without it, success remains elusive, and what we need now is time. Return, Thunderous. Your vendetta will be avenged by Lord Megatron once he rises. Ultimately, Thunderous acquiesced to the command and followed the Laserbird back beyond the wall. Robb Stark and Jon Snow also returned to Winterfell. However, upon their return, the 5th squad had not a single member come back. That squad was led by 2 Kingsguard. Could it be that they encountered trouble? King Robb, of course, was unwilling to believe that misfortune had befallen them, yet the reality stood as such. Your Majesty, we should dispatch men to search for them. After all, the loss of so many soldiers is not merely a matter of numbers, but also the 2 Kingsguard. Ed Stark advised from the side. Yet Robb remained indifferent, indulging in roasted meat and sipping wine. After all, those Kingsguard were not his selection, but rather Cersei's. Their demise did not trouble him. Ed, this is the North, you have autonomy, but in 2 days, I must depart, and you must accompany me. If you wish to search for them, then do so. What? Departing in 2 days? But Prince Joffrey has yet to return. Do you not care for him? Joffrey had accompanied the Renly siblings to Snow Wolf and had not returned. However, news had arrived from Snow Wolf City via a raven indicating that they were unharmed, alleviating concerns. Otherwise, Cersei would surely go mad. Ahem, I had almost forgotten. Let us wait a few more days. At that moment, Master Luwin approached. Your Majesty. My lords, that individual has awakened. Do you wish to see him? Which individual? King Robb inquired, perplexed. The one you brought back, who claims his name is Chonlin. That should be the name. Chonlin. What a peculiar name. Come, let us see him. Where is he? He has gone to the training grounds. It seems he finds pleasure there. Oh, is that so? It appears he truly is a trainer. In the training ground, a man named Chonlin wielded a whistle stick, engaging in a mock duel with Sir Roderick, who brandished a lance. Despite recovering from a severe illness, he held his ground. The scene was set against the backdrop of a biting north wind and swirling snowflakes. The 2 instructors stood facing each other, one with a lance and the other clutching a staff, their eyes reflecting determination and focus. The lance-wielding instructor was agile and nimble, his stance poised with the tip of his weapon slightly elevated, reminiscent of a serpent ready to strike. In contrast, the staff instructor stood steadfast, gripping his weapon firmly. exuding an imposing presence. As the sparring commenced, the instructor with the lance launched the first assault, his form flickering like lightning as he thrust his weapon towards the staff instructor's face. Unfazed, the staff instructor sidestepped, countering with a sweeping motion of his staff that collided with the lance, producing a crisp sound. The two exchanged blows, their movements intertwining in a dazzling display of skill. The lance instructor's technique was swift and precise, each strike laden with lethal intent, while the staff instructor's defense was robust and unyielding, offering no openings for his opponent. As the duel intensified, sweat soaked their garments, yet their resolve remained unshaken. The atmosphere in the training ground grew taut, with onlooking soldiers holding their breath, captivated by the extraordinary confrontation. Eventually, the lance instructor spotted a flaw in the staff instructor's defense. He thrust his lance, aiming directly for the staff instructor's wrist. Quick to react, the staff instructor twisted his wrist, bringing the staff down to block the assault. Their weapons clashed again, resonating with a dull thud. At that moment, the lance instructor surged forward, piercing through the staff instructor's defenses, threatening his chest. Undaunted, the staff instructor leaned back, elevating his staff to deflect the lance. The two combatants paused, locking eyes, mutual respect evident in their gazes. The training ground erupted into applause, soldiers cheering for the remarkable display put forth by the two instructors. Bravo! Truly splendid! Chun-Lin and Sir Roderick, you both fought exceptionally well. Lauber and Eddard Stark entered the arena, their eyes fixed on Chun-Lin. Chun-Lin, in his 30s and of similar age to Eddard, bore a striking appearance with prominent cheekbones and a rugged beard. Your Majesty! The others knelt in reverence to Lauber, and Chun-Lin followed suit. Rise, rise. Ha ha ha. Everyone, please stand. Laba helped Chun-Lin to his feet. Chun-Lin, from whence do you hail? It seems we seldom encounter someone like you in Westeros. I was once the instructor at the Lord's Manor in the city of Riverbend, but alas, I was falsely accused of treason by an overseer and fled. While passing through Boarwood, I encountered the Boar King and was injured in the scuffle. I collapsed upon finding refuge in a hollow tree. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting tale. Noble privileges abound, including a 7-day ad-free reading card, available for all registered users at no cost. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Your Majesty and Lord Ed for saving my life. Should you not find me unworthy, I stand ready to serve you faithfully. Although I possess no extraordinary skills, I am proficient in martial arts. Whether it be wielding a spear or brandishing a staff, I am at your service. Chun-Lin once again knelt, paying homage to King Rob. Rob assisted him to his feet once more. Chun-Lin, I see a countenance filled with righteousness. You are indeed a talent. Currently, I lack 2 Iron Guard members. And if you could serve as my White Cloak Knight, it would be splendid. I am willing, replied Chun-Lin. Ha ha ha, splendid. Today, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Come, Chun-Lin, join me for a drink, Rob exclaimed, leading Chun-Lin away. Ed followed with a wry smile, accustomed to Rob's spirited nature. Meanwhile, in the doghouse of Winterfell, which once served as a residence for hunting hounds but had been overtaken by ice wolves, a white bear had also taken up residence. Oren Pyxis was feeding the great bear, tossing it fresh fish from a wooden bucket he had recently caught from the river. One by one, he flung the fish, and the bear devoured them eagerly, quickly finishing the entire bucket. This will not do, just to satisfy its hunger. We must spend 2 hours fishing daily, complained Theon. Theon, as a man from the Iron Islands, we must not forget how to fish. One day, when we grow old and can no longer engage in piracy, we may find ourselves relying on nets for sustenance, Oren remarked. Theon envisioned a vivid image, only to shake his head vigorously, as if to dispel those thoughts. Isn't it too early to speak of such things? We are still young and have many years ahead. Theon, even a prince may only live a single day. Have you heard of the Targaryen heir who met his end? Ah, the prince before the Dance of Dragons. What a pity. Had he lived, perhaps the Targaryens would not have lost their dragons or fractured into the black and green factions. Nor would the subsequent black fire have arisen. Indeed, if princes can meet such fates, what of us? A group of young ones arrived at the doghouse, each carrying wooden buckets filled with fish. The doghouse was now devoid of dogs, as even the ice wolves had settled in with their respective masters, leaving the space solely occupied by the white bear. Olen, we have arrived, exclaimed Myrcella, accompanied by Arya and Bran, who were lifting a bucket filled with fish. Ah, thank you for your hard work. Ha ha ha. Olen affectionately patted their heads. No need for thanks, Myrcella replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. Come, you two should feed him. The great bear is quite gentle. The bear nodded appreciatively. However, both Arya and Bran's direwolves were somewhat apprehensive and dared not venture forth, as their size disparity was quite pronounced. Even fully grown direwolves could not compare to the colossal stature of a polar bear. Myrcella, holding a vibrant red carp, cautiously approached and then tossed it forth, The great beast opened its massive maw and seized the fish, crunching it briefly before swallowing it whole. "Let me have a go," Arya declared, stepping forward to throw in a perch, which the bear eagerly devoured as well. "Hooray! I fed a bear fish. Haha. This is far more exhilarating than feeding wolves," Arya exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and embracing Ollie and Pike. "Calm down, Arya." Bran and Tamon also fed the bear a fish. Although they still hesitated to sit atop its head, they were at least able to stroke its fur, which filled them with excitement. The bear's white coat closely resembled that of a dire wolf, both being white. However, the textures differed significantly. Bear fur typically comes in shades of black, brown, or gray, characterized by its coarse texture, featuring longer guard hairs and soft underfur. In contrast, wolf pelts exhibit a variety of colors, including gray, brown, and black, with a finer texture and relatively shorter hair. Furthermore, bear fur is notably thicker, offering superior softness and warmth, commonly used for crafting high-end fur garments, hats, and gloves. Whereas wolf pelts are lighter and less warm, often fashioned into blankets, shawls, and cushions. Members of House Stark frequently possess several wolf fur coats or shawls adorned with the emblem of the dire wolf, symbolizing their family totem. Chapter 45, The Gift of Dragon Eggs. In a valley below lay numerous corpses, all clad in armor. However, they had not perished by the hand of man, but rather succumbed to the elements, entombed beneath the snow, and frozen to death. As dawn broke, the snow gradually melted, revealing their lifeless forms. Among them were two bodies draped in white cloaks, unmistakably members of the Kingsguard, all loyal to Lord Robert. It appeared they had all perished, with no survivors to be found. "My lord, we can see clearly. Not a single soul escaped," one remarked. "Excellent." A group atop the mountain surveyed the corpses in the valley, seemingly amused. Most would have fled in terror upon sighting them, for they belonged to the men of Castle Black. This is the first step for House Bolton to reclaim supremacy in the north, to gradually encroach upon the lands of House Stark. Far away in Winterfell, Eddard Stark and King Robert had yet to receive news of the Kingsguard. They dispatched Ser Roderick and Ser Jorah to seek them out. Days later, they returned with two corpses. "Your Grace, these are the bodies of the two white-cloaked knights. They have perished in a valley, apparently victims of an avalanche while traversing a steep mountain path. The snow swept them away, freezing them without any signs of external injury." Ser Roderick reported. "Alas, they were unfortunate souls. Accompanying me on a journey to the north, I have nearly lost my life. Upon returning, I must ensure compensation for their family. Eddard, it is time to depart. This cursed place is ill-suited for me." Robb once more broached the subject of heading south. Yet it seems he is unwilling to wait for Joffrey and his entourage, who have yet to return. "What of the prince?" Eddard Stark inquired tentatively. "I shall keep Cersei and Jaime here for a few more days, awaiting young Joffrey. We can proceed at a leisurely pace. They will catch up with us." After hearing this, Eddard Stark found himself devoid of further objections. Eddard Stark, accompanied by Catelyn, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Tommen, and Olyvar of the Pike family, journeyed south with King Robb. Winterfell was entrusted to the stewardship of Robb Stark, while Theon remained in Winterfell, as there was little purpose for him in King's Landing. Olyvar of the Pike had set forth in search of the Great Horn. Meanwhile, Jon Snow had joined Bran Stark at the Wall, serving as a night's watchman, accompanied by the dwarf, Tyrion Lannister, who was also eager to witness the ends of the world. After several days of travel, Joffrey and his sister Rhaenys returned. Upon seeing them, Jaime was reminded of their father, Rhaegar. He gazed at the silver-haired Aegon, finding a striking resemblance to Rhaegar. "You must be Aegon." Jaime approached the siblings with a smile. "Who are you?" Aegon looked up at the tall, handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes, finding him reminiscent of the Knights of Legend. "I am Jaime Lannister, the King Lair." Aegon was taken aback, drawing his sword to strike Jaime, but his sister Rhaenys swiftly intervened. "Greetings, Sir Jaime. We have traveled a great distance and now require rest. I hope you will understand." Rhaenys gently took Aegon's hand and retreated with him. After their departure, Jaime exhibited an expression of regret and sorrow. Once inside Aegon's chamber, Rhaenys spoke sternly to her brother. "Never draw your sword against that man. You are not his equal. He is the prodigious swordsman Jaime Lannister." "I understand, sister. He is the Lion of Lannister and the slayer of our grandfather. Had our family retained dragons, they would have incinerated him with a single breath of fire. Alas, the dragons perished long ago during the Dance of Dragons. Our family no longer possesses such a formidable weapon." As the siblings conversed, Robb Stark and Theon arrived. "Knock, knock, knock. Rhaenys, Aegon, I hear you have returned. Open the door. I have gifts for you." Robb Stark's voice resonated from outside. "Robb and Theon, what brings you here?" Rhaenys opened the door to find the two. Robb Stark donned a gray coat, a wolf's tooth sword hanging at his waist, snowflakes still clinging to his boots. Beside him, Theon chuckled, ever the jester. his laughter a constant presence, regardless of the moment. He held a large wooden box in his hands. Rhaenys, Aegon, this gift was left by Oliver Pyke, intended for you. As he stepped forward, Shaun opened the box, revealing a crimson dragon egg. The egg shimmered with a lustrous red glow, seemingly sensing its future master. Its surface adorned with numerous scales, densely packed, rough and resilient. This is a dragon egg. Where did it come from? Rhaenys inquired, her heart racing with an urge to cradle the egg. It was gifted by Sir Forbes when we rescued the Snow Wolf Valley. He presented it to Oliver Pyke. But Oliver left it behind when he went to King's Landing, intending to give it to you. Shaun replied, I must thank him immensely. Oliver Pyke is truly a good man. Rhaenys reached out to take the dragon egg. Just then a burly man burst in. Where is Oliver Pyke? Where is he? Why does everyone in Winterfell say he has left? Rhaenys, Aegon, have you deceived me again? The man's face was filled with fury, resembling a roaring beast. Ah, this is Ironclaw. Do not fret. Oliver Pyke accompanied the king to King's Landing. It is said he has a companion named Babidi. Rhaenys quickly clarified. After all, they had always assumed Joffrey would not return, so they certainly wouldn't leave. Who could have anticipated their departure? Babidi, it is he. He is still alive. Ironclaw seemed to recall someone, instantly calming down. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The story gets even more thrilling. Exclusive privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading card, available to all registered users for free. Never mind, I shall go to King's Landing alone. My brothers, I, Ironclaw, shall seek you. Ironclaw dashed out, leaving Winterfell, heading south to King's Landing alone. Hey, Ironclaw, Ironclaw. Rhaenys and Aegon called after him, but their voices could not reach his ears. Alas, I hope he arrives safely and does not lose his way. Aegon sighed in resignation. However, his attention soon shifted back to the dragon egg. The egg radiated a vibrant red hue, resembling a flame ablaze. Its surface was covered with intricate patterns, woven together to form mysterious designs that captivated the eye. It felt warm to the touch, as if a small life resided within. The dragon egg is entrusted to you. Whether it hatches depends on your efforts, Rhaenys, Aegon. After encouraging them, Robb Stark departed with Shaun. After all, he was now the acting lord of the castle, burdened with numerous responsibilities. A few days later, Cersei's queenly entourage also departed, and after watching them leave, Robb Stark exhaled a sigh of relief. They have finally left this place. As the sun began to set, Shaun exclaimed, let us seize this moment and venture forth to hunt with Grey Wind. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Robb Stark had also developed a fondness for hunting, truly living up to his namesake. The small party journeying northward towards the wall arrived at an abandoned estate before darkness enveloped the land. This dilapidated manor appeared to have once belonged to the Stark family, and as they ventured further north, the night descended more swiftly. While Robb reveled in his pursuit, Jon and the others prepared to kindle a fire and prepare their meal. The grand entrance of the estate stood in ruin, its decay whispering tales of former grandeur. Inside lay a spacious courtyard, where once meticulously tended lawns had succumbed to a wild tangle of weeds, with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. At the center, a parched fountain stood, its statue now a mere shadow of its former self, encrusted with moss and the passage of time. This structure had once been a magnificent villa, but now it lay in tatters. The paint peeled from the walls, revealing the bare stones beneath, while shattered glass left only hollow window frames. The roof tiles had fallen away, exposing the skeletal wooden beams underneath. The hall boasted a lofty ceiling adorned with a once splendid chandelier, now extinguished. The marble floor, once resplendent, had dulled and was cloaked in dust and stains. Scattered around the hall were pieces of furniture, their condition lamentable, some even in disarray. Ascending the staircase, they reached the second-floor bedroom, where the door hung damaged, granting a glimpse into its interior. The walls were adorned with paintings, their colors faded and some nearly indecipherable. Dust blanketed the bed, suggesting it had been long since anyone had rested there. Ugh, dust be gone, Tyrion exclaimed, his nose irritated by the particles swirling in the air. You must tidy this place. I shall sleep here tonight. 2 Lannister attendants began to prepare his sleeping arrangements. Leaving the manor, Tyrion wandered to the rear of the estate, discovering a garden that had devolved into a wasteland. The flora had withered, leaving only brittle branches and weeds in their wake. At the center lay a pond, now dry and littered with refuse and debris. In a corner of the estate, he stumbled upon abandoned tools and equipment, once the instruments of the estate's former owner, now left to bear witness to a bygone era. It appeared that this place had indeed been buried by time alongside the fall of House Stark. Tyrion, well-versed in history, recalled the Stark family's formidable legacy, from which splintered clans like the Grey Starks, the Horn Starks, and the Karstarks had emerged. Yet, only the Stark and Karstark families remained in existence today. Chapter 46, the realm of the frosted waters and the icy expanse beyond the wall. A band of wildlings hunted reindeer. Clad in heavy furs and armed with rudimentary weapons, they trudged laboriously through the vast, white wilderness. Reindeer serve as a vital source of sustenance for them. Their flesh provides nourishment, while their hides are fashioned into garments and shelters. Consequently, the tribespeople harbor a deep reverence and gratitude towards these majestic creatures. As the hunt commenced, the tribespeople stealthily approached the herd, utilizing the soft cover of the snow to inch closer to their quarry. The reindeer, seemingly aware of the impending danger, began to exhibit signs of vigilance, scanning their surroundings for the source of the threat. Upon noticing the heightened alertness of the reindeer, the tribespeople swiftly launched their assault, hurling spears and arrows into the midst of the herd in a desperate attempt to bring them down. The startled reindeer scattered in panic, with the tribespeople relentlessly pursuing them, continuing their barrage. In the midst of this fervent chase, one unfortunate reindeer was struck, collapsing into the snow and struggling to rise. The tribespeople rushed forth, swiftly ending its life. Witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining reindeer fled in terror. The tribespeople reveled in their successful hunt, triumphantly shouldering the carcass of the reindeer as they prepared to return to their camp. However, their journey back was fraught with challenges. The depth of the snow made their progress arduous, and the frigid air began to chill them to the bone, leaving them weary. One tribesman suffered a broken leg. Yet they persevered, supporting one another as they pressed onward. At long last, they arrived back at the camp, where they laid the reindeer's body on the ground and commenced their celebrations. They ignited a bonfire and gathered around its warmth, basking in the joy of their victory. After a hearty meal, the injured tribesman reclined in the snow, when suddenly, a group of individuals clad in dark coats approached. "So it is you, willing to serve as bait to attract the whites?" they inquired. "Indeed, my leg is broken, rendering me unable to assist you all. It would be better for me to aid Lord Soundwave in his final endeavor. I trust him, and I believe that once the Decepticon awakens, he will help us. The free folk, reclaim this world. Thank you. Otherwise, we might have needed other tribespeople to volunteer as bait." The group lifted the injured tribesmen and departed to set traps to lure out the whites, with Soundwave orchestrating the ambush. They had previously triumphed over the whites, having discovered numerous dragon crystal daggers beyond the wall, remnants from ancient times, the origins of which remain a mystery, whether they belonged to tribespeople or Night's Watch. They also uncovered a horn, with many elder tribespeople proclaiming it to be the Horn of Winter, capable of toppling the wall. Regrettably, upon inspection, Soundwave determined it to be merely an ordinary cow horn, lacking any extraordinary properties. The tribesman with the broken leg was positioned at the foot of a mountain, while fellow tribespeople concealed themselves in various locations among the hills. Soundwave was present, alongside his companion, thundering, "Lord Soundwave, we can hunt the whites once more." "I am so thrilled," Thundering exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Although the others did not comprehend his words, Soundwave understood, gently patting his head. The spectral figure, shrouded in the chill of the wind and mist, emerged from the distance, mounted upon a skeletal steed. The creature, no longer deserving of the title human, was best described as a white. Its eyes gleamed with a chilling blue hue, while its face was taut and gaunt, seemingly sculpted from ice and snow. Flowing silver hair cascaded down its shoulders, possessing a crystalline quality that paled in comparison to the rich texture of House Targaryen's famed locks. Upon appearing, the white's gaze fixated intently on the wounded wildling, who was now gripped by an overwhelming fear. For those who had previously served as bait had met a grim fate. None survived the encounter. Once slain by a white, the victim would rise as a corpse, destined to be hunted down and burned. The corpse approached the injured wildling with stealthy strides, its feet sinking into the snow without a whisper, as though it had melted seamlessly with the frigid expanse. King Rob and his company traversed a desolate stretch known as the Marshes, a forsaken territory, more inhospitable than the desert, dominated by swamps that sprawled endlessly. In this forgotten land lay a dread-filled mire, resembling a vast, foul-smelling maw, ever eager to devour any life that dared approach. The surface of the swamp appeared deceptively calm, concealing myriad dangers beneath. The muddy ground was riddled with bottomless pits. Ensnaring the unwary in a struggle from which escape was nearly impossible. These pits lurked like traps, biding their time for unsuspecting prey. The water of the swamp was an ominous black, exuding a noxious odor, and was littered with the decaying remnants of flora and fauna, sending shivers down one's spine. Bubbles often surfaced, heralding the release of toxic marsh gas, which posed a risk of explosion. Deep within the mire, whispers spoke of enigmatic creatures, rumors of colossal crocodiles lurking in the depths, poised to strike, and fearsome serpents whose venom could spell instant death. These legends added to the swamp's aura of mystery and terror. Surrounding the mire was a barren landscape devoid of trees or flowers, marked only by stunted shrubs and wild grasses, all warped and twisted by the encroaching mire. The entire area exuded a sense of despair and lifelessness. As night fell, the swamp transformed into an even more fearsome realm. Darkness enveloped everything, obscuring the surroundings and amplifying the eerie sounds, the rustle of wind through the grasses, the gurgling of water, and the unsettling cries that sent chills down the spine. This dreadful swamp was a zone of death, a place few dared to tread lightly. Let us not speak of living within such confines. However, exceptions do exist. Even in realms where neither cattle nor horses can thrive, the indomitable spirit of humanity prevails. Eddard Stark cautiously navigated the edge of the swamp and the King's Road, his gaze fixed upon the distant marshes, where thoughts of a dear companion, who dwelled in this forbidding landscape, occupied his mind. In the Greywater Watch, Holland Reed surveyed the horizon, the enigmatic leader of the swamp dwellers. Despite his diminutive stature, even smaller than that of a dwarf, he embodied the valor of a true knight. In his youth, he had forged a bond with Eddard Stark and had later accompanied him to the Tower of Joy, partaking in the final confrontation. Among the 8 who ventured forth, only he and Eddard remained. The memories of that fateful battle, shrouded in shadows, were not ones he or Eddard cared to revisit. It was a victory that bore no glory. Eddard, you have journeyed south to King's Landing, as fate has decreed. Yet, it seems there are whispers of change. Will your destiny shift? Can the certainty of your demise be altered? Holland Reed mused. The swamp dwellers were adept at hunting and fishing, wielding magic in abundance. They could draw breath beneath the mire, race upon the leaves, and with but a whisper, transform land into water and water into land. This peculiar race was more akin to the children of the forest than to humankind, despite their outward resemblance to men. My father. The future appears to be unfolding in unexpected ways. I sense that a new tale is about to begin. A 13-year-old boy approached, the son of Holland Reed, known as Jojen Reed, gifted with the sight of green visions. My beloved son, tell me what you perceive. Is the future fraught with peril or filled with promise? Jojen smiled in silence, his expression hinting at a glimpse of something fortuitous. It was a future more splendid than the reign of the Targaryens. Beyond the marsh, Robb and his companions were establishing camp. Though the ground was ill-suited for rest, traveling by night posed greater dangers. A misstep could lead them into the treacherous swamp, where they would be ensnared, awaiting naught but death. Eddard, are there not friends among the swamp dwellers? Robb inquired, stepping closer to Eddard Stark. Indeed, he saved my life. He is my benefactor. Eddard replied. Ha. I recall that I once saved your life as well. Do you remember, Eddard? Robb chuckled. I do, Robb. You are my dearest friend, my truest brother. My life is yours. I shall strive to protect this realm of Westeros. Eddard Stark's gaze met Robb's, brimming with friendship and loyalty. Haha, well said. Your words are a promise I shall always trust. Let us return and indulge in some wine. Chapter 47. Grilled Crocodile in Winterfell. The red dragon egg was bestowed upon Aegon by Rhaenys. He believed that his younger brother, inheriting the name of Aegon the Conqueror, would have a far greater chance of hatching the egg than he would. In his fervent quest to incubate the dragon egg, Aegon devised numerous schemes. He even attempted to place the egg in a henhouse, hoping the mother hen would assist in the incubation. However, upon sighting the dragon egg, the hen was so terrified that she dared not approach, let alone attempt to hatch it. Subsequently, Aegon tried using ducks and geese, but none of them were bold enough to go near the dragon egg either. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, Aegon decided to place the egg in a hot spring, reasoning that if dragons were unafraid of magma, they surely would not fear warm water. Yet, after 3 days and nights of soaking, the egg showed no signs of change. Reluctantly, Aegon returned the egg to his quarters, resolving that he would incubate it himself. Each night, he would cradle the dragon egg to sleep, only to rise the following morning to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, Robb Stark was gradually learning the responsibilities of governing Winterfell and how to be a guardian of the North, much like an adult. At the Wall, Jon Snow faced unjust treatment, or so he perceived, as he grappled with the harsh realities of his new surroundings. Pick up your sword and press the attack. Are you waiting for Lord Snow to slay you? Do you wish to await your demise? Sir Alysir Thorne, the instructor at Castle Black, reprimanded a recruit who had been disarmed by Jon. Sir Alysir, a robust man in his 50s, had served at the Wall for over a decade. Though he was not particularly tall, he possessed a commanding presence. The recruit, Grin, grasped his left wrist with his right hand as he retrieved the iron sword that had been knocked from his grasp, charging once more at Jon Snow. Jon adeptly evaded Grin's strike, retaliating with lightning speed. Before Grin could react, he was struck upon the shoulder. Crying out in pain, he launched a fierce attack aimed at Jon's upper body. However, Jon countered with a sweeping kick that sent Grin sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jon placed the blunt sword against Grin's forehead. The weapon, unsharpened and meant solely for training, spared Grin from drawing blood. Stop. It is over. Our victor remains Lord Snow, Sir Alicer declared as the match concluded. Jon Snow removed his protective gear, wiping the sweat from his brow. Even he found the relentless training taxing. Today's session has ended. Disperse. Sir Alicer strode away, but the other recruits glared at Jon with resentment. Undeterred, Jon returned their gaze defiantly. What are you staring at? We are all recruits. I have not bullied any of you. Besides, I am merely 15 years old. Surely each of you is my elder. Jon Snow disregarded the piercing gazes of those around him, clutching his sword and armor as he made his way to the armory. This armory, a repository for the weapons of Castle Black, was overseen by a blacksmith. However, scarcely had Jon entered and placed his sword down when the very man he had previously bested, Gren, approached with a group of companions. They shut the door behind them, weapons in hand, intent on confronting Jon Snow. What do you intend to do? Kill me? Do not be foolish. Slaying a Night's Watchman is a far graver sin than taking the life of a knight. Although Jon maintained a faade of calm, his hand stealthily inched toward his sword. Charge. The group surged forward, seizing Jon while he was still unarmed. Two of them pinned him down, one gripping his arm tightly. My Lord Snow, today we shall teach you a lesson, so you comprehend that arrogance comes with a price. Gren advanced, weapon in hand. Jon struggled fiercely, but to no avail, casting a furious glare at Gren. Since my arrival at Castle Black, I have never been arrogant. I am but a new recruit. Just like you, why must you treat me this way? Meanwhile, in a nearby swamp, a great crocodile, driven by hunger after days without sustenance, emerged. Drawn by the presence of numerous humans nearby, salivating at the thought of human flesh. Its familiarity with the taste was undeniable, as it consumed many each year. Under the cover of night, the crocodile stealthily advanced towards the gathering, while a great white bear, waiting beside Ollie and eager for roasted meat, sensed an unusual scent. The bear, alert to the crocodile's approach, braced itself for battle. The crocodile, undeterred, opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp teeth, and launched an attack on the bear. The bear, agile and deft, evaded the crocodile's assault while retaliating with formidable claws and teeth. The crocodile's skin was as tough as iron. Yet the bear's strength was not to be underestimated, as it relentlessly targeted the creature's vulnerabilities. The clash was fierce, with neither side yielding an inch. The crocodile attempted to sweep the bear off its feet with its powerful tail, but the bear clutched the tail tightly, swinging it forcefully and sending the crocodile crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the crocodile scrambled back to its feet and charged at the bear once more. But the bear, using its body as a shield, thwarted the attack and pinned the crocodile down. The crocodile struggled desperately to escape, but the bear held fast to its neck, delivering a vicious bite that severed the creature's throat. The crocodile writhed in agony for a brief moment before falling still. Victorious. The bear stood atop the crocodile's lifeless body, letting out a triumphant roar to celebrate its conquest. Ollie approached, patting the bear's shoulder before inspecting its wounds. Fortunately, it had only sustained minor injuries, and with the bear's remarkable healing abilities, it was not in any danger. Everyone, come forth. There is no longer any cause for alarm. Oren Pyxis shouted loudly to those around him. The chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. A privileged offer, a 7-day ad-free reading privilege card. Available for all registered users for free. Just moments ago, the people beside him, frightened into silence, had hidden in various places, some in carriages, others in the trees. Now, they hurried back from all directions. Wow, it's a swamp crocodile. Oren, your pet is truly formidable. King Lobber exclaimed, laughing heartily. I don't believe I've ever tasted crocodile meat. Someone, call the chef and have this crocodile roasted for me. The king was in high spirits, eager for a feast. Your Majesty, crocodile meat is not palatable, and it harbors numerous parasites and harmful bacteria. It would be wise to refrain from consuming it. Oren Pyxis cautioned. Nonsense, Oren. I am Lobber by Legion. Ignoring the warning, Lobber insisted that the crocodile be roasted. The king's chef approached, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the lifeless crocodile. He hurried back to the camp, retrieving knives and spices to prepare the crocodile as a roast. The chef skillfully skinned the crocodile, cutting it into smaller pieces, and marinated them with his chosen spices. Soon, he kindled a fire and placed the crocodile meat upon it. In no time, the aroma of roasting meat wafted throughout the swamp. The chef distributed the cooked crocodile meat to those nearby, who savored it with delight. A great white bear, drawn by the enticing scent, approached. It gazed at the chef with a look of yearning. Understanding the bear's silent request, the chef cut a piece of crocodile meat and offered it to the great white bear. The bear accepted the meat and began to eat. After finishing, it licked its lips in satisfaction and turned to leave. Once sated, the great white bear returned to Oren Pyxis' side, settling down around him. Oren, why aren't you eating the meat? Elia asked, bouncing over to him. I told you there are parasites. You wouldn't heed my warning, and soon enough, you might find yourselves running to the bushes." Upon hearing this, Elia suddenly found the crocodile roast in her hand unappetizing. She tossed it into the great white bear's mouth. The bear munched twice before swallowing, then let out a burp and resumed its slumber. "Are there really parasites?" Elia inquired. "Indeed, I grew up in the Iron Islands, and I am well aware of the creatures that dwell in water. Moreover, the inhabitants of the swamp are even less clean than those of the sea. Just look at their living environment." Oren Pyxis gestured to the swamp. The swamp was cloaked in dense vegetation, with towering trees standing at its edge, their roots firmly anchoring in the ground, providing robust support for the marshland. Various plants thrived within the swamp, including lowly shrubs, lush grasses, and vibrant flowers. These plants flourished in the swamp's nourishing embrace, creating a scene of vibrant vitality. However, beneath this enchanting vista lies an abyss of peril. The marshland's surface is exceedingly soft. A single misstep could plunge one into a treacherous mire. If one were to inadvertently become ensnared, extrication would prove exceedingly arduous, potentially leading to dire consequences. Furthermore, the marsh is home to a myriad of creatures: ferocious crocodiles, cunning serpents, and venomous insects. These beings roam freely, reigning as sovereigns and guardians of this land. When sunlight cascades upon the marsh, the water's surface shimmers with a golden hue, resembling a vast mirror. A gentle breeze stirs, creating ripples that dance across the water, akin to a splendid tapestry. Yet, hidden within this picturesque scene is an unending danger. The water appears tranquil, but beneath its surface lurk various traps. A careless fall into the depths could render one unable to resurface, posing a grave threat to life. Here, apart from the marsh dwellers, even cattle and sheep find it impossible to survive. "What do you think of the environment, Arya?" "It's absolutely dreadful," Arya exclaimed. "But what if everyone suffers from diarrhea? There should be medicinal herbs nearby. If not, we could seek assistance from the marsh people. I recall that the chieftain of the marsh folk, Holland Reed, is a close friend of Lord Eddard Stark. At that time, Arya, you could take Eddard's token and venture deep into the marsh to seek their aid." "Ah, and what about you? Will you just stand by and watch?" Arya retorted, displeased. "Ha ha ha. I'm too large and heavy to go. Only someone as small as you can move about freely." Chapter 48, Aiding John in the Armory atop the wall. Several new recruits lay sprawled after being bested by John. He, too, bore injuries and was panting heavily. Observing those he had defeated, he pondered why they persistently provoked him. Just as John was about to deliver another blow to Grin, the blacksmith arrived. He was a stout figure with a bulbous nose, clad in hard leather boots. His black attire dusted with snow. "Hey, it's not over yet. I say you all should cut it out. What else with the fighting? Haven't you heard that one does not get acquainted through violence? From now on, we are all Night's Watchmen. We are brothers, so let us not get too carried away. Especially you, Jon Snow." Upon hearing his name called out, Jon Snow protested. "They started it. What have I done wrong? Am I not allowed to fight back?" "Ha ha. Fighting back is merely mutual brawling. The outcome is merely a matter of who suffers more and garners sympathy. From what I see, you've emerged victorious, Jon." Jon Snow glanced at those who lay incapacitated, letting out a disdainful huff. The fallen recruits helped each other up and made their way toward the dining hall. While Jon's stomach began to rumble audibly, protesting against the neglect of his hunger, a realization dawning upon him that he had been famished for quite some time. From the moment he arose, he had dedicated himself to training in the courtyard. Now, as mealtime approached, he couldn't help but smile wryly, reflecting on how engrossed he had become, to the extent of forgetting to eat. His hunger grew more insistent, accompanied by increasingly audible grumbles from his stomach. Despite Jon Snow's attempts to ignore it, his belly persisted in its protests. He felt a tightening in his stomach, an overwhelming sense of emptiness washing over him. Jon Snow had opted not to join the others for a meal. Instead, he retreated to a secluded corner where Ghost soon appeared. "Ghost!" Jon exclaimed, embracing the direwolf, feeling a surge of warmth and affection. Though Ghost was a creature of the frozen wilderness, their bond was the strongest. "Hey, Jon, why aren't you eating?" A familiar voice rang out from behind. Without needing to turn, Jon recognized Tyrion Lannister's presence. "What brings you here?" Jon inquired. "Haha, to relieve myself. Did you not see my earlier contribution?" Tyrion chuckled heartily, clad in multiple layers to combat the biting cold. Jon couldn't help but laugh. In this frigid place, Tyrion felt even more endearing than Benjen. While Benjen Stark was his uncle, as the first ranger, he was often occupied with considerable responsibilities. As a new recruit, Jon rarely saw him. The individual tasked with training the new recruits was none other than the insufferable Ser Alliser Thorne, whom Jon greatly despised. "It seems you've encountered some troubles, young man," Tyrion observed, regarding Jon with the wisdom of an elder. "How do you know?" Jon inadvertently asked, immediately regretting his words. It felt shameful to pose a question to a member of House Lannister. Your demeanor reveals much, John. This is not Winterfell. The status of Eddard Stark's son cannot shield you here. Rather, it may render you an outsider. I haven't provoked anyone, John retorted. True. You haven't directly offended them, but you have inadvertently humiliated them. You have indeed done so. Trust me on this, for I understand that feeling all too well. Tyrion's expression turned pained, recalling the burdens he had borne throughout his life. From a young age, Tyrion had been half the height of a normal man. His small frame bearing enormous pressures. His face often bore the marks of profound suffering, and indescribable anguish etched into his features. Though some treated him kindly, they often unintentionally wounded his pride, despite his lineage as the son of Tywin Lannister. In his childhood, Tyrion's eyes frequently reflected helplessness and despair, as if narrating his misfortunes. His lips were tightly pressed, corners downturned, revealing an unmistakable sorrow. His brow furrowed, deep lines on his forehead chronicling his tribulations. At times, his face appeared gaunt, cheekbones prominent, skin pallid and devoid of color. His hair lay in disarray, as if it had lost all vitality. His ears appeared disproportionately large, accentuating his uniqueness. Occasionally, his face bore scars, remnants of the tribulations he had endured throughout life. Dark circles surrounded his eyes, a testament to his chronic insomnia. His lips were chapped, indicative of his dehydration. A shadow of sorrow draped over his face, revealing only the ceaseless pain and despair he felt. The anguish of the dwarf stemmed not only from his physical disability, but also from the discrimination and ridicule he faced. In this world, society often harbors prejudice against those who diverge from the norm. Dwarfs are frequently regarded as monstrosities, subjected to mockery and exclusion. They are deprived of the rights and dignity that others enjoy, struggling to survive on the fringes of society. The dwarf's suffering is a profound anguish, one that can only be truly understood by those who endure it. Eventually, Tyrion discovered a means of assistance: books. It is often said that books are the ladder of human advancement, a notion that holds true. Since developing a passion for reading, Tyrion's knowledge and wisdom became well known within the Lannister family. Have you heard about that dwarf, Tywin's son? He is an intelligent man, some would exclaim. He has even outmaneuvered the Earl of Fair Isle. Indeed, I heard he has been entrusted by Lord Tywin to oversee the construction of Casterly Rock's defenses. Though he is diminutive in stature, those who have shared a bed with him claim he is quite formidable. An old madam remarked, Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your journey. Much more awaits you. Exclusive privileges, a 7-day ad-free reading card. Available to all registered users for free. Tyrion, through his intellect, became a notable figure within the Lannister household, with the title of the imp holding as much weight as Jaime Lannister's infamous reputation as the King Layer. How can I integrate with them, become one among them? Jon Snow inquired. Cough. Cough. John, do you know of a profession called acting? Tyrion posed. Yes, what of it? Jon Snow replied, puzzled. That is precisely what you must do. Tyrion imparted the art of social engagement to Jon Snow. The White Walker surveyed its surroundings, seemingly sensing something amiss. However, it failed to detect the wildling's trap and continued its advance. As the White Walker neared the bait, the wildlings activated the mechanism. In an instant, countless spikes erupted from the ground, piercing towards the White Walker. It let out a chilling scream, attempting to struggle free, but it was too late. The spikes embedded deeply within its form, rendering it immobile. The wildlings, witnessing the entrapment of the White Walker, surged forward, wielding their weapons in a frenzy against it. Though formidable, the White Walker gradually succumbed to the onslaught of the wildlings. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground, its breath extinguished. The wildlings erupted in jubilant celebration. They had triumphed in slaying the White Walker. Upon the demise of the otherworldly specter, its corporeal form transformed into ethereal blue energy, which the wild folk meticulously gathered. As the sound waves led them forth, it appears you are indeed fortunate, having escaped the clutches of the specter, the sound waves remarked, casting a glance at the injured wildling. He nodded, uncertain of what fate awaited him, whether death or the chance to persist. Take him back, and tend to his wounds, the sound waves proclaimed, delineating his destiny. You truly have the luck of the draw. Ha ha, boomed the Azure Mole. My actions are solely for the wild tribes. For all free men, even in death, I would not hesitate. Amidst a vast expanse of snow, there lay a patch of earth stained crimson with blood. Here, a fierce battle had unfolded, with soldiers from both factions engaging in a desperate struggle. Now, silence and cold lingered in the aftermath of conflict. Flakes of snow drifted gently down, blanketing all beneath their soft embrace. The blood was diluted by the melting snow, weapons buried beneath the accumulating drifts, with only remnants of shattered armor and tattered banners to bear witness to the fierce skirmish that once transpired. On the periphery of this frozen expanse stood a solitary figure, a warrior, his body marred by wounds, his gaze heavy with exhaustion and sorrow. Slowly, he approached the heart of the snow-laden battlefield, kneeling to tenderly caress the snow beneath his hands. Memories of comrades who once stood shoulder to shoulder with him flooded his mind. Some had perished, while others vanished without a trace. He recalled their valiant acts in battle, their cries and cheers echoing still in his ears. Rising, he gazed towards the horizon, his heart brimming with reflection. He understood that while this battle had concluded, the war raged on. He must forge ahead, fighting for his beliefs and ideals. Taking a deep breath, he turned to depart, his silhouette gradually receding into the vast whiteness of the world. Chapter 49. The two ride together in endless grassland sprawled before him, resembling a verdant canvas, particularly resplendent against the backdrop of azure skies and billowing white clouds. This realm served as a paradise for cattle and sheep, as well as a haven for steeds. The prairie teemed with herds of livestock, each freely grazing and frolicking, crafting a tableau of harmony. The grass flourished abundantly, tall enough to reach one's knees, while a riot of colorful wildflowers bloomed amid the verdure, releasing fragrant aromas into the air. As a gentle breeze swept through, the blossoms swayed delicately, as though presenting their beauty to the world. Numerous streams and rivers meandered through the grasslands, their crystalline waters glistening as they flowed serenely. Within the depths, fish danced joyfully, infusing the prairie with life and vitality. The sky above the grassland was an extraordinary shade of blue, with clouds drifting lazily, ever-changing. At times, the clouds resembled fluffy cotton candy, while at others, they galloped like majestic steeds. In this idyllic expanse, people could inhale the fresh air to their heart's content, basking in the splendor of nature. Here, the clamor and bustle of urban life were absent, replaced instead by tranquility and peace. The inhabitants of the vast grasslands are renowned for their warmth and hospitality, subsisting primarily on beef, mutton, and dairy products, leading a life that is both simple and blissful. Whenever guests arrive, they present their finest delicacies and exquisite wines to honor them. As long as one is not an enemy, they may receive their kindness, albeit contingent upon possessing wealth, which must be generously shared with them. In the grasslands, individuals can partake in a variety of traditional activities such as horse racing, wrestling, and archery, immersing themselves in the unique allure of the nomadic culture. The beauty of the grasslands lies not only in its natural splendor but also in its rich cultural heritage. This region is the cradle of nomadic tribes, boasting an ancient history and vibrant culture. The people of the grasslands uphold age-old traditions with their songs, dances, music, and art forms exuding a profound ethnic character. The grasslands are teeming with life and vitality, their beauty is intoxicating, and their culture is captivating. Daenerys Targaryen has now joined their dance competition, encircled by several brown-skinned Dothraki women as they perform the traditional Dothraki dance, the horse dance. A few days prior, Daenerys was betrothed to Khal Drogo of the Dothraki. Yet the formal marriage has yet to take place. They are merely engaged at this point. Despite her current situation, Daenerys is still regarded as a woman of status, with her mother, Queen Rhaella, alive and her brother Viserys having never harmed her. She has never experienced the hardships of hiding or living in destitution. Although the Targaryen family has lost their throne, they still harbor hopes of resurgence. Queen Rhaella has garnered the support of the exiled Valyrians, who are the nobility of Volantis. They have resolved to take one final gamble. If investing in Daenerys and Viserys bears fruit, they may have the opportunity to restore the former glory of Valyria. Furthermore, Queen Rhaella has pledged to them that should Viserys reclaim the Iron Throne one day, he would lead the 7 kingdoms of Westeros to ally with the 9 free cities, ruling over both continents together. Whether it be Westeros or Essos, both would be theirs. Many view such aspirations as fanciful. Considering that the 40 dragon lords possess not a single dragon, how could they dream of conquering the world? Yet Viserys believes that in the absence of dragons, they could wield power through cavalry. Once his sister is officially wed to Khal Drogo, they could secure the assistance of the Khal as 100,000 warriors, crossing the narrow sea on countless ships to seize King S Landing, a dream not beyond reach. However, for Daenerys, it is still too premature. Her dance has yet to reach its conclusion. As she dances now, she embodies not a dragon, but rather a steed, a magnificent horse. The horse dance, a unique and grand form of expression, vividly portrays the valor and audacity of galloping warhorses through its dynamic expressiveness and compelling rhythm. The dancers, through the rhythmic movements of their bodies and the graceful variations of their postures, seem to embody magnificent steeds on the battlefield, effortlessly showcasing the strength, speed, and elegance of the horse before the audience's eyes. The origins of horse dance can be traced back to the cultural traditions of ancient nomadic peoples. In those times, horses were an indispensable part of human life, serving not only as a means of transportation but also as invaluable allies in warfare. Consequently, The reverence and admiration for horses are profoundly expressed in this dance form. As time progressed, horse dance gradually evolved into an independent art form, developing unique styles and characteristics across various regions and cultures. During performances, dancers typically don resplendent costumes, adorned with equine accessories, and wield whips or reins. Their movements are vigorous and explosive, yet they maintain an air of elegance and agility. Through leaps, spins, and kicks, the dancers mimic the myriad postures of horses in motion, galloping, jumping, and neighing, immersing the audience in the fervor of a fierce battlefield. Moreover, horse dance emphasizes the synchronization and rapport among dancers, who, through their cohesive movements and tight formations, create a formidable presence and an overwhelming impact. It transcends mere artistic expression, symbolizing cultural heritage and the spirit of a nation. This dance encapsulates humanity's adoration for horses in the pursuit of qualities such as freedom, courage, and resilience. In the Dothraki society, horse dance has emerged as a significant form of cultural exchange and artistic performance, captivating an ever-growing audience and enthusiasts, bestowing upon them both aesthetic pleasure and spiritual upliftment. However, Viserys, maintaining his sense of superiority, refrained from joining in their revelry. At that moment, Governor Illyrio of Pendos lamented, "My lord, what a pity it is. Even Ser Yor from the north is dancing with the Dothraki." He had been accustomed to life on this continent across the narrow sea for many years, far removed from his cold, damp homeland of Bear Island, which paled in comparison to the Iron Islands. In the vast expanse of the grasslands, a robust Dothraki warrior gallops past on a magnificent red steed. His physique is powerful, his countenance resolute, and his eyes radiate a spirit of boldness. The horse gallops with hooves that seem to fly, racing across the plains with the swiftness of the wind. The warrior grips the reins tightly, his body swaying in harmony with the rhythm of the steed, as if they are one. His long hair is braided, cascading down in lengths surpassing even that of a woman. Flowing in the wind as his garments flutter gracefully, he is a true warrior. The landscape of the grasslands is picturesque, with blue skies and white clouds above, lush green grass beneath, and vibrant blossoms all around. As the horse thunders across the plain, it raises a cloud of dust, seemingly showcasing its speed and might. The warrior, atop his steed, shouts with a booming, spirited voice, as if declaring his existence to all the creatures of the grasslands. On this vast grassland, the majestic figures of the Han people and their splendid steeds create the most exquisite tableau. Their silhouettes gallop across the landscape, leaving behind a graceful arc. Their presence imbues this expanse with vitality and vigor. Look, it is Cal. With the first call, everyone turned to see who it was indeed. It was the illustrious Cal. He rode in on his noble steed, accompanied by an even more enchanting mare, a silver horse. Its coat shimmered with a silvery luster, as if cloaked in moonlight. Its eyes sparkled and were profound, resembling two radiant stars. The mare moved with grace and strength, each step exuding power and confidence. The silver mare reigned as the queen of the grassland, her beauty and nobility captivating all creatures around her. Her existence rendered the prairie even more vibrant, brimming with infinite allure. Each morning, when the first rays of sunlight caressed the grassland, the silver mare emerged from her dwelling. She stretched her limbs, relishing the warmth of the sun and the soft caress of the breeze. Then, she would embark on her day, galloping, frolicking, and foraging across the meadows. The silver mare was extraordinarily intelligent and courageous. She understood how to survive in the wild, navigating dangers with finesse. Furthermore, she knew how to coexist with other animals and safeguard her kin. Her wisdom and bravery established her as the leader of the grassland, earning the respect and trust of all creatures. Eventually, this mare was tamed, and her tamer was none other than Cal, a tale that began a month ago. At that time, Cal had just learned from the Illyrio about the Dragon Princess's quest for a suitor. Illyrio believed that the beautiful Daenerys Targaryen was worthy of the great Cal, and thus facilitated their connection. Among all the contenders, Cal possessed a significant advantage, his formidable military strength. Consequently, Queen Layla chose Cal to wed her daughter. However, the ancient Targaryen customs of marriage are notoriously intricate and protracted, requiring Cal to exercise patience in his quest for love. Riding upon his crimson steed, with the silver mare following closely behind, Cal approached Daenerys. In his somewhat unrefined common tongue, he spoke, "Daenerys, this is a gift for you. I hope you will like it." A smile blossomed on Daenerys' face. Her joy was palpable, for it was no small feat to inspire such a romantic gesture from a man like Cal. Who could have conceived such an idea? I am elated. I am truly happy, Shwa. Seeing Daenerys smile, Cal grinned widely. Shall we give it a try? She is quite gentle and has a calm temperament. Indeed. Daenerys nodded vigorously. Cal helped her onto the horse's back before mounting himself. Let us ride. Danielis whispered softly, gently stroking the silver steed's mane, which surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Zorikeo followed closely behind, their silhouettes gradually diminishing until they vanished entirely, leaving no trace of their destination or when they might return. Meanwhile, Illyrio, indulging in grapes, chuckled as he gazed at Queen Rila above. Your Majesty, it seems this marriage is destined to succeed. Let us toast to the swift arrival of the royal heirs. He laughed heartily. Queen Rila nodded slightly, raising her goblet in response. Beside her, Viserys exhaled in relief, contemplating the glimmer of hope that had finally surfaced. Rebel Lobber, I sincerely hope you do not succumb to the tainted food. Chapter 50. The quest for medicine near the land of Jingza. The king's retinue remained stalled, afflicted by food poisoning, though merely suffering from diarrhea without any life-threatening consequences. Thus, they were unable to advance. Aside from Oren Pyxis and Arya, nearly all the Germans who had partaken of the crocodile meat had been incapacitated for days. The accompanying scholar was utterly ineffectual. The concoction he prepared for the king proved futile, resulting in a reprimand from Lauber. With such medical skills, you dare call yourself a scholar? Upon our return, I shall instruct Grand Master Pycelle to revoke your academic title. Though Lauber's words were harsh, the scholar continued to serve the king diligently. Olean, take this token of mine and seek out the leader of the people of Zay, Hollander, at Greywater Watch. Ask for his assistance. Eddard Stark remarked, his face pale from repeated bouts of diarrhea, having lost considerable weight, as had Lauber, who appeared significantly leaner, albeit not by his own volition. Olean Pyke accepted a pure silver wolf figurine, crafted in the likeness of a dire wolf, its gaze fierce and resolute. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Winter is coming, my lord. I shall fulfill this task." After departing, Olean turned to find Arya, who was mocking her sister Sansa. Ha! Sansa, just look at yourself. Where is the beauty? You resemble a wretched hack. Sansa sat weakly in the carriage, her gaze feeble as she observed the vibrant Arya with confusion. How can you be unscathed? Logically, you should have consumed even more roasted meat. Sansa was baffled by Arya's vitality, given that she had only eaten a small piece of meat and had succumbed to poisoning. Thanks to Olean. He warned me that crocodile meat harbored bacteria, so I discarded mine. After all, Nymelia and the others consumed it without consequence. But we humans are different. Understanding dawned on Sansa. It is no wonder that Olean Pyke cares for you so deeply. She gazed at Arya with a hint of envy, causing Arya to feel slightly awkward. What are you staring at? I would gladly gather herbs for you. After all, we are good sisters, Arya declared. The herbs need not be gathered. Arya, your mission has arrived. Proceed to the Weeping Water, in search of Holland Reed's assistance. He is the Earl of Weeping Water and a steadfast friend of Lord Eddard. Here is the token. Olenna Tyrell has bestowed upon her the silver direwolf. What? Am I to embark alone? Surely, that cannot be. Olenna's domain is fraught with swamps. Would I not be devoured by crocodiles? Arya shrank back, her countenance a mask of refusal. The lands of the Riverlands are riddled with marshes, and it is only someone as agile as you, capable of leaping among the branches, who can venture forth. Thus, the choice rests with you, Arya. Lady Catelyn and Lord Eddard await your return. Olenna regarded her with an encouraging gaze. Finally, Arya gritted her teeth, accepted the token, glanced at her frail sister, and resolutely stepped into the mire. In the dim, damp swamp, a colossal python encountered a fierce crocodile. Both were sovereigns of this marsh, and a harrowing battle for territory and sustenance ensued. The python coiled in the center of the swamp, its form reminiscent of an immense rope, scales shimmering with an eerie luminescence. Its eyes fixated on the crocodile ahead, flicking its tongue in the air, emitting a hissing sound. The crocodile lay in wait at the swamp's edge, its robust body emphasizing strength, short yet nimble limbs. Its jaws agape, revealing sharp teeth, as though to taunt the python. The battle commenced, with the python launching the first assault. It surged forward with remarkable speed, charging towards the crocodile. Alarmed, the crocodile pivoted to escape. However, the python's velocity was overwhelming, quickly seizing the crocodile's tail in its jaws. The crocodile writhed in agony, striving to break free from the python's grip. Yet, the python's might was insurmountable, clenching the crocodile's tail with unwavering tenacity. Realizing escape was futile, the crocodile retaliated, wielding its powerful tail to strike the python fiercely. The python, racked with pain, was compelled to release its hold. Seizing the opportunity, the crocodile turned to counterattack, sinking its sharp teeth into the python's flesh. Blood flowed, and the python writhed in torment. Yet, the python did not relent. With its formidable strength, it ensnared the crocodile tightly. The crocodile, ensnared, could do naught but struggle futilely. As time passed, the crocodile's strength waned, its breath growing labored until it ultimately ceased to fight. The python emerged victorious, liberating itself from the crocodile's body and slowly gliding into the depths of the swamp. The battle concluded, tranquility returned to the marshlands. Though the ferocity of the encounter lingered in memory, Arya, trembling, witnessed the fierce confrontation, her heartbeat only gradually returning to a steady rhythm. At this moment, she was perched upon a tree, clinging to a branch. Indeed, this place is fraught with peril. One cannot fathom how the inhabitants of this marshland managed to survive. It appears far more daunting than the icy desolation of the north. Arya leapt once more, gracefully transitioning from one towering tree to another. After wandering for what felt like an eternity, a dreadful realization struck her. She was lost. Bewildered, Arya's large eyes brimmed with confusion, uncertain of which path to take. Her eyes, strikingly prominent, were impossible to overlook. What a pair they were! In their stark contrast of black and white, they now reflected a glimmer of disorientation and helplessness. As if desperately searching for something just out of reach. Her gaze lacked focus, as though she were peering into the distant horizon or delving into the depths of her own soul. That look of confusion compelled one to step into her world and uncover her tale. A hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes, suggesting she had endured untold suffering and setbacks. The melancholic expression stirred a deep sense of empathy within those who beheld it. Yet, within her gaze also resided a flicker of determination, a yearning for the future. She seemed to convey that although she felt lost at present, she would not surrender. She would persist in seeking her path until she discovered her own expansive sky. Suddenly, Arya fell from the tree, perilously close to plunging into the marsh below, however. The mire transformed into solid ground, and she landed with a jarring thud. What just transpired? Arya stared at the earth beneath her, wondering if her eyes had deceived her. Are you all right, little wolf maiden? A peculiar appellation prompted Arya to look up, where she encountered a marsh dweller. The marsh people bore deep brown skin, seemingly stained by the waters of the swamp. Their bodies were robust and agile, well adapted to the damp and muddy terrain. Their eyes were profound and keen, capable of discerning prey even amidst the fog. These individuals made the marsh their home, constructing their abodes upon lofty wooden stilts to avoid inundation. Their existence was simple yet arduous, relying primarily on fishing, hunting, and foraging for sustenance. The marsh's abundant resources provided them with food and shelter, albeit fraught with myriad dangers. The children of the swamp possessed unparalleled knowledge of their environment, aware of the richest fishing spots and the fiercest beasts. They navigated the marsh with ease, as if traversing solid ground, and wielded magic to manipulate water and earth. Do you know my identity? Arya inquired. Indeed, I caught the scent of snow upon you, leading me to surmise that you hail from the north. I also noticed the token around your neck, the sigil of the Ice Wolf. You must be of House Stark. Little wolf maiden. The individual, not much taller than Arya herself, exuded a cheerful demeanor and an inviting charm. My name is Jian, the son of Horenlight. I find myself here awaiting someone other than you. Yet, it seems that fate has favored you, bringing you to my side. Jian remarked, initially anticipating Brandon's arrival. However, little did he know that Brandon had consumed crocodile meat and was now suffering from food poisoning, a misfortune that had left him indisposed. I am Arya Stark, daughter of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Arya proclaimed, revealing her lineage. I am well acquainted with you and your siblings. Come, follow me. I shall introduce you to our home, the dwelling of the swamp people, where your needs will be met. Arya complied, trailing behind Jian as they ventured deeper into the marshlands. With each step, the marsh transformed into solid ground beneath their feet, a truly wondrous phenomenon. Are you a sorcerer? Arya could not resist inquiring. No, I am not a sorcerer. I am merely a child of the swamp. This is our homeland. I am intimately familiar with every blade of grass and every tree here. Thus, the transformation of marsh into land appears to you as a marvel. In truth, it is an illusion. While this place is indeed a swamp, it is not entirely composed of water. There exists ample land, or else we could not survive here. It is merely the miasma that confounds the eyes of outsiders. We shall reach our destination shortly. I truly did not expect you to be the one who arrived. I had thought it would be Oren Pyxis, Jian remarked. I am quite eager to meet him. Oren Pyxis. You are familiar with Oren Pyxis? Arya asked. Indeed. The illustrious Optimus, renowned in both the Iron Islands and Winterfell. He is quite remarkable, is he not, Arya? Arya reflected on how Oren Pyxis had entrusted this task to her, indicating his confidence in her abilities, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 51. Can dust be eaten? As Arya ventured into the depths of the swamp, she was astonished to discover an unexpected world. Outsiders would never conceive that an oasis could exist within a desert. Nor would those who had never traversed the marsh comprehend that its inhabitants resided in the trees. Deep within this expansive swamp, a mysterious tribe dwelled among colossal trees. They were the swamp people. The towering trees reached toward the heavens, their abundant foliage seeming to form a sanctuary crafted by nature itself, isolated from the outside world. The swamp people's lifestyle and cultural traditions were imbued with an air of mystery. They called the trees their home, constructing rudimentary yet sturdy dwellings upon the trunks, weaving various necessities from branches and leaves. Their sustenance primarily derived from wild plants and prey within the marsh, showcasing their adeptness at utilizing natural resources to lead a self-sufficient existence. The swamp people held a profound belief that nature was their deity, treating it with reverence and safeguarding their marshy abode. They neither felled trees nor hunted excessively. Rather, they coexisted harmoniously with the natural world. Their cultural traditions were rich with awe and gratitude toward nature, expressing their respect through various rituals and festivals. The existence of this enigmatic tribe has prompted Arya to contemplate the intricate relationship between nature and humanity more profoundly. Though their way of life is simple, it is imbued with wisdom and philosophy. Their existence has made Arya acutely aware that there remain many uncharted territories in this world awaiting her exploration. When Jojen brought Arya back, curious little heads poked out from each treehouse, scrutinizing her with keen interest. Arya, in turn, noticed them. Each individual was diminutive, resembling dwarfs. Yet their proportions were well-balanced, unlike Tyrion, who appeared disproportionate. A figure leapt from the tree, exuding an air of authority, seemingly the leader. Arya heard Jojen refer to him as his father, realizing he was indeed Holland Reed. Though not tall, Holland possessed a commanding presence and a kindly visage. Arya, how do you fare? Has Eddard mentioned me to you? He inquired, approaching her with a warm smile. Arya politely greeted him, saying, My lord. My father often recounts tales of your adventures. He has spoken of you as his closest friend. Holland chuckled heartily. Huh? Eddard Stark, telling tall tales. Ah, Arya. It is King Robb who is truly Eddard's best friend. No, my lord, it is you. King Robb is my father's dearest brother. Brothers and friends are not the same. Upon hearing her spirited rebuttal, a young woman stepped forward, asking, Arya, what brings you here? Surely, you are not merely passing through. This girl appeared more mature than Sansa. Though still unmarried, a notion Arya instinctively grasped. Mara, this is Lady Arya Stark, and we must show her the respect she deserves. Jojen interjected, offering a polite smile to Arya. It is quite all right. I have merely come seeking assistance. While traversing the marshlands, we encountered a colossal crocodile, which we consumed. Now, nearly all of us are afflicted with severe stomach troubles. Olivar explained. We have been poisoned. My father sent me to implore your help. Could you assist us? Ah, I see, Holland mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Typically, consuming creatures from the marsh can lead to bacterial infections. Even when we eat crocodile, we must cure the meat beforehand. If you roasted it directly, you may have encountered a significant issue. However, we Zealanders possess our own secret remedy. Jojen, please fetch some for Arya. By the way, how many of you are afflicted? Approximately 100. She replied. That is quite a number. Yet, I suspect that King Robb is the most severely affected. Holland asserted confidently. At that very moment, King Robb was squatting, his complexion pale, legs trembling, as the torment of his ailment rendered him devoid of his former vigor. Cersei and her companions approached from a distance, observing the halted royal procession. Why is it not moving in broad daylight? What are they doing here? Joffrey inquired. If there were not an issue, they would not be lingering here. Cersei, waiting with the children behind, urged, I shall lead a group to investigate. Ser Jaime Lannister and the Hound, clad in armor and wielding weapons, advanced with their soldiers to discern the situation. They soon encountered soldiers sprawled in disarray. Lacking the strength to stand, nearly all reclined upon the ground. An unpleasant stench pervaded the air. What is going on? It feels akin to a latrine, haha. The Hound chuckled. Just then, he noticed a few familiar faces approaching. Ser Jaime, you have returned. How fortunate you are. Come with us. After hearing their explanations, both Jaime and the Hound erupted into hearty laughter. So that is the tale. How fortunate we delayed our departure by a few days. Otherwise, we would have been afflicted alongside the king. The Hound's voice resonated from beneath his fearsome mask. Be wary, Hound. Tread carefully lest you step in something unpleasant and find yourself in misfortune. Upon his return, Jaime recounted the incident to Cersei. As queen, she possessed her own carriage, a luxurious vehicle known as the Wheel Palace, reserved exclusively for the royal family. There were only 2 such carriages in all of King's Landing, symbolizing mobile palaces, one for the king and the other for the queen. The Wheel Palace, an opulent royal carriage, epitomizes power and prestige. Its body was crafted from the finest teak, meticulously polished to exude a warm luster. Gold royal emblems adorned both sides, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The wheels of the carriage were immense and sturdy, forged from iron, embellished with intricate patterns. Each wheel was enveloped in a thick layer of rubber, mitigating the jolts of travel. The doors and windows were fashioned from transparent crystal glass, both aesthetically pleasing and allowing passengers to marvel at the scenery along the route. Inside, the wheel palace was adorned with unparalleled luxury. The floor was laid with plush carpets, soft and inviting. The walls showcased priceless artworks and portraits of royal members, reflecting the nobility and honor of the crown. The ceiling sparkled with countless diamonds and gems, akin to a resplendent night sky. The seats, upholstered in the softest velvet, were embroidered with exquisite designs. The backrests were adjustable to accommodate the varying needs of passengers. Beside the seats, a small table bore fine tea sets and delicacies for the king or queen to enjoy during their journey. The driving seat was situated at the front of the carriage, manned by a seasoned coachman. Even the coachman donned an exquisite uniform, wielding a whip with an air of authority. Beside him sat a servant, tasked with attending to the king and ensuring the queen's safety. Following the royal carriage was a cadre of royal guards, clad in armor and bearing arms, ever vigilant in their duty to protect the sovereigns. The royal carriage, a magnificent symbol of power and nobility, was not merely a vehicle but a splendid work of art, exuding the majesty and glory of the monarchy. Cersei patted the carpet beneath her and declared, "Let us maintain our distance. Do not approach further. We shall wait until their matters are resolved before we proceed." "Yes, your majesty." Jaime commanded the group to remain at ease. Cersei alighted from the carriage with her children, surrounded by marshland that was even more desolate than the north. If we were in the north, we could at least engage in a snowball fight. Alas, this is the swamp, she lamented. Shall we return to the carriage and rest? What say you, my dear Joffrey? Cersei inquired, casting her gaze upon her eldest son. Joffrey, observing the king's procession in the distance, replied, "Mother, I wish to see how father fares, and my betrothed, Sansa." "Ah, such concern for the young lady already. Well done." Grasp her heart tenderly, it is a valuable asset. Cersei praised him. "I too wish to see. Was it not said that Ser Loras was unscathed? I want to play with him," Myrcella declared, looking at Cersei. "Him? A creature of monstrous disposition. What could possibly be amiss? If you wish to go, then go. Joffrey, keep an eye on your sister." Joffrey and Myrcella approached the king's encampment, where many bowed in their presence, and the siblings returned the courtesy. They soon spotted Eddard Stark aiding Robert from the restroom, both of them appearing markedly altered. The thought crossed their minds simultaneously. What had become of their father? "Father," they called, hastening toward him. King Robert gazed at them, seemingly unable to recognize who they were, his eyes a shade of blue. "Eddard, who are they?" They seemed to resemble Lannisters, one akin to Cersei, the other to Jaime. "Robert, they are Prince Joffrey and Princess Myrcella," Eddard Stark clarified. "Ah, it is you, little Joffrey. You have returned at last. Do refrain from consuming any meat from outside, particularly crocodile. It is poisonous. We suffered its effects. I hope Arya can procure an antidote." Upon hearing Robert's words, Joffrey and Myrcella nodded in understanding. Myrcella then inquired, "Lord Eddard, where is Ser Loras? I have yet to see him." She looked around eagerly. "Oh, he is busy roasting soil. He claims that consuming well-cooked earth will alleviate our pain. Before Arya returns, he insisted we should partake of some." Eddard Stark explained. "What a peculiar remedy." Myrcella laughed heartily. Chapter 52. The Stern Wild Man. When Mizera discovered Oren Pyxis, she found him kindling a fire, not for cooking, but for roasting soil. She had heard of sought-ing vegetables, but this was the first time she encountered the concept of roasting earth. "Do you consume soil?" Oren Pyxis did not turn around but spoke nonetheless. "Ah, I do not eat soil, nor am I poisoned." Upon turning to see that it was Princess Mizera, he was momentarily taken aback. Her beauty resembled the first rays of morning sunlight, warm and radiant. Golden hair cascaded down her back like a shimmering waterfall, each strand as soft and smooth as threads of gold, gently brushing against her skin, evoking the warmth of sunlight. Her emerald eyes sparkled like two exquisite gemstones, clear and bright, deep and captivating. When she gazed at you, it felt as if she could see into your soul, ensnaring you in her enchanting presence. The princess's skin was as pure and white as snow, delicate and smooth. Her facial features were distinctly defined, with graceful lines akin to a masterpiece of art. Her lips, luscious like cherries, curved slightly upward in a sweet smile, bringing joy to all who beheld her. "Ah, it is indeed you, Mizera. Seeing you. I presume the queen and others are nearby, are they not?" "They are close by, but they said they would not come for the time being. Given that we are all afflicted, are we not?" Mizera replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Indeed, we are all unwell. I advised them against consuming crocodile meat, yet they would not heed my warning. Except for Elia, even Sansa has fallen ill. By the way, have you visited Sansa? She is in quite a poor state." "Ah, about that." Mizera's fingertips gently touched each other. "I shall visit her shortly, and also check on Lady Catelyn. But, Sir Olean, why are you roasting soil? Is this truly a remedy?" Mizera inquired, her gaze fixed on olean pike. While its usefulness is limited, it can alleviate symptoms. However, roasted soil cannot be used to plant seeds, as they will not sprout. Much like planting roasted seeds in soil will yield no growth. Moreover, there is a tale related to roasted seeds. Would you care to hear it? A tale. I wish to hear it. Mizera looked at olean pike, her anticipation palpable as if she awaited a story reminiscent of Snow White or Sleeping Beauty. Alas, the tale olean pike shared was of a different nature. Once upon a time, in a distant kingdom, there lived a wise and beloved king. However, the aging monarch had no children, a matter that weighed heavily on his mind. One day, he devised a plan. He instructed that flower seeds be distributed to every child, announcing, "Whoever can cultivate the most beautiful flower from these seeds shall be my heir." All the children planted the seeds, diligently tending to them day and night, watering, fertilizing, loosening the soil, and caring for them with utmost devotion. There was a boy named Xiongri, who devoted his days to nurturing flower seeds. However, 10 days passed. Then half a month, and a month went by, yet the seeds in the pot remained dormant, showing no signs of germination. How perplexing! Xiongri found himself puzzled. Eventually, he approached his mother and inquired, "Mother, why do the flowers I planted not sprout?" His mother, equally concerned, suggested, "Perhaps you should replace the soil in the pot and see if that helps." Heeding his mother's advice, Xiongri sowed the seeds in fresh soil. Yet they still failed to germinate. The day for the royal flower viewing arrived, and countless children adorned in splendid attire flooded the streets, each carrying pots filled with blooming flowers, all vying to be the heir to the throne. Strangely, as the king surveyed the blossoms, passing before each child, not a trace of joy graced his countenance. Suddenly, beside a shop, the king spotted Xiongri, who stood there with tears streaming down his face, clutching an empty pot. The king beckoned him over and asked, "Why do you carry an empty pot?" Choking back sobs, Xiongri recounted to the king how he had planted the seeds. Yet they had not germinated, suggesting it might be a consequence of having once stolen an apple from someone else's orchard. Upon hearing Xiongri's response, the king joyfully grasped his hands and proclaimed, "This is my loyal son." The children, bewildered, questioned the king, "Why would you choose a child with an empty pot as your successor?" The king then revealed the truth, "My dear subjects, the seeds I distributed to you were all cooked." At this revelation, the faces of the children holding the most beautiful flowers flushed crimson, for they had planted different seeds. They too had endured Xiongri's plight. The king's seeds bore no blossoms, leading them to eventually swap for other seeds. Mizera, after all, was not an ordinary person. She was a princess, a member of the royal family, and the tale left her in deep thought. "Sir Oren, do you believe that the throne is now perilous, lacking an heir, or is there still little Chiao?" Mizera inquired. "No, your highness, I speak of the virtue of honesty, not the games of power." Sir Oren Pyxis replied, "Indeed, that child is truly honest." Mizera nodded in agreement. At that moment, Coach Chonglin approached and called out to Sir Oren Pyxis, "I hear that consuming the soil you prepared can alleviate suffering. Please serve me a bowl." Sir Oren Pyxis quickly offered him a steaming bowl of soil, which he struggled to swallow. It seemed rather difficult to get down. However, he felt a sense of relief from the discomfort in his stomach. "If I eat another bowl, will I feel even better?" Coach Chonglin asked. "No, this soil is like medicine. It should not be consumed indiscriminately. Even alchemists have been known to poison themselves. Do not indulge excessively in the earth. A mere morsel suffices." Esteemed reader, there is more to this chapter. Please proceed to the next page for further enthralling content. As for the esteemed privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading card is available for all registered users at no cost. Chonglin, being a wise individual, chose not to dwell on past grievances and departed with 2 bowls of earth in hand. Within the homeland of the people of Zaydi, Elia received a warm welcome, as she bore the esteemed title of Eddard Stark's daughter, making her a cherished guest. In the lands beyond the wall, amidst a fierce blizzard, Benjen Stark found himself fleeing for his life, pursued by 2 whites. Not long ago, his small party had encountered the deathly army led by the whites, resulting in the demise of all but him. Cursed whites. They have truly risen again. What a stroke of misfortune to have crossed paths with them. As Benjen rode, he glanced back, realizing his comrades had succumbed to the undead forces, now part of the realm of death. Ricky, Carl, Levis, you all. A deep sense of regret consumed Benjen. His overconfidence had led to this perilous situation. His steed had reached its limit. And understanding the urgency of warning those on the wall, he dismounted, striking the horse to send it back alone. Benjen then made his way towards an icy lake. Knowing that the whites could not traverse water, the lake's surface was frozen, resembling a grand mirror reflecting the sky and surrounding mountains. However, beneath this seemingly sturdy Fade lay boundless danger, for Benjen knew that the ice was not as solid as it appeared. This was his opportunity, cautiously. He approached a small patch of land at the lake's center, where fine cracks had already begun to form on the surface. The whites commanded the corpses to advance. Yet they had scarcely taken a few steps before a sharp cracking sound echoed, and the ice began to fracture rapidly, causing them to plummet into the depths below. Several whites attempted to use their frigid breath to strengthen the ice, but it remained fragile, and the corpses continued to fall into the water. At this moment, an attack emerged from behind the fallen bodies. It was the wildlings, yet were they there to rescue Ben-Jin? No, they had come merely to hunt the whites. Led by the formidable Soundwave, they coordinated their assault against the whites and their own men. A group of wildlings with fiery red hair began to unleash arrows, each tipped with dragon glass, posing a significant threat to the whites. Soon, the whites would be vanquished, and Ben-Jin would be saved, albeit taken captive by the wildlings. Bound and brought before Soundwave, Ben-Jin was forced to the ground, and as he looked up, he beheld Soundwave, standing there like an imposing iceberg. Soundwave emanated an aura of chilling dread. His features were sharp and chiseled, exuding an air of cold determination and resolve. His eyebrows were thick and elongated, slightly arched, exuding an air of authority and inviolability. His eyes were profound and frigid, reminiscent of an unfathomable lake, rendering it impossible to discern the thoughts within his mind. His lips were tightly sealed, with a subtle upward curve that hinted at disdain and indifference. His hair was meticulously slicked back, revealing a broad forehead that accentuated his stern demeanor and commanding presence. He stood tall and upright, akin to a resilient pine tree, embodying an unshakable essence. Clad in a well-tailored black leather garment, his physique and demeanor were further accentuated. In his hand, he grasped a black cane, the handle adorned with a resplendent gem, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The Soundwaves also approached Ben Stark. His strides were steady and forceful, each step seemingly imbued with an invisible pressure that compelled others to retreat in trepidation. "Reveal your name and identity, Raven." His voice was deep and resonant, each word imbued with a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. He was an undeniable presence, his sternness and authority eliciting fear, while his charisma and allure captivated those around him. Ben Stark had heard of his infamous reputation, known as the austere Wildman Soundwave. It was said that he was the right hand of Mance Raider, with some claiming that even Mance heeded his counsel. Chapter 53. The Black Coffin. As night enveloped the ancient town, the desolate streets appeared eerie beneath the dim moonlight. A shadow darted across the rooftops like a specter. Dressed in a form-fitting black suit, a mask obscured his face, revealing only his cold, merciless eyes. He was an assassin, tasked with the grim duty of taking lives. Today, he had received a mission to confront Renice. After finishing her dinner, Renice returned to her room, only to encounter a masked killer. "Who are you? And what do you want?" Renice inquired warily, her heart racing at the sight of an intruder in her sanctuary. It was evident he was not someone she knew otherwise. He would not have dared enter. Neither the nun nor the maid would arrive at this hour. "My apologies, but your time has come. As a remnant of the fallen dynasty, many wish for you and your brother to perish. Embrace your fate." The assassin brandished a dagger, lunging toward Renice. She summoned all her strength to prevent the blade from piercing her flesh. However, she lacked the energy to scream, for a cry would sap her resolve and leave her vulnerable to the dagger's thrust. Yet, the assassin was a man, stronger than Renice, and gradually, he forced the dagger into her chest. Blood began to seep forth, and just before Renice could scream, her mouth was silenced. "Do not cry out. Child, accept your destiny. A fate that is undeniably fatal." Coughing, blood spilled from her lips, and Renice's eyes began to dim, losing their sparkle. At that moment, a sound echoed from outside. And then a ghostly wolf burst through the door, sinking its teeth into the assassin's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. "Damn it!" The assassin cried out in agony. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung Grey Wind aside and made a hasty escape, leaping over the wall. Igon and his companions finally arrived, only to find Rennies lying in a pool of blood. "No, no," Igon shouted. "Quickly, fetch Maester Lewin," Robb Stark commanded Theon, who rushed to the Maester's chambers. "Sister, sister." Igon fell to his knees, gazing at his sister, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Igon, promise me. Do not weep," Rennie said, her bloodied hand caressing his face. "And remember, the North is not a safe haven. You must survive and find a place of greater safety. Robb, I implore you to let my brother leave this place." Rennies pleaded, looking at Robb Stark, now the acting Lord of Winterfell. Robb Stark found himself in a dilemma. Allowing them to depart from Winterfell could invite King Robb's wrath. Yet, confronted with Rennies' final request, he could not refuse her. He spoke solemnly. "Very well. I will permit Igon to leave Winterfell. He may go wherever he wishes." Theon returned with Maester Lewin, who carried a medical kit. After examining Rennies, he sighed. "I'm truly sorry, Igon. I am powerless to help. She will not survive the night. After the maester departed, Robb Stark and Theon left as well, intent on pursuing the assassin. Grey Wind had already caught his scent. He would not escape. Aegon remained by his sister's side until her last breath. When dawn broke, Robb Stark and the others returned, bringing with them a severed head, claiming it to be that of the murderer. In truth, they had not captured the assassin, who had eluded them. Instead, they had slain a death row inmate from the dungeons of Winterfell, destined for the Wall. Aegon prepared to cremate his sister, placing the red dragon egg beside her corpse. After igniting a torch, he set the surrounding straw ablaze, and amidst the flames, Aegon wept bitterly. When suddenly he thought he heard a voice calling. Several hours later, as the body turned to ash, Aegon, while collecting the remains, beheld a red hatchling standing amidst the embers, its vertical pupils fixed upon him. The dragon egg had hatched. Aegon stood frozen, while nearby. Robb Stark and Theon were equally astonished. The dragon has hatched. What will you do now, Robb? Do you intend to slay Aegon and the dragon, or? Theon whispered. I do not know. Robb Stark found himself in a dire predicament. With the dragon's revival, did it signify the rekindling of the Targaryen family's quest for vengeance? Regardless of who sent the assassin, Aegon now seemed indifferent, believing it to be King Robert's doing. There remains a chance. If Aegon and the young dragon are slain, Lord Eddard and his companions will be safe in King's Landing. Should you truly intend to let him go, what if he seeks refuge in Dorne with his mother? That could lead to an even greater crisis. Indeed. Theon's words held merit. After all, Aegon's mother, Princess Daenerys, still lives. She remains a princess of Dorne, and her brothers are also alive. If Aegon were to bring the dragon to Dorne, they might persuade him to adopt a new name and marry one of Dorne's princesses, thus allowing them to launch an assault on King's Landing from the south. If such a scenario were to unfold, Eddard Stark and his allies could very well be deemed traitors and executed. Upon hearing this, Robb Stark understood the gravity of the situation and approached Aegon. Aegon, surrender the young dragon, and we shall remain brothers. You cannot reclaim the Iron Throne relying solely on a young dragon. Relinquish that unattainable dream. Aegon cradled the newly hatched dragon carefully in his arms and drew his black dragon sword. He looked at Robb Stark and declared, "This is my dragon, purchased with my sister's life. It is a legacy from Olenna Tyrell, something you cannot seize, Robb. Your Grace, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling. A noble privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading card. Available for all registered users free of charge." Seeing Aegon's unwillingness to part with the young dragon, Robb Stark unsheathed his direwolf sword from his side. Then there is no other option. Aegon, we are brothers. I do not wish for your demise. If you can escape from me, then take your dragon and flee. Theon, return to Winterfell. If I have not returned by nightfall, it means Aegon has slain me. Then seek vengeance on my behalf. But do not emerge before dark. Theon, understanding their resolve, mounted his horse and departed. Soon, the sound of clashing swords echoed through the air. Theon thought to himself, I hope you survive, Robb. Aegon, I hope you survive as well. Snowflakes danced gracefully from the sky, blanketing the ground in a silvery expanse. In this serene, snowy landscape, two figures faced one another, their gazes locking in a display of determination and resolve. One wielded a dire wolf sword, its blade glinting coldly, with a hilt adorned with wolf fangs, exuding a menacing ferocity. He stood tall, his expression icy, resembling a wolf poised to pounce on its prey. The other bore the black dragon sword, its blade as dark as ink, with an intricately carved dragon motif on the hilt, emanating an aura of mystery and authority. His countenance was stern, his eyes revealing a hint of resolve, seemingly unfazed by the strength of his opponent. The direwolf sword arced through the air with a fierce whistle, aiming straight for its target. The black dragon sword remained unperturbed. With a flick of his wrist, it met the wolf fang sword. The two blades intersected, producing a crisp sound that sparked a flurry of embers. The figures of the two combatants intertwined, their swordplay as relentless as a tempest. Each displayed extraordinary prowess, with every move imbued with formidable strength and exquisite technique. The wolf fang sword struck with ferocity, aiming directly for the opponent's vital points, its technique akin to the swift and lethal assault of a wolf. In contrast, the black dragon sword exhibited a composed style, deftly neutralizing each attack, reminiscent of a black dragon's fluid and unpredictable movements. As the fierce duel raged on, both warriors bore numerous wounds yet showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they grew increasingly dauntless. They fought further afield, eventually losing track of their whereabouts, until they found themselves in a secluded grove, where only the fishleaf trees, sentinel trees, and ironwood stood, devoid of any other presence. Finally, a splash of blood stained the bark of a tree, heralding the emergence of a solitary figure, Robb Stark. He stepped forth, his shoulder marked by a conspicuous wound. IGN. Strive to survive. For your sister, for yourself. Upon Robb Stark's return to Winterfell, Maester Luwin hurried to tend to his injuries. Fortunately, it's merely superficial. However, it seems IGN has not returned. Where could he be? Robb. Maester Luwin inquired after bandaging Robb Stark's wounds. He is dead. I killed him. He fell beneath my blade. His blood still stains my sword. Maester Luwin recognized that Robb Stark was not the sort to utter such fabrications. Besides, given his age, how could he fail to perceive that Robb was lying? In a forsaken temple, a cloaked figure rested, an assassin who had escaped here. Unfamiliar with the deity worshipped in the temple, he was indifferent, for as a killer, reverence for gods was foreign to him. Having dispatched the former Princess Rhaenys, he mused that such an achievement might elevate his standing within the organization. Yet, he was acutely aware of the monstrous figures that resided above him. He lacked the strength to contend with them. Removing his mask, the assassin revealed an unremarkable visage, one that would easily blend into a crowd. However, this was not his true face, merely a fade. He belonged to a notorious assassin organization known as the Black Coffin, a group notorious for their merciless killings, demanding exorbitant fees that only the wealthy could afford. Among his peers, only the faceless men of the House of Black and White could rival their notoriety. Chapter 54. The Night Squire. Upon regaining consciousness, IGN found himself in a cavern, a fire crackling nearby. A small red dragon lay beside the flames. As soon as the young dragon noticed IGN's awakening, it rushed over, nuzzling affectionately against him. What transpired? I recall being struck by Robb. IGN reflected on the lethal thrust that he believed would spell his demise, only to find himself enveloped in darkness thereafter. You have awakened, IGN. A robust man entered, bearing a wild boar upon his shoulder. Clad in animal hide for warmth, he had returned with a beast weighing no less than 300 pounds. It's you, Ironhide. Upon closer inspection, Egan recognized his face. It was indeed Ironhide. Didn't you set out to pursue Oren Pyxis? What brings you here? Lost your way, have you? Haha. Egan, how on earth did you faint there? Had I not stumbled upon you, you would have frozen to death. Ironhide exclaimed. Egan remained silent, seemingly devoid of spirit. So, you escaped from Winterfell, did you? Or did they release you? After all, being a hostage is hardly pleasant. By the way, where is your sister? Egan continued to hold his tongue, though he was nudged gently by the red hatchling. This is Rhaenys, Egan announced as he cradled the crimson dragon. Reborn from fire. I named this newborn dragon in honor of my sister. Ironhide, upon witnessing this, surmised that Rhaenys may have perished. He offered words of comfort. Where do you wish to go? I can escort you there. I can delay my journey to King's Landing. After all, Oren Pyxis cannot escape from there. Though some had previously claimed that Oren Pyxis could not flee Winterfell, he nevertheless managed to depart. I must go to Dorne. Ironhide, please assist me. Escort me to Dorne. For it is my mother's homeland. Egan implored, tears brimming in his eyes yet refusing to fall. Observing the stubborn child, Ironhide felt a pang of sympathy. By the name of Ironhide, I shall ensure your safe passage to Dorne. You shall see your mother. Outside, Arya returned with an antidote, distributing it among all afflicted, leading to their recovery. After consuming the remedies from the people of the Vale, they rested for a few days before continuing southward, eventually reaching the vicinity of Ruby's Shore along the Trident River. This was the site of King Robert's famed battle, where he had slain Rhaegar. Let us rest here, King Robert commanded, prompting the others to set up camp. From the south, several individuals approached to greet King Robert. Among them, one bore an uncanny resemblance to him, almost like a younger version of the king himself. He was a striking noble youth, with a cascade of black curls that shone like sunlight. His facial features were sharply defined, as though sculpted by a master artist, with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes that exuded a mysterious allure. His lips curled slightly upward, perpetually adorned with a faint smile that captivated those around him. Tall and upright, he donned splendid noble attire, impeccably tailored from fine fabric that underscored his noble status. At his waist hung an exquisite sword, its hilt encrusted with gems that sparkled brilliantly. He wore a stag brooch on his chest, a symbol of his lineage, marking his noble identity. The stag brooch, crafted from pure gold, was exquisitely designed and lifelike. The silhouette of the stag is elegantly fluid, its muscular form commanding attention, with antlers that rise majestically, exuding an air of regal authority. The surface of the brooch is adorned with glistening diamonds, radiating a dazzling brilliance that inspires admiration. The noble youth possesses an air of aristocracy and grace, his demeanor poised and refined, exuding a sense of confidence and composure in his speech and actions. His gaze reveals a steadfast determination, emanating strength and dignity. He is a true nobleman, endowed with a prestigious lineage and remarkable talent. He is the younger brother of King Robert, known as Renly Baratheon, the Duke of Storm's End. there stands another figure, the commander of the King's Guard. Draped in a white cloak, renowned for his valor, Ser Barristan Selmy. His beard is grizzled, and his hair is as white as snow. Yet his presence rivals that of the youth, earning him the utmost respect even from the likes of Jaime Lannister. Bran approaches Barristan under the guidance of Eddard Stark. Lord Eddard. Barristan greets. Ser Barristan, this is my son, Bran, who has longed to meet the greatest knight in all of Westeros. Eddard introduces. Barristan lowers his gaze to young Bran, who gazes back with wide eyes, and a smile graces his face. Brandon, I hope he too shall become a great knight one day. At this moment, Brandon Stark interjects, Ser Barristan, do you need a squire? May I serve as your squire? His impulsive declaration comes without prior discussion with Eddard or Catelyn, spontaneously uttered. Haha, young Bran, I fear that even if you gain your father's approval, your mother will not be so easily persuaded. Barristan chuckles. Father, what do you think? Eddard Stark finds himself at a loss for words, knowing well that Catelyn would hardly agree, especially considering her deep affection for Brandon. The Ruby Ford, a place steeped in mystery and romance, is so named not for the tale of King Robert slaying Prince Rhaegar, whose heart's ruby fell into the river, for that gem was long claimed by soldiers, leaving not a trace. Rather, it derives its name from the enchanting crimson glow that the stones by the riverbed emit under the sun, resembling precious rubies. Nestled beside a crystal-clear river, the Ruby Ford is surrounded by verdant hills and picturesque scenery. The stones on the riverbank vary in size and shape, some resembling eggs, others fists, and some akin to gems, evoking out nature's artistry. My lord, this chapter has more to unveil. Please turn to the next page to continue this riveting tale. A privileged offer awaits, a 7-day ad-free reading card, available for all registered users to claim free of charge. At the Ruby Ford, one can revel in the sunlight and the beauty of nature. One may recline on the riverbank, closing their eyes to bask in the warmth of the sun and the gentle caress of the breeze, or stroll along the shore, admiring the enchanting surroundings and embracing the allure of the natural world. The Ruby Riverbank is not merely a picturesque locale, it is also steeped in mystery and romantic allure. Here, one can truly appreciate the majesty and beauty of nature, while simultaneously acknowledging the insignificance and fragility of humanity. After all, it was under the extraordinary circumstances of divine intervention that King Robert vanquished Rhaegar, with the fabled hammer still concealed deep within the Red Keep. A secret known only to Eddard Stark. Whether the stones here possess the brilliance of rubies remains uncertain, yet the few I have discovered are undeniably red. Arya and her companions, barefoot, are scouring the shallows for rubies. Olenna Tyrell has also arrived, sensing the lingering aura of the fabled hammer, perhaps a remnant from years past. Is it you, the hammer of the gods? Olenna muses, gazing across the river's surface, seemingly lost in thought. Myrcella, by what means did King Robert slay Rhaegar? Without a moment's hesitation, Myrcella responds, with a hammer, of course. Father is skilled in wielding one. And what manner of hammer was it? Have you ever seen it? Alas, I have not. Myrcella admits with a hint of embarrassment. Suddenly, Arya gives her a playful shove, sending her tumbling into the water, drenched from head to toe. Arya, what are you doing? Myrcella exclaims, rising to glare at her. Ha ha ha, Myrcella, let us engage in a water fight. We had such fun with snowballs in Winterfell. Why not here? Arya exclaims, her face alight with mischief. After a brief hesitation, Myrcella joins the fray. What about you, Bran? Do you wish to serve as a squire to Ser Barristan? Catelyn queries, observing Brandon alongside Eddard. Nearby, a nun is stitching while Sansa looks on, both glancing over at the conversation. Mother, Ser Barristan is a legendary knight. I should be honored. Brandon Stark asserts. Ser Barristan is the captain of the King's Guard and a member of the Small Council. Even the legendary Ser Duncan the Tall is his equal. To serve as a squire would be a privilege for Bran, Eddard states, looking at Catelyn. Catelyn sets aside her work and approaches Brandon, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Bran, I have a more suitable candidate in mind. Would you consider it? He is also a legendary knight, and you are more familiar with him. Who is it? Brandon inquires eagerly. Olenna Tyrell. He too is a knight, having been knighted at the tender age of 13, and you know him well. Once we arrive in King's Landing, we shall live together. Would you like to be the squire of Olenna Tyrell? Catelyn gazes down at Brandon. I would. I have wished for it since our time in Winterfell, but at that time he and Fian were hostages. And I feared you would not approve of my desire to serve him. Even if he is a hostage, he is my foster son and your brother. He has watched you grow. Bran, the choice is yours. Ultimately, Brandon chooses to serve Olenna Tyrell, as he contemplated the presence of the King's Guard, who would always accompany Robb to ensure his safety. Bran was not particularly eager to spend every day in the company of a drunkard. Thus, Ser Olenna Hightower was summoned. Lord Eddard, Lady Catelyn, and Miss Sansa, you called for me? Olenna inquired, perplexed as to why they sought his presence. Olenna, I implore you to take Bran as your squire. I hope you can impart your skills to him, Eddard Stark expressed earnestly. Bran approached from behind, having donned a new attire befitting a young lad. It is my honor, my lord. Bran, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Olenna smiled warmly at Bran. Indeed, I shall polish your horse until it gleams and sharpen your sword until it is swift. Bran vowed earnestly. Chapter 55, The Soaring Eagle. Shortly after Sarah Olenna accepted Bran as his squire, they arrived in King's Landing, the grandest city on the continent of Westeros, the capital where Aegon the Conqueror first landed. King's Landing is steeped in history and glory, a realm marked by bravery and bloodshed, serving as the heart of the nation and the epicenter of power. At the city's core, the royal palace and the great cathedral stand majestically, iconic landmarks and spiritual symbols of the realm. The palace, residence of the king and royal family, is an architectural marvel adorned with opulent decorations and exquisite carvings. Its design blends classical elegance with modern simplicity, surrounded by expansive gardens brimming with a myriad of flowers and trees, a veritable paradise in every season. The cathedral serves as the religious heart of the capital, an imposing structure crowned with soaring spires and lavish embellishments. Inside, the decor is remarkably intricate, with walls adorned by various religious paintings and sculptures, evoking a sense of solemnity and sanctity. The cathedral is flanked by a square, where an array of blooming flowers and trees creates a picturesque setting throughout the year. Beyond the palace and cathedral, King's Landing boasts numerous other edifices and attractions. The narrow streets are lined with ancient buildings and shops, echoing the weight of history. The bustling market is alive with an assortment of goods and culinary delights, pulsating with the essence of life. The museums are rich in heritage, housing precious artifacts and artworks that reflect the depth of culture. The population of the capital is diverse, comprising individuals from various regions and social strata. The citizens are known for their friendliness and warmth, always willing to lend a helping hand, imparting a sense of comfort and care. The cultural tapestry is vibrant, filled with a plethora of activities and festivals that celebrate the joys of life. In summary, King's Landing is an extraordinarily beautiful and enchanting city, steeped in rich history and cultural heritage, serving as the most significant location on the entire continent of Westeros. Upon arriving at the capital, King Robert took Eddard Stark to the small council meeting, a rare occasion where he personally attended. During the meeting, Eddard encountered Maester Pycelle, the Master of Coin Petyr Baelish, and the Master of Whisperers Varys. However, the Master of Ship Stannis was absent, having returned to his own lands. At the council meeting, King Robert decreed, "I shall host a tournament to celebrate Eddard." He then entrusted Petyr Baelish with the task of securing funds, stating that he could borrow from anyone he wished. Baelish's slight smile and obsequious demeanor made Eddard feel uneasy, as Baelish was not only the brother of Catelyn but also harbored ambitions for her. Moreover, he had been grievously injured by Eddard's elder brother Brandon, nearly losing his life. "At your command, your majesty, I shall procure a substantial sum." "Eddard, is the treasury already depleted? Or are you jesting?" Eddard Stark found it hard to believe that the royal coffers were empty. After all, the Targaryens had left behind a wealth of gold and silver. "Eddard, those are the possessions of the Mad King. It would be foolish not to spend them," Robert replied nonchalantly. "However, I will personally award the champion of the tournament with a weapon, not a golden dragon, but an actual weapon." Robert laughed, exuding an air of mystery that left the others perplexed. "Robert, are you suggesting?" Eddard Stark understood the weapon to which he referred. "Indeed, Eddard. I intend to reveal it and see if anyone can lift it." Even Varys, the Master of Whisperers, could not fathom the implications of their conversation. After the meeting concluded, Varys returned home, where the Black Widow and the Red Spider immediately approached him. "My lord, why do you return today with such a furrowed brow?" inquired the Black Widow, seemingly unconcerned as she examined her fingernails. "Today, Lord Eddard Stark has arrived in King's Landing. I trust you are aware of this?" Varys inquired while sipping his tea. "Indeed, the people of King's Landing are well aware that the Duke of the North, Lord Eddard Stark, has come to town, and he is to be the new hand of the king. The city is filled with anticipation for his arrival." The Red Spider grinned wickedly, knowing that such expectations would lead to greater disappointment. During the small council meeting today, King Robert mentioned his intention to hold a tournament, with the victor receiving a weapon. "However, I am uncertain what weapon it might be. Is there anything in King's Landing that I do not know?" "Ah, my lord, there is indeed something you are unaware of, and I happen to know," the Black Widow replied with a sly smile, touching her lips before recounting the tale of how Robert had slain Rhaegar. During the Battle of the Ruby Ford, at the last moment, Rhaegar had deflected Robert's hammer with his sword, but just as he was about to strike Robert down, a hammer descended from the heavens, allowing Robert to deliver the fatal blow to Rhaegar. "This is likely the weapon that Robert mentioned," What about that hammer? The red spider inquired uncertainly, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Indeed, it is the hammer of the Chosen, though I cannot fathom why Robber was able to wield it. He only managed to lift it once before being unable to do so again, the Black Widow remarked, aware alongside the red spider that only the leader of Cybertron could raise the hammer of the Chosen. What is this hammer of the Chosen? And where is it now? Vari stroked his chin and asked, I used to know where the hammer of the Chosen was, but now I am uncertain. It seems that King Robber relocated it before heading to Winterfell. The Black Widow also shook her head, oblivious to the current whereabouts of the hammer. As for why she previously knew, it was because she had seen the hammer while passing through a location during a mission, though she too failed to lift it. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Distinguished privilege. A 7-day ad-free reading privilege card, available for all registered users free of charge. After Eddard Stark returned to the Prime Minister's tower, he instructed the steward to arrange accommodations for everyone. However, shortly thereafter, an uninvited guest arrived. Peter Baelish came without an invitation, but he was not there to see Eddard. He had come to meet Caitlin. Eddard Stark greeted him with an expression of displeasure. Lord Baelish, what brings you here instead of seeking a loan? Eddard inquired from his seat, his countenance betraying his unwelcoming demeanor. Yet Peter wore a broad smile, his gaze directed at Caitlin beside Eddard. I came to see my sister. Is there any harm in that? Moreover, I have a letter for you. Would you like to take a look? Peter produced a letter embossed with a crescent moon and falcon. Where did this come from? The Vale? Caitlin questioned, thinking of her sister. Indeed, it is from the Vale. A letter from Lisa. I have yet to read it. Caitlin, perhaps you should take a look first. Caitlin took the letter, opened it, and then turned to Eddard Stark, stating, Peter is trustworthy. He assisted Lisa in escaping King's Landing and returning to the Eyrie. Lisa considers Peter her benefactor. Despite hearing this, Eddard Stark remained unimpressed by Peter, for his appearance lacked an air of integrity. Above the Vale, several enormous eagles soared gracefully through the sky. Their wings were broad and powerful, each flap stirring up gusts of wind that caused the earth below to tremble. The feathers of the eagles shimmered in deep brown, reflecting a metallic luster under the sun's rays. Their heads were small and agile, with keen eyes ever vigilant to their surroundings. Their beaks were sharp and curved, resembling scythes capable of easily rending their prey. The eagles glided freely through the heavens, their forms elegant and nimble, captivating all who beheld them. It soars gracefully at times, then dives sharply, and occasionally rolls in the air, showcasing its remarkable aerial prowess. Its speed is astonishing, rendering its form nearly indistinguishable, leaving only a fleeting blur in its wake. Below the majestic eagle lies an expansive expanse of land, adorned with mountains, rivers, forests, and meadows, inhabited by a myriad of creatures and flora. The eagle gazes down upon this realm, its eyes radiating authority and dominance. It reigns as the sovereign of the skies and the guardian of the earth. As time progresses, the sun gradually tilts towards the west and the sky darkens. The eagle circles above for a while before soaring into the distance. Its silhouette slowly fades into the encroaching darkness, leaving behind a tranquil sky. Upon returning to their nest, several colossal eagles begin to converse. We are truly unfortunate to have transformed into animals. Isn't it a shocking turn of fate? One exclaims. If we cause a ruckus, let us refrain from complaints. Being an animal isn't so dire? After all, aren't the laser birds also creatures? Another responds. At least we can still fly. Can we not? In a past life, we were aircraft. In this life, being a soaring eagle is not so bad, is it? Yet another laments. But how many years can one live as an eagle? I certainly do not wish to perish in just a few years. The one known as Ruckus remarks. Ruckus and Thunderstrike are aircraft from the planet Cybertron, belonging to the Decepticon Air Force, part of the same series of robots as Starscream, differing only in color. During a mission, they encountered the devastation of Cybertron and, upon arriving in the land of Westeros, transformed into mighty eagles. They reside in the valley, revered by its inhabitants as the sovereigns and protectors of the skies. Indeed, the legends of the valley speak of the existence of colossal eagles and griffins, which can be ridden just like the dragons. Since the return of the great eagles to the valley, many knights have sought ways to find and tame them, aspiring to become eagle riders. Unfortunately, many have perished beneath the cliffs, with none surviving to approach them. Whether as aircraft or creatures, I must find Lord Megatron. From the depths of the nest emerged an even larger eagle, accompanied by a smaller one. I understand, Thunderquake. For you? Lord Megatron embodies not only a leader but also a mentor. After all, you're a student, are you not? Wouldn't you agree, Skywing? Thunderstrike inquires. Chapter 56. The tournament. Olenna Tyrell accompanied Jaime Lannister to the Red Keep in King's Landing, where she was to meet with Babidi. In a garden within the palace, Olenna beheld a figure. It was Babidi, currently practicing his swordsmanship, clad in gleaming white armor and draped in a white cloak, wielding a longsword. He stands as one of the bravest knights in the realm. In the garden, flowers bloom vibrantly, a riot of colors, while birds merrily sing from the branches. Babidi inhales deeply, savoring the fresh air and the fragrance of blossoms before commencing his sword practice. He commenced with a series of warm-up exercises, engaging every part of his body. Subsequently, he unsheathed his longsword and embarked on a sequence of fundamental movements. His motions were fluid and powerful, the blade tracing exquisite arcs through the air. Bobobi practiced with unwavering focus, his gaze resolute and intent, as if the entire world consisted solely of himself and his sword. His sweat soaked his garments, yet he persevered, relentlessly honing his skills. After practicing the basic maneuvers for a while, Bobobi advanced to more intricate techniques. He leaped, spun, and swung his sword with increasing speed and finesse. The blade shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, akin to a flash of lightning. Throughout his practice, Bobobi encountered various challenges and obstacles. At times, his movements faltered, or his sword missed its mark. However, he did not relent. Instead, he continuously sought improvement. He understood that only through relentless practice could he aspire to be a true knight. After several hours, Bobobi finally ceased his endeavors. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, yet a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Gazing at the sword in his hand, his heart swelled with pride and confidence. He knew he was prepared to face any challenge that lay ahead. Bobobi sheathed his sword and exited the garden, his figure towering and majestic in the sunlight. He was the guardian of this kingdom and a beacon of hope for its people. Observing Oren Pyxis hiding in the shadows and avoiding a meeting with Bobobi, Jaime Lannister was perplexed by his actions. He has left. Were you not here to see him? Perhaps this is not the opportune moment for a meeting. We require a more suitable occasion. I shall encounter him at the tournament. Thank you, Sir Jaime. Please convey to Bobobi that Oren Pyxis has arrived in King's Landing. With those words, Oren Pyxis departed. Though he was not far from Bobobi, he felt an inexplicable trepidation about approaching him. Perhaps this was the essence of feeling more timid when close to home. Although Cybertron had been obliterated, anywhere inhabited by its people remained a homeland. Watching Oren Pyxis retreating, Jaime Lannister seemed to grasp something profound. It appears the champion's prize at this tournament will be yours, Oren Pyxis. I believe the weapons in Lord Baratheon's collection will satisfy you, even though I am unaware of what treasures he possesses. In a spacious, well-lit drawing room, several noble ladies were gathered, diligently embroidering with needles and silk threads. Their attire was resplendent, their hair meticulously styled, and soft smiles graced their faces. One lady donned a pink dress adorned with exquisite floral embroidery, a pink flower nestled in her hair, enhancing her beauty. Another wore a blue gown embellished with white flowers, her hair adorned with a blue bow, exuding a fresh and charming allure. As they embroidered and conversed, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. One young lady remarked, "What do you think of this flower I have stitched?" The others gathered around to admire her work, showering her with compliments. "It's truly beautiful. Your stitching is exquisite." Upon hearing this, a proud smile illuminated her face. At that moment, another young lady suggested, "I believe we could collaborate on a piece of artwork to hang in the living room. It would be even more splendid." The others readily agreed. Thus, they began to deliberate on what to embroider, ultimately deciding on 100 birds welcoming the phoenix. They divided the tasks among themselves, with some stitching birds, others flowers, and yet others leaves and branches. Their movements were both skilled and graceful as the threads danced through their fingers, reminiscent of a ballet. Before long, the exquisite 100 birds welcoming the phoenix was completed. They hung their finished piece in the living room, standing before it to admire their creation. Their faces radiated pride and satisfaction, as if proclaiming, "We are the best." "I have heard that a duke's daughter from the north named Sansa Stark has flowers more beautiful than ours. Should we challenge her?" inquired the first noble lady. "Sansa Stark? From Winterfell? Her father wouldn't happen to be the new prime minister, would he? We should avoid offending her," replied another, somewhat timid young lady. "What are we afraid of? Can Sansa Stark truly harm us? Surely, she cannot be worse than the former prime minister's wife." The mere mention of the former prime minister's wife sent shivers down their spines. She was a woman of madness. Her family possessed boundless wealth and power. Her father was a duke, her husband also a duke, and a prime minister to boot. Though Lady Lisa was strikingly beautiful, her gaze betrayed a certain madness and cruelty. Her lips perpetually curled into a chilling smile. Her erratic actions were utterly bewildering. At times, Lisa would mysteriously disappear with her son, leaving her guards unable to locate them, only to return the following day. Lady Lisa often bore dark circles under her eyes, as though she had not slept at night, and her child, at the age of 7, still nursed. Such behavior was decidedly peculiar. My lady, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The tale grows ever more enthralling. Exclusive privileges await you. A 7-day ad-free reading privilege card is available for all registered users. Now, they had returned to the Vale of Erin, where they dealt with the affairs of the region daily. Lady Lisa temporarily assumed the role of the Vale's protector. Each day, she would sit in the hall of the Eyrie, listening to reports from various lords, her son nestled in her arms. My lady, young master, we have discovered a creature larger than the giant eagle, a griffin, which is indeed more than twice its size, reported a knight of the Vale. He, too, harbored delusions of becoming a knight of the soaring eagle, yet he discovered a creature even more captivating than the eagle itself, a magnificent griffin. Not long ago, within the forest of the valley, a colossal griffin emerged. Its physique was as robust as that of a lion, with distinct muscular contours that exuded strength. Simultaneously, it possessed a pair of eagle wings, granting it the ability to soar through the skies. Its fur shimmered in a deep brown hue, glistening with a metallic luster under the sun's rays. The griffin's expansive and powerful wings, when unfurled, seemed capable of eclipsing the very sun. The feathers bore a delicate golden tint, edged with black patterns, lending an extravagant allure. When it took to the skies, the sound of its wings flapping resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the forest. Its head bore a fusion of lion and eagle characteristics, adorned with piercing eyes that blazed like flames, capable of perceiving all. Its beak curved like a hook, with sharp teeth glinting ominously, as if they could effortlessly rend any prey asunder. The griffin's legs were sturdy and powerful, with claws as sharp as blades, easily ensnaring its quarry. Its tail, long and agile, flicked like a whip, capable of delivering a lethal blow in combat. Upon the arrival of this immense griffin in the forest, a wave of terror swept over all creatures. Its majesty and might were irresistibly commanding. As if it were the sovereign of this woodland realm, it navigated through the thickets in search of its prey, each strike executed with impeccable precision, leaving onlookers in awe. This grand griffin symbolized not only strength but also wisdom, endowed with keen insight and exceptional combat prowess, effortlessly vanquishing adversaries in battle. Its presence imbued the forest with an air of mystery and peril, instilling profound reverence among those who beheld it. Griffins, it seems, are emerging from the shadows of legend, alongside the long-vanished giant eagles. Lady Lisa remarked coolly. Indeed, the legends of the valley spoke of both giant eagles and griffins. Yet it appeared that the last of each had perished in a mutual demise. 2 knights were also lost that day, one a griffin knight, the other a giant eagle knight. Their disappearance dates back to ancient times, long before the ancestors set foot on the continent of Westeros, and even before the arrival of the Targaryen dynasty. Mother, I wish to see a griffin. Could you send someone to capture one for me? I want to become a griffin knight, young Robert Arryn implored, his wide eyes fixed upon his mother. Did you hear that, sire? Do not delay in sending someone to capture a griffin, but ensure it remains unharmed, Lady Lisa commanded. Her tone is indifferent, as if she were instructing someone to fetch a mere dog. What? My lady, that is a griffin. Even in legends, only dragons can rival them. How could I ever hope to capture such a creature? Mother, he does not listen. Can we not just set him free, like a kite? Robert Arryn exclaimed with excitement. Below, the knight grew anxious, glancing towards the moon door, where a sheer cliff loomed. Falling would be certain death, unless one were to sprout wings. Jazz, I shall grant you one more opportunity, to capture the griffin or to leap through the moon gate. Lady Lisa regarded him with a cold expression. My subordinate is willing to pursue the griffin, yet I kindly request an extension of time. A month should suffice, yes? That will be ample. Thank you, my lady. After the knight departed, a scholar arrived bearing a letter. My lady, this is from King's Landing. Lord Eddard Stark of the North is to assume the position of Hand of the King? Lady Lisa took the letter and understood. It was not sent by Peter Baelish, but by her own sister, Caitlin. The Knights of the Vale may attend the tournament in King's Landing if they wish. I hope they can bring back that weapon, Lisa declared. Caitlin had also learned from Eddard that King Robb possessed another artifact, although he could not wield it. Caitlin conveyed this news to Lisa. Chapter 57. Annulment of the betrothal. Though Eddard Stark found his role as Hand of the King somewhat uncomfortable, he endeavored to assist Robb with the affairs of state for the sake of his brother. Meanwhile, Caitlin quickly acclimated to her new surroundings. Being the daughter of the Duke of the Riverlands, she was well versed in the ways of southern nobility. Compared to King's Landing, she held a greater disdain for the frigid Winterfell. One afternoon, several noblewomen arrived, seeking to invite Lady Caitlin to an evening banquet, hoping she would bring Sansa along. Caitlin went to Sansa's chamber, but found it empty. She summoned Septim Mordain to inquire. Where has Sansa gone? My lady, Miss Sansa has gone out shopping with her companions. King's Landing is filled with shops selling necklaces, jewelry, and vibrant dresses. How could she resist? Caitlin acknowledged the truth in this, yet her concern grew, prompting her to summon Sir Olivar Pyxis. Clad in red and blue armor and wielding the Starfall sword, Olivar was accompanied by his squire, Caitlin's son, Brandon. Dressed in simple attire, Brandon sought to experience true life. "My lady, awaiting your command." Olivar knelt on one knee. Brandon Stark followed suit. "Olivar, Sansa has gone shopping in King's Landing. Bring her back. This city is unlike the North, and not all its inhabitants are kind. There are many ruffians." Caitlin was aware of the tales of the mob in King's Landing slaying dragons. When pushed to extremes, even a dragon could be consumed whole. Such is the horror of humanity. "Yes, my lady." Olivar Pyxis departed with Brandon in tow. "My sister is just like this. I knew she would become like the noble ladies of the South. All she thinks about is shopping and buying things all day." Brandon continued to speak ill of Sansa as they journeyed. "Bran, it is well understood that you harbor a greater affection for Arya than for Sansa. However, do not forget, Sansa remains your sister. Bear in mind, the words of House Tully are family, duty, and honor." As Olenna Tyrell spoke, she traversed the corridors of the Hand's Tower. With many passing by her side, Bran followed closely behind, refraining from speaking ill of his sister any longer. The streets of King's Landing bustled with life and vibrancy. A noble lady, adorned in resplendent attire and accompanied by her maid, gracefully strolled down the thoroughfare. This noble lady, none other than Sansa Stark, hailed from a prestigious lineage. Having received an exceptional education from a young age, demonstrating both poise and remarkable talent, today she found herself in particularly high spirits. Deciding to venture out with her maid to relish the lively atmosphere, Sansa donned a delicate lavender gown, intricately embroidered with exquisite floral designs that swayed gently with her movements. A white ribbon cinched her waist, adorned with sparkling gemstones that glimmered in the light. Upon her head rested an ornate headdress, embellished with fresh blooms, enhancing her captivating beauty. Her maid, named Mira, wore a vibrant green dress, embellished with simple patterns, and sported a charming white hat, exuding a refreshing allure. Mira closely followed Sansa, clutching a petite purse filled with coins. As they ambled along, they admired the array of shops lining the streets. They soon encountered a jewelry store, displaying a dazzling assortment of ornaments. Unable to resist, Sansa stepped inside, meticulously selecting her treasures. She picked up a necklace, tried it on before the mirror, and found it exceedingly lovely. Consequently, she instructed Mira to purchase the necklace. Next, they ventured into a fabric shop, where a plethora of textiles awaited them: silks, cottons, linens, and more. Sansa chose a piece of pale blue silk, envisioning a new dress, while Mira selected a vibrant red cotton, intending to craft a handkerchief. After completing their fabric purchases, Sansa and Mira proceeded to a quaint eatery, where an array of delicacies beckoned: candied fruits, pastries, wontons, and more. They indulged in delightful treats, savoring each bite while engaging in cheerful conversation. "Indeed, King's Landing is a veritable paradise," exclaimed Mira, her lips dusted with crumbs. "Soon, we shall reside here permanently. I shall marry the prince, and together we will bear children, our offspring destined to become future kings, with dominion stretching from the Wall to the Dorne deserts." Sansa began to weave her daydreams. Before they knew it, the sun was nearing its descent. Feeling somewhat weary from their escapade, they decided to return home. On their way back, they purchased an assortment of fruits and fresh flowers, intending to present them to their family upon their return. However, as they walked along the road, a group of ragged individuals stealthily encircled them. The malevolent glint in their eyes instantly aroused Sansa's apprehension. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired, embracing her shoulders with her hands, while little Bethany stepped forward, arms outstretched to shield her. "Our lady is the daughter of the Prime Minister. You must not act recklessly. Should a single hair be harmed on her head, you will surely face dire consequences, and your families will suffer as well." Bethany believed her words would instill fear in them. Yet, the ragged group merely scoffed. "I've long been a solitary soul, having gone days without sustenance. Why should I fear your threats, noble lady? We have yet to experience such an encounter." They jeered, laughter echoing among them, as if such deeds were commonplace. How infuriating. Why does the city guard not arrive? Sansa thought, anxiety gripping her heart. Take them into the alley. Several of them seized Bethany, hoisting her up. Then, a rusted blade was pressed against Sansa Stark's neck, compelling her to follow. The alley, situated at the city's edge, was narrow and deep, devoid of life. Towering, dilapidated walls bore the scars of time and moss. A foul stench pervaded the alley, as if it were a forsaken corner of the world. The night's darkness enveloped the alley, instilling an inexplicable dread. The moonlight, filtering through the clouds, cast a feeble glow, yet failed to illuminate the depths of the passage. Walking through the alley, only the sounds of footsteps and labored breaths could be heard, as if the entire world had vanished. The ground was uneven, littered with puddles and refuse. One could easily stumble into a waterlogged pit, splattering mud upon themselves. The graffiti and stains on the walls elicited feelings of disgust, as though this place were a breeding ground for crime and malevolence. The deeper they ventured into the alley, the thicker the darkness became, as if an invisible force were consuming all light and hope. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, causing Sansa to shiver involuntarily. Strange sounds seemed to mingle with the wind, sending shivers down her spine. She dared not speak, nor could she discern her surroundings, only praying silently for her prince to come to her rescue. In the somber alley, time appeared to slow to an agonizing crawl. Each step demanded tremendous courage and effort. With a resounding thud, Bethany was flung aside, crying out in agony. "It hurts so much. It feels as if my leg is breaking. If you kill us, you will surely face retribution," she lamented, still unable to fathom that these beggars would dare to harm herself and Sansa. Little did she realize, this was King's Landing, not Winterfell. The rabble of King's Landing dared to slay dragons, and the daughter of a prime minister was but a triviality in their eyes. Sansa was also cast out, landing hard on the ground, her forehead grazed and blood gushing forth. A wave of terror washed over her, as if death were imminent. Yet, she felt a pang of discontent. After all, she had yet to encounter her prince. "Ha ha ha, let us experience being women today, before we slay you," cackled a group of beggars, their laughter echoing as they rushed forward to tear at their garments. The sound of ripping fabric filled the air. Beth's dress was torn apart, and with another brutal tug, Sansa's belt was stripped away. Their screams pierced the silence, desperate to attract attention, but alas, they were in a desolate place. It seemed their fate was sealed. Amidst the chaos, the sound of approaching footsteps resonated, as if someone in boots were hastening towards them. Under the cover of night, a flash of blue sword light appeared, severing a head from its body, blood spraying forth. The remaining assailants were struck with fear, seemingly losing control of themselves. Overwhelmed with shame, both Sansa and Beth felt the warmth of humiliation as they involuntarily wet themselves. "Curse it, who is that?" Just as the words left Sansa's lips, another flurry of sword strikes ensued, and several heads soared through the air before landing with a thud. It was then that Sansa Stark, illuminated by the gleam of the blade, beheld the figure of her savior, Olenna Tyrell. "Sansa, are you unharmed?" I'm fine." Sansa Stark instinctively leaped into Olenna's embrace, feeling the fervent heartbeat in his chest, oddly situated not to the left, but at the center. Half an hour later, Olenna returned to the Prime Minister's tower with the two girls, where Eddard Stark expressed his fury, chastising them sternly. Catelyn held Sansa close, offering comfort. "I told you to take a guard when you ventured out. Why did you not listen? If it weren't for Olenna, you would have been defiled. Do you understand? If that were the case, your hopes of marrying a prince would be dashed, as it would bring disgrace upon the Stark name." Eddard scolded Sansa fiercely before letting out a heavy sigh. "Sansa, I think it's best to forget about it. As for Joffrey, do not marry him. I will discuss this with Robert. I have promised to safeguard this realm, and there is no need to entangle my daughter's marriage in the process. I support you in this decision, Eddard. If we do not marry her off, even if Sansa remains at home for her entire life, we can still provide for her." Catelyn reassured her daughter. Sansa Stark wept bitterly, realizing that the splendor of King's Landing paled in comparison to the evils of Winterfell. Chapter 58. Chopping wood. Outside the city, Arya knocked on Sansa Stark's door, carrying a bowl of soup. "Sansa, I'm coming in." Upon entering, Arya found Sansa cocooned in her blankets, her body entirely covered, even her head concealed. "Sansa, this is the soup Mother made for you. Please have a bit. You didn't eat anything last night. You must be hungry now," Arya urged. Sansa appeared to be sobbing beneath her covers, and Arya felt a deep pang of sympathy for her sister. Despite their frequent quarrels, they were bound by blood. They were family. They were sisters. As Arya pondered how to comfort Sansa, she felt a soft nudge at her feet. Looking down, she discovered Nymeria had come to her side. A thought struck her. Yes, I shall summon the lady to comfort Sansa. Arya found Nymeria in a wooden cabin within the Tower of the Hand, and upon seeing Arya, Nymeria licked her fingers affectionately. "Haha, Nymeria, your master needs you now." With that, Arya led Nymeria back to Sansa's room. The dire wolf leapt onto the bed, settling beside Sansa under the covers. Sansa sensed Nymeria's presence and emerged from her cocoon of blankets. Her spirits were notably low. She sat silently on the bed, her gaze vacant, staring into the distance. Tears had dried upon her cheeks, leaving clear trails in their wake. Her eyes were swollen, betraying a profound sadness and helplessness. Strands of disheveled hair clung to her cheeks, accentuating her weariness. Her lips quivered slightly, as if whispering the pain residing within her heart. Her body trembled, still engulfed in the remnants of her sorrow. Clutched tightly in her hand was a handkerchief, dampened by her tears. The knuckles of her fingers turned pale from the pressure, revealing her inner turmoil and anxiety. Her breath came in quick gasps, her chest rising and falling as she struggled to suppress her grief. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating, heavy with despair. Her silhouette by the window appeared so solitary and fragile, as if it could be shattered by sorrow at any moment. Yet, within her eyes glimmered a flicker of strength and resilience that elicited both compassion and admiration. Nymeria licked Sansa's hand, bringing her back to the present. Arya held a bowl of soup, ready to feed her sister. Sansa, come, drink your soup. It's the one Mother made. At the sound of Arya's voice, tears welled up anew in Sansa's eyes, and she embraced Arya tightly. In that moment, the bond of sisterhood was rekindled. That night, the two sisters found comfort in each other's company as they slept side by side. Sansa Stark felt a sense of ease, for her sister was there with her. Meanwhile, at the wall, Jon Snow was once again training with the new recruits. However, this time the atmosphere was different. Jon faced off against a recruit named Pip. As Pip swung his sword, Jon swiftly parried the blow. Yet, when Pip followed up with a punch, Jon slipped, and the blow struck his shoulder, prompting him to exclaim, "Ah, what a powerful punch. Such strength." Jon rolled on the ground to regain his balance, while Pip stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at his clenched fist in disbelief. Laughter echoed in the air as Jon Snow acknowledged the formidable presence of his companion. "Let me teach you a lesson once more." The two engaged in a spirited spar, though it was evident to any discerning observer that Jon was merely performing. Fortunately, his acting skills allowed him to blend in with the other recruits. Meanwhile, their instructor, Alicia, observed them with a detached gaze. "Everyone, immediately, grab an axe and venture beyond the walls to gather firewood. Our supply is dwindling, and we require ample timber for cooking." Jon Snow, filled with enthusiasm, followed his comrades to the tool shed. There, he encountered yet another new recruit, a towering figure, resembling a giant yet exuding an air of timidity. Visibly apprehensive, standing over 7 feet tall, he was an unmistakable presence among the crowd, with broad shoulders, a robust chest, and powerful arms that conveyed immense strength. Yet, his courage was remarkably lacking. In the face of even slight danger or uncertainty, he would grow increasingly anxious, his heart racing, breath quickening, and limbs trembling uncontrollably. Jon approached him and inquired, "Who are you? Another new recruit for the Night's Watch? Did you come here willingly?" The man looked down at Jon, who barely reached his shoulders, and replied in a hushed tone, "I am Samwell Tarly, sent here by my father. If I had not come, he would have killed me." As he spoke, his voice quivered with the threat of tears, and Jon felt a surge of guilt. It was no feat to frighten a timid soul to the brink of tears. Rather, it was a disgrace. "Do not cry, Samwell. We are heading out to collect firewood. Perhaps you can assist us. With your size, you must possess considerable strength." For the first time, Samwell felt that someone believed in his potential to be of help. Thus, he picked up an axe and joined them as they departed for the wall. Meanwhile, Tyrion Lannister was traveling towards Winterfell in the company of a man named Yoren. Yoren was tasked with delivering new recruits to the Night's Watch, making his annual rounds across the entirety of Westeros, collecting criminals from various lords to send to the wall. This was a necessary, albeit regrettable, method of replenishing their ranks, though it often resulted in poorly disciplined and morally questionable individuals, potentially sowing the seeds of future troubles. At the Black Castle, a centenarian scholar was feeding ravens when a handful of corn suddenly scattered across the ground. His clouded eyes seemed to sense something, and he turned his gaze towards the south, as if something there beckoned him. At the harbor, Egan and Ironwood expended all their funds to purchase a modest vessel, resolutely deciding to row towards Dorne. This journey was destined to be long, fraught with tumultuous winds and rains. Egan hefted a wooden chest onto the ship while perusing a map. Ironwood busied himself with the transportation of provisions and wine, mindful that fresh water was a luxury in the vast ocean, where sustenance was limited to fish and the occasional catch. "Egan, I advise you to don a hat. Your silver hair is far too conspicuous," Ironwood remarked, observing the shimmering silver locks of Egan glistening in the sunlight. He pondered if shaving Egan's head might be a prudent choice. Egan, feeling the weight of stares from passers-by, resolved to take matters into his own hands. With a dagger in hand, he began to shear his hair, enlisting Ironwood's assistance for the harder-to-reach areas. Before long, a bald figure emerged, and Egan gazed into the water's reflection, feeling a newfound sense of safety. The ferry terminal served as a crucial juncture between shores, a place of farewells and reunions. Egan glanced back towards the north, toward Winterfell, acutely aware that his departure might mean years before he encountered any member of House Stark again. Standing at the terminal, he gazed upon the flowing river, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sentiment. The river surged relentlessly toward the horizon, as if narrating tales of time gone by. Before him lay a multitude of vessels, some grand, others humble, each setting sail toward the unknown. These ships bore the dreams and aspirations of their occupants, navigating into the uncharted future. Egan observed the boats darting across the river, their sails billowing in the breeze, producing a delightful cacophony. The sounds melded into a splendid symphony. He envisioned the individuals aboard, some toiling diligently, others reveling in the scenic beauty, while a few engaged in lively conversations with loved ones. Their faces radiated joy and contentment, conveying a message of pursuit and appreciation for life's wonders. At the terminal, he witnessed the duality of parting and gathering. Some bid farewell to dear friends and family, while others welcomed distant arrivals. In moments of departure, eyes brimmed with reluctance and nostalgia. During reunions, they sparkled with joy and excitement. The terminal bore witness to the ebb and flow of human emotions, encapsulating resilience and bravery. Here, too, Egan discerned glimmers of hope and the promise of the future. The vessels, setting sail towards the horizon, embodied humanity's yearning for tomorrow. Egan harbored dreams of his own, the restoration of his homeland, bearing the name of the conqueror. He aspired for all of Westeros to recognize his existence and his formidable nature. Farewell, North, Egan declared with unwavering resolve as he stepped onto the ship. Ironwood navigated their craft, and together they drifted with the current, heading eastward. The sun cast its golden rays upon the water, creating a glistening spectacle reminiscent of countless diamonds scattered across the sea's surface. The waves upon the sea gently caressed the shore, producing a crystalline sound, as if the ocean is narrating its tales to humankind. In the distance, vessels glide gracefully across the sunlit waters, their silhouettes tracing enchanting arcs upon the surface. Above, a few wispy clouds drift leisurely, casting shadows that lend an air of mystery to the sea. The sunlight bathes the water, warming it with a luminous glow, evoking a sense of vitality and energy in those who navigate these waters. Yet, is this truly the reality? No, for the long summer has passed, and the harsh winter approaches. Within the confinement of a chest lies a young dragon, diligently practicing its flame-breathing, seemingly endowed with considerable intelligence, perhaps aware of its future significance. Chapter 59. A glimmer of hope in a forest draped in a silvery cloak of snow, flakes descend gracefully, enveloping the world in tranquility and chill. However, amidst this silence, a group of individuals clad in black toil industriously. Armed with sharp axes, they strike forcefully at the towering trees. Each blow reverberates with a dull thud, shattering the forest's serenity. Their movements are both skilled and vigorous, as if engaged in a fierce battle with the very trees themselves. With each swing of the axe, timber crashes to the ground, resonating with a thunderous roar. The snowy ground bears deep imprints, as if the forest groans in agony. Yet, those in black remain unyielding, continuing their relentless chopping. Behind them lies a field of fallen trees, reduced to barren stumps, wounds upon the forest that evoke profound sorrow. Nevertheless, the black-clad figures seem oblivious to this tragedy, their focus solely on the great trees that they intend to convert into lumber for transport. I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted. Samwell, resembling a giant, sinks heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, expressing his fatigue. Sam, it seems your father sent you to the wall for the purpose of fortifying your strength, Jon Snow remarks, crunching through the snow as he approaches. What do you mean? Jon? Samwell looks up at Jon, who wears a resolute expression, filled with determination. I firmly believe in the saying that even a fierce tiger spares its cubs. Your father would never truly harm you. Absolutely not. Jon's conviction prompts Samwell to ponder deeply. But he himself said he would take me to Robb. And the next day, they would find my corpse in the wild. Samwell's face reflects despair. I cannot speak to your father's intentions. But Lord Eddard Stark, my own father, has also tested his sons, including me. How did he test you? Sam inquires. He sent us into the wild armed with spears to hunt a stag, alone and without assistance. This serves as our trial, a Stark-esque trial within the city. Samwell then inquired, how old were you at that time? 12. However, I was too corpulent to slay a stag, and even rabbits eluded me without traps. Samwell lamented. Just as the two continued their discourse, Eddie approached. I say, gentlemen, we have a task at hand. Do you remember? Master Alicia has tasked us with felling trees. Very well, Sam, we shall continue this conversation another time, Jon Snow declared as he once again grasped the axe. Samwell too resumed his stance, after a brief respite. He had regained his strength. They proceeded to chop down the trees, and as time passed, dusk gradually enveloped the landscape. The heavy snowfall persisted, showing no signs of abating. Those cloaked in black finally ceased their labors, shouldering their axes and dragging their weary bodies into the depths of the forest. What remained was a ravaged woodland, marred beyond recognition, accompanied by solitary tree stumps. They silently bore the weight of it all, as if awaiting the arrival of spring, yearning for the renewal of life. Although the number of felled trees appeared substantial, it was but a trifling fraction of the Whispering Woods, leaving virtually no impact. Even the wildlings resided deep within the Whispering Woods, far removed from the wall. The nearest wildling settlement to the wall was not Castle Black, but rather White Tree Village. White Tree Village, a hidden wildling hamlet nestled within the heart of the Whispering Woods. The inhabitants live in isolation from the outside world, leading a primitive and enigmatic existence. The Whispering Woods, true to its name, is a realm of chilling terror, imbued with an eerie atmosphere. Dense foliage obscures the sun, making it difficult for rays of light to penetrate through the layers of branches. A thick mist envelopes the forest, rendering visibility murky, as if concealing countless secrets and perils. The people of White Tree Village subsist through hunting and gathering. They're agile and adept climbers, employing handmade tools to capture their prey. The men typically take on the role of hunters, utilizing their keen observational skills and exceptional tracking abilities to seek out various beasts within the forest. The women, conversely, gather fruits, herbs, and other edible plants. The homes within the village are constructed from wood and bark, simple yet functional. These dwellings are scattered throughout the forest, blending harmoniously with the surrounding natural environment. At the village's center lies a clearing, a communal space for the villagers to congregate and converse. The inhabitants of White Tree Village possess a unique culture and belief system. They revere the power of nature, believing that all things within the forest possess a spirit. They conduct various rituals to beseech the blessings and favors of the deities. At night, they gather around the campfire, sharing ancient legends and tales. However, the Whispering Woods is not a tranquil paradise. The forest teems with dangers, such as ferocious beasts, toxic plants, and treacherous terrain. The people of White Tree Village must remain ever vigilant to confront potential threats. Despite the myriad challenges that life presents, the residents of White Tree Village remain deeply enamored with their homeland. They coexist harmoniously with nature, leading a life that is both simple and joyful. Here, they have discovered their own tranquility and happiness. However, the once peaceful White Tree Village now stands in eerie silence. Not a single soul is in sight. Nor is there any trace of animal life, as if it has become an ancient relic, forgotten by time. It is hard to believe that not long ago, this place was a home for wild folk, and even the night watchman would occasionally pass through, treading lightly along the village's periphery to avoid disturbing its inhabitants. What has transpired here? Has the entire village truly abandoned this place? An odd phenomenon has arisen within White Tree Village. The water, whether contained in bottles, jars, or buckets, has inexplicably frozen. The temperature here seems to be colder than in other locales. Upon returning to the Black Castle, Jon Snow learned of Tyrion's departure. A revelation that left him somewhat disheartened, for Tyrion was the first Lannister friend he had known, and he wondered if they would ever meet again. Samwell, where have you gone? Alysir Thorne stormed towards him, striking Samwell down with a fierce blow, who curled up defensively, bracing for further punishment. You cannot treat him thus. Jon Snow interposed himself between them. Ah, our Lord Snow has found a companion. He is a coward, and you are a bastard. Alysir mocked. Repeat that, Alysir, and I shall kill you. Do you believe it? Jon Snow gripped his axe tightly, barely restraining his fury. At that moment, Commander Mormont's voice echoed from above, calling for their attention. A meeting is convening. All of you to the hall. Winterfell, the largest city in the north, houses a dungeon, a dark and concealed chamber beneath the castle. The air is thick with the stench of decay and dampness, as water drips from the walls, producing a chilling, rhythmic sound. This dungeon confines many condemned prisoners, each a perpetrator of heinous crimes. Their faces are etched with despair and terror, their eyes betraying the last vestiges of a longing for life. They are acutely aware that their fates are sealed, and soon they will face execution. The dungeon is shrouded in gloom, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps in the corners, casting a meager light that accentuates the foreboding atmosphere. In one corner of the cell, a prisoner sits on the ground, his hands clasped over his head, silently weeping. His name is John, a thief condemned to death for pilfering a nobleman's purse. He is acutely aware that his transgressions are unforgivable. Yet he finds himself unable to accept the inevitable fate that awaits him. In a neighboring cell, a prisoner lies motionless on the ground. His name is Tom, a murderer condemned to death for taking the life of an innocent man. Having relinquished all hope for survival, he quietly awaits the arrival of death. The atmosphere in the dungeon is profoundly oppressive, suffocating in its weight. These condemned souls are fully cognizant of their predetermined fate, yet they struggle to reconcile with this grim reality. They spend their final moments in the shadowy dungeon, biding their time until death descends. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the corridor as a figure clad in black arrives at the gates of the death row. Accompanied by the jailer, he inquires, "Are these the ones? All death row inmates?" "Indeed, my lord. Lord Robb is eager for you to escort them to the wall, to let them shine and serve as night's watchmen." The jailer replies to Oren, I am no lord. However, I am indeed a night's watchman. Release them all. I shall lead them to the Black Castle as my brothers in the Night's Watch." Among the prisoners, many are filled with despair. Yet upon hearing that they might still live, even if it means serving at the wall, a flicker of hope ignites within them. We are willing to become Night's Watchmen. Long live the Night's Watch. Excellent. May you become the shield and sword of the kingdom. The cold winds beyond await you. Thus, Oren gathers a band of criminals from Winterfell. During dinner, Robb Stark sits at a table with Tyrion and Oren, where they discuss Benjen Stark. How is my uncle faring lately? Has he slain a few wildlings again? Robb Stark chuckles lightly. Benjen Stark is the finest ranger. As is well known throughout the Night's Watch, he adds, I regret to inform you, my lord, that Benjen seems to be in dire straits. That is the only way I can describe it, Oren states, setting down the roasted chicken in his hand. What has happened to him? Robb's expression darkens. He cannot fathom that his uncle would meet his end at the hands of wildlings. Nor can he believe that Benjen would betray the Night's Watch and join the Free Folk. He is likely dead in the wilderness, Oren remarks. Likely? So you have not seen his body, then? My uncle Benjen Stark is a man who could survive against all odds. He is Benjen Stark. Chapter 60. The falling Black Rain. A group of knights weaves through towering mountains, on a quest to locate the griffin and, once again, seek the giant eagle, with the intent of returning it to Lady Lisa. This is their mission. The knights ride gallantly through the treacherous mountain paths, their figures intermittently glimpsed among the peaks, the sound of their horses' hooves reverberating in the valley. These knights bear the weighty responsibility of seeking the legendary griffin, having heard tales of its formidable strength and mysterious abilities. A creature of immense rarity, the knights traversed the winding mountain path, surrounded by dense forests and steep peaks. They cautiously guided their steeds, skillfully avoiding stones and ravines along the way. Throughout their journey, they encountered myriad difficulties and challenges. The howling winds whipped around them, causing their cloaks to billow. Torrential rains drenched their armor and satchels. Yet, the knights pressed on, their hearts brimming with a fervent desire for the griffin and an unwavering commitment to their mission. At last, they arrived at the base of a towering peak that pierced the clouds. The mountain loomed steep and treacherous, shrouded in mist, as if concealing countless secrets. Dismounting, the knights began their arduous ascent on foot. They climbed along the steep path, employing both hands and feet, striving upward with great effort. During their ascent, they encountered perilous traps and obstacles. Nevertheless, through their remarkable skills and teamwork, the knights successfully overcame these adversities. Ultimately, they reached the summit. The peak was enveloped in swirling fog, obscuring their view. Yet, the knights did not relent. They continued to search for signs of the griffin atop the mountain. After considerable effort, they finally discovered some clues. Upon a massive boulder at the summit, they found feathers and footprints belonging to the griffin. These discoveries filled the knights with exhilaration, for they knew they were drawing closer to their goal. Following the trail, the knights eventually uncovered a vast cavern on the opposite side of the mountain. A mysterious aura pervaded the cave as they cautiously ventured inside. Deep within the cavern, they finally encountered the legendary griffin. The creature was immense, possessing sharp talons and powerful wings. Its gaze exuded an air of majesty and enigma. The knights approached the griffin with great care, attempting to communicate. The griffin seemed to sense their goodwill, refraining from attacking. Instead, it regarded them with quiet curiosity. Greetings, magnificent griffin. We are knights from the valley, sent on a mission to invite you as our guest, spoke the lead knight, uncertain whether the griffin could comprehend him. However, as it was said that griffins, like magical dragons, were also enchanted beings, it was reasonable to assume they possessed the intelligence to understand human speech. The valley, you say? You wish to invite me as a guest? Or do you seek to have me as your steed? The griffin's keen eyes revealed not only sharpness but also profound wisdom. It spoke, and the knights found no cause for suspicion or bewilderment. Nay, noble griffin, you are the guardian of the valley. How could we dare to enslave you? The knights implored, kneeling before the majestic creature. Ha ha, humans. Truly a fascinating species, your existence in the universe is quite amusing, the griffin proclaimed, introducing itself as Flame of Heaven. However, I shall not accompany you. I have matters to attend to. If you have no further business, you may take your leave. The griffin, Flame of Heaven, prepared to unfurl its wings and depart. Yet, the knights remained kneeling, pleading for their lives. Noble griffin, we come bearing a mission. If we cannot persuade you to return with us, we shall be left with no choice but to offend. Several knights gripped their swords, poised for battle. They dared to threaten me. Ha! Do you truly believe you can best me? The mighty griffin, known as Tianhua, erupted from the cave, sending several knights tumbling into the open air. With wings unfurled, Tianhua soared majestically through the sky, gazing down upon the knights below. May fortune favor you. The griffin ascended into the distance, seeking the colossal eagles. In the vast expanse of the sky, a regal griffin glided gracefully. This was Tianhua, a magnificent creature of immense strength, adorned with a lustrous coat of golden feathers that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Its broad, powerful wings stirred up fierce winds with each powerful flap, parting the clouds around it. Tianhua's head, reminiscent of a lion's, were sharp teeth and piercing eyes that exuded an air of authority and wisdom, as if capable of discerning all truths. Its keen ears, akin to those of an eagle, were attuned to distant sounds. The griffin's body was as light as an eagle's, while its claws were as formidable as steel, effortlessly capturing its prey. Its tail, robust like that of a lion, ensured perfect balance during flight. As it soared through the air, its posture was both graceful and commanding, wings rhythmically beating, allowing for unrestricted flight. After a lengthy journey, Tianhua arrived at an eagle's nest, home to 4 colossal eagles. The vigilant Jing Tianlei immediately noticed Tianhua's arrival and emitted a piercing cry that echoed throughout the nearby valley. Soon, 2 enormous eagles approached from afar, while another emerged from the cave. All 4 colossal eagles settled upon the cliffs and trees near the cave, scrutinizing Tianhua. "Who are you?" inquired the eagle, Daofantian. "I am Tianhua, hailing from the planet Cybertron. I presume you share a similar origin?" Tianhua replied. "Tianhua? I believe I have heard that name before. Were you not once a companion of Red Spider?" Jing Tianlei asked, having known Red Spider for quite some time, and recalling Tianhua's mention. "Do you also know of Xingxiao? How is he faring? Is he here as well?" Tianhua inquired, his griffin eyes gleaming with excitement, anticipating a reunion with an old friend. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. As a special privilege, all registered users may receive a free 7-day ad-free reading card. Xingxiao. That would be Red Spider, wouldn't it? That was his former name, correct? Daofantian remarked. However, Red Spider is not here, and we are unaware of his whereabouts. We have all transformed into colossal eagles and have had little contact with others, leaving our means of acquiring information virtually non-existent. Tianhua displayed a look of resignation. It was indeed unfortunate. Fellow compatriots, we, the exiles of Cybertron, should consider establishing an organization to search for and protect all Cybertronians. Although the suggestions put forth by Firestorm were commendable, the Thunderclap faction ultimately rejected them. Little did Firestorm know that our planet's inhabitants had long been fragmented, divided into numerous factions, with the most prominent being the Decepticons and the Autobots, along with other minor organizations. We, belonging to the Decepticons, would never embark on a rescue mission for the Autobots. After waging war for millions of years, our conflict has become a relentless struggle. The notion of aiding them is utterly fanciful. Alas, my Cybertron, you have been annihilated, yet your people continue to grapple with strife. Primordial celestial being, open your eyes and behold. Save your subjects. Firestorm cried out to the heavens. Whether his thoughts reached beyond the stars remains uncertain. But it seemed that the consciousness of the primordial celestial being in the distant cosmos took notice of this plight. Rain began to fall from the sky. But it was no ordinary rain. It was a black deluge, not water, but oil. It appeared to be confined to the eastern regions. And this sudden rain of oil plunged the entire valley into chaos. Carriages in motion were enveloped by the viscous liquid, their wheels slipping and rendering them immobile, terrified. People cowered in their homes, too afraid to venture outside. The stench of oil permeated the air, suffocating all who inhaled it. Knights who had intended to continue their ascent in pursuit of griffins were cast down from the cliffs by the deluge, many meeting a gruesome demise. An eagle's nest. The black rain also fell. Lord Lober Eileen, driven by curiosity, tossed a match into the deluge, igniting a conflagration within the castle. Fortunately, the structure was constructed of stone. Otherwise, the entire city would have been consumed by flames. The Bloodgate Knight, Blackfish, rushed to aid in extinguishing the fire, preventing Eagle's Nest from meeting its doom at the hands of a mere child. Chapter 61, the book beneath the table. The peculiar rainfall instilled fear in the local lords, prompting them to converge upon Eagle's Nest to beseech Duke Eileen of the Valley to dispatch someone to investigate the phenomenon. However, Lady Lisa, unconcerned, remarked, "The descent of black rain heralds auspicious tidings, for my uncle, Brendan Tully, currently serves as a Bloodgate Knight. With him in the valley, it shall remain secure." Yet, the lords of the valley remained apprehensive, requesting that a messenger be sent to King Lober and King's Landing to investigate the black rain incident. Lady Lisa harbored a deep disdain for King Lober, despite his royal status. Nevertheless, her advisors urged her to solicit his assistance. Her countenance darkened as she coldly declared, "I shall not seek Lober's aid. If you wish, you may implore him yourselves. However, such an act would signify treachery against Eagle's Nest, treachery against the Eileen family." The lords of the valley found themselves in a dire predicament. Having a madwoman like Lisa as their leader was far more troublesome than contending with Cersei. Yet, They discreetly instructed a scholar to draft a letter reporting the Black Rain to King's Landing. Grand Maester Pycelle, esteemed among all scholars and the eldest among them, was a seasoned veteran of 3, if not 4, reigns. Kings have come and gone, yet he remains, seemingly the longest-lived soul in all of Westeros. Second only to Walder Frey. No, there is perhaps one more, the old wet nurse of Winterfell, who appears to be of considerable age, not younger than Pycelle. After receiving a missive from the Vale, Pycelle, trembling, prepared to meet King Robert, though he had yet to leave his office. To his surprise, Eddard Stark paid him a personal visit. "Ah, my esteemed hand of the king, how delightful to see you in person. If you had merely sent word, I would have certainly come to you," Pycelle exclaimed. He instructed a handmaiden to brew tea and guided Eddard to his seat. As they settled into the rattan chairs, a young maid soon presented 2 cups of cool tea. "Thank you," Eddard Stark expressed to the maid. "Your kindness is noted, my lord," she replied with a smile before departing. Pycelle sipped his tea, peering at Eddard through eyelids nearly obscured by age. Dressed in a gray silk shirt adorned with an embroidered silver direwolf at the collar, Eddard exuded an aura of formidable strength that could induce a chill in one's bones. Unlike Winterfell, King's Landing was not as frigid. Thus Eddard had eschewed his black woolen tunic. "My lord Hand, your visit today cannot be merely for official matters, am I correct?" Pycelle inquired. "If it were a matter of state, you would have raised it in the small council. No need to come here." "Haha. Indeed, wise maester. I have come to inquire about Jon Arryn, the cause of his demise, and the events leading to his final days." Pycelle appeared invigorated by this, straightening his hunched back. "Lord Jon Arryn was a good man, without a doubt. His character, wisdom, and governance were commendable, yet alas, he has departed this world." Pycelle lamented. In his last days, he was often seen in the company of Stannis, frequenting inns, brothels, tea-houses, pawn shops, blacksmiths, and nearby cottages in King's Landing. As for their activities, only the involved parties would know. Stannis has since returned to Dragonstone, while Lady Lisa took Lord Arryn's remains back to the Vale. Hence, what they were truly engaged in remains a mystery. However, Lord Arryn was known to frequently peruse a particular book. "What book?" Eddard inquired. "One moment, let me recall. I believe I glanced at it just yesterday," Pycelle said leisurely as he rose to fetch it from his study, leaving Eddard Stark in quiet anticipation. While he waited, the maid returned with 2 cups of buttermilk and a plate of fresh grapes. As Eddard took the grapes, a slip of paper was discreetly placed into his palm. He glanced at the maid. She was unremarkable, lacking the beauty of a siren or the grace of a dancer, merely an ordinary woman. The maid possessed a cherubic visage. Her eyes neither too large nor too small, with a straight nose and subtly upturned lips, exuding an aura of gentleness and warmth. Her hair was styled in a simple bun, adorned solely with a wooden hairpin, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments. She donned a modest attire, a pale blue robe embroidered with delicate blossoms, cinched at the waist with a white belt, and her feet were clad in humble cloth shoes. Originally a servant in the palace, her duty was to attend to the princess. Each morning, she would rise early to prepare the princess's toiletries and breakfast. Subsequently, she would accompany the princess in her studies, engaging in lessons of etiquette and music. When the princess required rest, she would tenderly cover her with a blanket, sitting quietly by her side in vigilant guardianship. Though her appearance was unremarkable, she harbored a heart of kindness and diligence. She treated the princess with meticulous care and consideration, always adept at fulfilling her various needs. Furthermore, she held the princess in the highest regard, never feeling inferior or fearful due to her royal status. In addition to her duties for the princess, she lent a helping hand to her fellow maids, assisting with tasks such as cleaning the palace, laundering, and cooking. Her industriousness and benevolence earned her widespread recognition and admiration, and she was beloved by all. On one occasion, during a banquet with the king and queen, a nobleman named Pycelle mentioned that his maid had returned home as she was preparing for marriage. Thus, Cersei decided to gift this maid to Grand Maester Pycelle. The maid had been with Grand Maester Pycelle for over a year. Eddard Stark, unsure of the maid's intentions, noticed her slight smile before she quietly retreated. "My lord, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. The ensuing narrative is even more captivating. Enjoy the privilege of ad-free reading for 7 days. All registered users can claim this benefit free of charge." In his hand, Eddard Stark held a note, glancing around to ensure no one was in sight, as Pycelle had yet to emerge from his study. Upon unfolding the note, he found it inscribed with a warning: "Do not trust Pycelle." The handwriting was neat, concealing the identity of the writer, yet Eddard felt it bore the delicate touch of a woman, its elegance suggesting a feminine hand. Meanwhile, Grand Maester Pycelle rummaged within his study, often forgetful due to his advanced age. Books he had perused the day prior had seemingly vanished from his memory, and the vastness of his study made the search all the more arduous. The study, located deep within the estate, was a spacious and tranquil haven. Its walls were adorned with an array of paintings and calligraphy featuring works from renowned masters, which not only enriched the cultural ambience of the room but also showcased the Grand Maester's refined taste. At the center of the study stood a grand desk crafted from exquisite rosewood, its intricate grain and deep hues captivating. Upon the desk lay the four treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, all meticulously arranged. These treasured implements of scholarly pursuits are the beloved possessions of the esteemed grand scholar. Each day, he dedicates a considerable amount of time to reading, writing, and painting in this sanctuary of intellect. Behind his writing desk stands an immense bookshelf, crafted from exquisite rosewood, adorned with a plethora of tomes that encompass the realms of classics, history, philosophy, and poetry, each a testament to the grand scholar's lifelong dedication and scholarly endeavors. Adjacent to the bookshelf lies a petite tea table, upon which rests a splendid tea set, meticulously collected from various locales. Here, he savors tea while immersing himself in literature and contemplation. The study boasts a grand floor-to-ceiling window, through which the view reveals a resplendent garden, vibrant with a multitude of flowers that bloom under the sun's warm embrace. Beside the window, a plush sofa invites repose, adorned with soft cushions, each a treasure gathered from distant lands, where he takes respite to read and reflect. In one corner of the study, a magnificent vase fashioned from fine blue and white porcelain holds an array of fresh blossoms, their beauty magnified by the sunlight. Next to this vase rests a delicate incense burner, from which wafts the fragrant smoke of incense procured from a temple, accompanying his daily rituals of reading and introspection. The Grand Scholar's study is a haven steeped in cultural richness, filled not only with an extensive collection of books but also with exquisite artworks, tea sets, and incense burners, each item not only showcasing his refined taste but also reflecting his profound love and pursuit of culture. Although the Grand Scholar, known as Pyxis, has reached an age where retirement beckons, he remains steadfast in his commitment to this city, the capital, a stage for the machinations of power. Despite being a man of letters, he is adept in the games of power. Years ago, Pyxis allied himself with one of the most influential figures on the continent, a man who has served as prime minister for 2 decades and holds dominion over the 7 kingdoms. The nature of their relationship is a closely guarded secret, known only to the two of them, with even the prime minister's children, his daughter, a queen, and his son, a formidable knight, unaware of this clandestine bond. Meanwhile, at the corner beneath the writing desk lies a book, quietly resting, its cover inscribed with the genealogy of the major noble houses of Westeros. This is the very tome Pyxis seeks, yet it remains unnoticed at his feet, as his gaze is directed upward, scanning his surroundings and overlooking the ground beneath him. Chapter 62. Selecting a candidate for the Vale. Eddard Stark departed from Pyxis, resolved to return the following day for the book. Apologetically, Pyxis remarked, "Age has dulled my memory. My lord Eddard, I shall procure that book by tomorrow morning." Upon returning home after departing from the halls of House Pike, Eddard Stark was met with the cold gaze of Catelyn. "What troubles you, Catelyn?" "Eddard, Lord Baelish seeks you. He requests your presence in his domain to discuss certain matters. You need not return tonight. I shall be with our 2 daughters." This. Eddard was well aware of the location of Baelish's territory, which encompassed all the brothels of King's Landing. These establishments, more delicately referred to as pleasure houses, stood in the bustling heart of the city, with one grand edifice reigning as the largest in the realm. This opulent brothel towered into the heavens, resplendent in gold and adorned with enticing aromas and an air of decadence. Anyone who stepped within its threshold would be immediately overwhelmed by the lavishness that surrounded them. The hall was furnished with exquisite furniture and decor, while the walls were adorned with fine paintings and calligraphy. At the heart of the hall, a grand stage hosted numerous courtesans performing songs, dances, and acrobatics. These women hailed from diverse origins. Some were coerced into their unfortunate circumstances, while others had succumbed willingly to their fates. Clad in sumptuous garments and heavily made up, their faces bore false smiles. Yet their eyes betrayed a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow, evoking deep compassion in the onlookers. On the 2nd and 3rd floors of the brothel, numerous chambers awaited, each occupied by a courtesan. These rooms were lavishly appointed, featuring comfortable beds and exquisite furnishings. Here, the courtesans attended to guests, providing a range of services. The 4th and 5th floors boasted various entertainment facilities, such as casinos, bars, and foot massage parlors, enticing many patrons to indulgent pleasures and thrills. The 6th and 7th floors housed offices and conference rooms, where the management and staff conducted the daily operations of the establishment. The 8th and 9th floors contained numerous guest rooms, designed to offer comfort and luxury for those seeking respite and relaxation, accompanied by top-notch service. On the 10th and 11th floors, a selection of restaurants and cafes awaited, serving a variety of delectable dishes and beverages, allowing guests to savor culinary delights and enjoy leisurely moments. This brothel, the grandest in all of Westeros, belonged to Lord Baelish. While it appeared dazzlingly opulent on the surface, it concealed myriad untold stories and tragedies beneath. The fates of these courtesans were heart-wrenching, evoking immense sorrow and sympathy. Among the courtesans, there were women from far and wide, even from the north. One such woman was Rose, a courtesan hailing from the distant, snow-covered land of the north, a place shrouded in mystery and hardship. There, life was arduous, and its inhabitants struggled for survival. Having lost her parents at a tender age, Rose was abandoned by her relatives and left to wander the streets. In order to satisfy her hunger, she was compelled to sell her body and became a courtesan. Her beauty and gentleness made her a favored figure in the brothels of the northern snow country, yet her heart was heavy with anguish and helplessness. She yearned for the day when she could escape this frigid land and seek a warm home. At last, one day, she encountered a merchant from the south. This merchant had arrived in Winterfell following the king's entourage, captivated by her allure and grace. He resolved to take her away from the snow country to seek a new life in the south. She willingly accepted his proposal and accompanied him southward. In the south, she embarked on a new chapter of her life. She learned the language and culture of the region and made new friends. With the merchant's assistance, she opened a small shop and began to conduct business. Her enterprise flourished, and she grew increasingly confident and independent. However, her past continued to haunt her. She feared that others would discover her former life as a courtesan, and she dreaded the potential scorn and ridicule. Unable to confide in anyone about her history, she silently bore the weight of her inner turmoil, until one day she met a man who truly loved her. He cared not for her past, but for her present and future. With his love and warmth, he melted the ice surrounding her heart, allowing her to once again appreciate the beauty of life. She believed she had finally found her happiness and her home. No longer the lonely, helpless courtesan, she blossomed into a joyful woman. She was grateful for fate's intervention that led her to this man and proud of her own courage and perseverance that enabled her to leave the snow country and embrace a future filled with promise. Yet, cruel reality struck once more. The man's untimely death left her once again bereft of support. Ultimately, she found herself returning to her former profession, seeking refuge with Lord Baelish. Upon learning of her origins from Winterfell, Baelish regarded her with great importance, recognizing that although she was a courtesan, she had the potential to become a sharp weapon when the time called for it. During this pivotal moment, Eddard Stark arrived at the brothel with a contingent of guards, some of whom were momentarily entranced by the alluring courtesans, their gazes wandering in distraction. Cough, cough. Jory, keep them in check. I shall meet with Baelish. Eddard Stark instructed his captain of the guard. As Eddard Stark conferred with Baelish, King Robert summoned several of his king's guard in the palace garden. The garden, lush with greenery and fragrant blooms, felt like a paradise. Upon entering, one was greeted by a sprawling expanse of lawn, a verdant carpet beneath one's feet. In the heart of the lawn stands a fountain, its crystalline waters shimmering under the sun's radiant embrace. Surrounding the fountain is a vibrant array of blossoms, roses, tulips, lilies, and more. These flowers, a riot of colors, compete for attention, releasing fragrant wafts into the air. As one strolls further along the lawn, they arrive at the depths of the garden. Here lies a grove, where tall, stately trees rise majestically, their lush foliage creating a verdant sea. At the center of the grove, a quaint pavilion is surrounded by an assortment of flowers, roses, tulips, lilies, and others, each vying for prominence and exuding delightful scents. Deep within the garden, a gentle brook flows, its waters crystal clear and glistening in the sunlight. Along its banks flourish a variety of flowers, roses, tulips, lilies, and more, each adding to the tapestry of colors and fragrances. Observing the few king's guard before him, Robb counted the numbers, realizing they were insufficient. 2 had perished on the journey to the north, and although he had gained the loyalty of the seasoned trainer, it was still not enough. His gaze shifted to Jaime Lannister, who stood resplendent in white attire, positioned second from the right. The first was the fearless Ser Barristan, and the third was Ser Boros Blunt, with the trainer positioned at the far left, being the last. News from the Vale had arrived, reporting a peculiar black rain, reminiscent of wildfire, igniting into fierce flames upon contact with torches. Who among you is willing to investigate this matter for me? Robb scrutinized the 7 individuals present. I shall go, Barristan declared, rising with an indomitable spirit, his age not diminishing his fervor. Robb shook his head. Ser Barristan, I require your steadfast presence by my side. Your company brings me solace. Your Majesty. Barristan's eyes glistened with emotion upon hearing this. Then allow me to undertake the task. Jaime Lannister interjected with a light chuckle, his chiseled features breaking into a smile. If you go, Cersei shall surely object. No, that will not do. I feel unworthy of such a high position without having accomplished anything significant, the trainer remarked. I wish to alleviate your burdens, your majesty. Trainer, you may not be well acquainted with the Vale, nor with the entirety of Westeros. Your efforts might yield contrary results. The trainer felt a wave of shame wash over him, believing he had disappointed Robb. Ser Boros Blunt, it seems I must assign you to investigate the situation in the Vale. Boros nodded calmly. Though he lamented not having met Olenna Tyrell, the king's order was paramount, and he must comply. Your majesty, I shall uncover the truth. Very well, I trust you. Ser Boros, you are a true knight. The situation in the Vale appeared to be shifting, although a rain of oil had fallen. It seemed that the deluge contained more than mere oil. The environment of the valley has undergone a transformation. Many mountains have been converted into metal, dark and foreboding. The valley now stands as a veritable metropolis of metal. What on earth has transpired? Upon awakening, the world has changed dramatically. Within the nest, several giant eagles converse. The cause remains unclear, yet it likely stems from that ominous black rain. The entire valley seems to be undergoing a process of metallization. Though only the mountains have been affected, the flora, fauna, and human habitats remain untouched. However, I sense something in the rain that opposes the source of the fire seed. This force does not appear to be that of the primordial celestial lord. Rather, it is an antithesis to the fire seed, a manifestation of the cosmic emperor's power. What? Surely you are not mistaken. The heavens tremble? The others gaze at him in astonishment. It cannot be, for I have witnessed the dark energy entities under Lord Megatron. That is indeed the power of the antithesis to the fire seed. A similar force exists within this black ray. Chapter 63. Understanding the need for silence across the expansive grasslands, a pride of lions is stealthily engaged in a hunting endeavor. The gentle breeze rustles through the grass, creating a soft whisper. The members of the pride spread out, forming a fan-like formation as they gradually close in on their prey. Their movements are light, yet purposeful, their eyes reflecting focus and determination. Before them grazes a herd of antelopes. Sensing imminent danger, the antelopes become alert, raising their heads and scanning their surroundings, poised to flee at a moment's notice. The leader of the pride is a robust and regal male lion, standing at the forefront, keenly observing every motion of the prey. As he discerns the rising panic among the antelopes, he emits a low, rumbling roar, signaling the others to spring into action. The pride members dash toward the herd with astonishing speed, like a tempest unleashed. The antelopes scatter in terror, yet the lions have already locked onto a target, pursuing a young antelope relentlessly. The young creature sprints desperately, but its speed pales in comparison to that of the lions. In no time, they close the distance and bring it crashing to the ground. The rest of the pride swiftly encircles the fallen antelope, indulging in a lavish feast. Throughout this hunting expedition, the pride exhibits remarkable cohesion and teamwork, working in concert to accomplish their goal. Such is the cycle of life on the grasslands. The weak are devoured by the strong, and only the fittest survive. Yet, it is not the male lion that reigns supreme on the vast plains, but rather the horseman, the Dothraki, whose custom involves hunting lions. Drogo Ko, accompanied by his kin, approaches the vicinity of the lions, not mounted but rather crawling forward, positioning themselves downwind of the pride. The wind carries their scent away from the lions, concealing their presence. Kao. Kaso glances at Drogo Kao, seemingly seeking guidance. However, Drogo shakes his head, and they continue their stealthy advance. Among the grass, these horsemen occasionally rise to observe their direction and distance. They behold the pride's leader, a magnificent white lion. The white lion, a sovereign of the plains, boasts a coat as pure as snow and a formidable stature that commands respect. Its eyes shimmer with a fierce intensity, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance. Its claws are razor-sharp, capable of effortlessly rending the throats of its prey. Its roar is deep and resonant, echoing across the savanna, causing all creatures to tremble in fear. It reigns as the sovereign of the plains, instilling awe and trepidation in every animal that dwells there. Originally, the white lion was not the leader of this pride, as typically, white lions are shunned, their striking coloration rendering them vulnerable to the perils of their environment. Yet this solitary white lion had once roamed the savanna alone, devoid of companions or friends. Its existence was fraught with challenges and dangers, necessitating constant vigilance against threats from other creatures. However, it also enjoyed the freedom to roam, hunt, and rest at will. Eventually, it encountered a pride of lionesses who had lost their king, slain not by man, but by wandering male lions. The white lion subsequently joined this pride, gaining the acceptance of the lionesses through its formidable strength and willingness to hunt alongside them. Just as they feasted, a band of horsemen approached, having closed the distance to launch their assault. The leader, Drago Kaio, sounded the call to attack. A throng of seasoned warriors surged forth from the underbrush, each armed with a curved blade, encircling the pride. The lions ceased their feeding, emitting low growls to warn the intruders to halt their advance. Yet, the horsemen remained undeterred. "Leave the white lion to me. I shall skin it and present its pelt to Daenerys," commanded Drago Kaio as he charged forth with his fellow warriors. In the vast expanse of the savannah, a breathtaking clash erupted between a valiant band of fighters and a fierce pride of lions. The warriors, though lacking sturdy armor, wielded their sharp weapons with resolute determination. The lions stood majestically, their gazes revealing both authority and wildness. The battle commenced as the lions launched the first assault, roaring as they charged at the warriors. Unfazed, the fighters quickly formed a defensive line, using their shields to absorb the lions' onslaught. Some warriors seized the opportunity to strike back, wielding their weapons against the pride. The lions fought with ferocity, yet the warriors, bolstered by indomitable will and exceptional combat skills, gradually gained the upper hand. They coordinated their efforts, with some warriors drawing the lions' attention while others targeted their vulnerabilities. In the heat of battle, lions fell one after another, though the warriors also sustained grievous losses. Nevertheless, they did not waver. Rather, their resolve to vanquish the pride intensified. While the other lionesses succumbed to the might of the Dothraki warriors, the pride's leader, a male lion, continued to fight fiercely, having already slain 4 horsemen, earning the respect of his adversaries. Zhuge charged directly towards him, engaging in a fierce one-on-one battle for survival. Faced with such a formidable lion, Zhuge did not overestimate his own abilities. In his right hand, he wielded a curved Yerick blade, while his left forearm was protected by steel armor. After all, the lion's claws were not to be trifled with. A single strike would certainly draw blood. Zhuge swung the blade at the lion, but it leapt aside, evading the attack, and then pounced on him, sinking its teeth into his left forearm. Thankfully, he was wearing protective gear. With determination, Zhuge struck at the lion's forepaw with his right hand, forcing the beast to jump away in avoidance. 2 kings clashed in this battle, one a lion king, the other a horse king, engaging in a contest of supremacy. Eventually, after a harrowing struggle, Zhuge and his warriors triumphed over the pride of lions. The air was thick with the scent of blood on the battlefield, where the warriors stood, weary and stained with crimson, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. "It has indeed been arduous. Cow, we have lost 9 men," said Kiso, one of Zhuge bloodbound guards. "Bring back the pelts, tails, and heads. Let the vultures feast on the rest here." Zhuge personally skinned the white lion, deftly using a small knife to remove its hide in one fluid motion. "Daenerys, this is a gift for you. I hope you will cherish it," he mused, envisioning her delighted smile upon receiving the pelt. "You are incredible, Zhua. I adore you," he imagined her exclaiming, prompting a blissful smile to spread across his face. In King's Landing, the Grand Maester discovered the tome titled The Genealogy of the Major Noble Houses of the 7 Kingdoms. He had it delivered to Prime Minister Tywin, entrusted to the steward of Eddard Stark. The messenger was the same maidservant. After departing from the Prime Minister's residence, she did not return immediately to the Grand Maester's estate, but instead ventured into a slum. Cautiously, she ensured no one was following her before pushing open a door and stepping inside. "You have arrived," a woman's voice echoed. As a figure emerged from the shadows, the Black Widow, Varys' adopted daughter. Tall and striking, she sported twin ponytails, her lips and nails painted a deep purple, clad in a sleek black gown and red high-heeled shoes. "Yes, my lady." The maidservant lowered her head, avoiding the Black Widow's penetrating gaze. Her body trembled slightly, a manifestation of fear. "What are you afraid of? Am I going to devour you?" the Black Widow inquired, pinching the maidservant's chin, her eyes glinting with intensity. "I dare not, my lady," the maidservant replied, bowing her head even lower. "What are the tasks I entrusted to you? Have you informed Eddard Stark?" Advising him not to trust the Grand Maester, the Black Widow pressed. "Indeed, Lord Eddard Stark has begun to harbor suspicions towards the Grand Maester. Nevertheless, it appears he is still inclined to place his trust in him. Not to worry, we have other forthcoming measures to consider." "Hee," the Black Widow remarked with a smile. At this moment, Eddard Stark found himself in the brothel of Peter Baelish, surprised to discover that Baelish was in the company of a Dornishman awaiting his arrival. "Who is this?" Eddard Stark inquired, eyeing the Dornishman. Eddard, by all accounts, should have been acquainted with him. He was none other than Prince Oberyn, the infamous Red Viper of Dorne. Baelish chuckled, seated beside a middle-aged man who was of modest height, slender build, with bronze skin and dark hair, adorned with an alluring beard. "Prince Oberyn, what brings you here?" Eddard Stark recalled having met this man long ago, though time had nearly caused him to forget. "I am here to assist you. I possess knowledge regarding the death of former Hand John Arryn. I know the cause of his demise." What What did he die from? Eddard Stark's eyes widened as he stared intently at him. Tears of Liss, a colorless and tasteless poison. It is exceedingly lethal. It is inconspicuous as a drop of water. Undetectable when mixed with anything. How do you know this? Eddard inquired, noting that Grand Maester Pycelle had found nothing amiss. The autopsy report should have revealed it, however. The Grand Maester chose to remain silent. As for the reason behind his silence, I cannot say. Oberyn chuckled softly, lifting a goblet of summer wine from the table and taking a sip. Could it be that the Grand Maester is colluding with the murderer? Eddard Stark queried. I doubt it. The Grand Maester values his reputation and status above all. His tenure across 4 reigns attests to his discretion. Some truths are best left unspoken. Baelish replied. Eddard Stark could not help but speculate on what those unspoken truths might be.